Hello everybody, welcome to the Elite League East European Closed Qualifiers. With myself, Epdamnos, joining me is Danog. We're back for day 2 and we've got more series to cover. We had 3 series yesterday and we're bringing you another 3 series today, which means, oh boy, more Dota. Danog, how are you feeling for today, man?
I'm feeling like we need a patch. Mr. Frog, maybe he's waiting for the entire qualifiers to be done, but I need something new. Give me that crown fall, you know, something's got to change, right? Because we saw a lot of the same stuff happening yesterday, right? We saw a lot of lifesteal, we saw Timbersaw, we saw Dragon Knight, we saw a bunch of Crystal Maiden, a bunch of Rubik, just very much samey constantly. I want things to be shaken up a little bit. I want some new items in the game, not even just changes. And yeah, we'll have to wait and see. But for now, still on this this current patch, and some of these teams looked a little bit more impressive than others.
Yeah, they did, as we'll check out the bracket now and see where we are currently at the moment. So obviously, of course, one day has gone through at the moment for these Eastern Europe closed qualifiers. And as we can see, the first game that we will be picking up is the first upper bracket game, which is indeed Yellow Submarine versus One Win. On the B stream, I think 9 Pandas and Liga team will be fighting against each other. So if you do want to watch that game, I suggest you go watch the B stream. And then followed by that, the loser of the upper brackets will be facing either Night Pulse or Nimiga Gaming. So very intense games to come. We're closing the gap. Obviously, of course, some teams have been eliminated. And boy, oh boy, it's going to be some exciting Dota.
Yeah, for sure. I think probably the 9 Pandas were the most impressive of the teams that we saw play yesterday. It was just very clean all throughout, games ending in 25 to 30 minutes. It just felt like they had a comprehensive understanding of exactly how they needed to play, and especially Kiyotaka. He was just outskilling everyone from that mid lane. So for their sake, hopefully it can continue, but they are going up against the Liga team, right, which has Ramses, has a lot of experience, many major land finals that he's been a part of. He just hasn't quite been able to secure the chocolates in recent times.
Yeah, as we're going up, we've got ourselves a good game to start with at the moment, Danog. It's Yellow Submarine. We've seen them play. I think is this the second time that we've seen Yellow Submarine play? It was the third. I think it was
Maybe
the third, yeah.
No, it's the first. It's the first. We had upper bracket round 1. Speaking of Yellow Submarine, he's gone back to Satanic. Okay, so no more Butterfly. It's Satanic again. Then we've got Erase, who you and I were pretty impressed by Erase's play yesterday, weren't we? Especially on that Pangolier. He was absolutely dominant, completely took the game over. But I did like seeing, in particular, this entire team, their growth throughout yesterday's games. You know, they were taking some bad team fights in game number 1 that they ended up losing to Asakura. But then game 2, they took maybe one bad team fight, still probably made the game last a little bit longer than it needed to. But game 3 was a lot more clinical.
Yeah, I feel like they had a solid performance, especially in the last game there. I was very impressed by, as you said, Erase's performance, along with the rest of the team as well, actually. But let's speak about One Win. We have not seen this team as of yet. Currently, at the moment, throughout the Eastern European closed qualifiers, they were able to get a 2-0 against Night Pulse. And that was the only game that they actually played yesterday. Actually knocking Night Pulse down to the lower bracket, getting themselves a comfortable 2-0 victory. And now they're up against Yellow Submarine. How do you think they will fare against Yellow Submarine?
I mean, we saw yesterday in the in the lower bracket series that we watched, Night Pulse against Asakura. Night Pulse were no easy beats. Like, they clearly just dominated Asakura in like 32 minutes and 38 minutes, I think it was. So, you know, for them to be able to 2-0 Night Pulse, One Win is obviously a very good team. They've got a lot of players that have had both Eastern European and Western European experience. Sweden Strong is probably one that's up there. Respect coming over from his recent stint on Into the Breach. And yeah, I'm interested to see how the Kazakhstani boys do as well at the very top there.
As we get ourselves into a draft, and boy oh boy, look at that, Danog. First ban, Chen
again.
Yellow Submarine.
Well, I mean, one win, we talk about a lot of the same that we saw yesterday. They had a DK and a CM in both of their wins against Night Pulse, so wouldn't be surprised to see them go for something like that again. We saw a bunch of teams use the gyrocopter as the flex, just, to be able to have it as potentially a 1, have it as a potential 4. It can work in either facet. It just really opens up the draft a whole lot. Other teams were trying it with the likes of, Razor and the Kunkka, but I feel like Gyro just excels a whole lot more, especially since that more recent change to his ultimate. You just feel so much more impactful without items, and it really makes you shine as a support.
Yeah, it's insane actually how much damage it does. I think it's around about, 250 level 1, but then it just amps up massively, like at 400 damage, but you've got 3 of those waves coming in, so that's about 1,200 magical damage. If you're able to hit them all off, which kind of difficult, so it's most likely you'll be able to hit 2 if you are good with your aiming, moving around. What's
your MOBA experience, Happy? Is Dota like the only one that's your tried and true, you've always stayed loyal to it, or have you jumped around a little bit? Because I used to play Hon between Dota 1 and Dota 2.
Dota is my only love, Danok. It's my only MOBA.
I was just waiting until Dota 2 came out, and then I immediately jumped over as soon as I got a beta key. Check the profile. 2011 is when I started playing Dota 2. So, it reminds me of the new gyro ulti of a hero called Bombardier, and I really hope that, eventually there's some sort of like Hon Dota crossover, because there are a bunch of really cool heroes and ideas that I would love to see incorporated into the Dota ecosystem.
Yeah, Gyro is a good flex, though. He is. We've seen him get played as carry. We've seen him get played as the support. Even as a support, he's quite strong, especially with the homing missile and the shard. He hasn't been banned as of yet, so he is available to be picked. Not sure if Yellow Submarine will go as a second pick. They will pick up the Centaur, though. Of course, we've seen this time and time again, and it performs very well. We've only seen it lose once, I think, during our time of watching the Eastern Europe closed qualifiers. Let's see what they pair it with, though. Possibly maybe a Hoodwink, as that's not in the ban pool. We've seen a Centaur Hoodwink quite a couple of times, though I'm interested to see if they get something new.
Hoodwink, Techies, Rubik, they can all work. For mine, Willow even is a potential. By picking Willow yourself, you take it away from the Mars combination as well. That terrorize into the arena can be pretty devastating, just forcing people to run into the wall over and over. Snapfire, obviously not as big a thing in recent times, but I could still see it working if you really are wanting to bank on those stuns and just having a reliable setup for a lot of these kills.
Yeah, they have themselves the first pick, don't they? So they could potentially snatch up the Dark Willow if 1win are deciding to pick that up with the Mars, because the Dark Willow ultimate, along with Mars within the arena, and possibly even the Spear as well, it's a nasty combination. You have a lot of control. Bramble Maze and Arena on the same lane. Kind of scary.
Pretty good. I'm just not sure how confident I feel about Yellow Submarine picking Gyro in this game, just because it's against a Mars, right? And, I mean, do you really want to play core Gyro into a Mars? Probably not. You generally want to avoid these heroes, ranged heroes especially, that are just completely gimped by that arena in blocking all of that damage coming out. So it kind of takes away that surprise factor you've got. Unless you're just saying, you know what, it's a great support Gyro game, so let's just pick it, But it takes away one of the big strengths of picking the hero in that it is flexible. Instead, they're going to go the Sven. I feel like if you're going up against a Mars, you either need something that has inbuilt spell immunity to be able to get out of the arena, something that crushes him in the lane, or something that has like a leap to get out of the arena. So you're thinking your Faceless Voids, your PAs, even the Sven, once you've got the Aghanim Scepter, can be quite useful at being able to do that.
I feel like Sven is one of these heroes that always buys BKB, to be honest. Like, even if there is minimal stuns, minimal lockdown, he does not want to be disrupted whilst his God Strength is active. So I feel like he is always buying a BKB. I don't think I've ever seen him not having a BKB on the Sven. So definitely a BKB builder, especially against the Mars, able to move out of the arena, and possibly a Silver Edge builder as well to get through that bulwark.
Yeah, and we saw as well Butterfly yesterday when he did play the Sven, he I think we gave him the MVP for his Sven game just because he really crushed it in terms of the amount of farm that he was able to get, in terms of his team involvement as well. But more importantly, he realized that it was important for him to be there catching the backlines. He went a pretty early Blink Dagger on the Sven, despite being that real hard carry, the 4 Protect 1 style. Hello, we got an IO coming through. Yeah, I just think it's... I like the fact that he's willing to sacrifice like a farming efficiency item to help his team. He's not just like a one-note style of carry player.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah. Io coming through, though. Very intriguing. Would this be with the Mars, do you think? Or is this a flex? Could you possibly see a mid-Io?
No. I'm not expecting the mid-IO coming through. Nah. It's just so good with the Mars, right? Like, you really just want to be able to buff up one of these heroes that can scale amazingly if you give him the solid start to it. You know, back in, you know, the days when OG were winning the Stockholm Major, for example, with Amar playing the Mars, it was with the IO that really allowed him to flourish a lot of the time. And, well, it looks like they're really wanting to punish them with a lot of early team fight and a lot of early pressure with Yellow Submarine. I was really impressed with how they were able to play around Asdecor when he was playing as Enchantress. They couldn't step forward outside of their side of the map. You know, all of the plays were being made by Yellow Submarine, which I love.
Yeah, we've seen the power of the Enchantress very early on also. I think, what was it, a middle tower around about 7 or 8 minutes with rotating a Satan there with the Enchantress. Oh, the Shrek coming out. Okay, that is a nice combination with the IO. I have to admit, you know, relocating, Pulse Nova, BKB, scary stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like one winner going to be relatively happy with their draft overall. I know Yellow Submarines look scary, but having this IO Lesh combo, obviously very scary. It's a way to be able to not really care about the Sven Warcry, to be able to provide all of that armor. You're doing magic damage, who cares? Same sort of thing with the Enchantress, right? Untouchable, not really going to be all that helpful. And against the Enchantress push that we were talking about, you know, the 5-6 minute tier 1 tower mid being taken down, probably not going to be the case this game, because you've got a Crystal Maiden. All you need is one Frostbite, and suddenly that Enchantress creep becomes a whole lot less impactful.
Ban phases though, Huskar gets banned. Yeah, we don't want to see a last pick Huskar again. I mean, I guess it wasn't that dirty when we saw it last time, but you know, it's still a Huskar last pick, so get out of here.
I wonder what they're going to go with this last pick overall. Do they go something like a Kunkka, just to be able to combat like an IO Lesh combination, try and get an X marks off, break the tether somehow, remove the potential for relocate? It's a relatively solid lane. You can, you know, make a lot of plays happen early on. You're a good team fighting style hero as well. Fits the whole beefy meta that they're looking to go for as well. No real vessel builder as of yet, so I wonder if someone wants to go down that route or if they're going to be content with just Centaur going the Shivas. And then what do they need? They need a position 1, right? For 1 win for them to be able to play on Munkushi. Against the Sven though, you don't really want a Lifestealer. Good against the Centaur, but against the Sven, not really. Something that builds into a Revenant's Brooch perhaps could be something that you're considering. I don't know if you can afford to go something like a PA, but I mean, an IO Lesh CM is pretty scary to have to lane up into. Alchemist, okay. Yeah, I don't mind this. Just something that comes online relatively early that, you know, is survivable enough so that if you do go on him, you just pop the Chemical Rage, you survive for an extra couple of seconds. That's the time that you need for a relocate assist to come in. An extra stun as well. Some minus armor to be able to buff up the Mars. Yeah, seems pretty solid to me. And some solid lane kill threat too. Oh, against the Centaur, you can even force him into the negative armor with the acid spray at level 2.
That's true, yeah. Let's hope, though, that they're able to actually support this Alchemist, though, because there are times where we have seen an Alchemist get picked up in the end, and it is absolutely swamped to the point where it isn't able to become online at that time, and therefore the other carry overtakes, and it theoretically feels like it's become a support. So you definitely need to snowball on this hero. You definitely need to reach your timing. So pressure's on for when you're playing Alchemist in this scenario.
Kind of want an Invoker here. Like, just some sort of vessel builder. They go the Conquer. Alright. Yep. It's kind of what I was expecting, right? Just something that's able to be that really solid presence on the front line, that is able to contest up into this, that's able to combo together relatively well with the Enchantress, that survives against the Leshrac, the X-Marks against the IO. I'm still a little worried that they don't have a vessel builder, just because you're against an Io, a Lesh, and an Alchemist. You know, 3 heroes that really thrive on that regen coming through. So no vessel can be a little bit annoying, but again, you've got Shivas in the pool. You could maybe get an Enchantress to get a bit lucky, like get a Vul creep or something like that to be able to reduce it. I don't know. I like both of these drafts, to be honest. I think it's going to be a lot of action, which is really going to be exciting. Enchantress rotations, Conquer early timings, and relocates coming in across the map. So really could be anyone's game.
Yeah, it's exciting to see the Io pick. I'm quite excited. I mean, especially Leshrac and Alchemist. This is kind of a different draft from what we've seen in the first 3 games that we saw on day 1. So definitely a different kind of change of pace for the Dota 2 action. So I'm really excited that OneWin have decided to amp this up and give us some heroes that we haven't seen before, particularly ones which maybe perhaps they're more comfortable with than they are being meta heroes. I mean, especially I haven't seen Leshrac in quite a long while. Alchemist, here and again, he's not unpopular, but he's not very popular even. You know what I mean, don't you? He's not a meta hero.
No, he's in like that top 30 range, I guess, but not in every single game. It needs to be the right sort of Alchemist game, and clearly OneWin think that is
Prepare
the case.
for battle.
So let us get into the game, ladies and gentlemen. The first series of the day, the first game, Game 1, OneWin versus Yellow Submarine. We've got ourselves some juicy picks if you are just tuning in here. An IO, a Leshrac, and an Alchemist on the side of OneWin, quite juicy. In return, we have ourselves Yellow Submarine here, who have last picked themselves Kunkka to go up against the Leshrac on the mid lane, and they've picked themselves some pretty strong supports. Got themselves Lion and the Enchantress. So obviously, of course, Lion with that great opportunity. If he does get himself a Blink Dagger to blink in and Hex, it is one of the most disruptive things you can do within a team fight. It is one of the most troublesome and annoying things. I'm sure you've all witnessed it firsthand against a Lion. And of course, Enchantress pushing early with especially the summoned units.
Really interesting strategy here by Yellow Submarine. So they basically waited all together as a group next to the safest place on the map, which was their Watcher up on their high ground, and they waited until a smoke would be timing out and then go for a smoke of their own, knowing that it's pretty much the default to just go for that smoke 1 or 2 seconds into the game to try and catch them off guard, because I was really hoping for there to be a full 5-on-5 brawl, because both of these teams are really good in team fights and just exchanging damage, and it would have come down to just a matter of skill at the end of the day. But doesn't go either way, just 2 for 2 rune trade, and we'll have to wait and see. Probably about 6 or so minutes for that action to break out, although that's not to say that the lanes won't be pretty spicy as well. I think this top lane is the one that I'm going to be looking towards the most. CM plus Alchemist against a... How many rings did Centaur buy? Just the 1. Okay, so he is definitely going to be brought down to basically 0 armor off the back of that. Alchemist is the one getting the business, though.
And already on the mid lane as well, this wave is pushing. Don't know if you saw, but Chira Jr. just decided to let that wave go, and it went all the way to Eraser's tower. So this is the reason why this wave is pushing absolutely heavily already underneath this tier 1 tower on the second wave.
What do you think happened to Chira Sr.?
Chira Sr.?
Mm-hmm. Is that his dad? Mr. Chira is my father's name.
Maybe they're very comfortable with each other in the team.
True.
So much so they reckon. I don't even know whether to call it a bromance or not. Actually, don't know. That sounds a bit weird now. Actually, I'll take that back.
Yeah, pretty chill. I really don't. I'm not expecting to see all that much on this bottom side. They're very survivable with the Mars IO combination. Yes, Yuri gets an Enchantress, which is pretty scary. He's just going to be trying to burn as much of that regen out from the IO as possible. It's one of the things with an IO. You're not really as free to be able to move around and interrupt small camps from spawning. So I think Asdecor will be able to be just fine. He'll be very happy as well to see one of the best small camp creeps has spawned for him. It's the Ghost. So maybe he might use that to get a little bit of extra harass in onto the rest of the one-win offlaners.
Already attempting to be quite annoying with the enchant, but is okay. Nature's Attendants will be summoned here to heal not only Asdecor, but Butterfly also. It's bottom lane. So they do indeed have heals of their own. Well, Io being very annoying here with the overcharge.
Really interesting decision there by Ryu. He was at full HP, and then he just plants a tree and eats it with his Tango. So not only giving up the one stat, but pretty much just... Oh, okay, maybe this is why they were looking to try and get some action in onto the line as quickly as possible, and the kill actually goes back the other way. It's taken by the creeps, but you know what? It doesn't really matter at the end of the day. Getting a kill against a lane that probably had a slight advantage against you is a huge win. And they get the Lotus as well.
Yeah, you got to really respect the double stun here on this lane. You've got to make sure you're not too aggressive trying to contest these range creeps, or else you're definitely going to possibly throw your life away. Especially as it's just done just now, so got to respect that. I think CM was a little bit far away as well, to the point that she couldn't help too. Just trying to sort out a camp stack.
Yeah, I think he was just trying to make a pull happen. Luckily the Kobold camp is a little better than it used to be, but still a rubbish camp to be able to dedicate your time to, and you got to recognize that, you know, you're going up against 2 stuns like you mentioned, and a Centaur who could just dish out a crazy amount of damage this early on. Pull eventually does happen there by Respect, so the wave will slowly start to push back in towards them, but they're not really in a position where they can make any sort of kill attempts happen onto the Centaur, especially since he got the Bracer. He's got plenty of wand charges and the Healing Lotus available.
Mid lane, however, in regards to last hits, both mid laners looking pretty even here at the moment. Not been harassing each other as of much. Both of them got fairly healthy bottles with 2 charges each. Just a Ray's able to keep on landing these time bringers every now and again onto the Leshrac.
The thing I'm really looking out for is when is Asdecor going to look to make his rotation, right? Because Io... It's most of the time stays in the lane. Right now, Sweden Strong has been able to get some freedom to start building up some stacks for his team, but I'm really expecting this IO to just be kind of latched into that mid lane for, the bot lane for quite a long time. So that gives the Enchantress a little bit of an advantage to be able to move on forward, hopefully assist in this mid lane, and well, he's not there, and Erase is going to get chased down because of it.
They're also trying to get Lion here also on the top lane. Will actually able to obtain that kill there. Committed a blood grenade, slowed down with the Crystal Nova. Also he had the Alchemist as well, throwing in an unstable concoction.
Quite like Munkushi as well, going for the infused raindrops, knowing what you're going up against, right? You're very scared of the double edge, you're very scared of the damage through from the hoof stomp as well, and it blocks basically all of it. So, what is Enchantress going to do? Is Asdecor going to look to make a few scouting moves happen? Looks like he's placed down an Observer Ward just to try and yoink away a creep. It is a... Which one did he even get?
He got the Pine
Raider. Yeah. And no Power Rune bottom, but doesn't matter. Erase is still able to yoink that Illusion Rune up on the top side. So, a little surprised that they haven't had any threat be put onto the tower, you know, considering they had the Siege Creep wave, they have an Enchantress that they're playing along with. He tried to yoink away a little bit of that farm. They're going to look to make a play onto Cloud here, realizing that he's got kind of low mana, that Io's not together with him right now. Seems like they're just a little bit wary of how close this wave is to the tier 1 tower bottom.
He does have 2 healing Lotuses ready to be utilize in case he does need the mana. Still a whole level away from obtaining a level 6.
They know that Wisdom runes are coming up as well, so this is the time to get a little bit greedier to steal away some of that, some of those stacks that have been built up. Don't really think the Warpine Raider is going to be able to do too much of anything here, unless he's really quick on the fingers. Not going to be the case.
Radiant's
and we'll get that
tower
Wisdom
is under
rune.
attack.
Phase boot's almost completed now for the Kunkka.
Actually ended up giving up that Warpine Raider. It had about half a second left on it, and Io gets a free last hit and a bunch of experience because the micro was just a little bit off there by Asdecor. So a little bit of a shame. And now you've got Io back in the lane, so those couple of Lotuses, the double brace, magic wand, even an Enchantress with a Mud Golem is going to be very hard to be able to pick up some kills. Looks like they might be trying, but this just feels like a little bit of harass that's going to work out to nothing, effectively. I mean, again, Io and a few braces on a Mars. He's not dying.
And Array's making it his job to go around here on the side of One Wind's map
Radiant's middle tower
and try
is
and
under
take
attack.
out these stacks made by the supports. And he's been doing just
Really
that.
unlucky is
Yeah.
Chira Jr. He's been missing out on a few of these power runes, just spawning up the top side. He's done a pretty good job of pushing in that mid tower, though. I mean, he's gone full into the Diabolic Edict. Not exactly the most farm-intensive skill to be skilling up, but despite that, he's top of the net worth.
Got ourselves level 6 though on Alchemist now, finally. Some sort of save in order to help him regen the missing HP here and be quite a bit more aggressive, though. Action happening within the jungle. They find themselves the Lion. Boat comes in. It will connect onto the Io, but Io's still looking fairly healthy. There we go, slowly decreasing in the HP. Lovely concoction there, connecting onto 2. Not able to possibly kill the Io. Io actually turning it back around and taking a hit there into the Enchantress. Taking not only her out, but they also take the Kunkka out too. So they actually punish that invasion of their jungle and kick them right out.
And it's very important to make sure that you're protecting as many of those stacks as
Radiant
possible. Of course, an
structures are
Alchemist with a
fortified.
Radiance, a Leshrac
Radiant's
with an
middle
Io.
tower is under
Very, very
attack.
capable of quickly yoinking that away. Looks like Chira Jr. should be able to get this tier 1 tower for his troubles, though.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
That's very, very nicely done by One Wind, protecting their farm, making the map shrink slightly for Yellow Submarine, and they're not done. They're going to yoink up a bounty rune. They're going to start moving towards this bottom side of the map. Nearly a Yule's finished up as well by Chira Jr. He's having a great game.
Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant are scanning.
Yeah, he's absolutely loving life right now on the Leshrac. I mean, especially when you've got the Io right behind you, and he's going to spell amp the damage that you output as well. Moving around with the Io. This is why Leshrac and Io
Dire's
are
middle
so
tower
good
is
together.
under attack.
Mm-hmm.
Just going to take out that Wild Wing Ripper. Not for you, Asdecor.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
This maybe perhaps we'll start to see a push now with the level 4 Diabolic Edict. Actually, you can see now Chira Jr. giving Submarine a taste of their own medicine by taking their stacks in this jungle at the moment. Apart from Arrays, who's been able to farm up this ancient stack here quite early with the level 4 Tidebringer, but now finally starting to push on One Wind here. Try and take this tower. There's no way they're going to defend it. Look at it burn. That tower melts away with this level 4 Diabolic Edict, as they may just find themselves another Wild Wing Ripper to be taken out. They do indeed. Another nice juicy 61 gold going there to the Leshrac. What is next? Yule Scepter.
Yeah. I mean, I really think that...
Dire's middle tower is
I know
under
it sounds like
attack.
I'm highlighting the relative lack of movement from Asdecor quite a lot, but... Oh, speaking of Asdecor, he might be the one that goes down here. Just level 4,
definitely.
still 11 minutes into the game, and this is one of those downsides to, you know, not being able to make those moves, not opening up the map, not using your relatively strong team fight to be able to push towers and force engagements. And, you know, as a result, he's still a whole lot squishier than he probably should be, and you're losing map to be able to play around with.
Yeah, suffering here quite a bit, and especially with the fact that they don't have themselves that middle tier 1 tower anymore. It's kind of a little bit difficult to rotate there with a TP. I mean, Erase has been trying to do his best to push the wave out. The tower is almost less than half HP. So a smoke up from one win. Arena is ready. Where are they going? They're going to try and invade this triangle, maybe perhaps try and scout it out, see if there's any stacks here that Sven's been farming. There's no stacks here currently at the moment. They've already been cleared out, these camps. They respawn up
They just
again.
want to use their relatively strong start, you know? Why not? Why not keep the ball rolling? You've even got a regen rune on the Leshrac, so you just need a... The relocate doesn't need to be too far away. It doesn't need to be all the way back to base. You just need to give him like a couple of seconds for that regen to start kicking back in, and then you can actually rejoin the fight.
Next on the agenda.
They're making one of their own with the fresh blink dagger on the centaur. He's got a great healing lotus picked up as well, so he feels pretty tanky to be soaking up a lot of this, and importantly he has someone to be able to make these plays with in the Lion, with that finger of death now available. Looks like they desperately just want to take away some of this map presence that one win have been having, and they should be able to get it. I mean, there's too many skeleton warriors here to stop this, I feel.
Summoning the Skelly boys here. There's going to be no contest. They'll take out this tier 1 tower. Got ourselves Munkushi here, who's completely swapped to the other side of the map, trying to farm this ancient stack. Without his Radiance and the acid spray.
He'll have it soon enough. Not too bad, just 250 gold away. Of course, he's got the Greevil's Greed to be able to pick up that farm a little bit. And then just the farming becomes easier, not just the damage, but also your survivability, not needing to rely quite as much on the Chemical Rage itself.
There we go, he's got himself a Radiance now. Being able to obtain that. Increasing that net worth there. Finally surpassing the Sven now. It'll be interesting to see whether Sven can actually keep up. Look at that, just 300 gold. Straight away there to Munkushi after killing just a couple of creeps remaining in that camp.
Yeah, I'm feeling a little bit more confident about the Alchemist though, right? Like, you just... Yes, you don't have the inbuilt cleave, but Radiance basically acts as that, right? And you've just got a little bit more of that ongoing survivability. I suppose he's got the Mask of Madness, but even just the movement and the teamfight presence is going to be slightly stronger from this Alk, right? Like, second item is going to be the Blink Dagger. Sven, it's still going to be a little bit until he gets into that. He could choose to switch it up, but, I mean, it is very important to get that BKB so that you're just not concerned with the arena, you're not concerned with the Shrek running at you.
Yeah, so far he's got an Echo Saber and a Mask of Madness. He could buy the Ogre Axe in order to go forth towards this BKB.
I think he just doesn't want to fully commit for that one just yet. Right now, the Sentry Ward placed down by Respect, scouting out his positioning. So they know exactly where the Sven is. That might give them the opportunity to make a smoke play down towards the bottom side of the map, knowing that there's not a tier 1 tower if they were wanting to get a little bit more active. Seems like they're pretty content to just keep farming for a little bit, though. Maybe needing the Alchemist to have his own Blink Dagger. He's just got enough money to be able to do it. And he goes ahead and purchases it straight away.
Quite surprised how safe that one win are playing here. Like, we thought we were going to get a highly paced momentum game here, didn't we, Danong? But both teams taking it fairly safe at the moment, just waiting until they feel like they're in a good position where they'll have the advantage and able to get themselves the kills. Not actually giving either of each other any room here to jump upon a potential pick-off here, because they're not revealing themselves to be alone. They are always together currently at the moment, as you can see. Alchemist even kind of farming behind the team, but as I say that, in we go. God's strength for the sun as well. The finger in the Shrek, even with all those heals and the relocate, will not be able to live through all of that. That was a lot of damage being outputted there. Tried to heal as best as they possibly could.
That was it was on the mark there by Pessimist with the blink in there, not wanting to just fully commit onto it just in case there was a really quick relocate. Probably was very slightly late coming through there from the IO. The 3.5 seconds is all it takes to be able to burst him down. But yeah, even just the positioning from the IO Lesh, right? It was a little bit too far forward. They obviously don't know that they had some sort of vision placed down here to be able to start things off, but the rest of the team was smoked behind you. Generally, you want it to be the other way around, you know, farming in a relatively safe space so that then you can be the ones to relocate in onto the rest of the team and then turn the fight in your favor.
Yeah, that was a very nice initiation there from Yar Submarine, and that's exactly what they want. They had enough burst damage to burst down the Leshrac. I mean, even through all of the heals as well, which just shows how strong this Sven actually is. Really going to need some armor here on the Leshrac. Oh, meanwhile, though, on the bottom lane, they've got themselves a freezing field with the concussion and the spear also, enough to take down the Centaur. Xmod's going to bring the Alchemist back, though, into a boat, but no follow-up here at the moment for Yar Submarine. Oh my gosh, one win. Still on the aggressive here. The Blade Mail activated, so Chira Jr. not able to output that Pulse Nova, but will still find the kill there nonetheless. Had to be very careful in case he didn't kill himself.
And you've got the Blink Dagger as well on this Mars's Courier, so just being delivered. They want to keep this pressure up. They want to keep playing on this bottom side of the map. They're not going to be able to, though, just because of how Yellow Submarine have pushed out the other two lanes. They need to look to fix that. But the real impetus for that sort of move initially was just knowing that the Lion... Oh,
they relocated in, they arenaed him up. He absolutely caught him off guard there with the Blink Dagger from Cloud. Set up the arena, relocated in with the Leshrac. This is the spiking and the power of Leshrac and Io. Able to just move around freely here, just able to farm up, and then once they have themselves, or know they're able to get the jump, then they just relocate in, get themselves a kill. Happy days.
Unorthodox ward placed down by Sweden Strong as well. Not up on that high ground, not in a really easy to de-ward spot. Just down there, giving viewage avenues of, what, 3, 4 different paths? It's a really nice one there inside of the Dire Jungle, so very nicely placed by him there. Now, though, they're going to be probably playing a little bit more scary, a little bit more scared on one win, just because they know that that Lion has the Finger of Death up once again. So it's still just a level 1 finger, 140-second cooldown. This is the time where you need to try and exploit that. But now that it's back off, you know you've got the burst damage to potentially kill your Alchemist or the Lesh and take away that overwhelming damage aspect that one win have.
Yeah, and as you say that, Rue has gone ahead and bought himself a Smoke of Deceit. Has the Blink Dagger on the Lion too. So looking to smoke up with the Centaur here. But looks like one win are going to attempt to do the same here with a smoke of their own. They may actually meet each other here, but who is going to be able to get the initiation off first? Centaur comes forward. Hoof Stomp, ready. He'll connect there onto the Alchemist. Alchemist stunned up there, but the Arena coming in.
Great
counter
Arena.
initiation, but the boat comes out. In return, they've lost the Alchemist, but in return, both of the supports here on Yellow Submarine have been lost. As now, look at this. Butterfly laying in the damage there. BKB, it's expired, but the Hoof Stomp able to stun up the Leshrac, not able to output the damage. They lose 3 here on one win. As Butterfly wants to go for more here. As the Stormhammer comes out, the Mask of Madness is there. Look at that damage. The Torrent stunning up the CM, gets the kill. 4 have been lost here on one win. As Butterfly able to output that huge damage there on the God Strength. Look at the damage he dealt during that fight.
Yeah, and the big thing was that was the BKB reveal on the Sven as well, right? So he just ends up taking very little damage in that team fight. Leshrac, in a 5-on-5 team fight, should be dealing by far the most overall, but, you know, he was basically level with the Mars. It was a great arena, but, yeah, just that BKB meant that the Sven was able to shrug off a lot of this damage. They were able to take out the Io, which is providing that power spike to the Leshrac, and, yeah, that's what really allowed Yellow Submarine to overwhelm them.
I mean, Alchemist had a BKB of his own, but I'm not sure whether he obtained that before or after the team fight with a recipe, maybe perhaps in the backpack. But if he was able to get off a BKB during that fight, if he did have it, then that could have been a whole different series of events within that team fight.
Yeah, absolutely. And I wonder what the main game plan is for one win right now. Because they know what just happened against the Finger. They know what just happened against the God Strength. So what do when at least one of them is on cooldown? You make a sort of aggressive play. That's exactly why Yellow Submarine are back in the safest part of their map, taking the Tormentor, making sure to secure the Wisdom Rune, and they're also shoving out lanes with their tankier heroes in the Enchantress and the Centaur up on the top side. So if they were to try and kill them, it's going to take a lot of heroes, and, you know, just enables some of those cooldowns to come back up online. And you can see what the result is, right? The net worth has shrunk from 5-6k lead all the way back down to 1, but You got to give up something if you're making these alternative plays, and it ends up being the Roshan.
Yeah, they got themselves a BKB now on Mars 2. So BKB's starting to come out. A plate mail now on Chira Jr. on the Leshrac. Much needed, especially against this Sven. Seeing the damage he's outputting at the moment here on God Strength. They got themselves the Roshan though, especially knowing that Yala Submarine on the other side of the map was able to see them as they were revealing themselves there, farming up a creep wave.
That's juicy. That is juicy. Having spell lifesteal now on the IO with the Aghanim Shard that he just acquired from the Tormentor. So suddenly Leshrac, whole lot tankier. Only 80 gold away from the Holy Locket as well. If Sweden Strong's able to claim that, not only does he buff up his own tankiness just from Magic Wand and Mech.
Maybe going in again. Hoof Stomp. It's off target. God Strength has been committed. They're going to go forward here onto the IO. Nice usage there of the Yules, but it will not be enough to save the IO. Chira Jr. gets away. They just get the IO.
Will it be enough to enable them to push, though? They pop the God Strength for that, so they feel a little like it's necessary for them to be able to make a bit of a push happen right now. You've got Butterfly hitting in onto this top tower. Well worth popping a glyph for this one. It'll be regenerated even if the tower does end up falling, but you just want to expend as much of that God Strength duration as you can. You can see this is when the TP start to come. No God Strength. Great blink though.
Yeah, they call themselves Centaur there. Nowhere to run. They obtain the kill, and Concoction will not be able to connect there on the Enchantress. Just didn't have the vision there to throw that stun.
So had the quick reflexes though from Butterfly to be able to get that blink out. He's the one that you don't want to be dying. He's the one that you have to make sure keeps up with this Alchemist in terms of net worth, and he's doing a pretty good job. Like, Alchemist top of net worth, it's nothing surprising, but Sven and Kunkka surprisingly are right there with him. Speaking of the Kunkka, he's, what, 600 gold away from being able to get that BKB? I think that's what they're pinging, obviously. They've got the Observer Ward down there, placed by Respect. They know exactly where Kunkka is. And it's just the thing of, oh, he doesn't have BKB yet. Can we look to make a play? We've got the Aegis, we've got the IO relocate potentially. But he's just farming in really smart spots right now, Erase. Just not wanting to give his life up for free. Making sure he's always got someone backing him up for this, I don't want to call it a weak period, because you're still a Kunkka with nearly 3k HP and plenty of damage output potential, but just, you want to get that BKB, and you want to get it before they are able to target you.
We'll take that.
Still 2 minutes left on this Aegis. Maybe perhaps one win are looking now to push this tier 2 tower on the bottom. They force out a glyph. Looks like they're still going to go for it.
They'll probably lose their own tier 2, so I'd say Yellow Submarine are going to be very happy if that ends up being the result. Looks like the Hellbear Smasher will be the one to do it up on the top side. So I mean, if you don't have Aegis and you're able to do a tier 2 for tier 2 trade, that's a big win for your team.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Taking that now, full mana on Leshrac, able to get that back, but as you were speaking about, Danog, the BKB, now achieved on the Kunkka, and interestingly an Assault Cuirass now for the Alchemist as well, so with thanks to obviously of course that Greevil's Greed and how the Alchemist works, able to get items much faster. Still surpassing the net worth here as Sven, but not getting out of control to the point where it's a problem here for Yellow Submarine, because this Sven has been quite impactful at this stage, especially with the net worth that he has currently at the moment. Is he opting to go for an MKB here? I can see that he's got Blitz Knuckles in his quick buy on the Sven, and he's got himself a Demon Edge, so I'm thinking this is definitely an MKB coming.
Yeah. Just getting out of there was the Centaur. Just on Centaur and Pessimist's item build, I'm not sure I 100% agree with it. You know, he's gone for the Eternal Shroud, which is good, don't get me wrong, like, the magic resist is really important, but they've got very little single target magic damage that are going to be focusing on him. It's all AoE, basically. You know, the Radiance, you've got the Acid Spray, it's physical, but it's still AoE damage, right? You've got Freezing Field, you've got Crystal Node, and of course you've got Leshrac dealing damage to you. So wouldn't you rather a pipe instead? Or if you were looking to go down something that wasn't magic resist, I feel like prioritizing the Shivas might have been a little bit more important. I think he's it is coming out to him now, but
it is something to think about.
Maybe he just feels like, you know, with the BKB that the Kunkka and the Sven have, the pipe isn't going to be as impactful. And since he hasn't chosen to go BKB for himself yet, it's, you know, a little bit more important for him to just focus a bit more on himself.
Yeah, maybe, because obviously, of course, you have the passive ability for the internal shroud as well. So the more damage you actually take, spell damage, that is, the higher resistance that you have towards it, and you build up. I think you can get, what is it, 6 stacks from what I've read?
Yeah.
6 charges.
6 charges of 4%, so 24% extra. Nearly 50% magic resist off the back of that.
Yeah, they don't have this Aegis anymore. And Chira Jr. opting now to go for the Shiva's Guard, finish off this plate mail, and build it into something here currently.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Centaur's almost level 18 as well. Just about 200 gold away from that completed Shivas, so again, that is going to be incredibly impactful against the Alchemist and the Io and the Leshrac, especially ever since they got that that spell Lifesteal from the Aghanim Shard. Looks like they're trying to group up though before any sort of next big items come out, but he's completed it. Again, it just comes down to who gets the jump.
Yeah, they've pinged a race. As Clouds takes the lead, Arena ready, they've used up the Kunkka. Oh, but the Hex comes out! Able to disrupt, actually, here. The Mars is Sven blinking into the backlines here, trying to take down the Io. They found the Mars as well. The Cleave trying to kill the Io. They won't be able to get the kill. He will survive for the time being. It's now Chira Jr. coming forward here. It is Munkushi with that unstable concoction. They've taken out the 2 supports, now laying into the Kunkka. That's Kunkka dead 2. Triple kill for the Alchemist. They turn it around. Will blink away and TP out. Sven's the only one that remains. Will try and get away here with this invisibility route.
Oh, got lucky. They knew he was there because of the that little high ground creepy ward spot that they were able to spot out there as he just gets away. Was that a triple split Earth stun? I think it was, that they were able to follow up with a concoction. So again, just really good teamfight prowess there by 1 win. The jump obviously wasn't ideal. They end up going in onto and using someone that's got the BKB available, so he's always going to be able to get that off. He's always going to be able to survive and at least get, you know, the blade mail, the boat, provide that teamfight impact for the rest of the team. And you just saw how quickly the Mars melted, but yeah, the damage is just a little bit too overwhelming. Maybe, you know, that's the sort of situation where could the pipe have been the difference, where, you know, you're buffing up the Kunkka post BKB.
So that triple kill. What's Munkushi going for next here? A Bloodthorn on the Alchemist.
Sure, why not? I mean, let's see, looking to put that on Centaur, I guess, would be the choice. Anything that, you know, for these tankier heroes, kind of like Maledict, things like Orchid or Bloodthorn, very effective against them because it's based off of the damage that you've taken. You get that little bit extra. And of course, he doesn't have a way to dispel it as yet. He's working into the BKB, but it's still going to be quite some time until he's able to achieve that. And right now, both teams just fighting for that Roche pit. It's going to be up in about a minute's time. But before that, it comes down to, again, who is going to take the team fight in the right spot. Is Yellow Submarine going to make the same mistake that they had in their previous series and just fight into an area where the enemy could have set up a lot of vision? They've got 2 scans, so this is the time that they should be using it.
Yeah, they know they're on the twin gate here. They're going to wrap around behind the trees here. Is the smoke going to break, though, on this CM within the pit?
Oh, they don't know he's
trying
there.
to find... Oh, they've got the IO! They get the IO
That's
here.
even
This will
better.
be big. There it is. The finger comes out. They've killed the CM as well. IO going to attempt to buy back here and relocate into the fight, trying to take down the Leshrac, but being healed up massively here with the Bloodstone, along with the heals there from IO also. But they're going to attempt to take down the IO again. That will be a dieback. Both the supports dead here, but we've got Butterfly trying to escape with his life, who's on 100 HP, with thanks to the boat of the rum.
Oh, great
ability. Just gets out. They will only lose the Lion here. Centaur now trying to escape, slowed down by the Lightning Storm, and in comes the Concoction, as they most likely will find the kill here on the Centaur. They will do so there indeed.
Are they going to feel safe enough to do this Roshan, though? It'll take them quite a while to do it if that's the case.
is under
No
attack.
mana left on this Leshrac, and do they have TPs? Yeah, Kunkka, Sven both have TPs. Maybe just feeling like, you know what, we don't have vision up on that high ground. We have to feel a little bit anxious about it, but they know there's no BKBs, there's no arena, and you're certain that there's no IO for the next little bit. Seems like they've resigned themselves to giving it up, though.
Yeah, they'll get that Roshan once again. Second Aegis in the hands here of one win. They'll put it right on the Leshrac here. And oh my gosh, that heal's coming out from when Aya relocated in. And the Bloodstone activated too there on Leshrac. Just healing all the way back up. And it looks like Erase wants to do a little bit of healing by himself here. He's acquired a Bloodstone too.
Just Bloodstone Gaming.
Yeah.
Sure, why not? Spell Lifesteal, I mean, you're dealing enough with all of your spells. It even does count the Tidebringer as well, as that is a spell. It doesn't do magic damage.
They'll just take themselves here a second Tormentor. On your Submarine, it will go to the Enchantress.
Radiant
It's pretty
are
decent.
scanning.
A big buff to the Enchantress's damage output there. Hasn't even maxed out the impetus just yet, so, and level 15, so there's actually a little bit of a power spike that's about to come for the Ench. And you know, I was talking about the lack of pipe for the team. It's actually going to be Ench picking it up, so quite like this. Get the best of both worlds, I suppose.
Gotcha.
Centaur being that big frontliner and still having the AoE magic resistance for your team.
Surprise! Have we seen a lot of Stampedes come out lately? I feel like we haven't seen a lot of Stampedes lately. From the
There was probably one in that fight, and my brain just completely blanked on it. But the last one I can remember was when they took that mid fight, where they picked off the Mars, and Sven was given an aggressive Stampede to try and chase down the IO. But then they just ended up retreating anyway.
Uh-oh! Butterfly! He's being scouted out here. Arena comes out. BKB just activated there. Is going to attempt to TP out. Do they have enough damage? No, they do not. That was very close. The attack speed there from the Alchemist. Oh my lord.
I mean, it's a big move, sure. You end up giving up the BKB, so it's not like Sven gets away completely for free. No Arena of Blood means that, you know, you've got a little bit more freedom to be able to push out these lanes as some of these other heroes. Obviously, Sven is going to be a little bit more cautious, at least until he's got the Satanic, and, well, he's only 200 gold away, so it's pretty damn close. Yeah, I feel like you're given a little bit of leeway now for a race to be able to move out, get these lanes pushing in a little bit further, force them to not be able to make plays around this Aegis, which they've still got for about 2.5 minutes.
So the question is, are they going to utilize it during that time? They've been able to take down the tier 2 tower bottom, and tier 2 tower still remains on the middle, and top lane, however, is completely untouched at the moment. Still a tier 1 outstanding.
Oh, Rue's got the dream neutral item as well, the Craggy Coat, to be able to combine together with the mana drain. Just pop the active, 6 seconds it lasts for, 5 seconds on the mana drain channel. Hasn't put any level 10 talent in yet, but if you wanted to get the mana drain slow going, why not, right? It's gonna slow down the Leshrac and the IO a little bit.
Well, actually bringing back the Alchemist there. We'll have to activate the BKB in order to not get stunned up there. Avoids the Storm Hammer. We'll get back here. Overwhelming Blink now on the Alchemist. Now this is looking like a 6-slotted carry.
I see no Moonshard. I see no Agatives.
Okay,
Step
fair
it up.
enough. Still a while to go, I guess.
Does already have the Overwhelming Blink, though. I'm opting to go for the Swift Blink. So, I mean, how long are you wanting to hold on to these power trades is my real question.
Radiant are
Are
scanning.
you going to hope to luck out with one of these tier 4 neutral items, perhaps? You know, could he go for the ninja gear to provide him a little bit of movement speed?
Smoke broken there on Leshrac. They come forward there with the Hex as the God Strength ready. They're going to lay in all they got into the Leshrac. Oh, is the Leshrac going to fall? Yes, they were able to take that Leshrac, but look at the damage coming out from Sven with the amplified damage as Leshrac coming back alive for a second time here with the Aegis, but they're going to back off here with the Stampede. Centaur being chased here. The BKB will help him live through that Yules, but they have themselves another Yules throwing up the Centaur into the air. Stunning him in place there with the concoction. He will finally fall.
I see him not really doing much with the buyback, but it doesn't even matter. They're able to chase them down, and Sweden Strong on his eye was really patient as well. Obviously, they're actually, by not using the relocate, they're able to use it now onto a bigger target. A race, luckily for him, though, has that BKB. Are they going to have the damage for Chira Jr.? Probably not.
They don't have themselves a God Strength at the moment. Still 30 seconds remains before that is up again. Meanwhile, they found themselves an Enchantress actually relocating back to this middle tier 2 tower. But finding it really difficult to actually take... Okay, here we go. Here's what they needed. They need the Leshrac to come in and clean up with the magical damage. And they'll actually go to Cloud here on the Mars, taking down that pesky Enchantress.
Desperately trying to take out that Roshan's banner right in front of the tier 2 tower. That was the main objective there by as the core, but wasn't able to achieve it. Big rotations, realizing how much pressure having these buffed up creeps provides.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Obviously very scary for both teams to opt to try and go in onto that high ground. You've got the tidal wave on the Conquer, you've got the Blink spear back on the Mars to be contending with, so you know, a lot of teams might be, a lot of viewers might be saying, why aren't they just pushing the high ground? But a lot easier said than done in this game, especially with so much on the line. You've got to remember for these teams, there's no Spirit, there's no Bet Boom, there's no VP that they're contending with for these this qualifier spot. So it's wide open. Anyone could take it.
Now all the abilities being refreshed here on Yellow Submarine. Will they be going for another attack again? They don't have themselves a smoke on them at the moment. But I tell you who do have a smoke. One win do. Coming in.
They've even got a greater healing Lotus on the IO as well. So Chira Jr., unless Sweden Strong is perfectly controlled, should be unkillable.
Trying to find the Centaur here. There's a haste on the river.
Oh, that's great.
Oh, wait, they're pinging this Sven. Sven in some trouble. The spear is there along with the arena as well. Can they burst him through? Yes, they can. Sven will fall as they may find line 2. Never mind, he will TP out. Buyback is available on the Sven.
It is. He didn't use the God Strength for that one either. Maybe they're just hoping that that unstable concoction is going to be wearing out shortly, but it's still got about half duration on it. Using the arena, using the freezing field, might depend on if a race is able to get a good tidal wave back into the base. Now, Asdecor doing his best to try and just keep the lanes shoved in.
Well, the buyback's here. They're going to bring back the Alchemist as he does not have himself the BKB.
Nice tidal.
It's there. Sven blinking in. Look at that. They're able to take down the CM now as they're trying to focus down the IO. IO gone as well. Both supports lost as now they're focusing all their attention onto Munkushi. Triple kill for the Sven. This is what you need. The buyback coming back, laying in the damage of the God Strength onto the Leshrac, bringing him back there with the tidal wave. As he attempts to use himself up, but will be found ultra killed there for the Sven. That is what you call a buyback.
And that is why you're scared about going up onto the high ground. You think, great, Sven is dead. We've finally got this big objective that we need, but buyback available. He's level 25 now as well. Gets rid of the Roshan banner, and look at that damage being output by him. About the same as a Leshrac. Again, in the middle of these team fights with all of the buffs that Lesh had. Had the haste, had the Bloodstone, had an IO beefing him up the entire time with a greater healing Lotus, and their Sven still comes out on top.
And they committed that BKB to get a fast kill there onto the Sven to make sure that Alchemist wasn't disrupted, but they chose the right time to do that. And jump in, choose the right target, knowing that Alchemist did not have this BKB, and with that, able to get themselves a very successful fight there. But buyback expended here on Sven. Butterfly has really now got to make sure that he's not caught off like he was last time.
Yes. The thing is, though, Aegis is coming up in about 2 minutes. Like, it's pretty much the maximum possible respawn time that it is, and that's exactly what's being pinged out right now by Pessimist. You know, he's saying, look, let me be the front lines, let me try and shove out this wave, let me give a little bit of attention away while you guys set up for it. Worst comes to worst, I've got buyback, so I can keep these lanes shoved away. You can just see, yeah, mid-wave, shoved, backs off immediately. They're just praying for it to be up as soon as possible. The Kobold Foreman doing his job.
Timeless Relic on Lion. That's a pretty good neutral item for the Lion. Level 3
Yellow Submarine. 1 win will be able to get there in time to be able to contest against this, and they're going to be very scared with the Sven's positioning. He can't be the one on the front lines. He needs to be the one backing it up, and once again, they don't have vision up on any sort of high ground. So it's actually going to be the one jumped into.
Yeah, Centaur getting ready here. Comes forward there. They're going to stun up the Leshrac. The heals is there, but it's not going to be enough. Leshrac down for 80 seconds along with the IO2. They focus the CM dead. They want to try and find the Mars here. The X-Mox is there. Will use the Wind Waker to try and attempt to escape, but the Hoof Stomp will stop him in place. The defensive arena will not be enough to save you. They lose 4 here on 1 win.
They do indeed, and they even lose a... They even lose the Wisdom Rune at the same time. Rue just pulling this double wave, and, well, it looks like they're going to be happy enough just to keep the push going. They could opt to just go back into the Roshan, but I suppose if you've got the capability to take away some of this map control, as they do, and why not just do it while you've got the freedom for it?
So where's the free wave, though, for the bottom? Okay, there it is.
Dire's bottom tower is under
Down
attack.
this tier 2. Tormentors just spawned up if they want to take that.
Bottom tower has fallen.
Does anyone on the team even still need it? Oh yeah, Sven and Centaur both do. Sven's isn't amazing. I guess they might be using the Yules on him occasionally, so Warcry being dispellable can be kind of annoying.
Yeah, they'll actually go for the Roshan here instead. Take this quickly here without utilizing the God Strength, maybe? Or does he want to commit that? Nah, I think they have enough damage.
You took away the tier 2 tower. I guess they have outpost control, but that's all they have. So, yeah, don't think they'll need to. And, well, a refresher is going to be being picked up by, I would assume, Butterfly. So, Erase already has a refresher orb, no need for the shard. Just being able to have that double Satanic is going to be pretty damn effective. Double God Strength, double BKB, double Satanic. Feels real nice.
Yeah, so able to pop the God Strength and the BKB during the time that he has himself an Aegis. And then once his Aegis expires or he's been killed, you can swap that out with the Refresher Shard, God Strength and BKB once again.
What's the win probability looked like throughout this entire game? This is the first time that it's actually gone in Yellow Submarine's favor, just in the past couple of minutes. So it just shows how impactful a single team fight can be. Neither team really had the vision set up for that previous fight that ended up turning in their favor. So just the pure burst damage that they have, right? BKB be damned if you could just swing a freaking huge sword and take them out.
Just look at the momentum of the game, how it's changed now. 1 win, secluded to their base. They were the aggressors originally, and now they are stuck inside this base.
You have to wonder, is that maybe where they even want them to be, right? Like, it's just so much quicker for an IO Leshrac to be able to play around with perhaps some Fountain Regen, maybe get a Blink Spear back into the base. Of course, fighting with a tier 3 tower, potentially with that multi-shot if they have to pop the glyph. Could be another difference maker. What's the vision game look like right now for 1 win? Pretty dark outside of that one observer ward that they've placed outside the base that at the moment only sees Erase. He's moving on forward, and that's exactly what they're pinging out here with Chira Jr. saying, look, he's not going to make that sort of movement if he's alone, so they're probably hanging around top. So what can we do in the meantime? Bot lane, they're trying to at least keep shoved away a little bit as we get a brief moment of relief from this game.
Yeah, this Observer Ward's giving them a lot of info here right now. They can see the Centaur, the Conquer, and the Sven, possibly Lion hiding behind these trees with the Enchantress now also. So they get initiation off here on the side of 1 win with Mars TPing in on this middle tier 2. Then it's going to be big. Cloud, he wants to take this opportunity. They're actually going to go for the Conquer here. Not able to get the concoction off BKB just there in time. So now they'll attempt to try and find Monkushi. In comes the Godrev now, trying to lay into the damage here onto the Io. Io will be found once again, along with Leshrac, maybe healing up with the Bloodstone. Still alive, tries to force up to the high ground there, but the arena will come out defensively along with the spear. Met with the Hoostomp there. In return, we'll turn it back around with the God Strength and the damage. Stormhammer stunned in place, find the kill. That is 2 gone here on the side of 1 win. I mean, buybacks available. The Aegis is there, along with a refresher, so Butterfly able to do this again. He's actually going to reuse the refresher there to get the God Strength and the BKB once again. And there we go. As you see, God Strength laying into the CM. CM down. The buyback coming out from both Io and Moz. Wants to try and turn this fight around. The boat will come in. It will connect there. Onto the fleet. Gonna have to use the Yules there defensively and try and escape as the God Strength now coming in. Another Yules placed there.
Look at this water park.
Trying to attempt to turn it around. There's only 2 remaining. And Shira Jr. still trying to heal up here from all of the Pulse Novas. The Kunkka almost dead. Kunkka gone. But Butterfly still laying in the damage. The Fingers there. Still healing up. Shira Jr. finally gone. But here comes Monkushi. Ura. Hitting into the Sven. Takes down the Sven. The Aegis is back. The concoction is there, but he's on his own. It's a one-man army at the moment. As now they're going to lay into the tier 4s, fully well knowing that it's only this Alchemist.
Yeah, an Alchemist without Chemical Rage can only do so much. He's just forced to watch his towers slowly die. Just got delivered the Daedalus as well, so even more damage potentially coming out. He's just trying to delay things, maybe take out an Enchantress, but they know that it's built in vain.
The Chemical Rage, and he's just been stunned up, taken out. Has himself the buyback available. I mean, CM back in 6 seconds. Will commit the glyph here. I mean, no BKB onto Monkushi.
They gotta go. They gotta make something happen. The Vlad Zora might be the bit of a difference. Does he want to quickly take out the Enchantress? They're just trying to delay things even further, but you're not going to delay them for 20 seconds.
Oh, there's the God Strength Hoostomp as well. Finger comes out, the Torrent throwing the Alchemist up into the air. You are gone dead. As they will get themselves game 1 here. GG called. Yellow Submarine.
And look at all the tips.
Game 1 out of this best of 3 against 1 win here. Absolutely beautiful stuff. Originally, we did see 1 win, who were the aggressors of this game, but after a few team fights, they're able to turn it around and Yellow Submarine get themselves the victory.
They do indeed, and well, this is 2 games now that it's been a Butterfly MVP performance on the Sven, and well, I think it's almost reaching that territory where you kind of have to consider respect banning it, because the man is making it work. You know, he's a young man. He's a young man. We're not going to call him a boy just yet. These performances have been putting the team on his back and being able to bring them through to victory. So really solid team-making performances that Yellow Submarine are putting forward. And there's just something about this org epi. You know, they make the stars happen. First it was the current Team Spirit roster, at least most of it. And now, well, we've got a bunch of other new up-and-comers coming through. So I'm excited to see if they're able to keep the ball rolling.
You definitely say the MVP is Butterfly here, right?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
By far.
Yeah, he was able to actually target the IO multiple times, as we saw there. I mean, especially with the cleave as well. It actually comes in pretty handy. I mean, especially when you're trying to fight an IO combination with another hero. You just hit the hero, able to get the cleave into the backlines there and actually target the IO. But he made it his very job in order to take out this IO, and he did just that. IO, no breathing room whatsoever against this Sven. Sven was just able to completely nuke the IO time and time again, and they weren't able to utilize these heals, and the combination of why IO and Leshrac is so strong, they completely decimated that chance of even them actually benefiting from those picks.
And like, if you look at the win probability graph, up until 40 minutes, it was comfortably in 1 win's favor. It's just that you're going up against a Sven, and if you leave it late enough, he's going to make you pay. Like, we just saw how quickly the Leshrac died a fair few times, even with the Aegis in their back pocket, even with, like, Greater Healing Lotuses, Mechanism, an Aghanim Shard on the IO, a Holy Locket as well. It doesn't matter if you're just getting 2-shot, right? No one has that level of reaction time to be able to make that sort of thing happen, and yeah, the Sven just completely bodied through them. I want to give honorable mention to Kunkka as well. Obviously, Sven ended up doing the most damage, had the most kills. It was really flashy and all that, but the water park going off, the end up survivability, the Havoc hammer as well, just to drag people in that little bit further. It was really just like Erased saying, all right, Butterfly, you just sit there and right-click people. I got this. You know, you just need to focus on getting your farm and swinging that sword.
But yes, ladies and gentlemen, we will be going for a break. So stay tuned because we'll be back with Game 2 in just a couple of minutes. Don't go anywhere, and we'll see you for that game. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the closed qualifiers of East Europe of the Elite League. With myself, Epidamnos, joining me is Dan, and we just had ourselves game one out of the best of three, and that was between One Win and Yellow Submarine. Now, One Win, they were able. It looked like they were on the path to victory, but Yellow Submarine, they were able to get in between that victory and actually push it into their side, as now they have got themselves a number one victory within the best of three, and now possibly they could be going for a number two and actually pushing themselves into the upper bracket. But there is still some wiggle room because this is indeed the second game. Both teams have shown that there's balance between both sides, so it could go either way, and One Win could equalize this. Danog, how are you feeling for this series at the moment after witnessing that game one?
I'm always a fan of the underdogs, right? Like, maybe it's just my Australian upbringing. We always tend to go for the underdogs, but Yellow Submarine do feel that way to me, right? A bunch of unproven players. Yes, you've got some pub stars in there, but yeah, I certainly want to see what they're able to do if they can get deeper into this tournament. And, well, speaking of the games, I think we've got Game 2 draft underway. Ban's just about finished for the first phase. And, well, wouldn't you know it, Centaur gone. Let's remove that hero from a lot of these games. More beefy boys gone. CM's still in the pool, so, you know, could certainly see that one being picked up once more by One Win. It has been a part of 2 out of their 3 wins, but yeah, I still don't know how I feel about it, right? Like, it's solid enough in the lane, but are you really wanting to commit something like a CM, which we've seen just there, really does fall off when it gets to the later stages, right? Like, you either need to go all in on these earlier timings and just execute better than you did, or, you know, you need to pick something that has some potential to scale into the later game. I mean, I love CM, don't get me wrong. I think it's a really strong hero. It's really fun to play, especially with the Aghanim Shard, the Crystal Clone or Frozen Clone, or whatever you want to call it. But you got to realize that if it gets past 40 minutes, you are going to be nowhere near as effective as something like a Warlock, a Disruptor, a Winter Wyvern, even a Shadow Shaman and a Lion have that effectiveness later on. Hoodwink, Enchantress, they still are effective when it gets to those stages of the game. Hell, even a Tiny, right? Like, Tiny is a position 4, not a position 5, but we've seen the impact of a lot of these forced movement spells, I think we call them. So, one's picked up in the Mars, another one's picked up in the Tiny.
Did Aztekor do... did he still have quite a lot of impact on the Enchantress during that game one?
Nowhere near as much as I came to expect from him from his previous Ench showing. Like, he just completely took over the early game the last time he played it. This time, yeah, they were still able to get the W, but he did the lowest damage on his team by far. There was some tower damage in there, sure, but he wasn't the significant threat that was constantly causing, like, a bunch of One Win unideal rotations, right? Kind of like what we see when we see a Batrider quote-unquote feed as a position 5, but if he's forcing 4 heroes to the wrong side of the map, then it's well worth it. That's sort of what I want to see from the Enchantress, who, if you don't pay attention to him, you're not just losing a creep wave like with a Batrider, you're potentially losing a tower.
Yeah. Because now that you mention it, when you speak about this Enchantress, there have been certain situations, I'm sure you've seen it as well, where all of a sudden the Enchantress is scaling to turn into some kind of like position 2, with the fact that the Impetus is doing absolutely insane damage.
I mean, we're cast in Eastern Europe, right? Toronto, Tokyo is probably number 1 on my list there. Like, the amount of times that I've seen him just go absolutely bonkers if he's able to scale into that later stage. The mid player in his mind does take over and just says, I got this, boys.
10 seconds remaining.
But we haven't seen Tiny as of yet, and Yellow Submarine coming out with this hero, so it's most likely a support pick here, right? But it can be flexed into a core position if need be.
Yeah, I'd say probably the 2 people that I think of when I think of the Tiny are, again, Eastern Europe, GPK. I think he's the best mid-Tiny in the world. There's also a player from Southeast Asia called Bob, who really loves his mid-Tiny as well. But other than that, I'd say Bob's a great guy. Insane personality as well. I mean, in a good way. And, you know, I always want to have success for him. But, yeah, I think this Tiny's more likely to be that position 4. I just still think that it's good to have that potential for flex. And we've both been impressed by Erase, right? Like, we've seen him flourish on a wide variety of different heroes, so maybe Tiny's another one.
Mentioning some of the player names, though, it does make me laugh how some of them are a little bit like crazy, like over the top, like satanic. And then you've got here, it's like Cloud
Radiant
and
team
Bob.
Bob,
it just seems so funny to me.
How'd you come up
But yeah,
with
they put the
Epidamnos?
How did I come up with that? Oh, that's a story. It's actually not a kind of unique name, so it's kind of like a borrowed name.
Mm-hmm.
It used to
10
be
seconds
a
remaining.
ancient Greek city off the
Mhm.
coast
Radiant
of
team
Illyria,
dire
as it was
defense.
known at the time. I think it's now present today Albania. I think.
As soon as you said Illyria,
But
it reminds me of like Game of Thrones, Valyria, and all the
Oh, really?
Targaryens. Yeah.
But yeah, it's an ancient Greek
10
city. That's where
seconds
the name
remaining.
comes from.
Do you have Greek heritage yourself?
I do not.
5
I
seconds
do not.
remaining.
But
So
I'm
you're an appropriator. That's all you.
I am a vivid Greek enjoyer. You know the ancient times. You know Roman.
You're a
Greeks.
Greekaboo.
Oh, I've never heard that ever in my life, and I want to remove that from my brain now.
Well, it's like a weeb for Japanese culture, but you're it for Greek, basically.
Dire team pick. Luna.
You see a very similar draft coming out from One Win. Are they just going to go back to the well again with the Lesh? Can't think of many other heroes that you're like, I want Io with this, you know?
Yeah, and they went with the Crystal Maiden again.
Yep.
They didn't listen to your advice, Dano.
10
Well,
seconds
it's
remaining.
fine, again, if you want to be, like, aggressive. I think they maybe just
5
feel like there were a
seconds
few
remaining.
things that they could fix about their early-ish game. Because it was still quite
Radiant team
even for the first 20, and then from 20 to 40 they took control, and maybe they feel like they underutilized the relocates, right? Maybe they feel like they got picked off a couple of
Radiant
times when they
team
really
back.
shouldn't. Remember that first time that the Io Lesh died? And, well, Doom's a pretty good answer to that, right? No healing able to come through if you just land the Doom onto the Io Lesh combo. So now this Io really feels like, well, what's it really doing?
Yeah, and they picked themselves up Lifestealer, though. Lifestealer not in the
10
ban
seconds
pool,
remaining.
available to be picked. One win. They will pick it up here. But
5
Doom,
seconds remaining.
he didn't used to be so good against Lifestealer, because obviously, of course, you could heal through it with your Feast, and you would be completely fine.
Not anymore.
Especially,
Dire
yeah,
team
not
back.
anymore. Not with the way that they've changed the Doom Ultimate now. So it's actually quite a problem here for not only Io, but for Lifestealer here too. So we may be potentially looking at some Lincoln Sphericals coming out here for one win.
Possibly. I mean, it could just come down to the fact that you're against a
10
Doom and a
seconds
Tiny
remaining.
as a Lifestealer in lane. That's a good lane for Lifestealer to be
5
playing around
seconds
with, especially
remaining.
with a CM backing you up, excuse me. And maybe they are just going to go down the avenue of, look, we're just going to crush these lanes incredibly hard, and we're not going to let you have a game, and we're not going to let the Enchantress make a lot of these rotations. The real question that I have in mind is, what are they actually going to go ahead and pick for this
Radiant team back.
this Io as the main pairing for it? Like, Io Mars isn't exactly what you're looking to play with. Io Lifestealer isn't exactly what you're picking an Io for. I like the fact that they ban out the Storm Spirit, because that's, you know, a little bit of a mana battery in combination with the CM as well, so you're not going to have that.
10 seconds remaining.
What else can you really look to do against this? Is mid-Mars a
5
possibility, and
seconds remaining.
you Darkseer? No, that feels pretty horrible. Io Darkseer. And you're against Enchantress, so you can just purge the buff off, so forget that, what I just said. Do they just need teamfight? Do they need more setup? That's why the Pango's being banned out. Puck's gone, Storm's gone. I like these last 3 bans by Yellow Submarine. What's really left for them to have some semblance of teamfight? Because you don't want to go into the Lesh against the Doom. Or who knows, maybe you do. Maybe you just cop the Doom and potentially die, but Lifestealer just runs rampant during the middle of the team fight while you're doing that, because they need some sort of way to be able to push towers to take advantage of this. DK's banned. Death Prophet probably is worse than the Lesh in terms of you know, speed of pushing. You're tied around your ultimate as opposed to just your edict.
Yeah, I mean, they could go Lesh again
Radiant team pick.
if they wanted. It's not in the ban pool. They'll ban out Enigma. Surprisingly here on 1 win.
Okay, so they're clearly thinking that the Tiny could still be in that mid position. If Tiny's a 4, can you get away with a Viper? Viper against
10
Lifestealer is still
seconds
one of
remaining.
those couple of counters. Him and the Razor are the main two.
5 seconds
Of course,
remaining.
like you mentioned, Doom feels pretty good these days against the Lifestealer as well. But I really feel... Well, I guess actually you could probably just go like Tiny with boots and then pull the wave, because... I mean, you're against a CM, makes it a little bit more
Dire
difficult,
team
but
pick.
probably won't be able to catch you if you go down that route. And yeah, they just go into the Lesh. I think they're not happy about it, but it's all they had left to play with. And now it just comes down to a matter of execution. If this game goes late-ish again, I feel like Yellow Submarine have got it. Unless they
10
make a really big
seconds
blunder
remaining.
with this last overall pick that's just going to lose them another lane.
5 seconds
But
remaining.
yeah, I still think that they've got the tools to be able to take this early if they really hit a lot of their timings. And that's a good way to stop the constant aggression coming at you, right? Just get the waves blasted from range. Keep yourself nice and safe.
So they got themselves a Cottle. Now, I like this pick, especially with the Solar Bind, that you are going to heavily slow down this Leshrac. You are not going to give him any movement when you're with this Aya, because I think you've seen forehand, Danog, how
Yep.
slow this Solar Bind can make you become. It is nuts. And you could possibly even break the Tether as well with the Blinding Light as well. That is a theory, though. It's a possibility, but I think it's quite hard to try and get that off. But nonetheless, I do like the Cottle pick, especially with the fact that he is going to be building up a Spirit Vessel, so now you have more healing reduction, which is going to be really great, especially against this Leshrac and Aya, which they were pretty much banging on the first game to hopefully, win that game with that pick. But, they've had to pick the Leshrac again, especially with what they've banned at the moment on the side of Yellow Submarine, because they haven't given themselves much to work with here, especially with it being the last pick and just so many heroes being banned out. But let's see if they'll actually be able to turn this around and equalize it. Do you think they'll be able to, Danog, or do you think it'll be difficult for them this game?
I think Yellow Submarine have still got it. I mean, they're clearly concerned about the Keeper of the Light pick. Yes, it was last pick overall, so you can't exactly counter it, but in response to their IO Lesh strat in game number 1, they banned out the Cottle with their last either pick or second last pick, so they know that this is a counter to it. They know that they don't want to be going up against the Spirit Vessel, and again, it just feels really good at being able to stall this game out a little bit, let the Luna ball out of control. And this game, it feels like it's a little bit on erase with the Cottle to make a lot of those early rotations to stop this snowball from happening, but it's just as much on Pessimist, on his Doom, to be able to get that Blink Stomp into the Doom onto the right target in the Leshrac. Hold on here, they're pretty decent positioning coming out, and they see them. Try and move as far away as possible from this. I think they just smoked. It might have been underneath the vision as well. Rue was just on the edge of it, so maybe they're not wanting to give away the fact that they know that they've got vision there. Maybe they're also thinking that, look, if their smoke popped there, they've probably placed vision up on the high ground, so let's try and make an engagement happen from this left-hand side. Who is the squishiest person that we can look to go on? They would love a CM if they had it. They would love an IO.
Do they see them right now?
Yeah, they're under a vision.
Gonna go for
Vision
Swedish
pops.
Strong, maybe.
He's panicking a little bit.
Cloud.
This is what we want, the 5-on-5.
Blood Grenade. Oh, that's a lot of damage there onto Mars, but they're actually going to attempt to turn it around. Now they've thrown a Blood Grenade on their own. Blood Grenades left and right. There's a big Crystal Nova there. That will help to take down the Tiny. Now they want to go for the Enchantress here as well. They will do so indeed. That's a second kill. Is now attempting to try and find Doom also here on 1 win.
I think he'll just get away.
Yeah, he'll just be fine. Oh, wait, Swedish Strong. Yeah, he'll run into the tower.
All right. Pretty good start here for 1 win to be able to take that 3 and zip. It's the power of the Crystal Maiden, right? Just a single point in Crystal Nova is so effective for a lot of these early skirmishes. That's all you need. Just a 5-second duration on the move and attack speed slow, so you're going to be losing out on the trades every single time. Rue didn't end up putting a point in the Avalanche as well, which might have been the difference maker, obviously feeling like he needs the tree grab to be able to make the laning stage a little bit better, but giving up 3 kills is not the way that you want to start things.
No. I definitely do feel like if you did have the Avalanche, then maybe perhaps it would just be him that would to fall here, but we'll see if these 3 kills here very early on will have a significant impact, because I mean it is just the start of the game. It does help them increase the gold a little bit, but I don't think it heavily impacts the heroes that have died.
It's a nice little bounty rune that Rue gets for free as he's making this wave pull happen. It's exactly what he needs to do, and I'm honestly kind of surprised that he's been given the freedom to do it, considering he doesn't have the boots of speed. So CM, one of the better heroes at being able to chase down a Tiny and get some frequent harass in onto him, just because you've got a slow, you've got a potential route to get the creeps hitting the Tiny. And, you know, 0 armor on the Tiny. Like, he is very harassable. Once again, trying to make the pull happen, but Arcane Aura was leveled up at level 2, not the Frostbite. So Rue should be able to at least get half of the wave. Ooh, has to be very careful.
Cut him off here on the trees, slowing him down with the Crystal Nova, but on Cushy, gotta just move back here.
He's running out of tangos as well. Is he just gonna try and, bait it next to this, between the tier 1 and the tier 2? Just wait for the next wave to come. Why not? How's mid lane going? I think it's going to be pretty boring in this mid lane. They're going to be trading farm. Topside Enchantress always has the threat potential of a kill. Certainly not the same going the other way from Sweden Strong. Always just seems to find a way to be able to get a couple of cheeky last hits where he probably shouldn't. Very annoying on this IO. I guess buoyed by the fact that he was one of the ones to get one of those first 3 kills. So early bracer coming out for him, lots of stats. And as a universal hero, obviously you're going to benefit heavily from that.
How are things looking on the mid lane? Ray's not doing great on last hits compared to Shira Jr. 18 and 8 currently at the moment.
How did that not hit him? Felt like the Split Earth was bang on target. Anyway, some misses as well, certainly not helping his cause. And of course, I believe Shira Jr. was one of the ones to pick up a kill early on. Yes, he was, so that certainly doesn't make things easier. About half a level ahead at this point in time. 2 points in the Lightning Storm this time, so maybe just feeling like, you know what, I need to focus on my farm a little bit more versus using the Diabolic Edict for tower damage, just because, you know, I've got this Illuminate that's going to be keeping my waves constantly shoved out. There's no real point of me wanting to focus a little bit more on taking towers because I just won't have that potential really early on into the game.
Radiant's bottom tower is
In
under
top
attack.
lane, it's starting to kick off a little bit here as we saw both teams going at each other there quite a little bit. It's still relatively healthy, not anything that could really, you know, turn around the fight this early on at the moment. We'll be looking for level 6 here on Cloud to eventually, hopefully, push away this Luna on the top lane. That's what you want to do. But of course, Luna, if she is pushed out, then can just go rotate to jungle, can't she, with the Moonglows?
Sweden Strong gonna be okay. I'm a little surprised that they didn't commit a little bit harder onto that one with Asdecor, but I suppose just wanting to make sure that that hard camp was de-warded at the time. Doesn't want to give him any sort of free creeps to be able to play around with, and that's why he's rotated all the way back to the jungle to be able to claim a Hellbear Smasher. So obviously a little bit beefier, able to make a few more plays happen. Sweden Strong not walking around aimlessly, but there's no real reason for him to be here at this point in time. Maybe just wanting to protect his camps a little bit more, make sure they're not putting up vision, because this is a lineup that has the potential to invade inside of the enemy triangle. Can't make stacks, no power runes yet for half a minute, no real kill threat on the mid lane either. Maybe just feeling like Cloud was perfectly fine in this top lane, not needing the IO to be leeching some of that experience.
Dire's structures are fortified.
More power runes though spawning. In a few more seconds, support's rotating in here on the side of Yellow Submarine, and actually going to try to turn it around here on Aztecor, who's trying to attempt to help a raise here. The Illuminate is not enough to take down this Leshrac, just survives on 40 HP, but in comes the haste. But no toss available to stop the tether. Oh, but another tree toss won't be able to get the kill.
Nice little bait there, though, by Swedenstrong, making sure that the Leshrac went out there on relatively low HP, forcing the commit early, and netting them an additional kill. Sure, you don't get the power rune, but it doesn't really matter in the grand stage of things. Have the speed to be able to get back to base, and actually, they're going to look to try and make a kill happen down here onto Pessimist on the bottom side. They've got the Orb of Venom, they've got the Ghoul Frenzy, they've got the slows, and they've got a kill.
Yeah, slowed down heavily there by the Ghoul Frenzy. Level 3 with an Orb of Venom too. Just allowing Chira Jr. to just stay on top of that Doom and lay out the damage there from the Pulse Nova and the Diabolic Edict. Oh, but they found themselves a big stack here. Erase and Ruhav cleaning this up before one win can respond.
They know they're there. Off the back of Swedenstrong's Observer Wood that he's placed up there on the river cliff, let's call it. Doesn't seem like they're all that concerned though, although Swedenstrong potentially should be. He's trying to kite them away and get maybe a tether back in towards the rest of the boys. Yeah, he's gone. He knows at least that there's an Observer Wood down there, so we'll be able to get a little bit of that freedom on the top side. I'm just looking up top here. Is Cloud going to be okay without the IO there to save him?
Yeah, he's
careful here.
Just needs that Spirit Vessel here on the Kotl to start having some more impact. Just needs to stay on this mid lane and farm up more. Actually going for the Crystal Maiden here. There's the Avalanche. Where's the toss? There it is. So that'll be a kill onto the CM. Meanwhile, though, Aztecor was found on the river there by the Leshrac.
Yeah, it was an odd one for sure. He literally just walked into the Leshrac with an IO next to him, basically just giving himself up for a free kill. Even this 2 points in the Nature's Attendant's not enough to save him. As expected, bottom side of the map, Munkushi is crushing this Doom in terms of net worth. He's got a full level on him. He's about, what, 1,300 net worth ahead at this stage, which is pretty devastating. Not even wanting to go the armlet, just straight into that Radiance. And why not, right? Like, I feel like they don't feel the need for him to get really active early on. And maybe one of the things as well is that relative to their previous carry, they've also got the Lifestealer that can be looking to pair together with the IO or the Lesh as that little bit of an extra heal bomb coming through with the Infest.
Yeah, usually we have seen armlets come out here onto Lifestealer. I think this will be the first time that we'll see a Radiance rush on the Lifestealer, and you say that it doesn't look like that they'll want Lifestealer to fight during early on here?
No,
I mean,
I
I
don't
could
think
understand
so.
that with the Doom.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. You like, it is scary if you just leave Doom to his own devices as well, just because of how quickly he is able to farm. You can see he's actually got a Midas queued up on this Doom, so you don't want the game to trend too late because of what a Luna and a Doom are able to do. As well, Tiny, another one of those heroes that has that scaling capability. Just trying to be a little bit annoying here with the illusion room, blocking him up.
Does have the Doom ready though if they want to try and apply it onto anyone here. Just on his own at the moment. There's no one to back him up here. Rue is staying around the mid lane here, just making sure a raise himself an okay time.
I think that right now he just wants to deal with his siege creep in the mid lane on a race. Like, he's playing together with the Tiny, 2 points Avalanche, he's got the toss available and the Vessel coming out on the courier right now. So he just needs to make sure that their tower's not going to be under any sort of imminent threat. And then he's happy to just make some rotations around, maybe try and yoink away a few of these stacks, which they've been pretty successful in doing already. Siege creep's still alive, though. Is someone going to need to move on back here? And, I mean, they're only going to be catching a CM. No, I'd be very happy to give up my life here if I'm CM, if you're still able to get a tier 1 mid-tower.
To the bottom. Want to try and get Rue here. After taking down the Crystal Maiden. Will be a trade for a trade, both the supports being taken out. Meanwhile, though, they're going to wait for this relocate back. And the Illuminate's going to miss, but the Centaur stunning up both of them as they got the Doom there onto the Leshrac there too. That is Leshrac dead 100%. As they'll actually punish that relocate that they made and get both of those kills.
Not an ideal relocate by any means, right? Like, you had the mid-tier 1 tower wide open. The Coddle had made the rotation down bottom and only gotten the CM out of you. I think Edict had about 3 seconds left on the cooldown. If you just stick around, you guaranteed get a tier 1 tower. You get to delay the game a little bit further for your Lifestealer to be able to get into that Radiance, and you know, you don't give up your life. That was a 5 kill streak as well, being given over to the Doom. So rushed to mid lane. I think I mentioned 2,000, was it 2,300 or 1,300? Anyway, he's already shrunk that gap to only around 700 or so between him and the next core. 1 kill, that's all it takes.
Radiant's middle
Is it a
tower
Midas
is
on the
under
way
attack.
as well? It is. Midas for the Doom.
Mm-hmm. You just take advantage of levels so well.
Cheer Jr. back alive now, just going to TP to the middle, and looks like they'll really want to try and attempt to take out this tower, but he's going to be met with an Illuminate again. Will be able to avoid it with that Yule Scepter, so able to actually dispel that Solar Bind now. One of the most annoying spells a Kothel has in his arsenal.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
It's actually just going to go back and farm these camps instead here. They're doing quite a good job with defending this middle tier 1 tower, though, I have to say. Not letting the Leshrac take it.
Yeah, he still should have taken it, though, at the time. They're going to be able to, or maybe get a kill, maybe not. Off the mark with the Split Earth.
Oh, the Illuminate doesn't heal the Tiny. Rue is actually going to fall here from the Diabolic Edict.
No, he didn't
They're
have
going to relocate bottom now as they want to try and find this Doom. Also, as the freezing field there, slowing down the Doom. Little Doomlings will fall with him.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under
That
attack.
relocate coming back to? Oh, there. Much safer position to be able to do it from.
Radiant's middle tower is
So at least
under
that time
attack.
around, you're getting 2 heroes, right? And it's not just a support that you're able to pick on as a result of it. As the dialogue
they did a nice
maxed
job
out now. Going to, yeah, he's got the Kaya as well. Finished up on Shira Jr. So
Dire's middle
just the
tower
one tower
is
that
under
they've been able to
attack.
take out at this stage. I guess maybe they feel safer even fighting on their side of the map just because they know Lifestealer's not going to be joining in a few of these fights. And Cushy, I just watched miss 3 last hits that were completely free, so you know, I'm going to delay the Radiance a little bit, but you know, that's alright.
So Ray's still keeping this
Radiant's
middle tower
is under
alive.
attack.
Meanwhile, we haven't seen Butterfly at the moment. How is Butterfly doing? Around about almost the same net worth as the Leshrac here. On the way to be completing a Manta style soon. Is around about 1,200 gold away. And then can start pushing in these lane creeps. Whilst farming the jungle here. But a smoke
He's always
comes
going
out.
to be always going to be ahead of the Lifestealer in terms of net worth and experience.
The
Sorry,
catch
I'm
mob.
just seeing who they're catching on this top side. Yeah, it doesn't look like they've been able to catch anyone. Tiny still 1,000 gold away from his own Blink Dagger. So it'll be actually a pretty late timing here for Rue. This is quite a poor Tiny at this stage, and it really does emphasize the fact as to why you need to be playing around your Enchantress so much. A lot of your gold does come from being able to take some of those early towers, and they haven't claimed even the one just yet.
Radiant's middle tower is under
Yeah,
attack.
and Doom's only just got himself a Veil now, ever since he didn't have himself the best of times, but ever since that nice kill that they got themselves in the middle lane, has got himself the Midas, able to start coming back now. As you can see, he's still currently the poorest core out of the 6, but he is catching up. I think there's a possibility that he may even be able to surpass the Lifestealer and the Mars here, if he keeps this up. Because obviously, of course, he's got himself the Devourer, he's got himself the Midas as well, so I feel like he most definitely will be able to surpass them.
And this is a pretty big deal, the fact that a Keeper of the Light has been able to take a Leshrax's tower before it happens the other way around. That is certainly not something that you're expecting to happen. Erase as well, he's going into a BKB for himself, realizing how effective it was against the Leshrac in that previous one. I mean, now you're up against, what, Leshrac, Frostbite, Arena, plus even just if the Lifesteal is able to hit you once, that Ghoul Frenzy ends up slowing you down a whole lot, so you need to remove that as quickly as you can. As well, this is an Infest creep actually on top of Erase. Is he going to be okay?
I'm not sure. He's trying to heal up, will be stunned there by the Split Earth, but in comes the team, the 2 supports rotating in. The Solar Bind,
it's the shortest relocate of all time.
Relocate will be used. And
no Blink Dagger for an Arena, or for the tiny Avatos combination.
Oh, there we go, yeah. Avalanche there onto the IO. That's a big nuke damage there from the Illuminate. They find the kill onto the IO. Now the Solar Bind onto Cloud here too. Does have himself the Arena. Will have to use the Yules there defensively, but will fall to the hands of Yellow Submarine.
Didn't even try using the mech on the IO as well. I know it was Spirit Vesseled, but might have survived for that little bit longer that you need to make sure that your Mars doesn't die as well. So yeah, just little things that Yellow Submarine are doing quite well. Punishing some people that are out of position, getting towers that they probably shouldn't, getting some reasonably nice deep vision down as well. Let's get a little bit of information about Power Rings.
Split Earth down, Diabolic Edict. Unkoshi from the back. Gets the kill. Easy pick off there onto the Tiny. But it's only Tiny on this top lane, so they'll get nothing more.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
I honestly feel like Yellow Submarine are generally pretty okay with how things are going, right? They haven't taken all that many towers. Yes, you're still scared of the Iolash, but Iolash hasn't really combined for anything truly significant on the map, right? One tower, the Luna, which has not died yet this game. You've got a 3-level advantage over the Lifestealer. You're working towards your BKB. That's the time that you're looking to try and, start playing the game on Yellow Submarine. You haven't really had the capabilities to make plays yet on anyone because you have no Blink Dagger, you haven't been able to take towers, and yeah, your cores don't have those BKBs just yet. Coddle might even get his at around the same time that the Luna does, so that would be the most ideal situation.
And what is the Cottle got at the moment? Actually going here for a BKB, Danog. This is quite a unique item that I've seen being built here on the Cottle. I guess he doesn't want to get locked down by this Arena and the magical damage here from the Leshrac, because that is the most prominent thing that can kill him currently at the moment. So I can understand that BKB, but still a unique purchase on a Cottle. Usually you don't see that.
It's necessary though, right? Like, and even maybe they can have that surprise BKB. Like you said, it's not really the most expected item, so if they can force them to start on him, then he pops it and just runs away. Maybe that gives Luna the couple of seconds that she needs to set up for the perfect kind of team fight.
That's why I say this. Avalanche there onto 2. They're going to toss back the Leshrac. Where's the relocate and the talent? Lovely usage there of the relocate. So saving Shira Jr. Though Sweden Strong is going to come back to his death. They're all waiting for him to come back. And goodbye, Io.
Feels bad, man. Poor little ball.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Still, though, gets his Lesh away. Could have been a whole lot worse. They are still probably going to lose that top tower off the back of the Dark Troll Summoner and the Skelly Boys. So, once again, shrinking the map a little bit, opening up the space for Luna to be able to pick up a lot of this farm, which is always a huge bonus, especially considering she's got the Manta style that can be used on the creep waves, and she can just place herself in the safer jungle.
Cloud wanted to come forward there with the blink in the Arena, and they used Infest there.
found the Lesh, though.
They have. Lesh in trouble, being body blocked
Nice
there by
box.
Rue. But the heals come out along with the mech too. The Doom has now been applied.
Ooh.
Arena comes out though. In return, they're going to try and turn it around there. Cottle will be found along with the Doom also. So at least they will avenge their fallen comrade on the Leshrac. Chira Jr. will be avenged.
Radiant's
They will
top
take
tower
down
is
2
under
cores
attack.
here in return for his life.
And I think those are the cores that literally, as they died, their BKB completed in the base. So they would have loved to have that as the surprise factor to be able to get away from the arena. Not going to be the case. Feeding away a couple of kills. And Kushi gets one of them, Swedenstrong gets the other. Certainly could have been worse, but while all this is happening, you just had Butterfly extending his net worth even further. Still 2 levels ahead of the Lifestealer, has the BKB for himself. Working into that Moonglave's very important against the Lifestealer to be able to have that item, just so that you can stand and man fight a little bit more effectively.
Dire's top tower
Coming
is
through
under
the
attack.
Twin Gate, found an Enchantress. Spear the Enchantress back. That is a no Enchantress surviving, actually stopping the freezing field there with the
Radiant's
Centaur.
bottom tower is under attack.
She's got the raindrops as well. Might be able to save her.
Saving the Frostbite. Oh, never mind. Possibly TP? No.
If he TP'd right now, he would probably get away.
Actually trying to go for a kill here onto the Crystal Maiden.
Not gonna happen. Not with a frostbite. Look how frustrated the poor Centaur is. Stick around, bro. That's free XP.
He's gone though. Rue coming in, Avalanche and Toss. Gets a kill, going to TP away. Avoids the Yule Scepter there from Chira Jr.
Nicely done, and gives him the chat line for good measure. So I really want to see them make a play. Alright, here we go. They're smoking up here. Erase not with the smoke on him. Needs to connect through to Rue so that he does get covered by that smoker deceit. Maybe just wanting to act as a little bit of bait in the lane, knowing that he's got the BKB for himself. He's got the blinding light for a little bit of that blinding impact, and they've got some great vision up as well, just giving them full understanding of where the reinforcements are going to come from One Win on this bottom side. All the boys standing behind him. Look at this like triangle of vision that they have right now.
I mean, Munkushi doesn't have any vision of this, and as I say that, tossed and avalanched away from his team as they just find him there with the Doom. No time to react, either from his teammate side or himself.
To contest Roshan either. And again, it's a Luna, right? So if you've got 5 of the boys here, that Luna Blessing amped up 5 times, and you're going to be dealing with this Roshan pretty damn quickly. Nice movements coming through from Yellow Submarine. Realizing the strength that they have at the time. You would love, if you were a One Win fan, to see them buy a bunch of Sentry Wards. They're not going to make that sort of play unless they've got supreme confidence that they've got the ability to find that pick-off. It looks like it's going to stay up.
So, yep, they'll get themselves that Aegis of Immortality. They'll most likely put it on Butterfly here, unless he keeps on getting bashed by the Roshan. Okay, there we go.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Aegis into the hands of Luna. Chira Jr. Oh, actually wanted to clear this top wave here.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
he's going
attack.
the potentially the Kanda eventually on Butterfly.
Oh, really?
Yeah. He's got the Phylactery just about finished right now. So it does provide a little bit of the slow, I suppose, to be able to keep people following you down, but I mean, you're going to have eventually a bunch of attack damage. I guess you can treat it the same way that a Morphling does with the Adaptive Strike, right?
Yeah, I mean, hey, it's going to make one nasty Lucent Beam, that's for sure. And meanwhile, they have found themselves Doom hiding here within the jungle, trying to farm up. They will take him down. He was on his own there. BKB now achieved for Cloud on the way on the Courier. Recipe. But meanwhile, though, they take themselves down as the core as well on the bottom lane here. So getting a little bit of pickoffs here on the side of One Win, but not losing the most important cause here, that being Luna or the Cottle. Still have this Aegis intact. just waiting for Doom to come back. They do have themselves the BKBs and the Doom Ultimate ready to apply for the next fight. It's just, how did they come about at it? How did they make the jump at the moment? Because they're pretty split up here, One Win are, and they don't really have themselves the vision at the moment, apart from that one observer ward behind the tier 2.
Yeah, I'm still a little bit worried for Yellow Submarine in terms of if it goes late for the Keeper of the Light, though. It's one of those heroes that can fall off once it gets later on, once you get some more BKBs flowing out. And, I mean, you've got BKBs on all of your cores. One on the Mars, one on the Leshrac, and, I mean, Lifestealer's just got the Rage, right? So he's going to be A-OK to fight into this Lesh, and you see a lot of his effectiveness drop off. That's why he's going for the Scythe of Vice as a potential answer to that before you're able to pop the BKB.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Yellow Submarine. They're going to smoke up here. I mean, they may lose their tier 2. They'll commit the glyph, and they're actually going to jump upon this. Smoke's actually just broken here with Cloud. Oh, this could be a big arena. He's actually going to blink away, slowed down there by the Solar Bind. Will use himself up. The BKB and the Doom will be applied there to the Mars, but Mars completely fine here. Getting himself
BKB's
back
not
with
on
the
the
BKB.
Lesh.
It's now Lesh coming forward here with his own BKB. They'll attempt to try and take down the Doom. Doom will be found. The Eclipse coming out, however. The arena used there defensively. Luna not able to get off any damage here. I mean, they're going to lose themselves a second hero here on Yellow Submarine. Starting to turn out to be a disaster. As Butterfly trying to get away, is locked in place there with the spear. It looks like they'll turn this around here on One Win, and they will. Taking down the Aegis. Luna will be coming back alive. Does have that BKB, though, is going to try and attempt to TP. Do they have themselves enough physical damage? They will not. Luna will survive, so at least they will just lose the Doom and the Tiny. But in return there, they lost their tier 2. They lost the Aegis. And One Win turned that situation around there, just kind of placing the Doom on the wrong target, don't you think?
Yeah, I completely agree. I mean, it just meant that Mars isn't there for damage. Mars is there for control, and maybe that's what they felt like they were able to just run away from. But, I mean, if you take an extended fight and you just don't full-on retreat with that Doom, Mars is going to be able to land that arena and then keep people controlled. I mean, we saw how Luna effectively did nothing in that fight. No fault of her own. She's not wanting to pop the BKB unless it's absolutely necessary, but it's yeah, certainly not a difficult, an easy position to be in.
Oh, maybe perhaps they want to go for the Luna here. Scouting out. That's a lovely 4-staff forward. As the Infest comes out, locked in place there with the spear. But Avalanche and Toss, that will not be enough to save the Luna. As the arena comes out there as well. Doom able to get out of that with thanks to the BKB, but slowly being decimated
doesn't
here
care.
down by the Pulse Nova. Gonna dive to tier 3. Will find the kill. That's 2 down here on Yellow Submarine. Now an Avalanche and Toss into the tier 3, slowed down there by the Solar Bind. Mules will be used defensively. They've lost 3 now on Yellow Submarine.
Somehow Chira Jr. able to get away, even without the IO there to be able to give him that little bit of assistance at the very end. And he's just going to be A-OK. Holding a bunch of healing cells. He's got the mech available. He's got a greater healing Lotus. Certainly having a much easier time this time around on the Lesh when they're lacking that burst damage, right? You're not going up against a Sven. You're not going up against a Lion.
Oh no, they've just found themselves tiny as well with the aggressive Blink Yules play here from Cloud. Going to try and attempt to TP away. Actually will TP away. The Infest just a little bit too late there. I mean, that would have dealt quite a bit of damage. 550 magical. Just a little bit too late with casting that there.
Yeah, probably would have been enough. Nice 4-staff by Rue as soon as he landed. To make sure that he wasn't connected on by that spear. Yeah, it really does feel like it's the burst that they're lacking, doesn't it? You know, outside of Tiny Avatos combo, what do you realistically have? I guess you, because Luna went the Kanda, you could probably count that as well, but you're gonna need more.
Radiant's middle tower is under
Oh yeah,
attack.
hell of a lot more.
Is it time for Tiny to like start to consider transitioning into a little bit more of a core, right? Like, do you get an Aghanim Scepter? Do you get even just a Chrysalis? You know, some cheaper crit as you're starting to get some of these levels. Not exactly the most net worth, though. Bottom of the net worth, actually, is Rue on his tiny.
All the smoke, though, from behind. Avalanche and tossing back the Leshrac. That is a dead Leshrac, not even able to relocate. However, Arena coming out along with the Infest as well. They turn it back around with the Doom placed there onto the Lifestealer. So Lifestealer has to back off there. They found themselves the Crystal Maiden. They'll turn that around. Avalanche and toss onto the Mars, but where's the follow-up? In comes a race here with the BKB. The Blinding Light as well into the Illuminate. They will definitely find the Mars there. They will take down 4 here on the side of Yellow Submarine. Maybe perhaps they want to try and find more, though. Monkushi with the Rage and TP will get out.
Top tower is under attack.
I mean, it's only going to get stronger and stronger, but every single time Luna is using that Lucent Beam with the Kanda, I mean, Kanda has a 6-second cooldown, Lucent Beam has a 4-second cooldown. It's 600 damage that you're able to land from range, which is pretty damn significant, especially with it providing that additional slow as well off the back of everything. So that was the burst damage that they were really needing. They needed that initiation from Rue. They get it into the Stomp, into just a whole lot of burst damage, popping the Eclipse even to make sure that the Leshrac goes down immediately.
Radiant's middle tower.
Small positive is that Respect had good courier micro instantly as soon as it was like he was about to die, and they recovered the gem that they had purchased. So they're still going to be able to de-ward a lot of these aggressive wards that Yellow Submarine have set up around their base.
Are scanning.
For a smoke, it wasn't next to any sort of vision.
Under attack.
Gotta be a little careful here, though, on Sweden Strong and Chira Jr. Have they just gotten rid of 3 wards? No, they don't check the high ground. Okay. Probably the most dangerous of the wards still stays up.
Under attack.
And Roshan, speaking of what's up, a minute away. Always feels like it's at the Radiant side, doesn't it?
It does, yeah. Oh! Actually forcing...
Deal.
Yeah, it is. They forced the BKB. Didn't have a Manta style.
Roshan BKB forced. You are incredibly happy with that. Even going the Eye of Skadi on the Lifestealer. Not something he necessarily loves to buy, but against a Luna, it feels pretty damn necessary.
Yeah, and it gives him quite some survivability as well, especially against the Doom, if he does want to place the Doom upon him. Not exactly like a Lincoln Sphere, but still makes himself a lot more tankier.
I think you can rely on someone else to be your Lincoln's buyer.
He has the Sanjin Yasha to reduce the duration of it.
Both mid and top really pushing in. I'm a little surprised that they just didn't full-on commit for this Roche. They know that there's no BKB on the Luna. They're still looking to potentially fight into an area where you had a chance to de-ward that vision on the high ground. Could this be a case where Yellow Submarine's just information advantage helps win out the situation for them? Because what they want is just to be able to hold this area. They've got the advantage. The Luna is farming, and in 1.5 minutes, Roshan's going to be up top, and then they're going to be the ones that have the positioning advantage. So Skadi completed for the Luna as well, making her a hell of a lot tankier.
This is really going to help with reducing the heals, and as I say, that Avalanche and Toss with the Doom applied there onto the Lesh will be relocated back in the base, but not healing up because of that Doom curse.
4, 3. Oh, actually ends up moving on forward. Doesn't want to get caught there. Give Sweden Strong someone to be able to tether back to. But I mean, it's hard to really call who wins out on that exchange, right? Like, Doom being used is a pretty big deal. Doesn't have Octarine just yet. But BKB being used is also fairly significant, considering you are still going up against the Eclipse coming through from the Luna, the Avatos combo, the Keeper of the Light. It's a significant threat. It even gives them space to be able to go in and just take Roshan for free. They wanted to make sure that they did it prior to that 35-minute mark.
Yeah, so even just as 3 heroes are getting themselves the Roshan there, Aegis now in the hands of Lifestealer. This game still looking pretty even here. I mean, The win probability, though, in the favor of one win, according to Lord Gaben here at the moment. 69%.
Cheeky by Ruth there, just yoinking away the Wisdom Rune while he was on that side of the map. Open Wounds freshly picked up as well by Munkushi, so he's going to have another way to be able to control these heroes that do need to rely a little bit on that mobility in the Coddle and the Doom. It really does feel like it needs to be a sort of situation where Butterfly is able to just say, boys, bring the fight to me, I'm not running after one. I just need to be right-clicking, because no one can beat me in a pure right-click battle.
Radiant's bottom
Even holding
tower
onto
is
that
under
quiver,
attack.
just to deal that extra little bit of damage. It's just the delay game
Radiant's
being
bottom
annoying
tower
once again.
has fallen.
A wave shoved in with the Illuminate by Erase. He has got a Scythe of Vice actually completed now on the Courier.
Oh, Luna.
And,
I mean, that did quite a bit of damage there to the Lifestealer. 700 damage, no big deal.
is that just the beam?
That was just the beam.
Oh, and it's just a DD as well. Sorry, an amplify damage.
Gotcha.
Jesus, it does so much.
It actually does.
They're just going to be cutting waves a little bit. They can rely on the tower to be able to take out this creep wave. And then, yeah, bot's in a really favorable situation for them. Mid will be in a very favorable situation for them. I'm going to put the illusions up onto the high ground. Won't do any damage.
Yeah, they might force the TPs here, though, because Luna is going straight in here with the amplified damage rune. Mask and Man this applied, trying to take down this tier 3. The glyph is there. They're not responding, though, with TPs yet. So they can still hit at it if they wanted to.
They're going to need to be quick if they do so. I kind of feel like Mars needs to be the first one back, but he's still got 3 seconds left on his TP. And Kushi, though, putting his body in the way, popping the Rage really preemptively. He's got the Aegis, so wanted to make sure that it just resulted in way too much of a commit if Yellow Submarine wanted to go up onto that high ground and stay there. Still, though, no glyph. Feels like a pretty big deal. Even though there's only 2 minutes left on the Aegis, I'm not sure one win will be able to get the map into a position where it's pushable. Both bot and mid, relatively far pushed in. Top lane, trying to fix that one a little bit, is Cloud, as he picks up his own Scythe of Vice, so we're seeing a ton of control. Again, I feel like this is every game, Epi. It just comes down to who initiates on who. Are you able to pop your BKB in an ideal sort of scenario? Getting baited out by those illusions. Cloud. Pops.
Smoke's broke. Avalanche there onto 2. The arena catching in Luna, but they've been able to take down the IO. Now Munkushi coming forward, trying to find the Doom there, slowing down. They've been able to take down both the supports here on one win. Avalanche and Toss, along with that Scaddy proc onto the lifesteal, stopping him from getting back any HP. There's the stump there as well.
It's got Rage.
Will come out in return. Oh my gosh, the Mars decimated there by the Eclipse. There's now Lifestealer proceeding to attempt to run away with the invest inside this Leshrac.
Oh, he's the one that got tossed.
To use the Yules there defensively. Blink's actually away, but slowed down by the Solar Bind. Going to TP. The TP cancelled by Ruse Yule Scepter. Avalanche there, taken down. The Leshrac is gone. And Munkushi will survive with a Rage TP.
And they don't have a glyph either to be able to stop this. And all it takes is one fight at this stage of the game for the base to be exposed, glaives to be bouncing around everywhere. And just look how quickly that just gets annihilated. They're not even going to worry about a second lane. Maybe they will, considering it is so vulnerable already. How are you supposed to contend against this? They find a pickup.
Avalanche and Toss. Look at the damage coming out there onto Munkushi. Actually healed up there by the IO. This is going to attempt to try and turn it around now with the buyback coming down from the Leshrac. Jira Jr. coming back in. Focusing the attention right now onto Luna, but Luna's just standing her ground. Not having a care in the world. They're still going to try and lay in the damage here onto Luna. Luna's slowly falling, and gone. Now they're going to have to go onto the retreat here, Yellow Submarine. BKB and TP will be successful there on the Doom, but in return, they will lose the Tiny there and the Enchantress too, with the buyback coming out here from Leshrac. Triple kill for the Lifestealer.
Those were some amazing frostbite combinations coming through there from Respect. He made sure to use the Crystal Clone. You have no control over some of that AoE damage that you're dishing out as a Luna. So Crystal Clone into the frostbite, realizing that there was no BKB available. She was just doing no damage, right? And they managed to effectively kite out the Satanic as well. So they
caught Kotal as well. Relocate comes in. They find the Kotal down. Maybe perhaps now, Danog. It's time for one win to up the pressure and for them to take themselves a set of racks.
Yeah, possibly. It's just these little things that these teams are doing so well, and the little mistakes that they're making as well. Butterfly was just standing underneath 2 tier 4 towers that entire time when that fight was going on, while getting wailed on by 2 different heroes without the boys to back him up. So they're not going to be able to retain this Rax here. They might be able to not protect against a second lane as well. It's the only one that is still claimable, with there being a tier 2 tower on the bottom side. But you look at this game, what, 2 minutes ago, you wouldn't have expected this to be the outcome.
Not at all. So Rue could be potentially ready with an avalanche, and Toss was actually hexed up. The buyback there from the Kotal as well. They're on the retreat now, 1 win. Yellow Submarine not able to actually find anyone here with this buyback committed.
Very, very nicely done. Just all retreating as a team, making sure to get that Delta split going. Even leaving a Crystal Clone there, just in case, on the back line was Respect. So they're doing quite well to be able to claw themselves back into this one. Once again, 1 win. The win probability is leaning in their favor. What are the next big time coming up? We've got another Wisdom Rune, any level 25s coming up in the not too distant future. Looks like Butterfly will have his even without the Wisdom Rune. So that'll be a pretty significant deal if you wanted to get that Eclipse mini stun off. End up getting themselves a free Tormentor. Nice one for a little bit of extra damage. They're even using the Boots of Bearing to move on forward.
Smoking in the wrong direction though, 1 win. Wanting to head top and actually pressure the top set of racks here.
Makes sense. Nothing really for them to claim in mid. And bottom lane still that tier 2 tower.
Oh my gosh. Early spawning for Roche as well. 10 seconds and then it's back on.
It's going to be bottom as well. Looks like Yellow Submarine are the ones that have the positioning advantage. They don't know it yet, though. They probably know that at least a Leshrac is smoked up on the top side with the creep wave just vanishing under their noses. No Enchantress creep up there. Just using the Sproink to be able to get up on the high ground, yeah.
Yeah, they're going to go for it. They have to take it quick, though.
Any creep, yeah.
Yeah, 1 win is slowly coming up to their set of racks. They may lose it here.
I think you give this up. I think you have to give it up.
I mean, Kotal's coming back. You have to be careful, though, because of the blinking hex here from Cloud. Okay, so they'll only lose their range racks. That's okay. They'll get the Aegis there in return. That's all right. That's a worthy trade. I would take that trade.
Mm-hmm.
This game is prolonged now, though.
It is. I'm wondering if there's any sort of situation where you want to go, like, I can see that they're going into stuff like the Lincoln Sphere next on the Keeper of the Light, but is there an E-Blade consideration? You know, I know you're going up against a Leshrac who's dealing a ton of magic damage, but Lifestealer is essentially all physical. You're wanting to be able to stop Mars, who's in this scaling stage, from being able to do significant damage to you as well, and it buffs up your own damage pretty significantly. Plus, now it's got the Aether Lens component as well, so even more damage range to make sure that you're staying completely back out of harm's way.
Race is actually going here a Lincoln's. Attempting to go a Lincoln's here. Maybe perhaps wants to stop this Scythe of Vice, the Hex, coming out upon him.
I really feel like he should be in a position to get Scythed, though, you know? And Lincoln's is very much like an instant thing that you're protecting yourself against. You can't use it in a reactionary way against someone that's already Scythed, you know? So I feel like Is it the right choice? Are they wanting to put him on the front lines? I mean, I personally wouldn't. He's still very squishy, despite having nearly 3k HP.
We've got Butterfly here as well, wanting to try and finish, it seems, here a Monkey King bar. But got to be careful with how much money you spend here, because I feel like on the side of the Yellow Submarine, this game could go anywhere. Only 5k net worth advantage. I feel like you definitely need your buybacks in these kind of scenarios now, 45 minutes in.
Dire are scanning.
Yeah, for sure. Especially, it's even more significant when you're down a little bit of creep control, right? It's just one ranged Rax, but that always is going to make this top lane situation like it is right now. Just the lane passively pushing in towards your base. They're trying to do their best to equalize, to make it the same sort of situation the other way around, but they're not going to give up that tier 3 tower for nothing. Although, Siege Creeps might have another, yeah. Yeah. Oh, okay. One more hit.
It. There it is.
Easy.
Tower gone.
So now I wonder, like, do you need to go for any sort of, like, really cheeky relocate plays on the IO, who is going for a BKB of his own, so obviously just not wanting to be left vulnerable against a Coddle, against a Luna. You know, if that Eclipse gets popped, you want to be able to just full-on commit into the fight, not be forced to run away.
Yeah, I see what you mean, yeah. I'm really not sure. They have two ways of initiating, don't they? They also have the Mars Blinking with Hex and Arena.
Mm-hmm.
And they have the Infest as well onto Monkushi. So that, I think that's their strongest card, right? Their strongest play. Jump in with Arena and Infest. I mean, you could even Infest into the Leshrac. And then jump out when relocated. Many ways of doing this here.
He's still about 1900 gold away from having a refresher as well on the Mars, so not something that he can really buy any of those components for just yet. And they're certainly needing to play a little bit more passively. They just want to wait for this Aegis to expire. Don't give them away something for free. You lose this game, you're down in the lower bracket, so you may as well force them to make a mistake like they did previously, fighting under that tier 4 tower. Cloud, of course, has the blink, has the potential to get the spear back.
Going to try and siege now. Split Earth down. Nice spear. Isolating Luna from the rest of the team. Attempting now to try and take this Luna down. The Satanic there, trying to heal back up. They will find the kill there onto Tiny. And Doom attempting to come in, not able to get off the Doom yet. Will finally get it there, placed upon the Lifestealer. And with this, we've got ourselves Butterfly trying to get these racks, but the Glyph stopping him from dealing the damage. Now the Yellow Submarine. Oh, another Doom placed once again there onto Lifestealer. That could be a dead Lifestealer here.
It could. I mean, do they have Glimmer Capes? Can they put anything in onto him just to be able to provide him that little bit of safety? No. Well, Aegis expires, but without the Lifestealer, do you look to make this sort of play? You've got the buyback on the Luna if he does buy back and you lose out on this one, but I think they're happy enough just to, get a little bit of extra farm, increase their lead. You don't want to give yourself a risk of throwing this game when you've got an advantage to be able to extend the 7k net worth lead down out to like a 12, fix all the different lanes, get these next big items like the Lincoln Sphere that we just saw Erase pick up.
This game slowly prolonging. Do you think we'll reach the 60-minute mark here? I don't know.
I think so. From the very beginning, I was like, well, this game's going late. Just because you've got great tools at being able to prolong this sort of thing, right? Like, Leshrac IO is able to roam around the map quite effectively. CM Crystal Clone is actually pretty good at being able to keep lanes shoved out. Of course, Keeper of the Light, great with the Illuminate spam. Illusions, coming out every which way. So yeah, I think it's very much a possibility. Tiny just reached level 20, so now no required target for the toss. You can just be throwing people back, so another repositioning aspect that's just been buffed up for Low Submarine. Level 25 on the Lesh too, though. Extra Diabolic Edict explosions. These lanes are just constantly just pushed in. Like, what are you supposed to do against this? It needs
I mean, apart from the
almost...
top.
Yeah, but it's gonna be corrected pretty damn soon, right? Like, you've got the Doom pushing that one in. Was it Roshan's banner dropped anywhere? Like, does anyone still have that, or has that been killed at some stage? Can't see it in any inventories.
Radiant are scanning.
Must have been taken out then.
Mm-hmm.
Quickly, Nova.
Can it be sold? The Roshan banner?
I hope not. I want to see more innovation. You gotta find clever places to place it. Although people are putting just outside of their base these days, so there's not too much clever about that. What's the buyback status looking like, Epi? Everyone has it except Cole.
Yeah, it's looking like there's going to be a mad team fight, possibly for the Roshan as well. He's back up possibly in 20 seconds, so we'll see if it's another early one again. Meanwhile, though, they've caught themselves Doom, bashed up there, dead Doom, down for 100. BKB TP, can they get a bash? No, they cannot. They had the skull basher there onto Monkushi, but just not in range to get a hit off. They'll just wait for the Doom to come back, and by that time that Doom spawns back, Roshan is going to be up on the bottom lane again.
Yeah, I don't think they have the burst damage to be able to take it out. I think they've got like a 15-second window. That's not enough. You know, you got to give yourself a little bit more time. Array's still playing a little bit scared though, despite the fact that the relocate was used to be able to claim that kill onto the Doom. So you've still got a bit of a wave here on the bottom side that's going to gradually push its way into you, and this is the area that you really need to be controlling. And you can see like lines being drawn on the minimap right now. They're basically saying, look, we got to get some sort of understanding about how to play around here. But they're all grouped up inside the base right now. They're just giving up this Roche. Feels a little odd.
BKB on the IO as well.
You got an infested Mars roaming around, just trying to find any sort of stragglers who are looking to farm perhaps where they feel safest.
Scout out the Roshan there. It's back in 5. Okay, Respect's just going to sit in the pit. Spawn up. And there it is.
Places down the gem. There we go. They've been able to hold out without getting this immediate damage in. I said they had a 15-second window. Looks like they're going to wait around and even drop in the freezing field to make sure that they take it as quickly as possible. They know that even if Doom does respawn, there's no way that they're going to be able to get down here in just 3 or 4 seconds. So some good decisions there by one win and a little bit of hesitation from Yellow Submarine. Are they still wanting to fight into this? Surely not. Maybe they're thinking, you know what, in this period of time, they'll have relocated, but good use of the scan by Yellow Submarine up on the top twin gate just to say, look, they're still hanging around there if they're not up top. There's no reason for them to just all run back towards the base.
Yeah. Still, it looks like another prolonged time of just farming up again. Everyone has buybacks, by the way, Danog. You go onto the buyback status, it is yes, 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 yes. Everyone has buyback.
Every single person. Crazy. And, I mean, you'd have to say that gives the advantage to the team that's on the defense, right? Like, a lot of the times you can get baited into buying back if you're on Yellow Submarine, for example, and you were looking to make a bit of an aggressive move. Then one win's like, all right, you're right inside of our base. We basically make this... oh, hold on.
Breaking the Lincolns. Hex is there. Arena and the Spear. They're going to attempt to take down the Cotswold. They will do so indeed. Down for 2 minutes.
Oh, they found another.
Catching themselves. The Enchantress there also. That is a dead Enchantress. 2 found.
Man, that is so unlucky. He was right on the edge of that sentry ward placed on that bottom side. I suppose... you can kind of assume that, right? They're going to have some sort of sentry covering the high ground for the twin gate, so a little bit unfortunate for Asdecor, but maybe if he just moved a step to the left, he would have been okay. Still though, Aegis, 6 versus 3, essentially.
Oh, Avalanche also. Oh, they found themselves a Leshrac. The Doom comes out.
Right.
In return, they found a kill now, and the IO too. What is going on?
Not a 6v3 anymore. 3v3 full on. And I was asking about that Roshan's banner. It is placed right inside of the Radiant base up on the high ground. So every single one of those super creeps is going to be a super creep. Ultra creep, let's call it.
So what is the plan? That they're just picking off a few heroes at a time. Still no buybacks committed. No big team fight. Something just fell on my foot. Sorry.
It's all right. It's all right. Yeah. I mean, I guess they were just assuming on one win that they weren't going to be feeling confident enough, you know, with the without the Aegis to be able to make plays with the rest of the team that was still alive. But this is Yellow Submarine. They've got that confidence coming through from being, you know, young and, you know, no fear. Basically, is the sort of gameplay that they have. They're willing to go all in, and they might indeed do that. Coddle, of course, has the Boots of Travel, so he can join in onto this fight at any time that he wants. If they can find a pick-off onto the Lifestealer, that would be huge. Would still have that Aegis available.
Yeah, he's got away, though.
Buyback.
It felt like Doom did want to jump in then with the Shiva's Guard, but just realised it's a bit too far away. Actually, both carries hitting each other there. I mean, melee racks obtained now easily by Butterfly.
Some of those cheeky plays. You see he was microing the illusion back and they put the Lotus on the illusion instead. Very, very cheeky, just trying to get that spear baited out by Cloud, but he wasn't falling for it. As a result, though, they did lose the full second lane of racks, so only top that they're needing to contend with, and this is not what you expect when you're fighting into an Aegis. You know, they felt confident enough to be able to go up onto that high ground.
I feel that one of Luna's level 25 talents really needs a revamp here. So would you rather go the 0.25 second Eclipse Lucent mini stun, or would you go 20 damage on Luna Blessing?
To be fair, it's on everyone, so it's like 100 damage.
it just seems a bit... Oh, smoke broke. They're in the trees, they're in the trees, they're revealed there, they've got themselves the IO. Next up here, the avalanche is there. That's a dead IO. Buyback is available. Aegis still intact, but 20 seconds and this expires. They return. Doom always been utilized there onto the Leshrac. IO buying
They're gonna find the IO.
But he's going to relocate right into an avalanche and it's just going to be found and taken out. Oh, dear, and Cottle
double stun
gonna
as well.
buy back as well. They implied
Look at the ion cannon
onto the Lifestealer, but he had himself the Aegis. Gonna be coming back alive. Mars will try and attempt to come back here as well. As another arena comes out, they've caught themselves the Enchantress. Enchantress dead, hexed up there onto the Luna. Luna down for 100 seconds. They're going to try and get themselves the Coddle right now. If they get this Coddle, this could be big. Yule's up there. He's already committed the buyback. The BKB is there, but he's
they found the Tiny too.
Is way too much. Isn't going to be able to get away here. I don't think he is. As Doom trying to use as much as he can to try and save him, but he's been found as well, being slowed down heavily. The Avalanche comes out, but it's not going to do anything. But the Eclipse,
can Butterfly do it?
Turning it back around. Double kill for him. Possibly triple kill. Is he's going to try and go for Jira Jr. right now. He's been
they found him.
He's going to try and use the Windbreaker and going to wait. They've lost 3 here. Buyback available on CM. Going to try and come back. The Invest is there, giving some HP back as they turn it back around. Tiny Bomb slowed down on the Doom. Doom is going to try and escape, but he's being bashed up there along with the Frostbite.
2
also,
dieback.
that is freed down. Buyback available here on the Tiny. As they've hexed up here, the Enchantress in trouble. But Tiny, he's not able to come back to the fight even with this buyback, so they're just going to find themselves the Enchantress here, if they can, in the trees.
Oh, they do. 3 dieback, and the tier 4s are getting hit at the exact same time as well. So this is a legitimate 3v2 sort of situation. Doesn't have
on Luna.
No mana though on the Lash.
With the 4 staff. They're going to go for the tier 4s right now. Nice
getting hit a little bit here, Lash.
Nice avalanche, that's enough. That takes down the Leshrac. Buyback there available. Rue slowly falling. Rue is down. It's only Luna remaining. Butterfly having to activate the same time, but the Hex comes out there. This is going to be Luna dead, and it's a team wipe. Yellow
that's
Submarine have lost this. We are going for a game 3, ladies and gentlemen.
God, I'm wanting to look at fight recaps, but it felt like there was this one continuous fight that went on for about 2.5 minutes, and oh man, how the hell were they able to do that? I thought the time that the IO died back, how is the Lesh going to play? There's no steroid, there's no regen coming through, he just ran out of mana towards the end, but they were still able to do it. They just ran one-on-one into the meat grinder, unfortunately, for Yellow Submarine, that never say die attitude, and well, I'm sorry, Epi, we didn't get those tier 5 items just 13 seconds short at the very end, but what we do get is a game number 3.
We do indeed. I mean, Lincoln's tried to be purchased here for a race. He really needed something to stop these hexes from coming out, but they just had themselves the Lincoln's cancel, and every time I'm looking at these team fights, I just see this this Cottle just being hexed up all the time. He couldn't avoid it. The hex is just coming out perfectly here for, I mean, especially from Cloud on the Mars, actually able to catch the Cottle in place at that first stage of the fight, and the buyback's just coming out. I mean, the benefit here for OneWin was the fact that when they utilized their buybacks, they're able to come back to the fight within an instant. It was really difficult here for Yellow Submarine to try and reinforce their teammates when they died and they had to buy back. So
if you don't have outpost control, it's so hard, right? Like, they're right next to the base. This is what I was talking about, right? Like, we almost had the situation that we were discussing, where if you push up into the base and it's a 10v5 situation, and, you know, it happens if they're picking you off one by one, you're slowly trickling in, you're slowly dying back, you're not able to full-on reinforce and make it a true 5-on-5 engagement, and yeah, they certainly took advantage of that. MVPs, I find it really hard to give it, actually. It didn't feel like there was one true standout across either team, to be honest. I would say maybe, like, they lost, but Butterfly played pretty well. Wasn't the highest kill game, but I thought Mars played pretty damn well with Cloud.
Yeah, I think so as well, especially with the arenas. A lot of pressure on Cloud in order to utilize a good arena, and was able to force the buyback here from Cottle. So very well played to him, but I do agree with you here, Danog. It's quite difficult to give an MVP here because it was an absolute bloodbath of what the heck was going on within that team fight. But ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go for a break, and we got ourselves a game 3 coming up. So stay tuned, because we'll be back to see who will stay in the upper bracket. Is it going to be Yellow Submarine, or is it going to be OneWin? Find out shortly, because we'll be back in just a couple of minutes. Hello everybody, welcome back to the Elite League Eastern European closed qualifiers. We just had ourselves game 2 out of the best of 3, where one win we're able to take game 2 out of a crazy game. It was 50 minutes plus. It looked like Yellow Submarine were on track to get themselves a 2-0, but that was taken away by the fact that they were able to spend so many buybacks and have an immense team fight, and somehow one win we're able to come out on top. But we're coming in for a game 3, Danog. How are you feeling about this one, especially with the havoc that game 2 has caused us during this time?
Yeah, I know. I feel like it's the same issues for Yellow Submarine time and time again, right? Like, they put themselves in a position to win consistently off the back of their great mechanics. You constantly see Butterfly get out of team fights that probably he shouldn't be in, but it just takes that one or two, and if you're really going to go this, like, I guess it was kind of for Protect 1, but we didn't really see the impact of the coddle once it got late, right? Once those BKBs started to come out, and then once the refreshers started to come out, and once he was able to be locked down a whole lot more effectively. You're way too squishy, and the team fights locations just weren't quite on point, but we'll see if things change around. You know, we saw very similar drafts in game 1 and 2 for one win. Let's see if they change it up this time around as we get into the game 3 draft. I see no CM ban, I see no IO ban, I see no Lesh ban.
10 seconds.
Something's got to give. I mean, do you just ban the IO? I mean, they might be saying, look, we beat it once, we just stuffed up a couple of team fights, we should have beaten it again.
Yeah, I feel like the IO wasn't the problem. They were able to actually handle it really well. As we saw, the IO got taken out quite a couple of times, but there was a few annoyances where they were able to relocate, get some pickoffs here and there, and also a few saves, but I think they handled it pretty well. Especially with the fact that Io had himself a BKB as well to protect himself, and they were still able to kill him.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, no, it wasn't the greatest game by Io, I'll be honest. There were a couple of quite poor relocates coming in. But looks like, at least for now, it's not going to be an immediate IO, just going back to the tried and true Crystal Maid, and I thought Respect was really good with a lot of his lockdown that he had that particular game, specifically trying to target the Luna, and that's...
remaining.
I don't think you give enough credit to, not you, but people in general, give enough credit to supports with relatively low range that are able to lock down a hero like the Luna that just can completely shred you if they get even, like, 1 second to be able to get damage in onto you. So, just realizing the smallest things like, you know, the turn rate required to be able to kill you, so only going in when Luna's turned away for a brief second to, you know, get that Frostbite down, to get the Crystal Clone down, to just try and force out one of these items, like whether it be Manta or BKB, or if they don't have either of those, you know, you've suddenly taken out a Luna from the fight for 6+ seconds just as a position 5. That's huge, so I really like the way that Respect goes about it.
But a little bit of change up here for Yellow Submarine. They have got themselves a Bat Rider first pick. So instead of it being the Tiny, I think it was, in game 2, they've gone a Bat Rider this time.
5 seconds remaining.
Again, I'm fine with it, right? Like, this is everything I think you need in a in a support. I think it just gives you insane value. You are good in the laning stage. You're good at rotations. I think something that's underrated on a lot of supports is the ability to, like, get ward value, if that makes sense. Like, you can use your sticky napalm to do it, just to get that brief bit of vision on the high ground, so you don't need to expend an observer ward, and you can get greater coverage of your sentry. CM has it with the Nova. Heroes like, you know, Disruptor have it. You know, there's a lot of others that can sort of fulfill the same criteria, but certainly for all those mentions, as well as just being able to shove out lanes and force some poor defensive movements, Bat Rider is one of the best.
Sven comes out for one win this time, so it was Butterfly who played Sven in game 1, but this time one win are going to pick it up as a second pick here. Interesting. Will they be able to replicate what Yellow Submarine did?
5 seconds remaining.
Haven't seen Munkushi play the Sven that often recently. I know it's something that he has played over the years, but in recent times when it has been a little bit more meta, he, for whatever reason, hasn't been the one to be picking it up. So clearly just feeling like, you know what, time to turn back the clock and and go for something here. I wonder if it's going to be like we know how good of a player Butterfly is on the Sven, right? So he's going to know the answers to it. Is it going to be something like, you know, it's not necessarily a direct carry-to-carry matchup where you're looking to, you know, just beat the Sven? Is it more of a factor of, right, let's just try and manipulate these team fights so he wastes his God Strength, so that he wastes his BKB? Because Batrider is already, pretty elusive. You can also, you know, of course, interrupt part of that BKB duration with the lasso. Kunkka, Tidal Wave and all that sort of stuff. Rubik, again, just telekinesis yourself away if you absolutely need to. 4-star Fire, all that sort of good stuff. You also need to consider potentially picking something that has the potential to go into Revenant's Brooch, just as a way to be able to deal with the Sven as well.
So they pit themselves up a Rubik, though, here for Yellow Submarine. Now, we haven't seen all that great Rubik games at the moment, have we, Danog? So, you know, the final game, in order to keep one of these teams in the upper bracket, I'm hoping for a good Rubik game this time.
Yeah, it just feels like... My concern is that they don't necessarily have early game damage on these supports, assuming Batrider is a support, which it probably is. Right, like you've got slowish damage, you know, like telekinesis is useful. Obviously, it depends which spell you steal. Lasso can be quite nice, but there's no like snap pickoff that you're able to have with this lineup. So, you know, something like the Pangolier is actually quite good because you can get that shield crash off. You can swashbuckle away. You can roll up into the Rolling Thunder, and you're going to have difficulty taking him out. Same sort of thing with the Sven. He's a relatively tanky core. A, being a strength hero, B, with a war cry, C, with a stun, to be able to kind of slow down any sort of aggression. So I wonder if that's the way that One Win are going to go. They're just going to make all three of their cores relatively hard to take down, so that Yellow Submarine need to commit quite heavily if they're looking to win any sort of aggressive engagements. I mean, Techies kind of fits a similar sort of mold, right? The reactive taser becomes a way to be able to live just that little bit longer.
Yeah, I do like the fact that they still have the Batrider, though, against the Pangolier, because obviously, of course, you mentioned that, you know, you can use your lasso through the BKB, so that means you're going to be able to possibly use the lasso on the Pangolier Rolling Thunder. But they picked themselves up a Puck. Puck has been able to get through. It was banned quite a few times, especially in Game 2, which left One Win to actually have to go to the... pick themselves the Shrek again, but this time Yellow Submarine, they'll pick themselves up Puck middle. So got themselves the Dream Coil. That's going to be especially nice against Pangolier and Sven.
It will. My concerns still aren't resolved, though, in terms of the early-ish game damage that I've been talking about. Like, I don't really think Puck is going to be able to make any meaningful rotations towards these side lanes, at least until Batrider hits level 6. You know, Rubik most of the time is only going to have level 1 telekinesis, not going to be up to snap the coil to provide that extra damage that you need, so you're going to need to rely on lasso. I'm wanting to see a pretty early Tidal Wave shard come out from the Kunkka, just to be able to be used with that. But yeah, I just really feel like Puck's going to need to focus on limiting Pango's impact, as opposed to, you know, the other way around, being a bit more proactive. So if you're going to play reactive Dota, then I think you need to play something that's quite greedy as your position 1, that's going to be able to, you know, farm up a Storm and impact in the late game. Because I think you've got the potential to live on most of these Yellow Submarine heroes. You know, they're either very durable or they can escape from team fights quite easily. But they don't have the ability to output the damage just yet. I'm always a fan of the PA, and again, it's a pretty decent Revenant's Brooch buyer. You're someone that can just, if you get a lucky bash or if you go into the Abyssal Blade, you can take out someone like the Pangolier really quickly before he is able to get off his spells. It's not really meta right now, I suppose, but I don't know. I just enjoy PA. Anything can happen in a PA game. That's what I love about it.
Oh god, I witnessed one firsthand last night, Danog.
Mm-hmm. 5 seconds.
PA, 2 rapiers, Revenant's Brooch, Agnims. It's disgusting. It's horrible.
You're describing my hell as a support, because then the game doesn't become interactive. It's like, oh, I'm dead. There's nothing I can do about that. You need like, you need to get lucky with a Gossamer Cape, and you need to get an Aeon Disc, and maybe a Ghost Scepter after that. And then if he buys Nullifier, you're still screwed. So it's like, well, all right, what do we do now? But all the hard carries are being banned out right now. No Morphling, no Faceless Void. Spectre doesn't really feel like too much of a hero at this point in time. They go a TB. Okay, pretty hard carry. It does deal some damage. I hope that the TB is going to go into a cheeky Aghanim Scepter, because I'm always a fan of the potential for the combination there with a Terror Wave and the Puck Dream Coil, but it's probably not going to happen unless it gets 4th, 5th Roche time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I do like the Terrorblade, especially against the Sven, but oh my lord, Magnus is picked up here. Gives the Sven extra cleave. If 100% is not enough, give him more.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So I think it was Magnus, Pango, Lifestealer that was a combination that we saw, and all of them basically had an insane amount of farm just because of Magnus going down a bit of this greedier route and being able to just give all of them Empower, and you just had a huge net worth advantage that was too much to overcome. And that was how, I want to say it was Night Pulse was able to just overwhelm their opponents and just quickly take that game out. So I wonder if it's going to be a similar sort of strategy, right? Like, if you know that Erase probably isn't going to be able to make too many rotations to the side lanes, I guess he can actually rotate towards the safe lane now, because Terrorblade with meta absolutely should be able to get a kill if he pops the meta with the Dream Coil being used and they can't run away. But I think you could probably try and just be a little bit greedier here on one win. Just get a ton of farm on all 3 of your heroes and use that to overwhelm Yellow Submarine.
So you think you should go the Empower over the Shockwave on the Magnus on the lane?
I think so. Maybe you can get like 2 points in Shockwave just to, get that value damage coming out of it, and it still is a little bit of like magic damage threat against a Terrorblade, who, notoriously not the highest HP pool, but pretty high armor. But yeah, I think you just need to focus on your game as opposed to being this big team fight impactor really early on.
Mm-hmm.
But you're not necessarily playing for RPs really early on, right? Like, you're playing against a Rubik. You know how easy it's going to be for Rubik to steal RPs as long as his positioning is good.
Oh yeah, that's a valid point actually. Yeah. So they do obviously, of course, have themselves the Rubik, who's going to be able to sit in the back lines, potentially counter initiate with a stolen RP. It's quite some nice things to steal here. You've got Stormhammer, Rolling Thunder, Blast Off, some Crystal Maiden spells.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not the worst Rubik game.
It's a great Rubik game, to be honest. Like, Frostbite's amazing, Blast Off's amazing, Rolling Thunder's amazing, Stormhammer's amazing, RP's amazing, Skewer's amazing. So
30 seconds to battle.
We'll see. I mean, even honestly, giving I guess Empower's not that great for a Yellow Submarines team. No one's home though for their. I think this is their second smoke rotation, if I'm not wrong.
It looks like it, maybe. Let me see.
The battle begins.
We'll just get the bouncer in there. No, they actually might get themselves 3.
All 4. They might get 4.
4? Oh my gosh.
Alright, it's over. 1 win takes it. Call it.
Getting 4 bounce runes. That really does fill you with confidence.
Mm-hmm. Liking what Cloud's got in his quick buy already. Wraithband, Bracer, just some nice early value items, considering you're going up against the Terrorblade, who's going to be dishing out a decent amount of physical damage to you. 3 armor to start, so not the worst for the Magnus, but certainly still not easy to contest against. And yeah, you can see the early point in the Shockwave just to try and bully the TB while he's still in his slightly weaker state.
Do you think we will, around about like 10 or 15 mark, do you think we will see Butterfly move around with the team here on Terrorblade? Do you think that's needed, or is he okay to kind of farm? Because I think you were mentioning in the draft that you would preferably prefer a carry here to just farm up, ensure that you have that late game potential.
I think he just needs to be a little bit more static this game. Unless someone's really out of position, you can maybe make a move through the Twin Gate, use the meta to be able to win a fight and take the tower. But I think it's really going to be more on when Erase makes his movements, right? Like, are you going to be able to lock people in place when meta's available to be able to secure some kills? So, I think power runes are always important, for sure. But I think for this game in particular, it's going to be especially so, just because they really do need that little bit of an extra damage output, or that outnumber to be able to come out on top in a few of these early engagements on Roshan. Certainly not lacking in damage on one wing.
There's last hit wise, both mid lanes doing fine here at the moment. No change. Bottom lane, I'm quite intrigued to see whether they'd be able to get first blood with the Techies and Magnus.
I mean, there always is the potential, right? But you're up against a Batrider who it's very hard to make any sort of plays against. As soon as Magnus moves forward, you can potentially do exactly what's happening right now. Firefly onto him. He's probably saving up the flame break just in case he starts winding up that blast off. Might need to turn around and try it anyway. It's not going to be enough though.
Okay, first blood for the Terrorblade. That'll be nice and beneficial. Just get that extra gold there to obtain something nice. I mean, already on the way to be completing the power treads quite soon here on the Terrorblade. Old sticky bomb. Oh, sorry.
I almost wonder if it depends how long he actually wants to stay in this lane, but I wouldn't hate seeing Butterfly go raindrops here, just because of you're going to be copping a lot of shockwave span. You're going to be copping the sticky bombs every now and then, so that just enables you to stay in this lane, prevents you from losing towers, keeps the space on the map for you to be able to be that greedier core, be able to just pick up the most efficient farm, which is creep waves as opposed to neutral camps.
Yeah. So they may have found themselves the Crystal Maiden here. One more physical attack. Oh, nice wand usage, but should get the kill. Oh, Fairy Fire as well. Slowed down with the
respect.
Crystal Nova. Oh, the Torrent though. Just nice catch.
Poor guy.
Yeah, gets the kill.
He did everything right there. Gives a ton of space for the Sven though. Had a complete uncontested wave.
I mean, this is a dead Batrider for sure, I think, as well. Pause comes out. Nice timing.
Yeah, he's he'll probably land down a flame break before he dies though. See if that's enough to be able to keep him away. He's got the Lotus as well. Is Cloud actually the one in trouble? He's got 4 stick charges, so probably not. Probably a little surprised at how much they've been spamming out the shockwaves, so goes and gets a quite late magic stick up here for Asdecor.
Yeah, no points into Empower as of yet, just 2 points into the shockwave.
I think it's needed just to try and get something out of that very start, but the fact that they went down this avenue and still haven't been able to secure a kill is a little unfortunate for them. Means he's going to be behind the 8 ball a little bit in terms of his farm, but he's still doing relatively well on the Magnus, all things considered. But I think part of that can go to the 4 bounties that they were all able to secure at the start of the game. One struggling is actually Mukushi on the top side. Somehow only level with the Conquer. One thing with the Terrorblade, I'm a little worried about the overall damage output that he's going to be able to provide when you consider you've got the Sven with the Warcry, right? Like,
yeah, that's true. Oh. Yeah, Munkushi's okay. Thankfully, because of this Crystal Maiden. Support, we said, it's strong, but sometimes it... did you say you felt like it had impacts during the late stage of game 2, because I remember when we were drafting up, and you said that you felt like they needed to pick something a little bit more stronger than a Crystal Maiden, but
for the late game, yeah, I think Respect was actually really on point with his the Frostbite usage in particular, targeting the Luna. Like I think he did a really good job. Like this is what happens when you get like a complete specialist on a hero. Don't believe the Dota Plus. It says he's bronze. He's just probably hasn't renewed his subscription. They're just tossing out blood grenades to get a little bit of this extra threat onto the Kunkka.
Got blast off there as well. Kunkka still able to survive with thanks to the 1 charges. Going to use the X marks to TP back to the base. We'll be back with full HP. Almost full HP.
I think he actually left the fountain a little bit early by accident, so probably should have had a little bit more HP. Anyway, doesn't matter all that much with the techies rotating. It's actually then since TP'd towards mid, and look at this. You've got Aztekor waiting right here at the Western Root, trying to yoink it away. Whose fingers are quicker, and it looks like it's Shira Jr.
Actually able to bottle that there as well.
1 for 1.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
It's not the worst. You aren't exactly losing any experience in this mid lane. Respect gets a little bit of extra for free, which is always nice as a CM. It's going to be a lot of stuns going out in this fight, though. Like, it's so hard as a Crystal Maiden to be able to get off your freezing field this game. It's just a big, like, not hit me button, but stun me button. You know, like, guaranteed easy spell for Rubik to steal. You know, Water Park from Tundra, from Kunkka is going to be enormous.
I really do love some of the names that they come out with. But meanwhile, on the bottom lane, we did get ourselves a kill for the Terrorblade again, because Dream Coil was committed there onto the Magnus. But in return, Rubik may fall here. Will do so indeed by the hands of the Swashbuckle from Shira Jr.
Radiant are scanning.
Just the first death for the Magnus, so not the worst. Lane pushed in underneath his tower, so he's probably going to have at least 3 creeps to be able to pick up and get closer and closer towards that RP if he is looking to go down that avenue. Hopefully the lag doesn't last all that long. Like the fact that the Kunkka's going into the Blade Mail as well. Like I've been saying, I feel like they need to be playing more reactive Dota on Yellow Submarine as opposed to proactive. And what's the best way to do that? Just tank up. It's a pretty standard Kunkka build these days, sure, but I feel like it's exactly what this game needs anyway, so it's a big reason why they even had the hero pick in the first place.
We're actually grouped up around the center of the mid. We do have Aztekor, who's actually been taking these stacks with the level 3 Firefly. Doesn't have himself a TP though. They're actually not going to pursue the chase. He's okay.
They probably think he has a TP, that's why. He's like, joke's on you. Just want to stay out here on this side of the map. Might even look to put himself in place to body block up that hard camp.
Okay. We do have Shira Jr. on the track to try and find this Kunkka, but with thanks to the Sentry Ward and the Observer that they had in the triangle, realized that he was coming, and the Dream Coil as well helps to take down Sweden strong. I have to say, Pessimist is doing pretty good here at the moment, actually, for this Kunkka off lane. I mean, not in regards to CS. He's the lowest CS, but he's been able to avoid quite a few ganks here from Shira Jr.
He's avoiding ganks, he's making the TB not have too much impact in terms of like pushing the tower, sorry, the Sven, with the Metamorph, with the God Strength. God, these spells, they're all blending together. But yeah, I think you do need to, not necessarily get more active, but you just need to make sure, like, for example, He's messing up even a stack, though, a few times. You got to make sure you're not doing those things so that you get into your blade mail ASAP. So then when it comes time to react to a lot of these plays, like within a Dream Coil, for example, you can TP and you can land the boat out before... and be tanky enough to be the front line for your team. Because realistically, he's all they've got.
Yeah.
Compare that to one win. Sven's pretty happy to be on the front line. Pango absolutely does. Magnus, not necessarily a frontliner, but certainly, you know, that initiation, reposition style.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Big highlight of Cloud last game for his, his
Twin Gates!
He'll be fine.
There's a projectile on the way to hit CM. I think. No.
No. Oh! It just hit it now.
I'll use the one charge.
Yeah. Ah, the trusty shovel. Look at that. Instant value. Healing salve through for respect. Yeah. He's going to be perfectly healthy.
Yeah, it's pretty good. You called yourself
a shovel enjoyer in time, you know?
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. You called yourself a shovel enjoyer yesterday, didn't you?
If it gives value, I'm a fan. That's all it is.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Like I
attack.
might even just be able to passively get this tier 1 tower bottom, so pretty significant, right? Like
bottom tower has fallen.
Aztekor just being a little bit annoying, putting a little bit of fear into Cloud here on the bottom side, but not enough to really deter him from getting a little bit more of this farm. He knows that he needs to try and greed this one out a little bit further, and he's going to be able to do so. He knows that just with his slightly tankier build that he's gone for, even the Spark of Courage, giving that that additional armor if he does get low, he's going to be tanky enough to be able to withstand, you know, unless they're committing 3 heroes to him, a lot of rotations that might be looking to take him out.
A little something extra.
And something that you mentioned as well about how Cloud was going to do his talent build. You said they was going to put 2 points into Shockwave and should put the rest into Empire, and he's done just that on the Magnus.
Yeah, I think it's just it's a lot of value, right, that you can get off the back of that. Sorry, I'm just looking at some of the items that he's got here. I think it's an Orchid that he's got.
It is an Orchid, yep. Meanwhile, though, Rolling Thunder has to be committed to escape here. The Dream Coil connecting there. It's broken upon the Magnus and the stolen Rolling Thunder. Heading for Shira Jr. Telekinesis. Is it in range?
Tower is under attack.
Big pole. Yeah, he's out.
Just a cheeky zap. I feel like they might have had the potential to... Well, I guess they really didn't have many other heroes other than the Pango to be able to make that turnaround happen. As another value use of the shovel comes through. With Shira Jr. already being ready to join in the fight with the rest of the boys. He's actually got an amp damage rune as well, so they see these TB illusions move up here. They know he's just lost the metamorphosis, so they might be able to quickly catch him on the end. And we'll have to wait and see. Going to go in. No TB for right now. Just sitting in the jungle, farming a little bit. Looks like it's going to be the tier 1 tower being pushed in. Still popping the glyph to be able to protect it. Dream Coil up in just 5 seconds. Wanting to see if there is going to be a power rune spawning up top. Not going to be the case. It's actually down bottom. A great one, actually, for Shira Jr. to be picking up in the Arcane Rune. So... I wonder how much they're wanting to commit to being able to take out this tier 1 tower. It's always risky to be in this sort of position, but I suppose as long as Batrider's revealing on this bottom side of the map, with that lasso being a threat, they're feeling relatively confident to do it. But still, they're eventually going to back off. So, not really getting too much value out of this Orchid for Cloud just yet. He's going to need to pick up a Blink Dagger ASAP. Mentioned that actually topside Bunkushi, he's the one that's getting gone on here. Really good telekinesis while inside of the Rolling Thunder. They get the jump onto the Pango, they get the jump onto the Sven, they even get a lasso on the techies at the exact same time, and steal the mines as well. How is Mukushi alive, though? This would be a big RP if they're able to land it onto 2, which they do. And Respect cleans up with a triple kill at the end of it all. So, man, it seemed like the perfect initiation coming through from Yellow Submarine, but it's just not going to be enough. The power of the Crystal Maiden with that freezing field, and even Sweden strong, just the tank ability from the reactive taser keeping him alive long enough. Very surprising.
I mean, nice RP, although they did lose the Sven, but nonetheless they got 3 out of that. Would you say it was worth it though?
Was it just the Sven or was it the Pango as well? Yeah, I mean, Sven and Pango feels a little bit too much for mine. I guess if you're going to make aggressive plays, no, actually no, it was Yellow Submarine that made the play onto them. So, you know, at the end of the day, it was their move that worked out well. So, you know, one win had to try and salvage something out of it, and they did. So, yeah, I'd say at the end of the day, it is worth it. Obviously, they would much prefer to be the ones making the move once they've got the Blink Dagger, which, as being a part of all of those kills, Cloud has been able to pick up with that assist gold. So, that's coming out to him, just waiting for a TP scroll as well. They can certainly look to play a little bit more on the front foot. Diffusal Blade is up. Respect is TPing in without a smoke, so it's going to be a little bit more difficult to be able to make these plays, and some of that indecision is being punished by the TB. Being able to take another tier 1 tower.
Yeah, nice usage there of the Metamorphosis. And is actually going interestingly here for... You got the Sanjin Yasha now. Not wanting to go a BKB here. He's going to go for a Butterfly next.
It's a really good smoke, but they don't go up onto that high ground, actually. I'm a little surprised. They're going to get the easy kill onto a Rubik, but I feel like when TB doesn't have meta and you know he doesn't have meta and you see the way that he's retreating, that's the time to go in onto the much higher value TB. It still gives you a tower, gives you a kill, lets you take away some of the farm on that side of the map, but it's not really going to result in too much more beyond that. TB,
yeah, an easy tower take.
Enormous.
But BKB almost finished now on the Sven, which will be very, very nice, especially against the Puck, because obviously, of course, the Dream Coil, you can actually break the Dream Coil during BKB and not be affected. Meanwhile, the top lane there, it looks like they have found themselves a kill onto Sweden Strong. If Butterfly can get it, he will. Killing spree for him. Now it looks like they'll be the ones to pressure a tier 1 tower, and they attempt to take that.
They're just cutting the wave for now. Wanting to make sure that they... This is the advantage of the TB, right? You can be in so many different places at once. You can be picking up all sorts of different farm and influencing lane equilibrium. So most of the time, you're going to be the ones coming out on top in terms of tower trade. Hasn't been the case up until this point, and that's part of the reason that one win have this very slight net worth advantage. But you would have to imagine now that TB has a couple of these early items, the SNY, the Dragonlance. The illusions are tanky enough that they're able to, you know, solo tank entire creep waves and basically let the rest of the creep wave do the work as Erase gets that second tower, evening things out a little bit.
So if we still got like another 10 minutes, do you think, before we start to see some carry action here? Because BKB and Blink is still needed on the side of Sven. On the other hand, Butterfly on the way soon for Terrorblade.
I'm a little surprised that they haven't tried to get a little bit more active on one win. You know, I feel like this is their time as they find another jump here onto the techies. Poor techies is just dying constantly, trying to keep these lanes shoved away. But at the end of the day... Oh,
smoke that. Have they found Kunker? Oh, he's actually just Xboxed himself. He's going to reveal himself on the... He's going to wait. Cloud's going to wait until he comes back, and then he's going to skew him. There it is.
Needed.
There you go.
But, yeah, I mean, the reason that I'm a little bit more surprised at the somewhat lack of movement is just how aggressive a lot of the wards are on one win, right? Just have a look at their vision. It's all on the Yellow Submarine side of the map right now. behind tier 1 towers, behind tier 2 towers, next to tier 2 towers, in front of tier 1 towers, in areas of the map that you'll be able to see people rotating towards the ancient camps. So this to me suggests we want to gank people when they're out of position away from the rest of their team. We want to be scouting out when someone doesn't have a TP so that we can, create an outnumber elsewhere. And they've had RP for a long time. They've had Blink RP for a long time and they just haven't used it.
Yeah, but looking at their vision as well, it's a little bit obscured. Like the observer ward near the middle tier 2 doesn't give a lot of vision, but it does give quite a bit of information if someone does pass there. Like for now, the Bat Rider.
Yeah, they're all pinging them out right now.
She's the Firefly. They see vision of him as well.
Drums to potentially get away. It's going to be a siege creep just coming towards them. This might be where they make their stand here on Yellow Submarine. To not lose the tier 2 tower on the bottom side. Gotta say though, Erase not exactly the healthiest in terms of his mana pool, so they're gonna need to use the glyph. They actually use an aggressive glyph here on 1win. All the boys are hanging around and they want to find a quick kickoff onto the Kunker. Wisely though, he is using the X marks the spot. Not sure it's going to be enough though to be able to protect this tier 2. And with that, during the daytime, they should be able to claim a Roshan for themselves if they really did want to. Might opt to wait for the next God Strength to be available, but the ping actually coming out from Pessimist to signal that perhaps this is where they're looking to make the play.
They may actually be going Roshan here, yeah. Unkushi heading into the Roshan pit will be joined by Cloud and Sweden Strong. The rest of the team will try and attempt to take this. They don't have any idea that they're at this Roshan pit at the moment, but they're not showing on the lanes, which could mean the possibility that now they're just starting to understand that there is a Rosh, but it'll be a little bit too late as they're already pit themselves with the Aegis here. They'll most likely put that on Unkushi. Yeah, let's go Unkushi. One Pop just revealing. Scouting out. Oh, right into the Sven. Blinks away. Avoids the Stormhammer. And that is one
and
fast
once again,
Bat
I think
Rider.
we'll have a little bit of a period of quiet once again. I mean, you've nearly got the BKB up on the Magnus. He's level 15, so a little bit less cooldown on the Skewer. So could be looking to make a lot more of those Blink Skewer plays with the relative safety of the BKB. Got the Aghanim Scepter finished up on the Pango. He probably wants his level 15 as well, just to be able to get maximum value out of that Blink Dagger that he's almost got completed. Nearly got the Guardian Greaves as well, so not wanting to be caught inside of a Puck Silence, for example. We've got a lot of stuff coming out very, very shortly for 1win, while they're still going to have plenty of time left on the Aegis. So, just taking it chill for the next little bit. Going for a smoke though. Wanting to use the good vision that they have to be able to set up for this kill.
Oh, they're smoking up. Maybe perhaps they can find themselves something. Yeah, they found themselves Kunker, but he's X-Marked himself back.
He's been really good with those X-Marks, this man. Like, just constantly assuming that they're going to be coming for him. Very good map presence from the entire team to be able to call that stuff out. Just feels like every single time it's on cooldown, he's just using that X-Mark.
Astakor attempted to go for a lasso there with the blink onto the Pangolier, but just missed it because of a timing there with the swashbuckle. He used the swashbuckle as was jumping in and got slowed down in between the trees. Fortunate for him.
So that's actually the last glyph that they're going to have before going up onto the high ground. I wonder if they're going to try and quickly yoink away this this Tormentor. It's a risky prospect, especially considering Yellow Submarine are making this full-on wraparound, so they're going to be quite weak after taking this one out.
Yeah, there we go, but they're going to be met. Smoke's going to break. Waiting Rit onto 2, Dream Coil onto 3, Lasso onto the Magnus here too. BKB will be committed here for the Magnus, but they, oh look at this! 1win, they've lost themselves 3 here. The Sven being caught here. He will fall. He is coming back, and no BKB or God Strength is available. Lovely Dream Coil there from a race, catching 3. And they got the lasso as well onto Magnus, who was unable to use RP at all. Had to back out of that disaster team fight.
When's the last time we saw RP? Is the real question that I have. It's been quite some time. And yeah, really just reading them like a book, right? They don't keep hitting the tier 2 tower. It means that they're clearly moving off to the left-hand side. They were already at about 3/4 HP at the start of that. And well, now you've even got a race who's level 18, he's got a Maelstrom as well, so he's going to be able to, I assume, use an Aghanim Shard for himself to be able to build into that buffed up version of the Phase Shift. He's really going to start amping up his damage in a lot of these fights as well. And this is the time where you can actually start to become a little bit more proactive yourselves, right? Once you've got that, you certainly have the damage output. You've got Kunkka approaching his BKB. Then he's going to be that frontline presence that you need. You've got a Blink Dagger on your position 5, Blink Dagger and Force Staff on the Bat Rider, and plenty of farm on the TB as well. So, do they wait for the BKB for him? Maybe, but I certainly wouldn't fault them just making a sort of play now where you've still got Butterfly, you've still got 2100 HP, you've still got plenty of armor to contest against.
Oh, nice avoiding with the Phase Shift. The Yules as well. Oh, nice. Nice Illusory Orb Jolt. Avoiding that blast off. And a nice little voice note there from the hero itself in the all chat.
Mm-hmm.
That was a very nice dodge.
Just thinking here, if OneWin need to wait any further, like, they are falling a little behind in levels, especially on Shira Jr., right? Just level 15 versus the nearly 19 on the puck. So I wonder if he just needs to be a tiny bit greedier for himself, provide himself with a little bit more, like, secure the game for yourself a little bit. You know, you want to make sure that you've got that Aghanim Shard to be able to not be as concerned about stuff like the X mark if it somehow is able to proc onto you.
Yeah, it's just there at the moment. Vision-wise, the only thing they see is this puck at the moment, just blinking around everywhere. I mean, Sven at the moment on his way to try and get himself a Daedalus, maybe perhaps soon, along with an MKB also. So just attempting to farm that up.
You got to take out a race. To me, that's the biggest issue that they have right now. And, you know, whether that's... I think, personally, the ideal sort of scenario is that, for whatever reason, a race is underneath your vision. You get a Rolling Thunder in on top of him, you hit him with the stun, you roll up, you turn it around, you hit him again, and in that time, Sven's able to blink in with a Daedalus and just crit him to death before they have any sort of response to it. Part of it is really going to depend on the positioning of Swedenstrong as well, right? Because he's got the Greaves, he's got the Aghanim Shard, so he can give the reactive taser over to whoever gets gone on his team and enable them to get to those bigger timings. But, well, you've got the Daedalus now, so I feel like this is the one that they're looking to sort of play around. They've got good vision around this top tier 2 tower. Give anyone's life away for free, but you can see they're just waiting for any sort of quick pick-off.
I mean, BKB's now obtained on Kunkka and Terrorblade also, so they're more than happy to take a fight right now. But OneWin, I mean, they're smoked up. The smoke's going to break onto Puck. Phase shift there instantaneously will blink away.
OneWin have the vision advantage, and well, they didn't know it, but they were potentially about to jump into those mines, which once again form a perfect pattern, equal pattern between themselves.
Even though I'm not a fan of the techies here, I do appreciate that he does stuff like this.
The geometry of it all.
The geometry, that's it.
Hopefully not too long of a pause. You would assume. Oh, who are we looking at here? Hey!
Oh!
Good, Pango.
Looks like he's doing the pose here. He's like, paint me like one of your French girls.
Well, he is French, right? Or is he Spanish?
Yeah, he is. He's French. He's French.
Is Dante a French name? I thought it was more Spanish.
Yeah, I thought that as well until like I actually researched it because I was trying to explain to someone that pangolier is based off a pangolin, and in the description,
Did they really need you to help them understand that? Pangolia is a pangolin.
It was like, it doesn't look like a pangolin. It's like, that's because he's wearing clothes, probably.
Yeah.
Just look at his back. But yeah, he's French. I thought he would be of some Spanish descent. He's French,
like a musketeer sort of thing. Yummy,
yeah,
yummy,
yeah.
Indeed. But all right, who's winning the next fight? Epi, call it.
Oh,
put it all on the line.
I'm gonna say yellow submarines.
Okay. So you hate the French, is what you're saying? I guess
no.
It's in your blood.
I mean, you know what? I was actually listening to someone say, "No one knows why we hate them. We just hate them because it's in our blood." It's the Welsh and the French.
The Welsh? What did the Welsh do? I know you had constant wars against the French. What did the Welsh ever do to you?
I don't know. It's just an English thing. No one really knows, but it's just Welsh.
The Welsh are lovely people.
Okay, Agnim's on Magnus. Horn toss. It's going to be beneficial. Okay. They're all going to group up. May perhaps go for a jump here as Roshan is going to be back in about 30 seconds. I mean, they have just revealed themselves at this bottom tier 1 tower. That is some information for Yellow Submarines to go off on. But do they want to look for a fight here? Yeah, they go for a smoke.
Revealed himself taking the bottle there. Has to make sure that he moves the Maelstrom back into his inventory after he uses it. Yeah, and he does. But this is it. This is the big Roche fight coming up in 10 seconds. Neither team has that high ground control. A lot of teams not really rating it, I guess. Feeling like it's a bit of a bait, perhaps?
I mean, they still have themselves a scan on Yellow Submarine, so they could commit it if they know where they're hanging around. Yep, they've just seen that CM is around here, so they think they're around the Lily Pond. Oh, nice lasso! Lovely lasso! Dream Cool there as well. That does take down the Pangolier. As Cloud has to activate that BKB, run away, but they're slowly on his trail. He's going to have to use the skewer. Silence there. RP will not connect because of the Yules, as they will also find the Magnus. 2 down, maybe perhaps more, as Rubik still able to survive through it all. Lovely Sunder there. Look at that, used on the support. Double kill for the Terrorblade, actually keeping alive his support until he dies.
Until he dies to a sticky bomb. Oh, poor guy. But you read the script and you did it well. The team fight being won by Yellow Submarine in the end off the back of a great initiation with that lasso onto the Pangolier. You take that away, you take away the mana burn, you take away a huge amount of control, and it just frees up Puck to have a completely free fight. And you can see, you know, it was Techies that did the majority of the damage in that fight, and it feels like it was just off the back of the proximity mines, right? They were trying to force them back into it, but just didn't end up being enough.
Sven's got himself a Daedalus now, though. He did not partake in that fight there. And Agnim's now on the Puck also with this Maelstrom. So able now to start attacking everyone who's affected by the Dream Coil with this Maelstrom.
Do you see Puck was able to used off the RP, right? Or like, you know,
yeah, I saw it.
Yeah, that was sick. So what do you even do now? Like, I'm seeing a lot of these Yules picked up early. Do you just have to go the Scythe? I kind of feel like you do, you know? You either go all in on, like, being a bit more magic-oriented. It looks like he's going to Lincoln's instead on Cloud, which isn't the worst.
Oh my god!
Okay!
Pat Ryder is 2 hit.
Stolen God Strength by Rue. It's like a beast.
Hey, 300 damage on a Rubik.
He wants to go in
Sven
more.
does have himself the BKB. The RP has been committed there onto Conker, but he's still able to live through it all. The Dream
Big
Coil there
coil.
connected now onto Free. That is going to be Techie's dead. But the Rolling Thunder, Shiro Jr. has to get himself away as they found themselves the Sven 2-2 down. One win are going to scatter. Lasso there used onto the Crystal Maiden. They find Free. Oh no, as the court, careful. No man's land. No man's land. Oh, the mines everywhere. Oh my dear. Oh, look at the mines go off. No one is safe.
Poor guy. Oh, Shiro Jr. nearly ending up getting the Batrider anyway. Sees where the Flame Break comes from. There's a couple of seconds until... Oh, hold on. Dual Scepter, able to interrupt it. Yeah.
Oh, more mines.
You desperately get a blink off, but won't be able to. Nearly still dying.
How much
doing
damage did
his best.
Techies did? The most damage in that fight? 5,700 damage.
Yep. It's happened the past 2 team fights. It's just, you haven't found the alright start. I think Sven got called back with an X marks there after he had popped the BKB, and he was well away, even using the blink there, so wasn't even able to time it perfectly to be able to blink out once he got called back. And yeah, we're really just not seeing Sven do any kind of right clicks at all in the middle of these team fights. Just slightly disconnected. He was away from the rest of the team when they hit a pretty decent Horn Toss Skewer RP onto the Conker. You know, yes, he popped the BKB on Conker, but Sven doesn't care about that. It's just that the Sven wasn't there.
I mean, what have one win got to do in this scenario now? 'Cause it feels like they've lost around about 2 or 3 team fights in a row now. I mean, they did take down the Batrider instantaneously, which was nice, but there wasn't any more follow-up after that, and then they just lost the team fight.
Yeah, I mean, this is really why I want the Hex, right? You want something that's able to be instantly impactful, whereas I feel like this Orchid, even that the Pango is working on, is not going to be providing you any of that. Like,
Oh
it's
gosh, another
just
smoke. Both
way
of them
too
scan each
absolute.
other. Oh, Stormhammer. God Strength.
really committing just a Batrider. This is what we were talking about, the 5
Dream Coil onto 2. Uh-oh, Sven has to back himself off even with the BKB in the Dream Coil. They find themselves the Crystal Maiden. Crystal is gone. And Monkoshi has to back himself off again. This Dream Coil, even not piercing through BKB, is having a huge effect with the physical damage it is outputting with this Agnes.
Yeah, and I mean, it's going to be piercing immunity in about half a level as well. You can see a race just off to the side nearly.
Oh, use cancel. Cancelling the TP. That's another
Does
kill.
catch him.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
And now they're even looking to push up onto this top side. I am incredibly impressed with Erase. Like, he is putting in performances way beyond his reputation. And, well, have a look at Butterfly going to work, still having 20 seconds left on that Aegis. He wants to at least get something out of this. The only person that you're really all that concerned about is the Magnus, considering, you know, you don't have the God Strength, you don't have the BKB, so let's get at least a range Rax. Look to back off.
Dire's top barracks has fallen.
Yeah, we got ourselves Butterfly looking very strong right now. Able to turn it around, especially against Sven with this Satanic. So Terrorblade looking like the stronger carry at the moment.
I mean, it's just that it's so much easier for him to be able to right-click because, you know, you've got a Puck there hitting these 3-4-man coils. You've got the Conker there with the Water Park and the Tidal Wave constantly causing havoc, forcing early BKBs and basically forcing one win to be on the run from the very start of these fights. And I mean, like we were saying, it's not going to get easier, right? Level 25 now on the Puck, so are you going to be able to survive through this? I'm not so sure.
Yeah, Dream Coil pierces
harder.
debuff immunity, so anytime you catch Sven now, I think he's dead for sure.
I mean, who knows? Maybe it's a blessing in disguise. Maybe it'll force them to actually fight, and you know, there'll be some sort of a window where you get a lucky crit with the Daedalus. Who knows? That's a nice little bonus, though. Passive armor bonus for the team, so not going to be taking quite as much damage from the Conker and the TB in particular.
Dire are scanning.
have anyone. It was just the Magnus, I think, that doesn't have the shard finished up.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Butterfly. A little bit cheeky here. Using the ninja gear just to try and put himself into a really advanced position so that he can use his conjure image and keep these lanes really shoved in, force someone into a bad spot. Now you've got Pessimist joining in with the rest of the boys, and like we've been saying, that tidal wave is something that you always need to be mindful of. I think he's got the money to be able to finish up a refresher as well. He really wants to, or he's damn close to it. Oh, he's actually switching things up. Okay, go on the scythe. Don't hate it either.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Uh-oh, mines going off again. Oh, they've caught themselves a Magnus. BKB. Oh, Lasso.
Great
oh, it
Lotus.
connects onto the terror
Oh, he's on the high ground.
Oh, P.
Sven's
Oh,
on
he's
high
going to get
ground.
onto Free, but Sven, yes, on the high ground. He is actually being able to get forced off, but the Satanic is there. As Butterfly able to hold its ground. They've lost 3. They've lost 4 here. The Satanic just healing up the Terrorblade. The stolen RP as well there. Onto the Pangolier. 5 are dead. And it definitely looks to be game here now, Danog, as they go for the tier 4s. The buyback is there from the Pangolier, but I don't think he can do much in this situation.
Yeah, it'll be one last desperate attempt for him to try and stall things out, trying to get a quick kill onto the Kunkka, but he just ends up feeding himself in there, and they call the GG. They finally had a fight that was maybe looking okay. You know, they had the Lotus Orb on the right target. They made sure the Batrider wasn't able to pull them out of position, but fortunately it was just the Sven going up onto the high ground. Eventually he did hit a couple of targets and cleave through, but that's when you're really wanting to be taking over. The one time that he could actually hit a few of those right clicks down, and it just was not enough, and the young blood is doing it. They are through to the upper bracket final. Yellow Submarine, 1 win, dropping down into one of those lower bracket spots, and I'm sure this really wasn't what they were expecting. You know, they were pretty clinical in their first series yesterday, and well, Yellow Submarine gave them a big challenge today and ended up coming out on top.
I think that means that Night Pulse are going to get a rematch against 1 win, if I am correct.
Yeah, not sure if the bracket does a flippy flip or whatever. Just
maybe,
so they,
yeah.
Who knows? Who knows? We just talk about Dota. We don't use our brains really, but no, it'll be exciting no matter how it all ends up. And it is that lower bracket match next. Any MVPs that you want to suggest?
MVP. I'm definitely. I mean, Butterfly. He did his job as a Terrorblade, but I feel like it would go to Erase here as on the puck. I feel like the Dream Coils were so impactful within the team fight, went well above and beyond what a usual mid player does. So MVP to the puck, 100%.
Yep, even winning the mid lane as well prior to the level 6s coming out, which against a Pango is pretty hard to do as a puck. So I think big props need to be given over to him. Looks like on the other stream, 9 Pandas were able to take a 2-1 victory against Liga teams. So Solo coming out on top against his son Ramses and booking themselves one of those other spots in the upper bracket final. So it'll be a much bigger test for Yellow Submarine if they're able to topple 9 Pandas. That'll be the 3rd series of tonight. But we actually have a lower bracket match coming up now. Mr. Producer, correct me if I'm wrong, but is it the Liga team versus Night Pulse game that we will be doing next on this stream? I am hearing yes, that is the case. So we get to follow 2 of the teams that we haven't quite yet seen on this stream. Of course, we saw Night Pulse yesterday, but Liga team, we get to see Ramses and his non-BKB buying ways. So I am going to be very excited to see the outcome of that one.
But yes, ladies and gentlemen, we will take it here and go for a break. So get yourselves prepped for Game 2 as we will have underway another great game coming up for us. It's going to be Liga Team versus Night Pulse. We hope to see you then for that next game. We'll see you in around about 15 to 20 minutes. Hello everybody, welcome back to the Elite League of the Eastern European Close Qualifiers. My name's Epidamnos, joining me is Danog. We've got ourselves our second series of the day coming up. And it is indeed in the lower bracket, which means one team will be going home and one team will be further progressing throughout these closed qualifiers. It is Liga Team versus Night Pulse. Now, we did have a look at Night Pulse yesterday when they were against Asakura, and they were able to get themselves a 2-0 victory. Now, they were knocked down to the lower bracket by one win, because one win were able to get themselves a 2-0 victory, and we have just seen one win play versus Yellow Submarine, and now we get to see what indeed Liga Team can bring to the table. So we've already seen Night Pulse play. Let's speak a little bit about Liga Team. What can you tell us about Liga Team?
I mean, there are a fair few people that obviously know a few of the players in this roster, right? Ramses, of course, is the number one, but it's a good mix between like Division 1 and Division 2. I feel like Ramses tried to do this last 2-3 years with like CIS Rejects and then Darksiders, and then eventually he joined on to Nine Pandas and they had relative success with that. Looks like he's just trying to find the next Kiyotaka or the next Antares to be able to play around with, right? So I like the fact that he's investing back in the youth. As we just saw with Yellow Submarine, it can give you great results, but you know, they're in the lower bracket. They've obviously had a little bit of a hiccup, so let's see if they can keep the ball rolling and keep moving forward through this and give themselves a chance to get through to that Swiss stage of the Elite League.
And then, of course, we have ourselves Night Pulse as well. Now, we saw these go up against, as I said, Asakura before. They were able to get a comfortable 2-0 victory. Finished both games at around about 30 minutes. Around about there, do you think this game is going to be the same from what Night Pulse brought to the table yesterday, or do you think this is going to be quite a bit more difficult for Night Pulse?
It'll be more difficult, for sure. I mean, Liga Team is a better team compared to Asakura. I thought Kami was by far the best player on their team yesterday. He was just on another level, to be honest. But we also did see a few things like Merlin playing the Gyrocopter. He looked really solid on that. Janta played the Crystal Maiden twice in a row as well, I believe. So you just need to... I wonder how much work Liga Team has put into that. Just thinking, all right, well, if they pick these, what heroes are we going to do to give ourselves an advantage in terms of the laning stage? Or are we going to try and go for a few of these block picks once we do get into the draft?
5 seconds remaining.
As now we do get into the draft. Look at that. You brought it up. You spoke the magic words, and we are presented with a draft already. Some heroes have been banned out. A few heroes which we've seen before, Chen and Doom, being the regulars here within the ban pool. Though, interestingly, Primal Beast will be banned out here by the Liga Team. Oh, with Terrorblade actually as well.
I mean, it could just suggest something like, if you're getting rid of a Primal, obviously it's just an annoying, beefy hero, right? So you could be looking to go something that wants to avoid magic damage, like a Naga Siren. We know that Ramses loves to play these really farm-intensive heroes. He's also a great Nature's Prophet player. Wouldn't be surprised to see him play like a Position 1 Nature's Prophet as he has in the past. You know, Primal Beast could be quite annoying against that. Even just like heroes like Mars, obviously, are good at restricting a lot of these things with movement. I thought we were done with the tanky boy meta, Epi. I really did. You know, we can nerf Heart all we want, we can nerf Mage Slayer, we can nerf Pipe, we can nerf Lads, but they'll find a way just to slip on through and make for some boring-ass Dota. It's like, oh, okay, we can't kill anyone, how great, how annoying. I guess it's partially the reposition as well as being tanky, right?
Yeah. And I mean, Mars, he's been picked up quite a few times here. Liga Team going to be the ones to pick Mars up this time. I do like the hero. I don't dislike what he can do. I mean, to the table, he can definitely make the game interesting, especially with some of the spears in the arenas that he's able to dish out here. So I don't think he's one of the boring heroes. I think he's going to bring a lot of entertainment to the table, hopefully.
Now, we know that Ramses has a bit of a, what's the word, reputation behind him. He's infamous. And, well, I gotta say, in his name, I just had a quick look on Google Translate, and Cyrillic it translates to the King of Hell. So that sounds like something an edgy teenager would put in, even though the man is nowhere near a teenager anymore. But, yeah, you got that, and I think you've got the Professor is the other one further down there on the Liga team. So we'll see. We'll see what the King of Hell is able to do this game. Maybe that's partially why they got rid of the Terrorblade and the Doom. They just didn't want to have any sort of hell inspiration for him to be actually go to.
Crystal Maiden.
Oh, and they'll
There's
pick
one
up
of those
some.
block picks.
Yeah, so this is the exactly same pick from what we saw from One Win here. Mars and Crystal Maiden and Liga team are picking up kind of the same heroes at this moment. I wouldn't be surprised if they actually pick themselves up something that One Win also had at this stage.
I'm just having a quick look at what Liga team picked up in their games against Nine Pandas. There was a CM, but there was no Mars. They weren't allowed to get the Mars. Of course, we get to see another lot of the Gyrocopter come out for Night Pulse. Merlin was great on that. I'm assuming it's going to be Merlin because, you know, against a Mars, you really don't want to be playing any flak cannon into the arena. Just becomes a whole lot more challenging to have to face up against.
5 seconds remaining.
But it certainly gives them a lot of damage on these supports on either side of the map. Techies 5 is certainly very doable as well. Homing missile into the skewer back into rocket barrage. I'm pretty sure we saw Night Pulse have that combo to pretty good success as well in their win against a Sakura, at least one of the two.
Dire team pick.
Yeah, I do like the Gyrocopter and the Magnus combined with Techies as well. I think looking at just these three heroes already, if I was on the opposing team of Liga, I wouldn't be happy with how my game's going to be going against these three heroes. They are very, very disruptive, very annoying heroes.
Yeah, and at all stages of the game as well, right? They're basically level 2 onwards. You're under threat. In the lanes, you've got reposition. It's hard to move around the map because of the techies. Proximity mines. It's a ton of damage once you hit onto your level 6s. You've got some scaling potential on them, although it does drop off a little bit, and you still are kind of susceptible to BKBs hindering you somewhat. But as long as you've got that solid Magnus Blink Skewer in your back pocket, you know, sometimes you can get the damage off before they're able to pop the BKB. It is okay in my books. It does feel like a Ramsey style of hero where you are able to just sit back and farm a little bit. The thing I'm a little bit worried about is the Rubik. Not in a bad way, though, for the Rubik itself. I mean, it's the classic counter to the Magnus, right? Magnus tries to jump in. It's one of those instant things that is able to keep him locked in place, so that you don't get that skewer back. You just merely need to make sure that you're on the top of your game to potentially get that bait going. So that plus the RP steal potentially, plus even, you know, the call down steal. I mean, that's incredibly impactful if you're playing it with a Rubik.
Do you think this TA here is more of a comfort pick, or do you think that it's picked for the situational compared to what we see right now, Magnus, Gyrocopter, and Techies? Because from looking at it, it feels more of a comfort pick to me. I don't know how TA would be able to, you know, handle against these heroes well.
I think they just wanted some flex going into this last overall pick. Rabel plays TA a lot, so it's something that you're able to deal with. It is very hard to play it into an Argus Siren, though. I mean, he just shreds through your refraction charges. Rubik is pretty terrible at influencing lanes, so the Naga illusions are always going to be just pushing you out. Makes it very, very challenging for sure. And, you know, even Crystal Maiden, right? You just feel like food to this Naga Siren. You can go a pretty early Orchid. Kami loves to play it as well, so it's certainly comfort for him. I quite like this, and this is where you really want to pick your game-winning pick if you've got first overall pick, because you're not going to have the last overall pick of the draft. Now you can ban out the bigger counters to it. Liga team have kind of done them a favor in getting rid of the Primal Beast already, so they're very happy to just remove, you know, the couple ones that do remain from the pool.
10 seconds remaining.
So ban-wise, 2 more bans remaining between both teams. Got similar reserve time left to think about what they want for the last pick. Night Pulse looking here for a mid laner. And Liga team, on the other hand, will they move this Templar Assassin to the mid lane, do you think, and try and find another safe lane carry? Or do you think they'll keep it as the safe, but then try and find a mid laner that can, do some AoE nuke damage against these Naga Siren illusions? Because at the moment, I feel like they have 0 magical AoE kind of nuke damage here on the side of Liga team.
I mean, it's going to be dependent on what Nightpulse do, right? That's the advantage of having this last overall pick, and the advantage of picking the flex of the TA, is that you're not revealing everything at this point. Do you want to go double core and try and out-farm this Naga Siren 2 greater than 1? Or do you push this TA to mid? Ramses plays a lot more of an active position 1. Probably not the book that I'm leaning towards, and I mean, with the Viper ban, I would suggest that it's probably going to be a mid TA now, just because you're really not wanting to face up into that. So yeah, seems like the double core is the strat that Liga team are going for. So we have to think what position 1s are going to be able to deal with the Naga Siren somewhat. They couldn't Pudge, could they? Pudge CM is a great laning duo, and it deals amazingly with the Naga Siren once you get the Aghanim Scepter. I want to see it. I'm calling the Pudge.
I do love me a Pudge, to be honest. I would love to see a Pudge.
They don't have the most reliable, stuns either, right? It's kind of all a little delayed, except for the Magnus. Yeah, give me the Pudge.
Do a Pudge. Come on.
What do Night Pulse need? That's the other thing we need to consider. I mean, I wonder if they're even considering, is Magnus going to be mid as well? They could just go something like an Ember Spirit for themselves. Just to be able to have something to be able to get rid of those refraction charges. I mean, Huskar's still in the pool as well, which honestly wouldn't be the worst. You don't really need your mid laner to be this crazy, super scaling core when you've got a Naga Siren to be able to play around with. So just focus on winning your lane, and they should feel pretty confident, just unless Liga team are truly next level and are baiting them with their bans, and they're just still not going to put the TA mid, and they'll pick a different mid that's going to be able to beat it out. Who knows? But they're going to need to decide in the next 10 seconds, because they are running out of their reserve time.
Yeah, I feel like they need some kind of setup and not to fully rely on Techies or Magnus, and there we go, it's a tiny. Blink, Avalanche, and Toss, one of the best initiation tools that you can find within Dota. Tiny is devastating when it comes to initiating.
Very happy running TA mid now, though, and into the Tiny. I mean, heavy physical damage. Refraction means that a lot of your right clicks just don't do anything, so the lane harass that you generally get as a Tiny isn't anywhere near as impactful. Yeah, I'm thinking... I'm liking the Pudge still. Come on, give it to us. Anything else you could think of? Big AoE damage from the position 1 roll?
You've got me fixated on the Pudge, to be honest. Oh, it's Juggernaut. I mean, okay, yeah, I can see that, because obviously, of course, it's a very good Milnir builder, and with the fact that Juggernaut has very fast attack speed, you're going to be able to proc these Milnir procs off very quickly. So I can see that.
Though.
But the Pudge, I know. That would have been fun. But unfortunately, we do not get a Pudge. We get a Juggernaut. So Ramses on Jug and TA on the mid lane.
Yeah, I'm interested to see the how the lane goes as well between the CM and the Juggernaut. Just it's the classic lane, right? You think back to 2013. This is what was played together. CM Juggernaut, you just got good kill threat, spin to win, and in the Frostbite, you're probably going to be able to pick up a few of these kills. But the plus side is that you've got the Magnus that's going to be able to just skewer away to be able to avoid that sort of thing from happening. Maybe it'll just cause Merlin to have a little bit of a rougher time, simply because, you need to get into melee range to be able to use that rocket barrage, so a position 4 gyrocopter isn't going to be quite as impactful. Maybe it's going to cause them to switch things up a little bit. Maybe they play Janta in the position 4 role this game, and they move Merlin to the 5.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how this one will turn out. Naga Siren is not a particular hero that we have seen throughout these qualifiers at the moment. Kind of a unique instance. I mean, especially Juggernaut as well. He will be new to us to try and see how this one works out, particularly picked on the side of League team with the fact to try and counteract this Naga Siren pick, since they don't really have much for Naga. But the game gets well underway. Game 1 out of this best of 3. Night Pulse versus Liga team. Let's see how this one turns out.
Anyone you're favoring?
Let me think. I think I'm liking Night Pulse. You know, I mean, even though that the TA would have like an alright time on the mid lane against Tiny, I feel like with Tiny, Blink, and Avalanche compared to the heroes that Liga have right now, you've got Magnus initiate, you've got Tiny initiate, you've got Techies initiate, you've also got a counter initiate with the Naga Siren Song if you so wish. I don't feel like they have the heroes to pressure the Naga Siren, so I'm gonna go with Night Pulse on this one.
30 seconds to battle.
I don't know whether you would say the same. I'm actually intrigued as what you would think.
Well, the thing that I'm really looking at is, like, I feel like if they're going to win this game, Liga need to somehow get Mars to have an exceptional game, because this is the sort of time where, you know, you go the Amar Mars build, the recent one that he's going, like Revenant's Brooch, Divine Rapier, that sort of thing, because it will deal a ton of damage to these Naga illusions. It will give you a lot more threat for this Tiny once he gets that that grow maxed out, and you've got all of that bonus armor to play around. You really won't care about it.
Excellent idea.
So this will need to be a legitimate, like, tri-core that they're looking to play around with. So for me, the big thing is, when do they flip the switch on Night Pulse to be able to say, right, time to get active, time to play, you know, a little bit more aggressive Dota. And you got to say that a mid-Tiny is one of those heroes that absolutely can do that. Like what he's got queued up already. This is the classic GPK Tiny build, where he goes into the power treads before going the Blink Dagger, just to make sure that he's got the potential to recover his game somewhat, even if the first few rotations don't go amazingly well.
Meanwhile, there may be a kill already on top with the Blade Fury here. On top of Magnus, indeed it shall. First blood going to the Jug. And Ramses will actually TP to the tower there in order not to take any further harassment from Merlin.
We're very happy with that. Juggernaut picking up the first blood. Again, this is the threat of laying up into this lane, right? Like, you've got... I'm calling these two melee heroes, right? Because the Gyrocopter played as a support, you're not wanting to... You can't get in close. It's just way too risky. And they made a pull happen? No. So lane's going to at least be pushing back a little bit further towards the Night Pulse side. Merlin knows that the camp has not been pulled. So maybe now that they've got the level 2, they try and get a little bit more aggressive against these guys. Actually going an early point in the flak cannon just to get some extra harass off, and even some nice timings up top to be able to secure a last hit or two onto the range creep. So nicely done there by Merlin. Man knows how to play the gyro.
Not making sure that lane can't be pulled either by...
Oh, he does still though.
Throwing the aggro. Oh, okay. They still get it, yeah, surprisingly.
How are the other lanes going? Still pretty early. I mean, I do have to say, I love an active draft, you know, and I feel like that's exactly what Night Pulse have. But Warwick just finished up at a pretty early bottle. He's having an okay time in the mid lane against the TA. It's always going to be somewhat rough, but the pressure is on him to make a lot of action happen when he makes his eventual rotations, right? You can't sit back and let a TA Juggernaut Mars draft sit back and farm. It's just not going to work out, even with a Naga Siren. Naga strong, but not that strong.
And Warwick is taking so much damage here from the TA.
Yeah.
The meld damage is just nuts, as you said. 0 armor Tiny.
Nice little XP boost though from this Observer Ward being dewarded. So brings himself up to level 4. Might be able to harass the TA a little bit more frequently with the Avalanche, just to make sure that he's breaking off those refraction charges at least. Oh, Skewer up top. Ramsey's gonna be okay.
Yeah, he's got the magic stick. He'll heal up there with the healing ward.
We're able to get this little pull happening though. On this side, so the wave ended up pushing back a little bit more defensively towards Night Pulse.
I have to say, I have to give Warwick credit, though, for actually matching the CS here for the TA, especially with the harassment coming out.
Having 96 damage does help with
No,
your
moving
ability
true,
to
yeah.
get those CS, but yeah, no, I completely understand what you're saying. You know, Rabel's been pretty damn good with, you know, just his movement for the side blades, making sure that he's able to, you know, secure last hits and denies and still bully Warwick as much as possible.
Oh, and some action happening on the top lane again. Spin will be committed as Merlin will fall even with that Fairy Fire usage. The Juggernaut and Crystal Maiden combination, very, very old back in the day. Was it I actually never played Dota in 2011, as you said, but was Juggernaut and CM a combo to use?
I mean, I remember watching the, was it the free-to-play documentary? It was the one where Dendy was talking about Na'Vi at TI1, and basically the strat that Na'Vi did, because there were so many, like, I don't want to say bugs, but incomplete things in the game, like, Gem didn't reveal wards, but it revealed invisible players, for example. They just picked, and no one knew anything, they just picked the heroes that had the best attack animations and tried to outskill the enemy teams, and they made it work, so... yeah, I mean, something simple like CM Jug is always going to be a really solid combo to have. It's reliable, and Juggernaut has one of the best attack animations in the game.
He does, and that's why I feel like it was definitely picked for the Maelstrom procs, right? Especially with the fast attack speed that you get on Jug. Yep. There's a rotation here from Gyro on the mid. Toss there onto TA. TA still able to live through it all with that Fairy Fire. A few more attacks needed to get the kill. Tried to place that Iron Branch. That was very, very close. Did not
play there.
Stop that Fog of War. Still received a flat cannon, but thankfully was one less attack from being killed there.
Just another good bit of play from Merlin, though, right? Forcing the TA back. Look what's happening here with Warwick next to the TA in the jungle. Looking like a little bit of a scrim going on here, but Rabel should be able to just get away. Got to be careful about how deep he's going under the tower. The big thing for TA, though, is that she has lost a lot of creeps underneath this Tier 1 tower, so it'll be a free, almost double wave for Warwick to be able to farm under the safety of his own Tier 1.
And meanwhile, in the top lane, just forcing Varzyar away again. Now you've got the level 3 Blade Fury just committing the Frostbite and forcing him back. But he's just able to skewer away at this time, putting 2 points into Skewer, interestingly.
He's getting lucky here. Top side. Oh, it's bottom. TA gets a DD as well. So a little bit more luck coming through there. A little 1v1 happening around the map. 1J chasing Janta on this bottom side.
Actually, might use the telekinesis. Hopefully Mars can get a spear. There we go, lovely stuff. Stops the blast off, however, Warwick comes rotating in, gets a free kill, and then refills his bottle like nothing just happened.
Nicely done by him. Won't even lose. He loses one creep of experience in that mid lane, so he should be just fine. Omni Slash, though, on the top side. Varja trying to get it onto the range creep, but Skewer comes a little bit too late. Brings Juggernaut underneath the tower, but it's not going to be enough to be able to turn it around.
Killing spree now for Ramses on the Juggernaut. Going a Maelstrom straight away, and meanwhile on the mid lane, oh, look at that amplified damage rune taking out the techies, but in return, it's a trade for the Templar Assassin. A 1-for-1. That is a worthy trade there for Warwick.
Yeah, for sure. Trying to get a little bit of value here out of the tower with the Frostbite, but he's got level 1 grow, he's got that bonus 10 armor, as well as some value coming out to him. Magic Wand and just the Windlace to make some of these earlier movements, if necessary, if he gets the right power rune for it, a little bit easier to do. And of course,
on rotations though, they want to get a Vengeance kill here onto the Tiny. The TP there, but they have no cancel, because Frostbite on cooldown and the telekinesis was used. And Rock'em Sock'em comes out to the all chat, just rubbing in into the wounds that he was able to just TP away.
Really good presence of mind by him, just to be able to get away, have the calmness to, you know, understand the tools that Liga have at their disposal. And, you know, don't have unlimited stuns. Making up a nice little stack here as well for Warwick is Janta. So that'll accelerate the Blink Dagger that Warwick's looking to pick up.
Gonna go for Vazir again. Just able to skew it to the low ground there of the riverbed. He will be alright.
He's going to need to be forced back inside of the triangle. Just get a little bit of this farm away from the lane, especially while it's pushed so deep. Nothing stopping Ramses from just, you know, going way and way ahead as TA gets going on once more. Doesn't have the meld for another 5 seconds.
That might be a dead TA. It is indeed. Blast off gets the kill once again. TA not having the greatest of times on this mid at the moment.
Out twice that was where they had a sentry ward up, but unfortunately they're not going to be able to get the D ward, so they still have an understanding of that's where Janta has the vision of this general area. I do want to see Warwick just give a little bit more of that mid lane over to the gyrocopter, just get him up into that quick level 6, make sure that he's fight ready around that power rune timing. But seems like Vaj is just really calling him back to help him out a little bit further. Yeah, there we go. Warwick just trying to accelerate off the back of the jungle.
It's about 1,500 gold away. Not 1,500, 5,250 gold away from a blink.
How's Bonsai going for old Kami-sama on the Naga Siren? Looks like it's going A-OK for him, almost into the Yasha already, so that's certainly going to pick up the farming speed for him, of course. Make himself a little bit tankier as Panto is in a bit of trouble here.
Yeah. The arena is there though, but Merlin completely fine. They'll pick off a Crystal Maiden there.
Bottom tower is under attack.
This is the third time now that Warwick has pinged that they've got vision there. Hopefully someone will look to de-ward it. They're like, nah bro, I need my arcane boots, leave me alone.
Oh wow, look at net worth wise though. Kind of compared to the Jug and the Naga Siren, 1k gold ahead on the Jug.
I'm fine with that. I mean, Naga Siren is going to just accelerate if she's left alone. And that's the thing, right? You're going to be able to make a lot of plays so that she is left alone, right? Like the techies, the gyro, they're level 5.5 and 6 respectively, and Tiny's just 600 gold away from being able to pick up his Blink Dagger. So
yeah,
you're going to be able to find times to be able to play around the map. It frees up Vaja to recover somewhat. He's looking to try and take this ancient camp, but he's a little bit weak right now. Might not be able to do it all that easily. And then, of course, that just gives Naga all the time in the world that she needs to be able to make these plays. So this next smoke attempt that's going to come from Night Pulse, it's, yes, you want to find a core. More importantly, I think it's about getting vision up. Even if it's not vision that immediately results in a kill, you need to kind of future-proof yourself so that you can get a kill the next time that you look to go for a smoke, so that your Observer Ward isn't being immediately de-warded, you just get insane value out of it.
Almost got a Blink Dagger now on the Tiny, and a little bit of aggression being pumped out from Liga. With Ramses rotating here on the bottom.
Trying to get something around the map, just make it a little bit harder for this eventual roaming trio to get stuff happening, and I'm sure they noticed that as well. Merlin up on the top side, just shoving out the wave a little bit. Certainly not a safe place for anyone to be on Night Pulse, so he wants to force someone back in a bit more of a defensive movement. Ramses going to quickly move himself up there. He's just lacking, I assume he's got a clarity or something coming out. Yeah, 2 clarities on the career as well for Warwick. Smoke attempt. Who can they find? Fresh TP up onto the top side. They know that Ramses is up there. He'll have stick charges and the healing Lotus to be able to play around with, but definitely don't want to run into Panto. You want Ramses.
Oh, did they see him? Did they see him though? They do. Blink is ready.
They're waiting for that creep cam to die so that you're not going to be tossing anyone else.
There it is. Oh, and was not able to get off the RP, but I still think it's enough.
Surely he dies. Surely he dies.
Yeah, there we go. I mean, cancels the freezing field as well. Avalanche and toss. 2 kills. There we go. A little bit of missed timing. I think the RP was casted a bit too early.
Yeah. You learn something new every day. I remember watching TI9 True Sight and Weeha thinking that the Pugna Netherward damage happened after refraction, but it was before. Disabled his blink and he died. So, you know, just little things like that. You're always learning in Dota. There's something little that can change a lot of the time. No points in the Song of the Siren just yet, so they're not going to be able to follow this up into a kill onto the Mars. Even though you did make a movement down here on Warwick to try and attempt that sort of thing. You see the potential of this roaming squad that Nightpulse have, right? That was even without the techies at the very start of that one, and they killed Ramses with
Radiant's
ease.
middle tower is under attack.
So what is the plan here for Liga? I mean, they've just got themselves a blink onto Radel, so no Desolator yet on TA, so not in a position to be bursting people as of yet. And when you spoke about Mars having this great game, I think it's not been bad. I think it's just been kind of a little bit mediocre. Like he still needs his blink dagger. We should see him come into effect very soon once he gets it, and hopefully then we might see a turnaround from Liga. That's a
look. I think as long as they're like not losing towers, I don't think Liga care all that much. It's only a 1k net worth lead. They see Rabel here with this Observer Ward. It's just a matter of the avenue that they go about making these movements. Merlin still won't run into anyone, as they're actually going to back off. Alright. Guess they must think that they've got an understanding they can't be revealing off the map for all that time. But this is the downside, right? Like, you are going to get into this Tricore and you're going to make it work. You just sit back and let them farm. Not losing towers is just objective A right now.
Yeah. Okay, so the Blink Dagger now obtained on Mars. I've got an opportunity to pounce at someone here with the Arena.
Please. Oh, off the mark. TP's coming in.
In comes the Omni Slash. Doing a lot of
got
damage there to the Tiny. Oh, lovely RP. It will affect 3. However, they have lost 2 here on the side of Nightpulse. Make that 3. Techie's gone. Big rotations there from Liga.
Yeah, and that's what happens when you mess up just the one little thing, right? The Avalanche just off the mark means that you don't get that initial jump, means that, you know, you've got time for the Mars to be able to make that rotation happen, reveals the Blink Dagger, and then it's just a 0-for-3 turnaround, so... I liked the move, once again, but at the end of the day, you got to execute.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
At least during that time, Kami wasn't sitting back doing nothing, right? He was pushing forward. He was taking a tier 1 tower. He was invading into this ancient camp area and using his swarm of Nagasaran illusions, which he's microing pretty damn effectively, to be able to just pick up so much farm. Cutting waves, making this push forward a little bit more challenging. They're just trying to desperately feed as much into Vajra as they can.
Yeah, I mean, they'll get themselves the Crystal Maiden. Quite an okay pick-off. Meanwhile, though, one thing is for certain. Naga Siren slowly farming up. Oh, actually going to go in for the potential kill here onto the Templar Assassin. Spear is there, however, oh my gosh, Merlin is deleted. Kami now in trouble. I think they regretted doing that as an Arena coming out. It's caught 2 in place. They've lost 2, potentially 3 as well, as Warwick attempting to flee. Will be found and cleaned up within the Arena. Double kill for the Juggernaut.
Yeah, just a little bit off the mark again with their coordination, as they might even be able to catch Janto running away here on the techies. Looks like he's just going to have to give up his life here.
Yeah, will be found by the Gods Reboot.
Radiant's middle
I mean,
tower
they were
is
so
under
close to getting the Orchid on the Naga Siren, right? They still had a tier 1 tower that you could TP to on Liga, so it makes that sort of move really challenging. The only thing that I can think of is that they were well aware of how much time left was there on the Arena of Blood cooldown, and that's really what they felt was lacking in terms of being able to stop this full-on push forward by Night Pulse. But you know, the fact that the Gyrocopter died so quickly, the damage output just wasn't there. It meant that the arena was able to come off cooldown, and you once again just turned around the fight.
So it didn't look like Night Pulse were having an alright time, but now, after 2 fights, it suddenly turned around, and look at the aggression coming out from Liga. Let's look at this. Ramsey's not a care in the world coming forward. Merlin is dead. Although Avalanche,
maybe
toss
Juggernaut
blast
though.
off as well. Whoa! They killed the Juggernaut, and Varsia will fall. Did try and skew it underneath the tier 2. It is a 2-for-1 at the moment. Arena comes out as well. They have caught themselves Warwick, but in return, Cammy rotating in with the Orchid, stopping the Crystal Maiden from using the Frostbite. So they would have got a kill. A buyback, interestingly, here from Vazia. Skewers in, will miss the Rubik. Katos is there, though, with an Avalanche. They do indeed get that kill. And blast off! Oh! Cancels the TP on Mars here. A rotation's coming in from Merlin, who's going to try and get the homing missile. Will be able to get it off. No banner remains on this Mars, so they might get themselves a 4th kill here. Sticky Bomb will attach the homing missiles there. Proximity Mine will blow off. And the Rocket Barrage finds the kill.
I'm not sure if they needed to rotate both cores down there. I mean, no TP. Are you really that concerned if a Mars is even down here with no TP scroll and no way to be able to get away? I think just committing both supports to get the kill, which ended up being the case at the end of the day, would have been enough. And they might have been able to, you know, push the lane out, move someone to top, fix that lane a little bit, because with that, Ramsey's just quickly able to push top lane. They force a movement out of a support instead, so now they can't play actively around the Tiny, and you know, once again, you can go back to farming on at least 2 of the cores.
Yeah, and I just saw there that Janta really trying to get into the head of the Mars there by just spamming the voice line of gotcha and then proceeding to tip him after cancelling that TP, blasting off into the trees.
I think he's just having a bit of fun. Closing in on that BKB as well. Once again, we're going to see how important it is to pick up an item like that. I'm not so sure how I feel about the... I guess the Eternal Shroud is pretty important for the Naga Siren, right? For all the reasons that we're talking about with the Mjolnir. And some of that AoE damage that they've got coming out, but I wonder if it just pure stats would be better. I'm not 100% sure. I'm not an Naga specialist, and I'm going to defer to Kami on this one because the man knows how to play this hero.
Yeah, I feel like the Eternal Shroud is really nice here on the Naga Siren. If you're especially taking lots of damage that you can see from the Mjolnir procs, then it's definitely worth getting the Eternal Shroud.
Mm-hmm. Wouldn't be a TA draft if, oh, I'm going to be a little careful here on Kami.
Oh, that's a lot of damage. Spear in Arena. Uh-oh, this might be the Naga dead. Oh, just able to get off the Song of the Siren there. Are they going to attempt to turn this? It's not TP. Oh my god, the damage! Damage onto Juggernaut! Completely deleted there with the proximity mines.
Jesus, that was so much. Well, it looks like they're still going to give up 2 heroes for it though, but I guess if you're taking out the Jug, it's okay.
Yeah, Warwick's going to be taken out, and Rabel is having a great time here. Aegis on TA, Desolator is available now, even has that extra range with the Grove Bow now too, trying to obtain that BKB. Kami's got to be careful though, hanging around here, the trap revealing, the Mad Style is there. Can Mars get the Yules off? Yes he can, but a lovely RP.
Oh, nice.
That's a nice RP, tries to attempt to skewer up to the cliff, but is not able to.
It's a nice call down.
TA holding her ground. Finds the kill there onto Fazia. They will take down the Mars and the TA, but TA has the Aegis spawning back alive, and the meld damage is there, and will find another kill onto Merlin.
Yeah, cooldown perfectly positioned with the old Venn diagram connecting the first and second of the rockets onto him. But yeah, the Magnus being off the map now was a 70-second death timer. It's pretty significant. You know, sure, it's going to allow the RP to, for the most part, come back up, but yeah, it's very clear what he's playing around, right? You pick the Rubik into this Magnus because you want to get the lift when he goes in for the skewer back, or you want to get that RP steal off. So Lincoln Sphere coming up next for him to make sure that doesn't happen. Nothing else really that they've got that's going to be easy to cancel out the Lincolns there, right? It's basically only the Rubik who'll need to like Fade Bolt into the spell steal.
On a smoke from 2. Attempting to try and take the tier 2. Are they going to try and defend this? I mean, they've committed the glyph. Warwick's on the way. They don't have themselves Ramses. Ramses is on the mid lane at the time. Kami, Song of the Siren maybe? No. Coming in with an avalanche toss onto 2. Able to get the arena off. And blinks out of it. Oh, wow. And they lose Tiny. That is not what they wanted. BKB also committed. They don't have the RP. As in comes the Juggernaut, ready to join the fight. That is a... that's not a very good initiation coming out there from Nightpulse.
No, I mean, Warwick was even just left on the other side of the arena as well. It was really solid placement there, coming out from BB3, just to be able to, yeah, split up the team fight. And he knew that he himself was safe inside of the arena with that Your Scepter and the ability to blink away. Even just the little things like, you know, his, the way he was standing as he went into the Yule Scepter, right? Means you don't have to worry about turning at all before you go for the blink. It just makes it instant.
So they're able to find a tier 2. They're starting to have a comfortable time now taking over the Nightpulse's map. As you can see, they're just taking the outpost there. I mean, what can Nightpulse do differently in order to try and change the outcome of this game? Because at the moment, it's starting to flow into the favor of Liga.
Well, at least they know where League is moving around now as a result of all of those proximity mines. But yeah, the game is difficult because they just don't have map control at all, right? They've got one observer ward that's out here covering the river. And are they even going to be able to get away from this? This is a nice little backstab if they were wanting to go for it. Still have the Arena of Blood available, but looks like they want to back off for now. Ramses?
Oh.
Ramses? What are you doing, my guy?
He's found. And they'll just TP out with that.
They found Warwick, though.
Yeah, Warwick's gone. Not escaping that one.
Well, killing the enemy carry does help things out a little bit. They also get a little bit more vision up on the map inside of the ancient camp area to be able to help them out. Siege creep in the mid lane, and I mean, Kami is the one that the vast majority of this net worth is on for Nightpulse, so as long as he's sticking himself out on the front lines, they should be generally okay. Of course, they are a huge amount reliant on physical damage, so this butterfly is going to help him enormously.
100%, I think Butterfly. Very nice, and he's almost finished it as well. Literally 500 gold away. And then the Butterfly obtained.
Oh. Hold on. Is he going to be able to get away from this? Oh, Mars was right there. That is... tense moment is what that is. That's a clenching moment.
They didn't have vision on that, right? Or else they definitely would have...
No. No, they didn't. But he had vision of every little angle that they could have possibly been coming from, and they just didn't. Oof. I don't know if you want to go on this. You do not have Naga with you, and she has no way to get towards you, and they've got vision.
They are going to go on it. They're going to try and attempt to take down the Rubik. They will be able to indeed with the proximity mines, but in return they will lose techies, and maybe perhaps Merlin as well. Yep, they'll cancel that TP. It'll be a 2-for-1, not exactly what they wanted here on Nightpulse. They'll actually lose 2 here just for obtaining a kill on the Rubik support.
I mean, Kami got tier 1 tower top, I guess. Maybe that was the outcome that they were wanting, just in case there was a really quick Roche spawn.
Well, they found themselves Vazia as well, with that Yule skewering him into the tree. But he's alright. He's okay. He's able to survive that, surprisingly.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Desolating the meld damage. Lives through it.
Are they going to be able to catch Panto here? Oh, just off the mark once again.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Getting another tier 2 tower for themselves. Any big XP timings coming up? Not really. I mean, Gyro level 15, not that much that's really significant. Techie's level 15, 200 blast off damage, I suppose, if you're really wanting to, you know, find that 100 to 0 during the Avatos combination. Could be very impactful against
Oh my
the
gosh!
Juggernaut.
So, Kami just moving around here, pretending to be Illusion, and all of a sudden just orchiding the Mars. Freezing field. They should be able to come through that, yeah. Found themselves 3 here. Song of the Siren, TP, Kami, yeah, he's okay.
That butterfly coming in handy. Wonder how quickly the MKB gets queued up here on Rabel. Looks like he's got... Oh, he's almost completed it, okay. There we go, MKB.
Find an easy kill there onto the techies.
Just with a swift slash, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Longish Roche respawn, going to be at the advantage of Night Pulse, being on the bottom side of the map. Ramsey's in a little bit of a precarious position here. He's got the gem, though, to be able to save himself. Ends up backing off. He had recent vision of the Magnus, so he knew that he couldn't possibly be there to engage on him anytime soon. That's really the only one that you're worried about, until at least the Naga Siren gets the Aghanim Scepter for herself. Now she's going into a little bit more of the stats. Going the Bloodthorn first, of course, just for a little bit of that evasion pierce, for a little bit of that extra damage, and then into the heart, just to feel not unkillable, but pretty close to it.
Oh, nice
Ooh.
avalanche. That actually cancels
Radiant
the Mars
are
from
scanning.
using the Twin Gates. But
Kami
where
saying,
is he?
Keep going, bro. Yeah, he was pinging up there saying, you know, you made this initiation, you got to commit onto it, but he doesn't, and as a result, Mars is going to end up getting away. Would have been well worth using the Song of the Siren to be able to find that pick-off onto BB3, especially considering it was right next to the Twin Gate, right before them being able to potentially take Roshan, but they will look to take a consolation prize of having Kami up on the top side here, push out this next wave, have the tier 2 under threat. Doesn't seem like Liga are all that concerned about going for Roshan, though. They feel like they're stronger right now, even though it's only a 2k net worth lead. Oh, and it's actually a TP back from Janta. They got to get out.
Smoked up, heading towards where Night Pulsar trying to take the tier 2 tower. Getting closer. Vazia is actually going to TP away, so they don't want to fight this, actually. They'll get themselves out. Won't be able to find anyone there, but they will take the tier 2 tower. So, you know, they forced the rotations here from Liga, and the fact that they've been able to take themselves the tier 2 is great. But Roshan has literally just spawned up now. They have vision of it as well. On the side of Liga, they're going to smoke up, but they've got Night Pulse heading their way. So this is going to be a big fight. They've got themselves the high ground here with BB3 ready.
They've got Naga Illusions, though. That's the thing. Naga Illusions reveal
yeah.
absolutely everything about the situation.
They just heard the Roshan scream as well. Will they commit the Song of the Siren to first initiate, or are they going to go straight in with RP? What is going to happen? Okay, they've got the Avalanche and tossed down to the Rubik in the back. Rubik being taken out, that's big. There's now the buyback there from Rubik, wants to join back to the fight. The RP is committed, but it doesn't connect there. Song of the Siren That will help lock them in for some time as they've caught themselves the Nagasari in the arena.
What an
Look
arena.
at that! Look at the Omni Slash finding the Naga. Naga dead, but in return the TA has fallen as Ramsey's getting himself a second kill there, a third kill with the Swift Flash, taking out both of the supports. Everyone else on Night Pulse trying to attempt to buy back right now as they find themselves Mars here as well. Ultra kill for the Juggernaut.
Trying to get out of dodge. It's like they should be able to, no way to be able to catch it up. And I mean, that was just an RP that hit on absolutely nothing. Perfect timing of the Yule Scepter by BB3 to be able to dodge it, but am I blind? I thought there were many opportunities to get at least 2 cores inside of a Blink RP. The Nagasai was revealing so much of that fight, maybe just thinking that with the Rubik still alive, he didn't want to risk it being stolen away, so waiting until Rubik had been taken out before going in, but yeah, it was certainly a missed opportunity there, and they have to expend so much. 3 buybacks. And Warwick is the one that actually takes it, so if Kami dies now, that'll be a dieback.
It will, yeah. Do you think that was worth it at all? I mean, even with all the buybacks? I mean, it does alleviate the pressure of stopping Liga from, you know, having the Aegis and applying the pressure to go their high ground, but with that now, if they mess up once here on the side of Night Pulse, then it could mean base. Base
It's
gets
a different
destroyed.
kind of pressure, right?
Yeah.
Like, that's the thing. You know, you could avoid that pressure, but you're still going to have the pressure of, okay, I really need to focus on my positioning, and you know, maybe that means that your farming suffers as a result. I got to give props to Ramses. He's still managed to stay ahead of a Nagasari, which is pretty much unheard of in terms of the farm. Like, the man knows how to farm.
He's got a nullifier now as well. Oh, meanwhile,
Warwick
BKB
can't be
TP.
giving away the Aegis like that, and he's going to need to pop the BKB just to be able to get away. So I wonder if with that, with, you know, there being dieback potential coming through, with there being no BKB, I'm a little surprised that they don't try and make a bit of a play around this mid-tier 2 tower, instead opting to fix the bottom lane, maybe because they see Vaja underneath this vision. Instant blink away. Ooh,
Yule's cancel on the TP. Okay, BKB trying to run away Varzia. It looks like he's in trouble. Yeah, the blink cancel. There's no way he's escaping from that. Another spear, Swift Slash comes in, and Ramses gets the kill. Magnus down for 70 seconds. It looks like
that's high ground.
Yeah, it looks like they're going high ground. They don't care.
Why not? You know, like, high ground is... Magnus is really one of the only things that you're afraid of. Of course, there is still the Tiny there. He has the Aegis, so he has the potential to save you, but if they've got their eyes on the map, they can see that there was just an avalanche up top, so Tiny TP'd previously. He doesn't have a TP for another 10 or so seconds, so you're going to be able to just freely contest this tier 3 tower.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Trying to lay into this tier 3 right now. And Warwick
Radiant's bottom tower
looking to possibly
Careful.
attempt to try and take a Rax of his own with the amplified damage rune. Song of the Siren, though, will come out. Is Warwick going to TP back? Yes, he is. They're going to try and set up here for a kill onto the Mars. The BKB is there, however, so no cancel for that. And Ramses will get out too with a spin and TP. They all back themselves off, so they get themselves a tower out of that kill there on the Magnus.
Kami's just got to get an Aghanim Scepter. Like, maybe he wants to wait for the 3rd Roshan, make sure it's on the correct side so that he gets the free blessing, not taking up any of his slots. Because, I mean, he's not 6 slotted yet, but he's pretty damn close. Oh, Techie still doesn't even have the Taser Shard. I'm sure they would love to try and use the Tormentor right now, but I think they're under the pressure of, look, we committed all of these buybacks for the Aegis. We got to make something happen with it, and I am sure that smoking next to a TA trap that's upgraded with the Shard, giving that increased vision, is not how they wanted to make that play. So they know that this smoke is coming, and they're backing off accordingly on Liga team. Just wait it out. Wait out the Aegis. There's no harm. It's going to need to take a ballsy jump in by someone inside the Liga base for them to find and catch anyone out here.
Yeah, just sitting above the high ground here. Not moving until they have enough information that they can use to possibly get themselves a victory here within the next upcoming team fight. They're going to try and pressure the tier 2, it looks like, maybe.
And I like
Someone
the
needs to
smoke
get
as well. They wait until there's about 20 or so seconds left on that Aegis. By the time that the smoke is going to expire, they should be about to run in to the Night Pulse team. He's gone the Kanda on the Tiny. So obviously, he hits like a truck, so it makes a lot of sense. When I saw the point booster, I thought maybe he was considering the tree volley, excuse me, just because it's more little instances of damage into the TA. If you can spin on the Juggernaut and still deal a lot of damage very quickly.
Well, Aegis has expired now, though.
Yep.
As Juggernaut takes the lead. Proximity mines cleared with the spin. Oh, they're going to go for the TA there. Oh, that's a good pick-off. That's an excellent pick-off. RP will be used for that, but buyback is available.
Good to know that they've got vision up on that high ground there. Instant ping after the ward was placed down. It's not like he dewarded or anything like that, so maybe it's just going to be Night Pulse, knowing that there's one fewer possible observer ward out on the map and just play completely away from it. No TA and a creep wave pushed in on the bottom side means that you're going to have the potential to hit into this tier 2 tower, but that was actually really nicely done by 1J, making sure that he annihilated the creep wave before it cancelled out that backdoor protection.
Still got this tier 2 to take.
Ooh, he's going the Revenant's Brooch on Warwick. Alright.
Is under attack.
Is he?
Don't see that every day.
Would you combine that with Agnims? Would that work? I think it would, right?
Dire's bottom tower has
I
fallen.
don't know. I haven't tested that one actually.
I need to test
I
that.
still like the Ags personally, like because I feel like he's kind of in a weird. Will be okay. In a weird all or nothing type of situation right now. They've still got 40 seconds left on the RP, so I don't know if they want to go up onto this high ground here.
Oh, it won't catch the right target. Well, meanwhile, though, in the back lines, instant kill onto the techies. The Millionaire proc is there, but they're laying into the Juggernaut. Look at Juggernaut fall! Down for 90 seconds with no buyback. With thanks to the toss there, you can just see how much of an impact a toss can be against a hero like Juggernaut. Not able to activate that Omni Slash there. Meanwhile, Spear, though, and along with the meld damage, trying to affect Kami here. The arena will be cast out. The Song of the Siren, is it enough to keep Kami alive? Oh, so close! Oh, able to dodge the meld with the Manta style.
It is because he's got the shard. He was healing up with both that as well as his Heart of Tyrax the entire time. So much damage being dished out by Rabel. He did 6,000 damage just in that previous fight, but it's not enough to take out the Naga.
Oh, speared into the arena there. Meld damage
RP is available
once again, but RP, it connects onto 2, bringing it into the cooldown. Look at that damage. Goodbye, Crystal Maiden. Will buy back here to try and attempt to push Merlin out of the base, get a kill upon the gyrocopter. There we go. But Night Pulse is still laying into the racks here. Kami gets the range racks and the melee racks. That is a success for them. They got themselves the kill on Jug. They got the bottom set of racks. They look like they're going for more, surprisingly. No RP available on Magnus, just Kami is feeling very confident here right now, even with Juggernaut coming back in about 5 seconds. Got to be careful of the spear, though, exactly like that. It's now silenced up. Oh, needs to use the Manta. How the hell are you going to get out of the Song of the Siren? Oh, it didn't come off because of the silence. There we go. Now it's off. Will TP away. And Mars, I think, wanted to use BKB and Blink in there and stop that TP, but was just caught at the end of that Song of the Siren, so very unlucky for Liga.
Unlucky, but it's also Kami playing on the edge, right? We've been mentioning that if he died again in that past couple of minutes, he's got the buyback again, but it would have been a long dieback, so the fact that he's willing to make these kind of ballsy plays just shows the kind of player he is, and the kind of plays that Night Pulse are making. They have got 2 Wisdom Runes because they've just been playing completely away from their side of the map for the past 7 minutes. They this is where I really see them at their strongest, is when they're able to get on the front foot, where they're able to find the jump, when they feel that they've got the tools that they need to get the W, and the net worth is dead even, Epi.
Yeah, literally 1k net worth advantage on the side of Liga, but it feels like no one has any advantage right now. It feels like it's neck and neck. I mean, Gaben giving a 56% win probability towards NP.
They're still wanting to go? Okay, just using the nullifier to get rid of that shield.
Oh, he was about to use Omni Slash then, but saw the Lotus Orb used onto Warwick.
And now he's got the Lincolns on him as well, so you can't go in.
Oh,
look at Raja with the ninja gear. He's trying to get that full wrap around. Might even take the really long way to try and get the full-on backstab. Look, he's pinging out. This is where I am, guys.
Avalanche toss. That's a lot of damage there onto the Mars. Arena comes out. Ramsey's going to be able to use his Omni. The Blade Fury is coming out.
Oh, this is a huge RP.
It's going to lock in onto 3. Where's the RP? Here it comes. There it is. Connecting onto 3. As the Juggernaut just able to use the Omni Slash there in time.
He's life stealing.
Attempting to flee. Ramsey has been able to heal all the way back up to full HP with thanks to the Blade that is now affecting, trying to take down Merlin. Will be able to indeed. They turn it around. They've got themselves 2. They want to try and find Kami now. He's going to try and flee into the trees. Ramsey's there with the blink. The blaster comes out there in return. Avalanche from Warwick. Is Kami going to be able to survive through it all? The Manta style used there. They turn their attention now onto the TA, but the spear from BB3. Kami still alive, finally falls there from the Meteor Hammer, gets the kill, but the buyback from Kami wants to come back to the fight. Warwick taking way too much damage here from the damage of Rabel, but here comes Ramses. They take down Warwick. Only person remaining is the Naga Siren,
who bought back as well. So another win condition opened right up for them. It's right outside the Roche pit if they wanted to go for it, but they don't. I swear Ramses was on about 100 HP at that, and then just during the Omni Slash, he just blade dances his way all the way up to full. They don't even care about racks. They're just going for these tier 4s. One buyback going to be forced out, but I don't think you're all that worried about just a gyrocopter.
Silence. I mean, that's a lot of damage onto Ramses, but Kami has to use the Manta style, actually holding this as the Song of the Siren comes out. Maybe perhaps they can get the kill here onto Juggernaut. Let's see, just able to use
it off again.
Oh, the Swift. There we go. Gets the kill there onto the Juggernaut. Able to use the mirror image as well. Kami has to be very careful though. Able to. We've got Magnus coming back in around about 10 seconds. Kami still alive, healing up with that Heart of Trask. Coming forward now with the Disperser. They're trying to disengage there with the Avalanche, and Rubik is going to be able to get out along with the Mars as well. Oh, that was close. Rabel's still hanging around here though. I don't know if you want to do this. Homing missile is
a missile
onto
on
him.
you, my friend. He doesn't have a BKB either. He's going to need to just
coming.
book it.
Yeah, Vazia is right behind him. Oh,
it's just a prediction battle now.
Closer and closer. Missile
nice.
coming. Another blink again. All right, we'll be fine.
He went over the TA trap.
You know what? That's Arcane Blink for you, Danog. Arcane Blink with the decreased cooldown.
Oh yeah. And now the shoe's on the other foot. No Ramses for 65 seconds. No buyback. Even if he had the money for it, it's still 6 minutes away. So they're going to be able to close this one out here on Night Pulse. They're a little bit more interested in taking at least one of those racks. Get the creeps pushing in a little bit. They would know the timer for the Juggernaut. They feel like they can still get it done with this last 45 seconds. What's the positioning like from these Nagas? Will they connect on the right one?
Oh, the double toss onto 2. RP as well. That has caught the Rubik. The Rabel has been able to blink out with thanks to that refraction, so is still fine. The Juggernaut back in 25 seconds. They are going to take this top set of racks, which now gives them the Mega Creeps. They're going to go for the tier 4s. They do not have themselves the Glyph. They need to do something to prolong this time so that the Juggernaut can come back. Oh my gosh, the Mars taking way too much damage there. Nice usage there of the arena, but it's only brought them a few seconds of time. Back in 3 more seconds as they try and lay into the tier 4s. They try and skewer Rabel, but he just blinks back away. With thanks to the refraction once again. As
Now Juggernaut alive, finds Merlin in the back lines, using the Blade Fury, trying to heal up there with the healing wood. The Song of the Siren comes out. Who are they going to go for?
They want to kill him.
To try
they
and find Ramses here. There's no RP. The silence is there, though. The avalanche from Warwick stops Ramses from getting off a swift slash and surviving that onslaught. He's down again for 90 seconds.
Ancient's getting hit as well.
Oh, it definitely looks to be GG now. There's another avalanche and blink there onto the CM. Rabel trying to lay in the damage, but he really can't do much. GG is called in game 1. We'll be going here to Night Pulse.
Is under attack.
Kami, once again, what an MVP performance coming through from him. Just the balls on this man. How does he walk down the lane with them just weighing him down? He is just constantly going in further and further. Wasn't really all that active in the first, 25 minutes of that game? But as soon as he got those items, he was just all in with the rest of his team. Not afraid to use the buyback. Not even saying, give me the Aegis. I need every single one of my item slots for these items that are going to carry me through towards the victory. And wow, what a game by Night Pulse. And, Liga, they were certainly valiant in defeat as well.
Yeah, I mean, especially the Naga Siren ultimate, along with the Shard as well, and the Heart of Tarask. I think you highlighted on that quite a few times with the fact that even with these disengages and the counter initiation with the Song of the Siren, just able to heal back up to almost full. I mean, Ramses had some close situations as well, where I think you mentioned he was on 100 HP, and then, the Omni Slash came out, and because of the Blade Dance, was able to heal all the way back up to full. Some crazy stuff, and a superb game. But I really don't know who I'd give the MVP to here. I don't know whether it's Warwick or Kami.
Dude.
Has to be Kami.
They do not win that game without Kami, 100%. He basically solo defended against 4 heroes and won the defense. He had a gyro helping him. Whoopee. It was Naga Siren doing all of it. Although, I do have to commend the Kanda pickup that the Tiny went for, just because it did that little bit of extra damage that they needed to be able to catch the Juggernaut before he was able to get off the Omni Slash. Every time I saw the toss, it would do 400 toss damage, 400 Kanda damage, and that was at 35 minutes, so it was probably doing more by the end of the game as well. So really solid performance all around, really exciting game all around, and it's got me even more excited for game number 2.
Which we will be waiting for in just a couple of minutes. So, ladies and gentlemen, stay tuned, because we'll be back with Game 2 very soon. Don't go anywhere, and we'll see you for that exciting game. Hello everybody, welcome back to the Elite League with myself, Epidamnos and Danog. We've just had ourselves game 1 out of the best of 3 between Night Pulse and Liga Team. And what a close game that was, wasn't it, Danog?
It was. It was back and forth. There was, Juggernaut life stealing from 100 up to full. I think there's a reason we don't really see Jug all that much, though, because I don't think you can be tied that much to your ultimate. Like, you could probably say the same with something like the Sven, but at least Sven is like this ongoing damage buff that you've got to consider. So it's not like a one-off thing that could potentially be dodged out. Honestly, the Omni Slashes were pretty good at the end of the day. It just happened that it was a little bit too overwhelming for them to come up against, and I mean, Kami just balled out on that Naga too.
Yeah, he had a terrific time on the Naga Siren. Absolutely nuts. But it was honestly back and forth. I genuinely didn't know how it was going to go, because obviously, of course, the Tiny, he wasn't having himself the greatest of times during the early stage of the game. Then all of a sudden, he was able to get this time to actually build back up, and then he was able to deliver, especially with the avalanches. It's just this ability. I find Avalanche with an AoE stun is honestly one of the best, especially the toss as well. I think there was a situation where Ramses was ready to pounce on people using his Omni Slash, and then all of a sudden you've got Warwick who just blinks in and throws Ramses up in the air to the point where they're all able to output their damage, and Juggernaut no more. It's nuts. So I wouldn't be surprised if Naga Siren or Tiny comes in for a ban, because I presume that will have really frustrated Ramses.
I agree. I think it's also something that you also need to consider, like, did they let the game last for a little bit too long as well, right? Like, because the net worth was in Liga Team's favor for the first 30 minutes pretty comfortably. Like, the win probability was something around 75% or something like that. It's just, you let a Naga Siren get 6 slotted. You let a Naga Siren buy an Agadim shard on top of everything else. You didn't get it for free. You let Tiny get the Kanda, right? Like, all of these things are things that slowly add up more and more and more. And I feel like if they just went something that was a little bit more aggressively oriented, that would have been the difference maker. You know, they tried this dual core, and it just didn't end up working for them.
Yeah, like, if you had a look at Liga Team, what do they have? Techies, Tiny, Magnus, Naga Siren. You've already got 4 heroes here which can jump at you, whereas if you had a look at Liga Team, what did they really have in order? Yeah, they didn't have that much compared to what Night Pulse had.
I thought BB3 was really good as well. Like, he landed some really good arenas, not just the spear aspect of it, but just breaking up the team fight in really good ways, like isolating heroes, making sure that at the very end of BKBs he drops it down to prevent some sort of escape. Like, I don't think he could have played much better, to be honest, on that Mars. So, yeah, he went 6-4 and 25, which is pretty admirable in a game like that, and did 37k damage, about as much as the Naga did. So, it's he certainly wasn't left lacking.
And Night Pulse, they pick themselves up Techies again, but a hero that's made its way out of the ban pool is indeed Dragon Knight, and Liga Team will pick that up first.
Is there any more, like, if I'm telling a friend how to play Dota, I give him either Lich or Dragon Knight. They're just, like, so straightforward, as to what exactly that you need to do. But that can be a good thing, right? It's predictable, but you know that you're going to have a tanky beast, you know that you're going to have a solid tower pusher, you know that you're not going to die too often. I don't know, it just feels overall solid, especially considering in recent times the ability to put it 1, 2, or 3. I'm pretty sure that Ramses is actually one of the people that does play it in that position 1 role as well, so that is an option this game.
The Dragon Knight won.
Yep. Nothing really changes with the item build. You still go into, like, the Ags, Manta style sort of build, but it just means that you pick up a little bit more of the farm priority so that you get it sooner. And then you've got this frontliner that is incredibly hard to kill.
That's a fair point. Fair enough. I mean, I can see it, especially with the, you get a Daedalus and an AC with splash damage of the level 3 Elder Dragon form, and that's pretty nasty to go up against.
Radiant team pick.
Well, they actually banned Naga Siren themselves here on Night Pulse. They'll go the Crystal Maiden. So
what a surprise!
Pick it up this time.
What
what a surprise!
Like, again, it's good. You get a solid amount of damage from position 5. Feels solid. And there are a lot of position 1s that are able to make it work, that you actually have a good amount of kill threat in the lane. Like, all you really need to do is hold people in place to deal the damage. By the way, Hoodwink is the hero that Liga team won one of their matches against 9 Pandas with, so clearly going back to something that's worked very well for them. Night Pulse banning out the Naga Siren for themselves, maybe just not wanting to give Liga team that, I'm not sure if it's the 18th pick anymore, but the last pick of this phase where, you know, it still feels incredibly strong once they've revealed 4 of their heroes. But if they did, I feel like Kami could make the Pudge work.
Dire team pick.
That was the problem, no Pudge.
No Pudge, yeah, exactly. Undying comes out, though. He's a pretty okay support. Well, when I say okay, he's pretty common within the pub stage at the moment. Maybe a little bit in the pro scene as well. Very good with the Tombstone, obviously. Has that ability to save someone within the Tombstone. And it's quite a nice aggressor for the laning stage, especially with the Decay. So any strength hero, strength melee hero that comes your way, you can try and shove them out with whatever carry you may be laning with. But Luna and Pangolier come out here for Night Pulse.
I'd be totally cool with them running... I mean, I constantly suggest Darkseer, but I'm just going to do it again. Darkseer against the Luna, and then just put the DK against the Pango, and I think you're pretty happy with that. TB's already banned out. That's part of the reason why they wanted to do that. They just go the puck. Okay. Clearly, they think of something else for the Ramses pick. I'm trying to think of what that might be. I'm also considering the fact that it's going to be the last overall pick for the Night Pulse off lane. And against an Undying, there's not many heroes that you like to play that against. But, like, could we go something out of left field? Could we see, like, I don't know, a Visage or something like that? Just to really up the tempo, play alongside the Crystal Maiden. All that consistent damage coming out in the lane means that you're going to get a lot of soul assumptions off.
5 seconds remaining.
I haven't seen a Visage in a long while, to be honest.
Me either. That's why I want to see it. What else do you reckon that can, make a bit of pushing happen for Night Pulse? Because you got to get something that opens up the map a little bit, so Luna gets the farm, so that Luna can join you, and you finish the game off.
Yeah. So they went offlaner here, don't they, on Night Pulse?
That's what I think. I mean, they might go down the route of like a DP, if they wanted some extra push. You know, the silence can be nice, but we're seeing a lot more Eul's Scepter in recent times, so the silence isn't going to be as effective. Maybe they just want something that has a little bit more reliable stun to it. Centaur's gone. I mean, Mars is still in the pool, I guess. But...
I mean, they could get some nice lockdown. I don't know if you've seen Pit Lord in a while.
I haven't, but I feel like it's a little stagnant, I guess is the best way to put it.
Yeah, it would only be for the pushing and lockdown. I think they already have their damage with Luna and Pango.
What's going on with this Huskar ban, though? Already picked up a Pangolier. Puck not the worst against a Huskar.
10 seconds remaining.
Anyway.
5 seconds remaining.
Oh, that's interesting. Last game it was Ramses doing the drafting, and this game it's not.
Oh, really?
I don't know. Yeah. I don't know who Sustain is in terms of their in-game name, because we can only see the pub names for now. The King of Hell, Ramses himself in Cyrillic, but yeah, we'll have to wait and see. Trying to think of what Liga team won as well in response to this Luna. Just something that's able to get in on top of him, her. Something that's able to utilize the Dream Coil very effectively for some nice AoE damage. Like, do you go... You wouldn't go a gyro core, would you? Just try and outrange the Luna a little bit? Try and punish her in that way?
I don't
You either
think
need
so. I don't
burst
think
or you need
so.
to outrange her. One of two options. Or just be unkillable like a lifestealer, but I don't know if you can pick a lifestealer without knowing what's to come. Oh, okay.
Bloodseeker. I mean, good against Pangolier, Rolling Thunder. Obviously, I think everyone knows about that.
I
Very
really
nice.
want the Visage now. Bloodseeker is notoriously slow to come online. He's very strong when he does, but you need like you need Boots,
10
Wand,
seconds remaining.
Maelstrom, BKB before you can do anything in my eyes in this game. And
5
yeah, you've got
seconds
pretty
remaining.
strong early-ish heroes in Puck Undying and Hoodwink, but I feel like it's just going to be a little overwhelming if you were facing up into the Visage. Give me something new. Come on, Nightpulse, I know you can do it. Give me something that isn't meta that we haven't seen 50 times before in these qualifiers.
I mean, Bloodseeker.
I guess we're seeing a
absolutely-
Bloodseeker. Yeah.
He would hate to go up against Viper. I don't know if they would want to
would.
go Viper off lane.
I mean, into the DK it feels kind of nice too.
Yeah. And then you've got the magic resist as well against Puck using the your passive. Oh, they go the Doom. Okay, yeah,
Heroes.
I see that. So they can have a bigger effect on the Bloodseeker.
Yeah, no, it seems fine enough to me, obviously. Just to, oh, and I love the fact that he's got the guitar cosmetic as well. But, yeah, no, I'm happy enough with this. Even just against the Dragon Knight, right? You've got % damage against the DK, great. You eliminate the regen coming through from the Dragon's Blood, great. You eliminate Bloodseeker's ability to, regen in the middle of the fight off of kills. Feels fantastic. And you've even got ways to be able to lock down the Puck, right? Just through Infernal Blade plus Centaur Stomp. It's a good overall pick. It's just a lot of the same, But it doesn't matter. Nightpulse aren't here to entertain me. They're here to win. They're here to move on forward and prevent themselves from getting knocked out in this lower bracket because we're up to top 4, aren't we?
Don't
Pretty sure
hold
we
me on that. Let me. Top 4.
No. Top 6.
Top 6. Yeah.
They will be top 4 if they win this.
They will. And it'll be really surprising to see if they beat a Liga team because they are known throughout this close qualifier to be one of the strongest teams within these close qualifiers. So if they prove themselves that they can beat Liga team, then it'll be very intriguing to see what more they can bring to the table. But let's get this game underway, ladies and gentlemen. Game 2 out of this best of 3 is coming to you now. We've got ourselves some interesting picks, but it wouldn't be a Dota game without a pause, would it, Danog? It wouldn't be a Dota game without a pause.
Bro, I play in the C region. It's a pause every single game. So I'm very happy that at least they made it, from 3 minutes you can pause because every time it was someone needing a smoke break or needing to go to the toilet. And I'm like, bro, that's what the time between games is for. Stop holding up everyone else's game.
That is a terrifying courier, I have to say. I think that's meant to look cute and cuddly, but within the grass, that would give me nightmares.
That's got like a 1,000-yard stare as well. There's no soul behind those eyes.
Can we review the next one? Because I think if I stare at this any longer, I'm not going to be able to sleep. Oh, there's 2 which are the same. Oh, okay. Oh,
Little crabby, hermit crab. I think that was a TI one year.
Wait, isn't the one on the right the kind of nightmare fuel one, but not in grass? Looks a bit different color.
Yeah. What do they got? Anything interesting on the Nightpulse side? They've got a Smeevil. They got a little caterpillar. Oh, they've got Cluckles the Brave, one of my favorite ones. Just the standard chicken, but you love the standard chicken.
I think that was my first ever courier, the chicken.
Mm-hmm.
The one with the backpack, and then if you were to upgrade it, then... God, I'm speaking like all the way back. Do you remember when you have to upgrade your courier?
Yeah.
Do you remember when you used to share one courier?
Yes. I remember when Sentry and Observer once didn't stack. I remember when you had to
Oh my
have a
God.
spot for TP in your inventory.
Oh my god. Imagine actually playing pre-Dota all the way back then now, and especially with your observers and sentries not stacking. Oh my gosh.
One time when like Dota had been out for probably like 2 years, there were still some people playing Dota 1, and me and a friends went to like a LAN cafe just for fun. Why not? We were out just for a night or something like that, and they didn't have Dota 2, but they had Dota 1, and we were like, oh, let's give it a go. And I was like, holy crap, it's so much better than what it used to be. This was even back in like the early days of Dota 2 when they were, you know, bug central.
Oh. I think the biggest bug that I think I've known that everyone used to have was the, well, it was the one which was abused in a pro game.
Which one was that?
The Dendy hook.
Fountain hook, yeah.
A fountain hook.
I deliberately try not to play ranked, like, the day of a patch, because I know there's going to be some sort of game-breaking bug that's available. I had, like... There was one where if you buy 2 harpoons and sell 1, you instantly got max attack speed. So I just had a Monkey King, like, come out of the woods at 20 minutes and just, like, bang, 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 dead. I'm like, oh, cool. What can I do against this other than report him?
That's insane. I do remember another one when they released the neutral items, and the little chest which you can open up to have a look at the neutral items. If someone kept on spamming that, it would like crash the game for everyone.
That's just not fun, you know? That's not even interactive, you know?
No. that would just be if someone was losing ever more.
Yeah, if you beat the guy doing the attack speed exploit, you can just rub it in his face. Granted, if he's doing that, you're probably gonna, you know, do the one that you're talking about because you don't care about honor or anything like that.
But will there be a skirmish? That's the question.
The battle
yeah,
begins.
Warwick is like, nah, I'm not going anywhere near that bounty room.
Miss me with that. I gotta say though, occasionally it is. Oh, hold on.
Hold on! They get the Dragon Knight!
First blood.
He's
And
normally a
it's
tanky
already
boy.
icing over.
Even with the Dragon Tail level 1 just to try and give him that little bit of extra sustain, so it's actually going to be quite tough for him to, you know, get a few of these last hits in the first wave, right? You're going to be relying on the Hoodwink to be doing that, excuse me, with the Acorn Shot. Just trying to harass as much as possible is 1J with the early Blightstone as well. Should be able to out-trade a CM.
Absolutely not.
I wonder how DK will build this lane, actually. Whether he will go maybe perhaps 3 points into Breathe Fire. Like, it can be very situational sometimes, however you want to build a DK on the off lane.
I don't think you're necessarily too worried about getting right-clicked down in this lane. It's much more about the spells, so I think if you did go more points into the Breathe Fire and then go to something like a Raindrops, which synergizes pretty well with it, just for the increased mana regeneration, then you're just going to be fine in terms of survivability and, you know, your own last hit capabilities.
It's honestly one of the annoying spells to play when you're trying to farm on the lane when you're against a Hoodwink 4 and it just shoots an Acorn Shot at you.
Oh yeah, especially the ones that, you know, they go into a Maelstrom and they just shove out lanes on their own and, you know, they can take you down to half HP with a single Q once it gets like 15 minutes onwards. BB is really getting the business here from Janta. There's constant harass coming through. They've got plenty of regen left as well on him. 2 sets of tangos basically for him to keep both himself and Kami perfectly healthy.
Wonder when Janta will actually move away though to pull the wave because he's getting pretty close to Liga's tower.
I'm sure they're just considering in their mind, like, alright, if I do that, what's that actually going to mean for the 3-minute mark? Like, I feel like maybe 3 minutes 15 is where he's going to make that sort of play. He just wants to keep them as far away from this Lotus pool as he can for the meantime. Love that instant use of the Crystal Nova as well, making sure to slow down the attack speed somewhat. Oh, clever there by Kami. Did you see that?
I didn't.
He microed his courier to give his items to the CM so that the hoodwink couldn't kill him while it was still coming forward. There's some really good skill coming through from him there. It's actually a bit of a mistake there from Janta, moving away right before that 3-minute mark. Might be able to still get the kill onto 1J though.
Needs one more physical attack and should get it.
BB just completely abandons him for the Lotus. Oh, bottom lane. Oh, just gets out on the techies. Oh, the blood grenade nearly ticked him out as well. Had the tango running, otherwise he would have been dead.
Play a bit harder next time.
They are really trying to lay in the pressure here onto Doom.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Nice pull again by Janta though. Just gets the half pull, including the range creep. The Ghost Camp is strong enough as well to do some significant damage on the top side. Bottom, too much more harass? I mean, yeah, here we go. The Undying looking to try and make another move in as they blast off, but the range isn't quite there.
They could get a kill onto Vazier or Merlin here. Both of them very low, giving Ramses some mad movement speed right now with the level 2 thirst.
He's going to slow down eventually. Gets given over a salve there from Merlin.
And Bloodseeker used to be amazing healing up on creeps. Now, ever since they've nerfed it, it's kind of a little bit mediocre. So you have to put all your points into thirst in order to have that advantage of healing quite a bit when you kill a creep.
Kind of feels like how it should be, right? Like, you shouldn't be able to just put like 1, maybe 2 points in and be untradeable in lane.
Yeah, that does seem pretty fair, actually, when you discuss that.
It's kind of like old CK, right? Just the Chaos Strike just giving you so much of that HP regen, that lifesteal. Just leave him alone really early on and make plays around the rest of the map.
Oh yeah, that was nice.
Top side, no extra mana on Janta to be able to get a kill confirmed onto BB3.
They're trying to get a kill onto Merlin here with the body block. We'll just jump over Undying there with the blast off.
We're getting really nice pulls off here on Janta. Just only getting the siege creep and the range creep, probably the 2 most valuable ones of the wave, and denying that XP away from BB3. And that's going to be pretty important, actually, just making sure that you have a relatively late DK ultimate, so that you're not able to... Ooh, how did that bushwhack connect? So that you're not able to get pushing happening too early on.
Okay, Kami's okay. They're going to go for Janta as well. Dragon Tail there. That should be a kill. Easy peasy.
Very nicely done by Panto as well, putting his body up there in the way of the tower, making sure that the siege creep was able to survive. So they've still got some significant damage being input onto this tower. Might even be able to completely take it out with Kami underneath vision right now, but they're going to TP in to try and save it.
They are, yeah, rotating 3 here.
Thanks.
Still though, tower's pretty low. And that means pretty much guaranteed that DK, once he uses the Elder Dragon form, will be able to take out this tower.
Oh, the Doom avoids the blast off Ramses.
Mm.
He's paused it, though.
He's got raindrops and a magic wand. He'll be fine. Plus, plenty of movement speed. 500 at this point.
He's going to run back into them, I think, maybe. No?
Yeah.
He'll heal up from this creep wave.
Mm-hmm.
Precious bounty.
And mid, how's that one going? Warwick v Rabel. Warwick in the lead by about 500 so far. This is more of what I was expecting. You know, we saw a Pango v Puck matchup earlier today that somehow Erase on his Puck was able to come out pretty much dead even, and that's certainly not the way that I'm expecting the laning phase to go. You know, you are very weak to physical damage on the Puck, especially stuff that's able to come out quite quickly like Pango's. So The fact that he's been able to keep it this advantage is a big tick for the Pango for now. Now it's just about being able to find the right positioning to be able to avoid getting caught in the Dream Coil prior to landing your Rolling Thunder.
Oh, they're going to go for a jump though onto Vazia. The Rupture coming out. Yeah, that's a dead Vazia there for sure.
He did drop a lot for it though. Tombstone plus the Rupture. So he's just going to be back in lane in about... Oh, actually, no, he just TP'd recently, so it's going to be quite some time until he gets there.
And I feel like by that time he comes back, Rupture's going to be back online again.
Not willing to go for the jaunt there on the puck. Just wanting to make sure that he's not putting himself needlessly into harm's way. Look to take away a little bit of this stack, though. Maybe not. Reinforcements coming.
Oh, Dream Call ready. Rolling Thunder incoming for the Hoodwink. To scatter away.
Oh,
denied
nice
through the
one,
neutral.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
And in comes BB3. We'll get the kill there. Oh, that's a lot of damage taken from the neutrals. Oh my gosh.
Be able to get a stack off as he's running away. That'd be a nice bonus for him.
Radiant's
have a mind of their own.
is under attack.
Get straight back to the lane. How much is left on that Elder Dragon form? Still a, 3/4 decent amount. I'm going to try and put a bit of harass onto Kami, yoinking away the Lotus, but he's going to be needing to just hit it creeps for the next, 30 or so seconds, and that's time that you should be using to hit down his tier 1 tower. Maybe he'll be able to do it regardless.
Oh no, Vazia being ruptured again here. I mean, rotation in from Warwick. Vazia attempting to hold his ground, but will still be found there by Ramses. And it will be a 1-for-1. They'll take the offlaner in return for support, and may find a second support here. They will. Double kill for Warwick.
Nice little start from him. Haven't seen a Dream Coil used quite yet, so right now Rabel obviously just focusing on building up that little start for himself. Really, oh, okay, he sees that he doesn't have the mana pool to be able to contest against this. Catch him if he was looking to fully on commit to that power rune, but Warwick once again, with the assistance of his teammates, is going to help him out there. Yeah, Puck really just needs that Witchblade, right? Like, you gain so much from it. You're massively increased in damage, keeps people slowed down, so it's a little bit easier for Tombstone to come into effect. Most importantly, it's just the physical damage reduction that you're getting off of the chainmail component. It makes you so much less vulnerable to someone like the Pango.
Yeah. Oh my gosh,
He's got
Vazia.
it, though. You'll probably have
He's
to
not level
be
6
gone.
yet, Danog. He's not level 6.
No. They've been targeting him pretty heavily, really wanting to make sure that Ramses has a good game.
I mean, Rupture online again, so he doesn't even want to go underneath the tier 1. He's heading out of there. He's already had enough of that.
Yeah. It's got a pretty good creep, though, on the Doom to be able to help take this neutral stack. It's the one from the regular Wild Wing, just the Tornado, so does finally get up onto his level 6. And he's got the TP away if he needs it as well, so right now he's just looking for where's Puck, where's DK, where's Woodwick. If I can see them, then I know I'm probably not going to die. He's actually coming in for Ramses.
Yeah, but he's been doomed up here. He's definitely dead. There's no escape from that. Will be found, taken out. And, oh no! Missed.
How did that happen?
Missed the TP. I genuinely don't know.
I think he just turned the wrong way. I thought he was perfectly set up to be able to hit it onto him.
Well, game says no, so...
Pro players are human too. Cheeky little play there. Wants to try and get a bit of a kill onto the CM. Will he be able to do it? That might have been able to take out.
Oh, the Bushwhack doesn't even connect. The Illusory Orb doesn't even connect. Oh, but the Waning Rift does. That'll find the kill. Another Rupture on the Doom. And a tip onto Ramses.
Nice try, buddy.
That means Vaziar is very annoyed at this rupture.
Plus side is getting closer towards that minus, right? So it's always the good recovery tool that a Doom has to be able to come back into this game. And he knows that there's not going to be a rupture for the next 50 seconds or so. So probably like 2, maybe 3 creep waves that he's going to be able to get should give him enough so that he's got that that security in making sure he keeps up in his net worth. Because that's why you picked this hero, right? You picked it most specifically for the Bloodseeker. So Liga have done really well to specifically nullify the impact that this counter matchup has had.
Or smoke up onto 3 though from Liga.
Yep, Dream Coil up in 5. Going for the Doom again.
Oh no.
I know he doesn't have Doom.
Poor Fazia. He's going to be found again. Maybe perhaps he can run his way into the tier 1. He's actually backed himself off. Surprisingly.
He wants to get this wave pushed back as much as he can. He's not wanting to reveal until that very last stage.
Uh-oh, the smoke's broken. Oh, they found him. Dragon Tail there, Bushwhack, and the Sharpshooter. That'll be a kill. In return, they're going to try and attempt to turn it around. Here comes the Rolling Thunder in. The Rupture committed onto the Pangolier. Dream Coil as well connected onto 2. They'll attempt to counter-initiate and turn it around, but they will do indeed. Dragon Tail there connecting onto Kami. They found themselves 3. And Liga come out on top of that team fight.
They'll even get the Wisdom Rune for their troubles as well, and a stack. That was a very odd choice to commit that TP coming through from the Luna. You didn't have techies, you didn't have the CM to be able to play alongside you, and they're the ones that are providing a lot of the control, right? If you can't get that Rolling Thunder off, which he had to end really early because he got ruptured, and if you don't have the Doom because he's already dead, how are you supposed to stand and fight on the Luna? You know, you need that person that's creating the space for you. That's why Luna Puck tends to be a pretty good combination. That's why Luna Mars tends to be a pretty good combination. Same sort of thing with the Pango, but Pango is just taken out of the fight. Ramses is having a really good start to this game again.
And now you've got ourselves a Milnir on the Bloodseeker. If his attack speed wasn't fast enough, now he's got a Milnir.
Yep. It's the standard Bloodseeker build, right? I was talking about it. Maelstrom, Boots, Wand, BKB. And then you can look to really get active. So the fact that he's been a part of 4 kills already, without even having, like, all of those prerequisite items is a big plus. Not even pretending like he's support anymore is 1J. Just going straight into that Maelstrom. Wanting to, you know, get as much farm as he can as quickly as possible.
I just feel like all the Hoodwinks do this now. I don't think I've ever seen one support item Hoodwink. Dragon Tail onto the techies. Doom is being placed on the Dragon Knight. In return, they're going to try and turn it around with the blast off. As in comes Warrior, but Rupture casted upon him straight away. The TP commit, he will get out. So Dream Coil was not able to cancel that as Rabel was not there in time. As meanwhile, Freezing Field, oh my gosh! Undying melted there by the Freezing Field. Don't disrespect the Crystal Maiden.
Series by Janta. He always seems to know just the limits of this hero. You can be incredibly squishy and end up beating a lot of kills if you're not understanding of, you know, just what CM is good and not good at. You need to be constantly keeping track of enemy spell cooldowns and all that sort of stuff, and it just seems like second nature to him.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
As net worth wise, how's the net worth looking? Around about 1,500 gold ahead of the Luna. Ramses is at the moment trying to get a BKB next on the Bloodseeker. That'll be nice and handy.
It's a fresh Manta though, picked up by Kami, so his net worth will accelerate pretty quickly now. I'm also a little surprised that they didn't look to make a bit of an aggressive attempt on Warwick, considering he didn't actually use the Rolling Thunder and the Rupture was on cooldown. So if that's the case, then, you know, why not look to go for a kill somewhere? Speaking of kills, diving past a tier 2 tower is Rabel.
Oh, got ourselves another Dragon Tail again with the blink and the Sharpshooter claiming the life of Kami once again. just not having any breathing room right now on this
Radiant's
Luna.
bottom tower is under attack.
Yep. Someone's gonna die, basically, and you know, Vajra's happy that it's not him, but maybe it's his time again, because he's been able to recover somewhat, he's finished up the Midas, he's getting a few usages out of it, he's building towards that BKB, so that, you know, he can be that little bit more survivable, but you're not the one that's going to be carrying this game, and, you know, Warwick, he's 2-1 and 2, but he hasn't been participating in too many kills in recent times, so I really want to see him look to potentially make a few more plays around the map with the rest of his boys.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Just starting to take over the jungle a little bit, one step at a time. Got the Maelstrom now on Hoodwink as well, so able to have a big impact with the Acorn shots.
Just watching Warwick, and I'm a little bit anxious because, okay, he was just taking his time, putting that Orb of Destruction, selecting it, and he was holding a full Perseverance in his backpack, but thankfully he's changed that one around. Going for an early Lotus Orb, so clearly seeing the threat of this DK and the Bloodseeker, just wanting to have someone able to jump on in, most likely himself, and not have to worry too much about the Rupture going in onto him.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I guess the big thing is,
Dire's middle tower
might
is
be a bit
under
of a
attack.
backstab going on here, but they've lost the
Radiant
smoke
structures
advantage, and they
are
don't have
fortified.
vision up on that high ground either, so they might want to change their mind, and looks like they have. Ever since the BKB change, where you still can actually cast spells, they're just nowhere near as effective. It really does ruin the likes of Lincoln Sphere and Lotus Orb, right? Because previously, what else were you able to use onto a Pangolier in this game outside of the Rupture? It was nothing, right? But now you can actually look to, you know, just Dragon Tail him, or
Radiant's
you can look
bottom
to Yule's
tower
him.
is under attack.
That sort of core stuff, like that will break a Lincoln's, but well, not the same sort of luck anymore.
Still climbing on the net worth here. Still Ramsey's staying relatively the same net worth than we looked at last time. Still 1,500 gold ahead. Now has that BKB. Compared to Luna though, Mad Style and Dragonlance BKB also on the way. Still not farmed enough to start joining these fights though. Yeah, definitely think this BKB is desperately needed, especially with Dragon Knight blinking upon her all the time with the Dragon Tail.
Yeah, probably need both BKB and the Shard, honestly, before she's able to get involved. I mean, it is still that 1.5k or so that Bloodseeker's ahead, but 1.5k when Bloodseeker's 13k means nowhere near as much as when he's at, like, you know, 6, 7k. You know, you still have the items that you need to be able to play the game as a Luna at this stage.
Dire are scanning.
Oh, but they're taking Roshan though. Sure,
Should be fairly obvious.
Yeah.
They might want to just get some value here, like look to push in the top tier 1 tower, look to yoink away the Wisdom Rune. Already got mid lane pushing it very heavily, so they know that they're making this sort of play.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Looks like Warwick wants to be able to get... Oh, is he going to be quick enough though? Yeah, 1J, very, very cheeky.
Radiant's top
Just
tower
swinging
is under
past,
attack.
taking the dire Wisdom Rune away. They didn't even manage to get a single tier 1, which is
Radiant's top
I'm a little
tower
surprised
is under
about.
attack.
Just not hanging around long enough to be able to make that happen. Not going to get any kills, not going to get any objectives, only going to get one of the Wisdom Runes. That's a big win for Liga.
I mean, Janta did exactly the same. Stole their Wisdom Rune at the tier 2.
Yeah, but that was supposed to be like what you get in exchange for giving up Roshan, you know? You're supposed to get both.
Yeah,
The
true.
fact that they only got one, even though it was the enemy's one, you can't be feeling too happy about that. And this ancient camp has been blocked up for a long time by Panto as well, so Kami hasn't been able to pick up the farm that he wants in this sort of area. Gonna get the hard camp either. Skeletons ended up spawning. Yep, instantly pings it out, saying get rid of this one.
So not a lot of movement at the moment between both teams. Looks like just trying to farm up. I mean, 4 minutes left on the Aegis. And Puck now has a Pharasma at 22 minutes. That's impressive.
They are going to hit a bunch of timings together, though, on Night Pulse, right? You're 400 gold away from a BKB on Luna. You probably will have a Parvis coming out pretty shortly. What out here?
Yeah, that's cool. I mean, still doomed.
Aegis, though.
I don't know if they
Doesn't
can
matter.
work
Oh,
with
nice
that.
Touch. Coiling?
Yeah, they are.
Yes.
Coil broke. There's the Blood Right and the Bushwhack. That is a kill onto the Luna.
I just need to know where the boys are. Like, Warwick and Merlin are just hanging around in this mid lane. Not even taking the mid-tier 1 tower. They're just kind of roaming around, not able to obtain all that much. Maybe just not wanting to give their lives up for free, but you'd picked up the Glimmer Cape at least, which Merlin had been farming. Warwick I can somewhat understand, because I feel like he really needs this Blink Dagger to be able to get on top of Ramses before he gets ruptured.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, the fact that they've only been able to get, or maybe finally they'll get the second tier 1 tower, as they do with a proximity mine. The map isn't opened up enough for them to be able to make these sorts of plays.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's
They've just
top
taken the
tower
tier
has
2
fallen.
tower now also. Cooldown needing that BKB. Their space is slowly being closed up as well, Dano. It doesn't look like that they have a lot of area to farm, so... But you can see here that Warwick is having to resort to farming in their jungle.
Yeah, it's a bit of a last-ditch effort. I liken the fact that he's looking to at least shove out one of these side lanes so that maybe you need to make a bit of a defensive move on Liga as opposed to constantly just running at Night Pulse, but yeah, it just feels like you're nowhere near ready to fight. Maybe with the Blink Dagger that he's got now on Warwick and the BKB on the Luna, you're going to feel comfortable enough to be able to do it, but this is, to be fair, this is what you're supposed to do when you have Aegis, right? You're supposed to get a lot of map control. And you gotta say that Liga team's done a pretty damn good job.
Go on, rebuild. Finding the
foil's
techies
kinda
here below.
significant, though. Oh, they wasted Maul, though.
Yeah, Ramses wants to go on the aggressive here.
Just waiting for that Lotus Orb to be removed. Luckily
That's
for them, it
interesting.
turned into nighttime.
Instead of going a Sanj and Yasha, he's gone a Kaya and Sanj on the Bloodseeker.
Yeah, makes sense to me. I mean, he just wants to be able to get a lot of that spell damage increase, right, from the Aghanim Shard in particular. So it's all about increasing that pure damage that you gain.
Dire's middle tower
It's all
is
about
under
just being
attack.
able to stay consistently out on the map as well. I don't think you need to move any faster as a Bloodseeker, even though, of course, the Agi would be nice from a damage perspective.
This'll come in handy.
This is one of the biggest value Aegises that I can remember. They have just swept across the entire map, gotten multiple kills, gotten multiple towers, gotten increased their net worth quite significantly.
Radiant are scanning.
I'd be feeling real good right now if I was on Liga, and they're probably going to be able to yoink away this Tormentor if they really want.
They have gone for a smoke though. I mean, Puck is not here. Slowly trying to get hit.
Yeah, Puck isn't. He's got the haste, thankfully, to be able to help him out.
Kami does have a TP.
Has fallen.
Smoke Merlin.
Dire's bottom
Nice
tower
observable
is
there.
under
That's actually scouted out for. But in comes the Rupture. Utilised there onto Warwick. Going to try and TP, but killed by the Rupture. They've lost 2 here. As Night Pulse will scatter from the hands
Dire's bottom
of Liga.
tower is under attack.
They're just not playing as well as they were in game 1. I think it just comes down as simple as that, right? The Rolling Thunder was used. He ended up hitting into a bunch of walls before blinking in. He used the Lotus Orb after the Rupture was out onto him. There's just a bunch of stuff that Warwick isn't doing quite well, despite having a really good laning stage. This mid-game is one that he has not excelled at. Got even more of that damage with the Hunter's Boomerang. Freshly picked up by the Hoodwink. Level 15 as well, so an extra 2 Acorn Shot bounces. That plus the Maelstrom feels pretty deadly. Has he got the full Glipnir? Yes, he does. So even more control now that they've got to play around with.
What is a big boom here for Night Pulse? What is going to allow them to get through these fights against Liga? Because at the moment, it feels like Liga is just winning every single one right now.
I mean, you just got to jump on either Puck or Bloodseeker and remove them from the pool. Like, if you can put the Lotus Orb on and then roll in and catch the Puck, what's a Bloodseeker meant to do? You know, he can't rupture you because then he can't join the team fight. Sure, you're going to lose a little bit of your control on the Pango, but if he's able to afford the Aghanim Shard in not too much time, then at least he can not move too much, right? And he can still look to, you know, provide that little bit of control so that he can kill the Puck. You know that Bloodseeker needs to choose between, you know, running away and taking a ton of damage, or moving forward and potentially dying, or just TPing out. So it's all about the initiation once again, but it's so hard to find the initiation when you're down 12k, you have no outer towers remaining, and they've still got every single tier 2 left on Liga. Go for the smoke without the shard picked up, and he ends up instantly breaking the smoke as well. I think that was a little bit of good fortune coming through from Rabel. He's even got the Gem of True Sight available, so if they plant down any sort of vision just to try and have the nighttime advantage, or more of a nighttime advantage, because you do have the Luna that you're playing around with, so this is the time that they want to make some sort of play on Night Pulse.
Yeah, I mean, Roshan's spawning up in about a minute too.
Yeah. During the daytime, which doesn't feel great. You'll be on the wrong side of the map for yourselves. You don't have the vision advantage. It looks like they're going real early through the Twin Gate, potentially.
Oh.
Maybe they're just hoping that it's going to be spawning up on that top side. I want to see him place a proximity mine down inside the pit on Merlin. Like, what if Roshan was already there? They have no idea.
I mean, they could do it, but they're choosing to just go back to base, to the tier 3s, and just push out the wave again. I'm really not sure whether they want to go for something. I mean, they've got a smoke ready. They're all grouping up.
No repositioning spells this game, though. So, high ground isn't as deadly as we've seen in recent games.
Oh, look at this. They're like,
advantage, though.
It's like they're expecting him. Look at Liga. Sitting here on the high ground. I mean, the Roshan's coming back very soon.
Who can they catch out? I mean, 1J is not enough.
The smoke's going to break here.
Clone out, yeah.
Possibly. Try and find this squirrel.
One wrap around.
Yeah. All smoke's broken. There it is. That's 1J. That's 1J dead. Can they get the high ground really quickly? They can't. They've secured that now. A 4v5 situation. There's now a Dream Coil onto 3. That is big. Rolling Thunder in there, but it's going to do absolutely nothing. They have been able to apply the Doom there onto Ramses, but he's got himself a triple kill. Is chasing Warwick right now, as meanwhile Kami is not dealing any damage at all whatsoever. Apart from that, onto the Undying. Ultra kill for Ramses. It is a team wipe. It does not look good here at all for Night Pulse.
They didn't even need the Rupture there on the Pango that time around. They, I forget what he even used it onto, but yeah, Ramses was just able to chase him down. Didn't have the TP available, so couldn't TP towards the end of the roll. They just fully ran them down. What a great initiation once again by Rabel.
Yeah, this looks to be definitely game here. I don't think there's anything that they can do.
I don't want to call any Ramses game unthrowable, but it feels pretty unthrowable, this one. They are way too far ahead. They've got way too much damage output. They've got the right sort of heroes to be able to counter out someone like the Pangolier. It looks like they're going to go down the safe route of just securing the Roshan for themselves, just relying on Rabel to be the one taking some of these racks.
I mean, we've even got a refresher orb now on Ramses too, so double Rupture. I mean, especially with the fact that Kaya Assange increases that spell amplification.
Yep. Double BKB
Absolutely.
as well. Makes you not care about Eclipse, makes you not care about Rolling Thunder, makes you not care about Freezing Field, makes you not care about Techies. It's pretty great. And, you know, with the Blood Rage shard as well, you can man fight against the Luna. You're very happy to do so.
There we go, Roshan slowly going down. The Aegis will be theirs on the side of Liga, which will then allow them to siege high ground. I definitely think they'll be able to take high ground here. I mean, especially with a double rupture and Aegis now on Ramses too. I mean, if anything, he could save the refresher orb for when he comes back so that he can get himself a double BKB.
They've got the banner as well. Wonder where Panto's going to look.
Oh, they found themselves Doom. Dream Coil. Able to find the kill with the amplified damage. Got the Aghanim Scepter, so it just does a lot of damage. Kami, on the other hand, finishing off a Daedalus. Does 855 crits, but is it enough to defend the high ground? That's the question.
Dire's bottom barracks are under attack.
I mean, now that he's level 20, it might be a little easier. Moonglaves keep flying out every time you use your Q.
Oh my gosh, he's run through someone already.
Yeah,
Warwick.
Underneath the tower.
Oh my gosh, Warwick! Oh no! He's okay, he's okay, he's fine, he's fine, he's fine. He's not fine. He's caught with a Gleipnir. He will be taken out. The buyback is there. Kami now trying to attempt to find this Undying, but will not be able to. The rupture now being committed on Warwick again. Triple kill for Ramses. He's going to dive the fountain. Actually, they cast Doom upon him, but yeah, GG is called as game 2. Comfortably in the favor of Liga. They will secure it, they will equalize it, and we are going for a game 3.
Yes, we are indeed, and yeah, that was a real convincing one there. I said it earlier, and it feels a little like a cop-out, but yeah, Nightfalls just didn't play as well as they did in game 1. I don't think they did anything amazingly different on Liga. Like, they played solid Dota, sure, but there were a bunch of rotations that just didn't go anywhere near connecting, and I really feel like they didn't take advantage of the small windows that they had. You know, Doom getting consistently focused early on, teams not TPing to be able to protect the Luna, who's the one that is going to carry you across the line, not making aggressive plays when Rupture was on cooldown. It just all felt a little bit off, outside of even the mechanical things that were happening there, so... I guess they can take confidence in the fact that game 1 did go their way. They won a game that was, you know, stressful on a knife's edge, and so they clearly can cope with the pressure, but this one, it just felt like Liga was too good for them. They had their number. They can rinse and repeat, though. They can reset and just say, look, game 3, it's a different game. No Crystal Maiden, please. No techies, please. Something new. Just give me something a little different.
It just felt like, in regards to my perspective, that they didn't have any... they didn't have very much control on the side of Night Pulse here. I mean, there was very many scenarios where Luna was trying to output her damage. I mean, especially with the Daedalus that she picked up, as you saw, trying to chase this Undying. But there was just no lockdown in order for her to deal that damage, which was really unfortunate. And the fact that they just had so much control here on the side of Liga with this Dream Coil, I think the Puck just needs to be banned at this rate, because Puck has been a #1 hero at the moment within these qualifiers. I'm always seeing this Agnim's build with the Maelstrom and that increased... What is that item? It's after Witchblade. It begins with a P. Parasma, that's it. Parasma. That Parasma with the Maelstrom, it's nuts. It's nutty damage, and especially with the Dream Coil as well, controlling them all, like we saw near that Roshan pit.
Grove Bow.
Yeah, with the Grove Bow, just make it matters worse. It's nasty. I think it needs removal. But yeah, I feel like they need a better draft for Game 3 if they're able to do something, and potentially win this game against Liga.
Yep, should have gone the Visage, is the outcome of that one. I mean, it was a good Bloodseeker pick in response to the Pango, but I just think they needed to pick up the pace, and Doom did not do that. Doom slowed down the pace because of how far behind he was. It was, 12 minutes in and he was still level 5? Not great. So, we'll see. We'll see if they're able to fix their fortunes in game number 3. We'll be back in a few minutes, probably about 5 to 10, and we will be back with you very shortly. Game number 3 of the second series of the night. See you soon.
Hello everybody, welcome back to the Elite League of the Eastern European Closed Qualifiers. Myself and Danog have just gone through Game 2 out of the best of 3, which was indeed Night Pulse versus Liga team. And Liga, they took themselves a lot more comfortable win than Night Pulse did within Game 1. So Game 1, it was around about a 50-minute battle fest. Until then, Liga have won a victory here in around about 30 minutes time, and it was a very comfortable victory, wasn't it, Dano? Oh, fair enough. Let's get ourselves into the draft as the match is well underway. As we've got ourselves some bans coming out here with Naga Siren, Batrider, Mars, and the Chen. Chen and Mars being banned here once again. As maybe perhaps we won't see ourselves on Mars anymore. Maybe perhaps, fingers crossed. New hero. Maybe. Would be nice. Little bit of versatility, not everything the same. That would be cool. As Dragon Knight banned out here, who was played last game actually here by Nightpulse. Surprisingly, oh no, Liga played it. Liga played the Dragon Knight, but now they all decide to ban it. They don't want to play that. So it'll be within the ban pool here. One more ban remains before we see what teams will pick up here for the first pick, and most likely the flex pick. So actually thinking a little bit about what they want to ban before they first pick here.
I have to wonder what it's going to be. Just got to get rid of the easy stuff, I guess. You know, tanky boys, pushy boys. That seems to be the main MO this time around.
Oh, a Primal Beast. Oh, he's made his way through. I mean, Liga, they actually banned this within the first game, this Primal Beast. They didn't want to be going up against this, but now they will be facing it in the third game. So even though they banned it in the first, will they know how to play around it and against it?
Yeah, Bloodseeker. Just rupture the man. Something else that interrupts his pulverize as well can be pretty effective. Sure, Kunker's good too. Just pre-BKB, not too much he could do. Post-BKB, land the boat onto him, get a little bit of that cocoa rum to make sure you're survivable. Wouldn't even hate seeing something like a Vengeful Spirit come through here. You know, just something that's always going to be able to interrupt any kind of Primal Beast initiation.
That was very specific. You said it was cocoa rum. I never knew there was even a flavor.
Yeah, I think that's what it's called, or at least it was in Dota 1.
Really? Oh, I didn't know that. It's just called like rum effect or something like that when you hover over it.
I think his boat was like the SS Coco or something, or maybe I'm wrong, but there's a reason that it's called Coco Rum.
No, I'm gonna have to Google that now.
Mm-hmm. That's your homework for the day. All right, what else can they pair together with this Primal Beast? I mean, just something that's going to enable you to. I don't think on its own it's enough control. You know, you need something else to be able to supplement it. We don't know if this beast is being played 2, 3, or 4. Obviously, 3 is probably one of the more common ones, although we do see it a lot played in that mid lane as well. It's nice to be able to have a break as well if they did opt to go down this sort of like... Well, not that they can pick a DK or a lifesteal role, but those. I mean, even just like a Skywrath Mage can be quite nice against it. Just something that's going to guarantee a kill if you use the Pulverize somewhere.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, they combine that with things like Legion Commander and stuff. So I think Skyref would be strong here. I definitely want to highlight that they have banned the puck on the side of
As they
Nightfalls.
should.
Not wants to go against that again.
Maybe they just don't like going, excess control as well. So may as well get rid of the heroes that excel in situations like that.
I'm quite surprised they banned the Crystal Maiden. Out comes the techies, though, here for Liga. Now we get to see what Night Pulse will pick out for their next 2 picks. Hopefully that will reveal something to us of how they want to play this. So at the moment they have the Primal Beast, able to charge in and actually grab someone there with a Pulverize. They get themselves Gyrocopter and Enchantress. They have had a lot of success, I feel, with these heroes at the moment, particularly that of Gyrocopter. Enchantress, hopefully they are able to utilize it early on, as we spoke about when we were watching Yellow Submarine. Yeah.
I was actually about to suggest the Enchantress, just because, like, I was going to say there's not really any counters to the techies. I'd say Enchantress is probably the only one, right? Like, it's just something that doesn't care about your really long range, because the impetus is going to deal that pure damage to you. Again, the pure damage means that you don't care about techies' high armor. You can make a lot of pushing happen around the map. You're survivable to the consistent techies harass that comes out. So I think Eng is a really good response to this. And yeah, Gyrocopter feels just fine. It's their comfort. It's what works for them. So why not pick it? And again, there's the potential of it being played as a position 1 as well if Kami really did want it.
Oh, Sven comes up. Okay. Ramsey's on the Sven. I mean, we've seen 2 Sven games so far, and it's only been today. One of them was pretty successful. The other one was kind of outplayed here by the Terrorblade. What I mean, actually, when I say outplayed, I mean the fact of it was a Terrorblade against a Sven with a Satanic, so there was no way Sven was taking down that Terrorblade.
Wonder if they go something like a Troll Warlord into this. Like, you can man fight against a Sven as a Troll Warlord, right? Like,
oh, 100%,
yeah. You get the Battle Trance off, he's locked in place, you can have all the armor in the world, you are still going to go down. And you're going to have other sources of damage coming through as well, from the Primal, from the Gyro, from the Enchantress, that are going to make that a whole lot easier. I don't think necessarily, like, Kunkka maybe, we saw that they were quite good on... in the Eastern European region at being able to use the X marks to, like, farm incredibly safely when they expect a gank is coming, but I don't think techies and Sven have the same luxury there with that one. And they're going to be able to, like, protect it, so, instant bans out of, like, the Razor if they do go into the Troll.
And they got themselves hoodwinked with the techies and the Kunkka as well. I like what Liga are picking up at the moment here. They played the Hoodwink last game. It worked out pretty nicely with the Bushwhack. They can combine it with either Stormhammer and the Blast-Off, and they've got the Tidal Wave as well. So quite a bit of control on Liga. However, on the other hand, Night Pulse, they've only got themselves the Homing Missile, Enchant, and the Pulverize at the moment. So a little bit weaker in regards to Lockdown and Disable. What shall they pick up next? Now, this is a hero that definitely locks down some people in a bubble of safety. Faceless Void will be picked up.
Again, enables the Gyro and the Enchantress to contribute to a lot of these fights, right? You can use your Chronosphere early on. A lot of the time, like, you just don't find the right situation for it because you're like, I'm weak, I don't have the damage to be able to kill people. Don't worry about it. Just as long as your support's level 5, level 6, you should be able to get a lot of work done inside of that Chronosphere. Great way to jump a pesky Hoodwink as well.
I think it'd be really great right now if they could synergize something with the Chrono, unless they don't want to, put all of their cards into the Chrono, and that's, like, the only thing which is their win factor. Maybe perhaps they choose something else, but maybe perhaps they can enable the Chrono to be much better as a team ability, so that they get themselves a mid hero that can work really well with it.
Well, there's not going to be an Invoker, which obviously feels like the main one. If you want something like Sniper, I feel like they've got enough lockdown that it's going to be a little risky. You don't know 100% what your lane is as well. What else could we potentially be considering? I mean, they probably would have loved the Pango, even though Warwick didn't have the greatest game on it just then, but so it's been banned out. I think they just need something that's going to, yeah, provide that little bit of extra lockdown. Maybe they run the Primal mid, and, I mean, Mars is banned, Centaur's banned, DK's banned. What else is really that frontliner Meepo banned?
Okay. Storm Spirit, okay. So, many ways of initiation then here coming out from Night Pulse.
Which, just 2 picks ago, we were saying that was one of their bigger weaknesses. Initiation and lockdown.
I think the only thing that's left for them now is to actually pull it off. They've picked the heroes. Now they just need to pull it off now and show us that they can do it.
Wouldn't hate a Quap. I think Quap works really well here. You can, if Void's gonna time walk in, you can Sonic Wave him back. It crushes the Storm Spirit in lane. Same sort of thing with pushing back the Primal Beast. You're relatively elusive, so you can get away. You can run the Kunkka in the off lane, and it feels perfectly fine to me.
Yeah. And it is a Queen of Pain.
Just feels good, and it's a good amount of AoE magic damage that you're able to use, magic and pure damage that you can use to even take out the likes of an Enchantress too. So, I like it. Rabel's a really good Quap player as well. And you just want to make sure that this Storm Spirit doesn't have the easiest time, because with the Enchantress as well, you've got a creep that you can just be sending out ahead of you to kind of scout things out, make the jump so much easier for Warwick to be able to find. It's going to be the supports that are the main objectives, just because I feel like they're gonna have quite a hard time actually killing anyone else off the back of a Storm jump. Maybe once Primal gets a Blink Dagger and is able to join in instantly, but prior to that, Sven's not dying from a Storm only. It takes a while for Gyro Enchantress damage to come through. So yeah, that's really where I'm looking here, but I think Warwick's gonna have quite a rough time in that mid lane.
Yeah, so not insane lockdowns from the side of League, or even, I mean, when I'm speaking about insane lockdowns, I mean something that can rotate around to the mid lane and kind of help. I mean, they do have themselves Bushwhack and Blast Off, but I feel like that's around about it. That's the only things that they can work around with, so they've got to ensure that they land these great, they land these well, and they're effective with them and efficient. Because whereas when you have a look at the side of Night Pulse, we just spoke about just now how they have themselves quite a bit of lockdown and some good disable. But let's get into Game 3, ladies and gentlemen, the final one. And we will see whether one team will be eliminated and one team will be going on further into the lower bracket. It is all on the line now for both of these teams to see whether they can get themselves into the group stages of the Elite League.
They might be clashing as well. Nice early ward laid down here by 1J. Let's see where the Faceless Void is, but he hasn't leveled up anything just yet. Can just time walk off a lot of this damage, and man, I wanted a 5-on-5 again. That was fun. Although 1Wind did end up losing that game, did they not? Or was that the one they won?
That was the first game that it happened, the 5v5.
First series, yes. Might have been the second game. Forget which.
Did you fall out of the nest as a baby?
That is an interesting set as the Primal Beast.
What does it look like? Oh,
he's got a mix of them. So
it's like a Yeti, kind of.
Yeah. So he's got like the Yeti set, but then he's added on like the horns and stuff like that. It looks really weird.
Your admiral is on board.
The battle begins.
Yeah, here we go. Bounty runes.
2 for 2, nothing too exciting.
Yeah, we won't get any skirmishes during the early stages of the game. Very sad. It's always nice to see some skirmishes, but what can you do? They both want to come back to their lanes relatively healthy. They don't want to disadvantage themselves. See how this mid lane goes.
I like this little bit of a change up as well with Hoodwink being obviously 1J played a great Hoodwink in game number 1, but also you take away what Nightpulse were trying to do with Janta playing into the techies as well. You know, I mentioned that was one of the few counters to the techies in the lane, but if you just put the Hoodwink there instead, he can harass you from a little more range. You know, he can be using the Acorn shot a lot more frequently to just get easy harass in onto everyone else. Doesn't even need the Blightstone to be able to do it. He's just pegging away at Janta.
Yeah, it's good to see an Enchantress on the lane, really digging in that harassment. I mean, look at 1J right now. He is hating it at the moment. It's usually the Hoodwink that's the aggressor here, but because of the Nature's attendance, Janta can keep up this harassment and make sure to give Kami this free lane here on the Faceless.
It's so obnoxious to have to lane against it. He's still got 4 tangos to be able to play around with, so there's nothing really that they can do. I mean, once he gets a couple of races, it'll of course help out on BB3, but until that point, it's certainly quite challenging. As they are able to somehow get a kill going off now that they're level 2, but I don't think that's going to be the case.
I think the thing I like about this lane, Kami versus BB3, the Conqueror and Faceless, that anytime the Tidebringer comes out, he can just use Time Walk and get back his HP. And it looks like they may find a kill.
1J.
They will. The first blood will go to the Faceless Void.
He gets a couple of tangos for his troubles, not even just the one. So a really solid start here for Nightpulse. Mid lane, I'm actually kind of surprised with how much last hits Warwick has been able to acquire for himself. Of course, he is still being harassed pretty frequently by Rabel here, but still 13 and 4 relative to the 13 and 2. I think you should be very satisfied with that. Left it a little late to be able to make this move towards the water rune though, so he might actually end up losing a couple of creeps under the tower, most notably the flag bearer, which never feels good.
No, it's always painful to lose the Flag Bearer.
He was just wanting to hold the flag, you know. Just doing his job.
Radiant's
gold.
courier has been killed.
It's especially sad to see it when you're a carry player as well. All you can think about is the gold. But yeah, Kami at the bottom lane, utilizing that Time Walk every time the BB3 fires out that Tidebringer. I wonder if he'll actually put more points into the Time Walk than he does the Time Lock. Just to make sure that he can sustain on the lane, or does he want to be kind of a little bit aggressive, making himself a little bit of a glass cannon and putting points into the Time Lock just to get the increased chance of getting a bash?
I think it's very important that you try and keep up with the Sven's net worth as much as possible, so I don't think you can go too heavy into the Time Walk. It just feels a little too dangerous. I think he's going to be very happy with the work that Jant has done so far, just to keep BB3 as pressured away as possible. But you know, at the end of the day, it's a conquer, right? Like, he's still going to get a good amount of farm. Consistently being harassed by Kami here.
Actually doing well. They're controlling the wave. They've committed a blood grenade as well. Nice pushwhack onto 2. Kami time walking forward into a torrent. Very nice disengage.
Conqueror not able to get too many of these right clicks off onto 1J, but that's just fine. This time spent not farming on the Faceless Void though. It seems like they're really concerned with getting some kills onto the Hoodwink here, and they nearly do.
They will. The used Centaur. I mean, it'll go to BB3 for the gold, but getting another kill on this lane, big worth.
And now with the lane pushing forward a little bit, Jant is able to get a stack off as well as a pull at the same time. So plenty of creeps to be able to use. Looks like a Hellbear Smasher is on the cards for him. Plenty dangerous to have to play up against. Look at him, just bullying the Conqueror away with a creep, not even himself. So just keeping himself perfectly healthy.
It's the thunderclap. It's so annoying. Especially at this level, 150 damage. You can feel it, especially at these early levels.
Oh yeah, for sure. There might have been a bottle refill happening mid as well for the Hoodwinks, so Quap still having a good time, and this is much more of what I was expecting. It's a 600 net worth lead that Quap has over the Storm Spirit. Should mean that she actually just hit her level 6, and it forced Warwick all the way back away from the lane.
Oh, Janto is taken out there. Deleted by a Sonic Wave.
Gets a lucky Invis rune as well, on top of everything, so this is the sort of start that Rabel was really wanting. They've got a fresh Observer Ward placed down inside the jungle as well, so I'm sure they would have loved to be able to get that kill onto Warwick instead with the Sonic Wave prior to him hitting onto his level 6, but they won't be so lucky. Looks like he will get his level 6 very shortly, so a lot less susceptible to dying now is the Storm Spirit, just one creep away.
Yeah, around about the same last hits of the Queen of Pain, but Quap has considerably more denies, around about 16 in fact.
And it's all been like jungle creeps from the Storm, nowhere near as efficient as lane creeps, so that is also a factor.
Well, they are going to go on the Conquer. Do use the Thunderclap. Conquer surviving through it all will get underneath the tower, but quite low here, 200 HP. Does have that Lotus. He's actually going to commit it here and just heal back up with a Tango.
Rune as well, so 1J just a nice value point in the Scurry to be able to a little bit more freely contest with this Ench. They get the real value creep.
Good look to turn it around here, Vazia with the Pulverize. It's actually cancelled though by a TP here from 1J with the Bushwhack. Vazia attempting to run now with the Onslaught. Will escape. He's okay.
I was actually wondering, like, what is Vajra actually buying? Because I thought he was a little poor, but just has the Soul Ring being delivered out to him now. Certainly, no one's really contesting the farm that Ramses is getting on this Fen, though. He's neck and neck with the First Blood Faceless Void, so...
Oh, Warwick.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Oh, the Bushwhack doesn't connect. And we've got Techies right behind also, though Vazia does have himself the Onslaught. They're going to commit it there. With the Electric Vortex. Not very well communicated there with the conjunction of the spells, but nonetheless, they will find the kill onto the Techies.
Probably wouldn't have been enough to kill anyway. So at least they get a kill out of it all. Some stacks starting to be built up by Merlin. Vajra, I'm sure, will be very satisfied
Radiant's
to take
middle
those soon
tower
enough.
is under attack.
Getting the Troll Summoner now as well, Janta. Wonder what he's going to do with this. Is he going to push bottom? Is he going to push mid?
I'd say mid. Yeah, you never really want to just give a bunch of free creeps over to a Kunkka, and that Tidebringer is going to tear the skeletons a new one. Just trying to get, probably not one more use of the Skellies. They've kind of revealed themselves already, so may as well commit them onto the lane. Scream of Pain, at least you're expending mana on the Quap, which she can't then use to be able to contest the Storm quite as easily.
Good goodness.
Oh, Vazia?
Very. Oh. Well, turns out ancient creeps are
Dire's
strong.
middle tower is under attack.
I think they're trying to bait a Scream of Pain out here from Rebel, but it's not taking the bait. Might want to get one more use out of that Dark Troll Summoner creeps just to bring all the Skelly Boys in, which they do. It constantly forces someone to come back to the lane. 3, 2, 1, and they're dead. But, you know what? They've done their job. They're forcing him to stay here, not use that net worth advantage for anything other than defending, which is, I'd say you're relatively okay with that. Maybe with a haste, though, he's going to be able to quickly connect onto one of the other side lanes.
So we do have Warwick here attempting to try and get himself an Orchid at the moment. I mean, he's a little bit far away because he has put his gold into a Falcon Blade, as meanwhile Janta Was attempting to TP away, caught there by the bushwhack, and the kill will go to Rabel. So still a long while away on the Orchid.
It's to be expected. Like, they are very much... A lot of people are sacrificing their games so that Warwick can have some kind of game, because if you're picking a Storm Spirit with Quap still left in the pool, Invoker kind of falls into the same pool, just because, you know, you don't have a way to get away from Cold Snap Mana Burn early on. It just becomes very, very challenging for you to be able to get any sorts of last hits, and yeah, Quap's kind of a similar sort of thing with the Shadow Strike.
Rabel's farming up quite nicely here between both of these camps, utilizing the Scream of Pain quite nicely.
Going for an Orchid of his own.
He is indeed, and that will really help him, especially against the likes of Primal, Faceless, and Storm. You silence them, it's kind of difficult to actually output damage as them when you're silenced.
It's probably going to need to be a
tower is under attack.
third item BKB
Dire's
for Kami.
structures are
He's got
fortified.
Mask of Bandus, he's got the Maelstrom being finished up next. And yeah, you got to imagine that it's going to be that BKB coming shortly after. There's just way too much that you're going to have to contend against. And there's a bit of a rotation actually coming through here from the Faceless Void. 1 point in the Impetus, that's all you need, just for that little bit of an extra damage output. I wonder if 1J is going to be able to pop the smoke again. They will. He pops it just in time, just perfect positioning from the Hoodwink. That one might have been a little bit lucky though, as he was building up a stack for Ramses.
That's a bit unfortunate. Wanted to go ahead into the mid lane and Chrono Rabel. Nope. Smoke broken. I mean, what's the next step now? He really is a Faceless Void. You want to be using Chrono as many times as you can, but there's no way he can solo kill BB3. He is one tanky boy right now as a Conqueror offlaner.
I mean, maybe you push out this wave, take the Twin Gate up towards the top side, so you're ready if they do want to contest this, but it doesn't really seem like Liga want to do that all that much. So yeah, just go for your Maelstrom, secure your farm, secure your damage increase as well, so that when you do use your Chronosphere, it just feels so much more impactful. Looks like there's not too much contesting happening up here.
We now have ourselves an Orchid though on Rabel, and a smoke is being committed to try and find this Faceless Void.
Look at those scans being used right next to each other as well on the bottom side of the map. I don't know whose is whose. I think they might have just walked into it. Never mind, it just expired, I think. But very wisely ends up TPing towards the top side of the map. Does Kami. Really good map awareness to be able to get away from that gank attempt.
Try and rotate mid now with the Orchid, with the Smoke of Deceit cover still up. Maybe perhaps they can get Warwick. What is... Oh, Kami's hiding behind the trees.
Maybe
Perhaps they can counter-initiate here. They're baiting with the Storm.
Nah, not gonna work. And that'll be the Orchid being revealed as well, so...
Oh, wait. Oh, nice Chrono! We'll connect there onto 2. Bushwhack. Can they get the Queen of Pain? Queen of Pain blinks away! Is Kami now just able to time walk and get all of his HP back? His Primal Beast onslaughting in. The trample will not have an effect. That was very close there. They almost killed Rabel. The God Strength is going to be committed. They'll bring back the Primal Beast with the X marks and find the kill. But in return, Janto with a Hellbetter Smasher takes out the techies. And just TP's out of there.
Just able to get away there on the Quap. I'm a little surprised that they weren't able to, you know, confirm that kill, but a big part of it does come to, once again, 1J on the Hoodwink. He bushwhacked the Faceless Void during the Chronosphere. Didn't quite get the Storm Spirit, but wasn't required. Still gave them just enough for Quap to be able to get back to safety.
If only he had his Orchid. Danog.
If only.
He decided to put 1,000 gold into the Falcon Blade instead. Felt like he needed that.
Yeah, I mean, he was kind of left in the jungle the entire time, not able to contest power runes all that regularly. Have we seen Storm get a single power rune? I feel like it's been all Quap.
I do feel like it's been all co-op as well. I can't remember.
So if you're relying on that, you can't rely on your bottle. You're not getting any magic wand charges as well. Falcon Blade is definitely the most cost-efficient way just
Radiant's
to keep
bottom tower is under attack.
your mana looking pretty healthy. It's close though to that Orchid, just 200 gold away. Should be able
once
to
they
build up
get
a stack for himself.
Yeah, I think once they get it though, maybe perhaps they can go for another smoke if they have one. Attempt to take out the Queen of Pain again. Just got to make sure that 1J just to keep on disrupting them all the time, because he is on point with these bushwhacks at the moment.
Yeah,
He's only level
Radiant's
1.
bottom tower has fallen.
and just his general movement as well. You know, like he's blocked a couple of smoke attempts as well, just with his body. Nearly into the mech though on Merlin, which would be pretty huge to have. If everyone's getting hit by
Zip
big
forward.
ol' zip.
Radiant's middle
He's gonna get
tower is
vengeance.
under attack.
Gonna take out 1J. The scurry with the evasion will not help. Still able to get the kill. But Warwick having to
Radiant are
output
scanning.
so much mana there just to get that kill on the squirrel. In comes the
Instantly
smoke.
realizes where the ward was as well. Just seeing exactly where they had vision at the very start of this. Look at this cheeky little play by the Warpine Raider as well, half cutting the wave. Just to make it push in a little bit further, perhaps try and bait the Liga team to hit the wave, and it works. Rabel reveals himself. That's another smoke attempt that doesn't work out. Definitely itemizing a little bit more into the pure right-click build here is Jantan. You know, going straight for that Dragon Lance, not worrying about stuff like the drums or anything else like that. Oh,
We do have another dead primal beast though.
yeah.
Step lively now. Your admiral is on board.
Are they rushing? I think they could. They're all hanging around. They haven't popped the God Strength yet, but it looks like they are keen. Oh, maybe
You
not.
thinking about it?
Maybe yes.
Okay, there we go. There's the God Strength.
Alright. As soon as I see that, all my mind just instantly goes to the minimap and says, alright, what are the enemy team doing? Like, are they able to push the map out? Are they able to force a few defenses with this Aegis, as opposed to, you know, just immediately going on the offensive once you claim it? Because they certainly aren't in a position to contest it just yet with their relative positioning of the creep waves. It would have been far too obvious, and they had the high ground set up with plenty of vision, with you know, proximity mines on the twin gate as well. Makes it very challenging.
What's the next item Warwick's going for now? He's got an Orchid. Kaya and BKB.
Yep, feels fine to me. You don't want to get caught by A, an Orchid, B, a X marks into a torrent combination or anything else like that. And I think he's realizing how effective 1J is being on this Hoodwink as well. So you want to be able to just quickly pick off one of those sneaky supports that can dish out a surprising amount of damage despite only being supports. We were talking about that in the draft, right? They needed some sort of way to get onto the back lines, some vision, deeply set up. They don't have any, it's all been dewarded, but you've still got the Enchantress creeps that can be used as scouting tools.
Yeah, and they do have the counter initiation as well with BB3, because he's got himself the Agnims now, has himself that Torrent Storm. So if they jump upon him or a Chronosphere happens, he's most definitely curling in that Torrent Storm.
Seems like they really want to defend this tier 1 tower. Baja looking to join together with the rest of the team. They're all kind of gathering around somewhat. It's the Quap, though, that has the Aegis, so I'm not sure if you want to drop the Chronosphere onto this. Doesn't have the BKB yet, so that Orchid's going to be pretty useful. And, well, second death, second life.
Blast off onto 2.
Live again?
Nope.
Alright.
Able to charge through and actually find the techies there as well. The God Strength will come out in return. Quap is back alive. A Sonic Wave onto 3. That will take out both the Primal and the Faceless. Double kill for Ramses. They find the Storm as well. TPing away just gets out, maybe. Woo, yes, he does. The Orchid will not be enough to proc and get the kill, but 3 have been found by the hands of Liga team.
They got to be tipping BB because he did so much there on the Kunkka. Just perfect timing with the torrent, perfect timing with the ghost ship as well to be able to interrupt all of that because they were ready to drop the Chronosphere onto the Quap auto second life. It probably would have landed onto the Sven as well, but hopefully he gets away with his life, which he will. Yeah, it was looking fantastic for them until, well, because of the Kunkka, it wasn't.
TP away, unfortunately. Not able to catch anything there. Maybe, perhaps if they did it sooner, then they could have.
Yeah, they were very tempted to stick around for that Wisdom Rune, but looks like they'll, you know, once again, funnel a little bit more into Warwick. Give him a lot of the jungle, and give him a Wisdom Rune as well to be able to play around with. So, if he can get up to that level 15, you become a whole lot either tankier or a whole lot more damage output comes from those static remnants. So it depends if they feel like they need to focus on farming right now or if they need to focus on just surviving the inevitable that's going to be coming at them. It looks like he's opted away from the Kaya first, going into the BKB before that. So survivability is the name of the game for Warwick, but if you're survivable but don't actually do any damage, then doesn't feel all that effective, so maybe he's going to go down the static remnant damage route.
Oh, very interesting item pickup here for Ramses. Actually going the Aghanim Scepter on the Sven, so actually completely disregarding the Blink Dagger that you purchased on the Sven. Now he's gone the Stormhammer, so he says the Superman, as some people call it. Are you a fan of the Aghanims on Sven?
I mean, I lived through and casted the period where, I think it was 2020, where it was just played constantly and it was incredibly obnoxious and one-shot people, so...
Like that?
That's not a one-shot, though.
Okay,
yeah. It was really bad back at that point, so I've got a little bit of PTSD with it, but I think it's generally okay. I don't like how predictable it makes you. You know, you've got Time Walk, you've got Zip that's going to be able to keep you away from it. Storm might not have a life though.
Oh no, yeah, he's found. Oh no, he zips. Oh, able to dodge the blast off and the Sonic Wave. Chrono comes down. It's caught the Queen of Pain and the Conquer. Is Kami able to throw out all the damage? Yes, he is. And he's actually able to avoid the Stormhammer too. He's trying to live through it. Is he going to be able to time walk again? No, he got silenced there by Rabel. It'll be a 2 for 2. Valiant attempt there from Kami, but in comes another Stormhammer along with a Bushwhack. 3 gone. Now they'll attempt to go for Varzia, but in comes Warwick with the Orchid, trying to attempt to take down the Queen of Pain, but he's been silenced himself, and the God Strength will be enough to take him out. And oh no! Oh, Ramses, how could you? Double smiley in the chat.
The King of Hell himself just doesn't give anyone a break as, well, is he going to be able to get away? That would be poetic justice if he wasn't, but it's only a gyrocopter. He's under no danger there. It was a nice Chronosphere, and I'm honestly surprised that Storm lived the first time, but he had the tools to be able to kill the Quap there. He just zipped way too far out, used all of his mana, and by then the Orchid was back off cooldown.
Yeah, Warwick's just discovered that he definitely needs that BKB. He is on his way to be completing that very soon. 1,200 gold remains until he's going to be able to obtain it. He really needs that if he's going to have impact in these fights.
He needs to deliver them.
Oh no. Oh no, they're going for Kami. He has himself no BKB. Yeah, he's found. He's dead. So they are going to go for the Techies though, because Techies is very split up from the rest of the team.
Lives
though. Oh, look at that. The Guardian Greaves. Keeps him alive, and they find Merlin.
They see Jantra as well on this bottom side. Vision set up here. They can get a quick kill onto him, although it is daytime, so they should see them moving down. It's a quick TP out from Jantra to be able to get out.
Radiant's middle tower
And they instantly also pinging out the fact that they've got Vision in the general area. But that's okay. They can just pivot into pushing into this bottom tier 2 tower. Liga, once again, I mean,
Radiant's
seemed
middle
like it was
tower
going
has
pretty
fallen.
damn even until about, what, 5 minutes ago? And then ever since then, it's taken a nosedive.
Radiant's bottom
Yeah,
tower is under
17k
attack.
net worth lead at 25 minutes, and we're about to get a Bloodthorn as well on Ramses. He is having the time of his life on this carry game at the moment.
And they're going for another one of these moves without the BKB on themselves, without the damage that they need to really make a lot of these moves all that impactful. Like, you can orchid someone, but if you're not actually killing them during it, what's the point? Might be using Warwick as a little bit of bait here.
He just really needs this
Radiant's top
BKB.
tower is under attack.
He needs BKB and he needs level 15 for damage and survivability.
Oh, he's being scouted out again. Oh no, this is going to be a dead Warwick for sure as the Sonic Wave comes out. That's found him, that's connected onto Freeman. The Pulverize comes out, but it doesn't do what? A blast off onto 2. Jansen just
here.
able to live through it all. Merlin trying to escape, locked in place with the Gleipnir, and the Scream of Pain finds the kill. Double kill for the side of L1.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
And this is where you need to get really clever with like where you're picking up this farm as well. Might not be able to anymore because base is being sieged. You need to defend and you're going to have super creeps pushing against you. But you can't just farm in regular areas, you know. You're going to make those sorts of aggressive jumps forward. You're going to find out where the Storm Spirit is. And he still needs 900 gold, so I think you almost like give him a smoke just so that he can get to the enemy side of the map where they don't want to be at this point. They want to keep pushing their advantage. And again, all he needs is 15 and a BKB, and suddenly it just feels so much better.
Oh, they've just pinged Crop, I think, but they don't have the vision. They know Crop went to the triangle, but they can't go for it without any vision. They don't have any vision at all whatsoever on any enemies right now.
They've even got a Bloodthorn on Spen as well for even more damage.
Does Kami have the BK? He still doesn't have the BKB yet on Faceless. Really needs this as well as Storm.
Yeah. I might be crazy, but I still, like, it's a 21k net worth, 27 minutes in, and 90% of it is on the Sven. If they somehow find a way to be able to jump him before he gets the Warcry off, Sven can still die, absolutely. As long as they've got the BKBs, as long as they're not getting turned around upon with an Orchid and stopping that damage output. It needs to be perfect, though, the perfect Chronosphere without the reaction. And, well, pretty good way of stopping that is an Aegis, which Ramses this time will take, because he is the one that's going to be sieging the high ground. Actually went for the health on the Storm as well, and he's got the BKB, so again, a lot more survivable, but I do still worry about the damage. BKB up on Kami too. So this is again where you need to get a little bit clever. You've got the Alpha Wolf, which will help with your damage a little bit. You've got the Enchantress, who's got maxed out Impetus. BKB on the Primal Beast as well. So you've got the stuff, but I don't think you can just run into Ramses. You've got to go for like some sort of wraparound play. Find the backlines, the people that don't have the Aegis.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Maybe perhaps they can do it now. They're right behind at the moment. Sven might go for the high ground. Oh, nice observable placed there from Techies.
They know though.
They've just smoked
This,
up
this
though.
is that full backline.
Oh,
wraparound.
the smoke just broke. They found the Conquer. They're going to silence them up. The BKB there, committed by Warwick. The Pulverize coming in as well. They want to try and find the Conquer. Hasn't been able to get off the Chrono as of yet. Kami with
so
the BKB there as
survivable.
well. They've got the Rum effect, so they have to back themselves off because they're not going to do any damage. But a Sonic Wave coming out
it's
onto
over.
3. As Rabel dealing the damage, but there's the Chrono. That's what they want. Connecting there onto 2. They find the Queen of Pain. They find the Techies as well. At least they're able to get themselves 2 kills here. But Ramses in the back lines here also finding not only the Primal Beast, but the Enchantress as well for zipping back in. They get the Sven. Sven down. He doesn't have himself God Strength. They're going to try and set up for another kill on this Sven once again. Brought back by the Tidal Wave. They really need to catch him now. Coming in with the Pulverize there. Onto the Sven. It's actually been cancelled out though.
Radiant's
Yeah,
bottom
got
tower
X-Mark.
Still on
is
the
under
aggressive. Oh, he won't be able to get him though. Lovely turret there from BB3. They will disengage. Only losing 2 here onto Liga.
And forcing a buyback out of Vaja as well. I was really thinking that that fight was going to go horribly for Night Pulse. Like, they were in a really bad spot. They used 3 BKBs early on, and all they got out of it was being able to bring the Kunkka down to 50% HP, while he still was able to get the run buff onto himself. So I was like, how are they going to be able to turn this around? It was a really good Chronosphere, taking out the quad +1. But, yeah, unfortunately just running out of tools to be able to follow up on them. Who ended up getting the kills? Kami got one, and Merlin got the other. They would have loved for Warwick to be the one to be able to claim the kill onto Rabel and get that 800 gold, because that Kaya is what he's needing. He needs that little bit of extra mana regeneration. He needs that little bit of a higher mana pool as well to be able to truly find a lot of these chases and make them happen.
Yeah, because as we see, every time he's zipping in, he's just suffering from mana, isn't he? Like, he'll zip in, get one kill, and then after that, it's like, oh dear, well,
I have
I'm
to
done.
back. BKB forced from Kami as well.
Xbox, that might bring him back. Oh no!
He was a little early on bringing him back.
It was so close. It was literally a tish away. I saw the BKB expiry. That was extremely close.
They've been able to get some tier 3 neutral items as well.
Oh, they might find Faceless Void again. Uh-oh.
That BKB.
Oh no, they've circled
so they can get away. He walks under their vision right now.
Oh no, they've seen him.
Are under attack.
They're going to try and go for him now, try and find him. Oh, he's farming up these creeps. Is he going to... Okay, he's smart enough to actually move through the trees. But they ping him, they know where he is because he's already used the TP. Oh no! Oh, Kami! Oh, you've been found. Silence, no BKB! Faceless Void, you are dead, sir. Kami's gone.
That is a persistent team. They just want Kami nowhere near any of these engagements. As well, they might try and get a cheeky little kill here onto Merlin. There's the Superman hammer coming through. Now it gets reversed in onto Ramses. Are they going to be able to get back from this? Maybe. Okay. Save your mate syndrome ends up working out for once. Once again, costs all of Warwick's mana to be able to do just a simple play like that, though.
Radiant's middle barracks
Doesn't feel
are
too
under
great.
attack.
And a free melee Rex.
Radiant's middle
Got
barracks.
about
They got a bait him
15
in. They
seconds
got the
left.
buyback.
Pulverize. Coming in. Down 2. Won't connect onto anyone there as Ramsey's laying into the tier 3 tower. It has expired though. We've got God Strength for another 45 seconds.
Oh, they found Primal.
They have indeed. The Lotus Orb is upon him. He's going to be brought back by the X-Marks, taking quite a bit of damage there from the sharpshooter.
They are not taking the bait, huh? They have gone high ground way too many times in pro games and pubs and had it not work out for them, that they're just like, look, let's not risk it. We know we're acres ahead of this team. Let's just look to secure it. Next Aegis not too far away. Got some big items coming. Daedalus coming through from the Sven, so that... Oh,
Scanning.
speaking of Sven.
Yeah, they're close to Ramses. I mean, they're smoked up, they're ready. They have everything apart from the cooldown. So that's on cooldown at the moment.
The cooldown.
The cooldown on cooldown. Cooldown on cooldown. That's
She sells seashells by the seashore.
Hilarious. Hilarious.
Oh, so now it's the side of Leaker that is smoked up now. Uh-oh. Kami. Oh! He's okay. Oh, they casted it on a creep. Casted Stormer Hammer on a creep, or else I think it would have followed, right? Sure it would have followed.
Might have been able to turn it around if that was the case. It would have been.
Yeah, you've got PTSD of this, Donald. You should know.
Oh yeah. Oh, I do. It never missed on me. That's why.
I wonder if they're going to take the Tormentor here. They're hanging around.
Yeah, that plus the Wisdom is coming up in a couple of seconds. Give it to the one level 3 ultimate now. Oh, 3-1 for Rabel. Extra silence,
Radiant
extra damage from the
scanning.
blink. They're gonna try and yoink away the enemy one.
Radiant's top
Yeah,
tower
this is the
is
thing
under
though,
attack.
you're going up against a Sven that's, you know, 12k net worth above your highest hero hitting into your high ground. You gotta defend this, you can't spend too much time pushing.
Oh, God Strength committed. Uh-oh, they found Primal. Isn't brought back though by the tidal wave.
Kami's just
Pulverize
hitting a
comes
tier 1
out.
tower. Finally TPing back.
Where's the follow-up though?
See
Oh,
him.
they've got Faceless. Oh, the Stormhammer there and the Sonic Wave. That's Faceless down for 80 seconds. Now this is a disaster of a fight. Oh, he's
Ramsey.
thrown in a smiley again. The
Damn
cheeky
European
man.
smiley face, man. It always gets to me, and yeah, they call it straight away off of that. It was just a little bit too predictable there from Kami. He's a fantastic player, but yeah, coming in way too late, spending the time where the enemy team was hitting onto your tier 3 high ground to deal the first damage to a tier 1 tower. It just made it really obvious when he was coming in. They'd set up perfectly with the vision as well for it. As Unlucko says Rabel, and oh, it's going to be Liga moving on forward to the top 4. Still in the lower bracket, but that means they're... How many games is that? 3 series away from being able to qualify through, but that means that they have to get through 3 more series to be able to get to this point. One of them will be the winner of the other lower bracket match. I'm not sure if that one's actually been completed or not yet. We can have a look at that in a little bit. We might actually be able to tell you the results of that when we get into our next series, which is the upper bracket match between Yellow Submarine and 9 Pandas, which I'm really looking forward to, because that is going to be the Young Guns versus the, I don't want to say the old hands, but, you know,
Careful.
Kiyotaka's really young, alright, but Solo, he's one of the oldest pros out there, so I think we get the pass to be able to say that sort of thing. But 9 Pandas absolutely the favourites. Yellow Submarine have looked damn impressive though, haven't they?
Yeah, they have, and with this game, it's going to be really exciting to see who is going to be going to the finals of the qualifying to get into the Elite League group stages, and who will be possibly fighting for a place again. So it could be potentially either Yellow Submarine or 9 Pandas. They could, you know, go into the lower bracket, then fight up against either Liga team or one win, and then make their way back up for a rematch of a best of 5, which is going to be real exciting.
Absolutely. But they got to get there first. You know, we have one more BO3 remaining for the day. Make sure you stick here, because that is where it is going to be for the upper bracket. 9 Pandas versus Yellow Submarine. Lots of stars playing, and it'll be here in about, I want to say probably another 5 to 10 minutes, but we'll have to wait and see. See you after the break.
Hello everybody, welcome back to the Elite League of the closed qualifiers of Eastern Europe. With myself, Epidamnos, joining me is Danog. We've got one final series for you today. It is indeed Yellow Submarines versus 9 Pandas. Oh boy, Danog, are you excited?
I'm very impressed that you were able to pronounce 9 Pandas, Yellow Submarine, because you've been having trouble with that the entire time. Have you had a coffee or something between the break? Because I'm hearing the energy, I'm hearing the pep coming through, and that's exactly what we're wanting for this third series of the day.
Probably, yes. I've got it at hand, so I'm going to sip it every now and again, and, you know, revitalize my energy. That's what it's going to be, of course, for the final series.
Of course, and it is upper bracket, so winner of this goes on forward to the final as we do get into that very draft. And, well, no Tiny, no Centaur, no Bat Rider, no Undying. Plenty of other tanky boys left available, though. DK Timbersaw as well. Hasn't been banned out. I'd be a little bit scared of letting that one through to 9 Pandas in particular. They play a great Timbersaw.
Yeah, Timbersaw is a pretty scary hero. I wouldn't say so sure it's meta. I'd say a lot of people are playing it. I mean, especially with the pure damage that it deals now. I think we were speaking about this when we last saw it on the first day, about how the hero is able to output like insane pure damage during the early stages of the game. And the hero will most likely always win the lane. Always win the lane.
Yeah. There are very few carries that like to play against it. There's maybe Monkey King, there's maybe Gyro, there's maybe Luna, and that's about it. But I quite like this Mars pick. It's a bit of a block pick for sure, just because I was really impressed with how Alberca was able to play the Mars in his series that we cast previously. He was just dominating from minute 0 onwards. And I gotta say, Pessimist has been doing a fairly decent job as well, but he hasn't been the star of this team. I would have to say that's still going to rest on Butterfly, but as well as Erase. Erase has been playing this pretty damn well. I think, have 9 Pandas been the only support Terrorblade team that we've seen as well?
I think that's correct, yeah. We have not seen a team yet that has played Terrorblade support. It's always been the core at the moment, so if this is a support Terrorblade, it's the first one that we're going to see within the qualifiers. For ourselves, of course. But well, I'm interested to see if they do end up making it more support-oriented. It feels like it's pretty reasonable at trading against the Mars, just considering you've got the God's Rebuke, which is physical damage, so, being high armor, you end up getting a lot of favorable trades off there as the TB, and I just don't see why you would pick a Terrorblade into a Mars as a core if you weren't wanting to just run the risk of a great arena stopping all of your damage just through, the soldiers reflecting it all. Yeah, because Terrorblade, if it was a safe lane going up against Mars, it would be kind of a stomping ground for the Mars, if anything, because of course Terrorblade, he has himself very high armor, but he has himself a very low HP pool when he is a carry during the early stages of the game. And Mars, he likes to spam his spear a lot, particularly of that to push people away from obtaining last hits, for example. So if you were to combine that with the arena when he would get that at level 6, possibly with another support, then you would most likely see this Terrorblade dead. So he would definitely be pushed away to the jungle.
No CM, thankfully. I'm very happy to see that. Just happy to not see that. To not see CM, to not see the Undying. A little surprised that there haven't been a bit more respect given over to Antares, though. No Skyreth Mage banned out as of yet. But maybe Yellow Submarine are looking to pick it up for themselves as a nice little combination together with the Mars, and, another way to make this Terrorblade feel a little bit more miserable in the lane. If they want to play it position 5 Terrorblade, then that would work horribly for 9 Pandas. They might be forced to flex it to being a 4 instead, if that's the case.
But Terrorblade is the 4, sorry?
Yep.
I don't think I'd like that. I don't think I'd like it if they put it as a 4.
Where would you like it, is the real question.
5.
But 5. I'm saying, against a Mars and a Skyreth lane, would you still like it? I would hate it.
Oh, okay. Mars... No, I wouldn't.
Exactly.
I would actually prefer it to be a 4 now. No, you mentioned it, yeah.
But it's probably not going to be, because they got a gyro, so...
Yeah.
5 seconds remaining.
We will see.
Unless they're hard flexing.
Radiant
It's
team
possible.
pick.
Enchantress.
Sure. I mean, they're really just wanting to force this TB into being a support, don't they? Like, the Terrorblade, obviously, you can just enchant one of the illusions, turn it back, use its own pushing power for yourself. Feels really bad to have to lane
10
up into it.
seconds remaining.
Gives them a little bit of, you know, issues here. Like, it's probably
5
going to be a Gyro
seconds
4 and a
remaining.
Terrorblade 5, but what's stopping Yellow Submarine from just playing this Enchantress as a position 4? Obviously, it hasn't been what they've been using so far, and okay, well, they'll probably use the Hoodwink as the 4 now, but I still think the Ench feels pretty damn good against the TB in the lane.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, I see what you mean, but
10
if you put
seconds
the
remaining.
bushwhack, if you land a bushwhack first with, I don't know,
5
any hero
seconds
into a
remaining.
tree, and then you follow up with spear afterwards, that's quite a good lockdown. I suppose you just have to be careful how you use the bushwhack, so you make sure that the spear can land into the tree. But yeah, you also have Enchantress going up against Terrorblade, which will be nice as well, so you won't really care, because Enchantress can just heal up and then push Terrorblade, and then Terrorblade, the only thing the Terrorblade can
10
do is
seconds remaining.
use the reflection. That's about it.
Yeah,
5
basically the only
seconds
thing they're
remaining.
lacking right now is some reliable lockdown for this puck, so it's a good pick for 9 Pandas. Kiyotaka is a great puck player, but I'm really going to need to see, like, what can they look to pick up against this? Like, Dragonite's banned out, that would have been amazing to have against the puck, just as a guaranteed way to lock him down. Ember Spirit's okay, Pango's okay, to be able to play up against it. If they do end up picking the Pango, then it's that protected pick, so you'll have the last two to potentially ban out the likes of the Bloodseeker that you're not wanting to face up against. I need some instant lockdown. I don't think you can wait for Mars to have like
Radiant
a blink
team
and a Yule Scepter to be able to catch the puck.
And there's always that case where if Mars does use the puck, then puck will phase shift during spear.
Yeah.
That's very annoying.
Even
So I
more
think they'll
important now-
definitely need something like a Cypher Vice or something like that. Something insta-stun or Hex,
Yeah.
which can get... But I mean, they've already got 2 supports, so...
Could be a Faceless Void. I know Puck is good against Faceless Void, but Faceless Void is also good against Puck, right? So, it's the sort of situation where both sides could work.
Templar Assassin.
They're just
I
going
mean,
to win the
TA
lane.
good as well.
Yeah.
TA's good with the traps.
Uh-huh.
I mean, especially against Lifestealer and Puck.
I mean, it crushes the Puck lane as well. Really, the only consistent damage that they'll have coming out is, I guess, Reflection,
10
Witchblade,
seconds
and
remaining.
I doubt Gyro is going to get close enough to be able to cast Rocket Barrage on the
5
TA. So
seconds
basically,
remaining.
only those 2 things. Will be 9 Pandas with a last overall pick, though. So I'm thinking this is a TA mid. Still yet to play their position 1 card just yet. Just thinking, like, odd position 1s that like to...
9 pandas turn to ban.
I don't think Satanic plays it, but a bunch of teams used to do the POS 1 Ricky. If you had like a Lena or a TA to be able to play around with, a smoke screen would feel kind of nice. You know, just being able to kite yourself away from the Lifestealer.
9 pandas turn
Wouldn't be
to
horrible.
ban.
Oh, you reminded me about the time when Ricky 4 used to be a thing with the sleeping dart. That was the most annoying thing ever.
True. I never did it. I never succumbed to the temptation.
10 seconds remaining.
But yeah, I can see what you mean. The Ricky would be quite cool,
5
especially against
seconds
Puck and
remaining.
Lifestealer.
Troll?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, Troll's alright as well. Can fight up against Lifestealer. Lifestealer does most of his damage through physical. I don't
Radiant
think he's
team
really a
back.
Maelstrom builder unless it's very situational, like if he was against a Naga or something like that. So, Troll also gets the extra armor with his Berserker's Rage as well. So he would have around about like 30 or 40 armor. He would be pretty good against Lifestealer. That, and if it went to late game, he could choose the option
10
for
seconds
Whirling
remaining.
Axes to go through the magic
5
immunity.
seconds
I
remaining.
don't think it's called magic immunity anymore.
Debuff
Spell
immunity.
immunity? debuff immunity. Oh my god, so many names. But yeah, they can get the Whirling Axes to go through the debuff immunity, which means Lifestealer, he can't hit anything because he would have like, you'd be fighting up against like 55-60% evasion, somewhere around there.
Let's see if they ban the Razor. If they do, that's probably the way that they're leaning. Razor already feels pretty decent against the TA, but they don't 100% know what the lane is going to be just yet, so they don't need to commit anything on 9 Pandas. They're just playing the waiting game right now. I think they feel like they've set up their draft relatively well, just in terms of protecting this puck, and I think Kiyotaka is their star player, so they're going to be looking to play around him the majority of the time. You've got at least one support that certainly has the ability to in the Gyrocopter. All you need is level 6.
Radiant team,
Very comfortable to do that. Beastmaster ban, huh? Alright. Extra stun.
Okay.
Natural blink buyer. Pretty good against the Lifestealer who's almost purely physical. Do you just try and crush the lane though? Do you go like... Can you Venomancer against this? And like just try and slow down his farm somewhat?
I mean, it could do.
Remaining.
It's decent against TA.
You could definitely buy like a Ghost Scepter as well, because most of the damage coming out from these are physical. Oh, they're gonna go
Select
Conquer.
your heroes.
I'm just trying to pick something new, you know? Like, it's just give me something different. I don't need the same heroes every single game, but feels like they are content for that to be the case. It does mean a lot, though. So obviously they want to be performing at their best. They want to be performing what they've been scrimming with, and clearly these are like there's a pool of about 20 heroes just to pick from in a grab bag that you just want to, you know, have something tanky, have something that has a good amount of reliable laning, has some good lockdown, has stuff that goes through the BKB. Kunkka feels all right to me, but I don't know. I just want something new. Is Kiyotaka going to be able to run away with this game? Have we seen Erase play one of these like actual carries from the mid lane? I don't think we have. Like he's carried from the mid lane, but we haven't seen like a TA or an OD or a Lina that he's been playing. Right? It's been mostly, you know, the Pangos, the Pucks, the this sort of thing.
It has, yeah. I mean, playing as the TA against Puck, Puck I think is one of his most played heroes from what I've seen. So with his insight knowledge of him playing so many Puck games, he might be able to understand and know how Puck will do things when Kiyotaka is playing the Puck. So let's see how it comes down, and especially the Sven and Lifestealer matchup.
Prepare for battle.
You were mentioning about how Lifestealer is very physical. I think it's kind of balanced in that way, because Lifestealer, of course, he does like to go things like Assault Cuirass, and maybe perhaps he may even go like a Heaven's Halberd, because that is amazing here. Like TA and Sven building a Heaven's Halberd, stopping them from hitting and also getting the evasion, it's such a good item. And it also helps him increase his lifesteal as well, especially with the Sange. So such a good item. I'll be so surprised if Dark Lord doesn't get Halberd, or Kunkka for that matter.
They didn't end up using a smoke to be able to get out here on the map, so it was the Observer Ward that ended up being placed out really early by Erase in that lane. I think they know where the Observer Ward was placed as well by the Puck after the fact, because he tried some cheeky little, like, oh, I'm warding play, but when he didn't actually do it. So I think they're ready for this sort of rotation to be able to come through, just playing around this high ground ward. You need to cut down the tree to get that ward up there on the top of the river cliff. They're trying to avoid this
really
Watcher as much as possible. Looks like they'll be able to do it for the majority, although Erase, he ends up catching him out.
It broke on TA, yeah. So they're going to go for Ascador, and that is a lovely bushwhack there, actually stopping them from pursuing the Enchantress. So they won't get anything out of that. They'll just get some bounty runes, but it may look like they'll get 3 bounty runes on the side of Yellow Submarines, and they will, due to the fact that they tried to get a cheeky smoke play.
Not being forced to go into the Nature's Attendants either on the Ench. Is still free to try and dominate that bottom lane with the use of the enchant. Again, this... Okay, so it is going to be the TV laning into it, though. Antares playing the Terrorblade. I don't know how great I feel about that, though. I feel like Asdecor is going to be very satisfied if he ever does just use those conjure images to try and, you know, make a little bit of harassment happen or trying to block up camps. You can easily just enchant them away.
Yeah. So Gyro 5 versus Hoodwink and Moz. I don't know how this is going to be. I feel like this top lane will be kind of passive in a way, because I don't think there's much that Solo can do, because if he does come forward and deal his damage, which is like Rocket Barrage, then he's either going to get bushwhacked and speared and beat the living hell out of with Cod's Rebuke. So I think the only thing that he can do is stack and pull the waves and let Lifestealer do his thing. Thankfully they have Lifestealer as a carry, so he's not like a carry which, if he's left on his own, he's going to be screaming for help like a Drow Ranger or something.
Yeah, he can sustain very reliably.
Yeah.
In that lane. You see against a Mars as well, if it ever does become like a 1v1 matchup, Lifesteal is incredibly happy with that as well. But I think Solo's main job is to try and, you know, make a lot of these pulls happen, keep them unblocked, and just try and make a 1v1 happen against Rue and, you know, Dark Lord as well as Pessimist. So he's already made up one half pull, done it very well. Looks like Rue will be able to get the body block off here on the second one. They'll actually even be able to get that hard camp spawning as well. So we'll see if they're able to get the pull back. As mid lane, pretty much as expected, right? Early advantage for the TA. Not too much that a puck can do against that. You're at a damage disadvantage, you're at an armor disadvantage. All of your high magic damage spells are going to be useless into the refraction. Doesn't feel great to play a puck in this lane.
Yeah. It's not looking good. Though, I gotta say, on the bottom lane, Terrorblade is keeping up the harassment here and totally underestimated the Terrorblade here in this case, because the Nature's Attendance is 140 mana in order to spawn it, and Ascador is, it looks like he's been spamming it quite a lot. He's gonna have to use it one more time. Now he has no more mana, so I don't know if he has some mangoes coming on the crate. No, it's just a blood grenade and a magic stick.
He's got raindrops queued up, so that'll help him out a little bit. And yeah, that's one of the benefits of playing this Terrorblade as a support, right? Reflection is 35 mana, and it only increases by 5 per level, so you can just spam it out every single time it's off cooldown without fail.
Yeah, Terrorblade carries are crying inside right now, because Icestruck is going to see this and go, I'm gonna make this go to 100 mana instead.
Honestly, wouldn't be unhappy about that. Even if it was like, I don't know, 50, 75, 100, 125 or something like that. That seems balanced to me.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Fairly chill game for now, though. No rotations as of yet to try and yoink away any sort of water runes. No stacks being built up, which is going to be incredibly important for Yellow Submarine. Not sure if you ever do want to leave the Mars solo in that lane, though, because then Dark Lord is just going to have a free time up here. But Rue definitely needs to get on his bike and make sure that the TA and the Sven have those tools to be able to really accelerate their net worth.
I mean, Kia Tucker is definitely living life on the edge here. He's having to go back and refill his bottle with this bounty rune on the mid lane because of the amount of harassment that is coming out here from Erase.
Straight to the bottom with you.
Doing a good job is Erase, as is Alberca on the Conquer again. He really does feel like he's being the star player for 9 Pandas right now. Good 400 net worth ahead of the Sven without any sorts of kills to speak of. Another meta use. No Warcry.
Oh, he's very close. And there it is. First blood with the Tidebringer will go to the Conquer. This Terrorblade and Torres. He's doing work. Actually, he may fall here. The blood grenade being committed and the Centaur following him. Oh, he's going to have to use himself that Lotus. He will survive.
Very nicely done. Able to just dodge on away. I do want to see Asdecor just get 1 point into the impetus. I know he's having to spam out those Nature's Attendants, but just got to force that TB away from you. Can't let him just get these free trades off on you at all times. spawn up a Conjure Image up here. Might end up... Oh no, it'll expire just around the time that the stack needs to happen, so we'll be able to get a double stack off, even as a TB. Here's where the rotations start from both these supports. You've got Rue building up a double stack, hopefully, inside of the ancient camp area. Erase trying to make sure he secures it. Who is luck favoring today? Looks like Yellow Submarine have paid for their battle pass levels, as he gets a free regen route for himself. And I mean, this is a... Okay, well, at least he's able to nuke the creep wave, but using the refraction to tank a lot of those tower hits. Can even just look to pop the regen if you really wanted to.
Just looking at mid lane as well, how Ascador just rotated in with a Alpha Wolf and got Kiyotaka to the HP that he is now.
I've just been looking at Erase, like, keeping himself healthy with that regen rune on him. Only now does the sea tree end up going down, but there's still half of the damage on the tower already taken. Still really impressed by Alberca though. He's extended his lead even further. Nearly 1k ahead of the Sven at this point. Oh, is he going to be really clever? No. He tried to get the use the torrent to make the stack happen, but wasn't quite on the mark. Is Taka going to be okay? Maybe he is. Might get a kill for his troubles.
I mean, Nature's Attendants healing up slowly but surely will fall here, but will, you know, they'll get the tower. But Erase, they've burned through the refraction. TP attempt, but a double kill for Solo there. I mean, they get the tower, but they'll lose 2 in return. Though, interestingly enough, they do get the kill onto Lifestealer here. I was seeing that Dark Lord was being quite aggressive against Pessimist on Mars. But it looked like Hoodwink had rotated through with a Bushwhack there and taken out the...
Bushwhack did help. It was like 900 damage by the Mars, 300 by the Hoodwink. Just needed to wait out that rage. Oh, actually, it doesn't even have the rage skilled. Okay, that's probably why he ended up dying. Just going a little bit too greedy there on Dark Lord.
Radiant's top tower is under
Building
attack.
up some nice stacks as well. Here's Root while this all happens. So not only is he getting assists, he's building up stacks for his cause, helping with that push into the mid lane. Doing fairly well. The supports of Yellow Submarine. Slight lead against the 9 Pandas. Now I wonder how close are they? They've got level 6, but haven't leveled up the Arena of Blood just yet. Maybe just thinking, look, we're not going to get any kills without Hoodwink being level 6. So let's just wait. Let's just make sure I've got solid laning first and foremost.
Dark Lord absolutely hates a Pessimist right now. He tried to kill the flag bearer and chased him all the way to the tier 1 with face boots. The chase went on for 5 seconds. I know how he feels. Mars with that extra deny range.
Why is it that all of the new Dota heroes just get given free extra range? It's like Void Spirit has it, Monkey King has it, Mars has it. Silly.
It's an Ice Rock thing we'll never understand.
Where does a ranged hero all that range? What do you think Ringmaster's going to have as a weapon? Like a whip?
Oh no! He's going to have a cane and he's going to have the same attack range as Monkey King.
Wouldn't surprise me.
Missile coming in for Butterfly.
Radiant's bottom tower
Torrent
is under
does
attack.
not connect. Not really wanted that there. Oh, Dream Coil committed. Though the Sven will get out. Butterfly's fine. Enchantress will pay the price there in order for the Sven to escape. But we got Rue here that may be in some difficulty. A Solo committing the Blood Grenade. Missile is going to start following Rue now. The level 3 Rocket Barrage almost in range. Almost very close. Good.
Yeah.
Oh, denies. Very nice.
Nicely done. And he gets a bit of valuable information as well. You know, he's It's going to take a while for them to be able to take out that camp, unless it's Alberca that ends up doing it with his Tidebringer. So maybe you look to make a bit of a rotation down towards this bottom side. I mean, Erase, he's already got the Dragonlance, he's got a Shield Rune to be able to play around with, no Tier 1 tower to speak of, and I think they've cleared out the Ancient stacks on your own side of the map, so I have to wonder if maybe they're going to put a little bit more priority onto taking that one on 9 Pandas to make sure that they don't just give away all of that extra farm. Fairly even, though. 1 kill to 4. I'd be a little bit worried, though, about this dual core coming through. I also wonder if you're going to go something a little bit more unorthodox on some of these heroes, or are they going to rely on the Yule Scepter on the Mars to be able to catch out the puck, like get the spear mid-air as she's coming down, so she's not actually able to get the phase shift off.
Dire's top tower.
Yeah, I think that's the only way. I can't see anything else that could potentially catch this puck, so it's going to be heavy lifting on Pessimist's shoulders.
Well, he's about to die. So.
Yeah, he is about to die. Torrent top, I mean, he doesn't have himself Arena because he's put 4 points into Spear and God's Rebuke. So, I mean, at least, yeah, they get the tower, but he falls.
I'd say that's worth it. Yeah.
Oh, look, Erase.
Oh,
you remember when Rue died?
Mm-hmm. And this is just one of the stacks. There's still that
They
other
don't
stack over at the right side.
They don't have vision here either.
Nope. They
Oh,
will slowly
Antares is coming.
He might just beat his life away, though.
Protecting the stacks.
Oh, surely you stick around. Oh, just soften it up for him.
Yeah, missile coming for a race there now. They're going to try and clean up the rest of these.
Well, they got a little bit out of it, but I guess they're relatively happy if it means that Butterfly is going to be picking up some of that farm. He annoyingly got broken by one of those berserker creeps, so he was actually only hitting 1 creep at a time with the Great Cleave. Actually see him farming down here on the bottom side of the map, but I don't think they have the heroes to be able to make it happen quite yet at this point. He's being very safe with his farm, and you can see how early he's really wanting to get.
That's a nice Arena! Oh, didn't get the kill though. That was very close.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I don't know what happens if you're infested inside of a creep and then Enchantress enchants that creep.
Oh, they can... you can infest out of it, but you have no longer any control.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
So they've just taken out Rue. Just get the kill on the support there. That's about it.
Sneaky Squirrel ends up dying. I was just about to say I'm really liking Satanic's item build that he's got queued up here. Just into the Echo Saber to help with a little bit of that farming, to help with the burst damage, and then straight into the Blink Dagger after that. You gotta find a way to be able to catch out, you know, Lifestealer pre-Rage, Kunker pre-Boat, / Blade Mail, Puck pre-anything that's going to be able to provide her that additional little bit of safety, because you do have the damage to come through after that. It's just finding that initial setup that's going to be the main difficulty for them for now. Should come a little bit after Pessimist is able to get his off on the Mars. He's only 500 gold away. Feel safe enough to just push out one more wave, considering they had taken... he had given up his life for the tower previously. He's actually going the Yules first instead, so maybe thinking that it's going to allow him to sustain a little bit more out on the map, doesn't want to continuously have to use the Soul Ring for it, and it does still allow you to find those kills onto the puck.
Dire are scanning.
Step lively now. Your admiral is on.
So going Yules over Blink, so that would help them not only get maybe perhaps an aggressive play, but defensive utilization as well.
If you're perfect, you can snap the coil without taking any damage as well. See a bunch of smokes getting brought up though. Both teams seem like they're just about ready to go. Blink Dagger available on Erase. He wants to make make something happen as they go back and pop that smoke. Still need a little bit of time for both Mars and Sven to really get on board.
Lively now. Your admiral is on board.
Yeah, and it's going to be reaching 15 minutes soon, and then we get the shards. And Solo is just about to get enough gold to get the shard. Yep, he's bought it. So the homing missile now going to have level 4 rocket barrage.
Lord, Alberca. Blade mail Ags at 15 minutes. Oof.
Top of the net worth, Alberca. Are they going to rotate bottom?
They're just wanting to force some sort of a defensive rotation towards this mid-tier 1 first, and now they're going to get some kind of backstab going. I wonder if they're going to walk next to that trap there.
I mean, this could be big. They've already committed God Strength. The smoke is broken as well onto Ascador, so he's actually going to tank the initiation here. But Conquer trying to find more. They've actually caught themselves a Mars. Not able to actually dodge the boat. He's going to use the arena, and... oh, is it? Oh, he dodges it! He doesn't get stunned up by a Torrent Storm. How unlucky is that? They're only able to get themselves Ascador there.
That's incredibly unlucky. He took a long time to be able to kill that Enchantress as well. The combination of the Seeds of Serenity, plus the Nature's Attendants, plus some clever usage of the Fog of War meant that Puck took a good 10 seconds, full 10 seconds, to be able to try and take him out. So I was expecting them to get... you know, a +1 off the back of that, but Puck not being there results in him getting away.
If you heard hesitation in my voice there during that that fight, I was about to say that Mars dodged the Torrent Storm, but he absolutely did not. I had to correct myself there, because all he did was stand still and just pray that a Torrent Storm didn't spawn underneath him, so he didn't dodge it.
Full of
the cooldown comes in with the homing missile 2. Erase, now activating this amplified damage rune. And the silence is there along with the storm hammer. That's enough to actually take down Kiyotaka. As now, can they get the Conqueror as well? Bashing him back there with the God's Rebuke. They will be able to. They get themselves 2 kills. They want to go for more, maybe, perhaps. Arena coming back in 13 seconds. But the spear now off cooldown, skewering the gyro into the tree. And 2 physical attacks will do it with, thanks to that amplified damage rune. And they get themselves 3 kills here on Yellow Submarine.
They do, not wanting to get any damage into this tower though. Looks like they just want to try and extend that net worth lead a little bit further. Maybe force the top tower in a little bit, just so that, you know, for the next 2.5 minutes, Roshan's going to be on the top side. They don't have a tier 1 tower to be able to play around with on 9 pandas. So maybe look to try and yoink away that Roshan in the not too distant future, but perhaps without the Desolator, they feel like they don't have the ability to take it quite quick enough.
Gonna BKB now for the Sven. It's gonna be amazing, especially to fend against the Torrent Storm and the Dream Coil. Meanwhile, speaking of Dream Coil, they have found themselves Ascador again. He's gonna TP away. No X marks available, so just TP's out of there like a boss.
No Dream Coil available either, so suddenly the cores just go, alright, time to be a little bit more active with our farm. Look at Erase here, just waiting in the meld for someone to come close enough, but no one takes the bait.
Maybe they'll try and go for Kiyotaka. Oh, yes, they will. Sharpshooter. Oh! And the Centaur Stomp controlled by Ascador on the other side of the map. Helps find the kill there on Kiyotaka.
Very, very nice. Something I feel like they've been doing really well as well on Yellow Submarine, and increasingly so over the series that we've been watching, is they marry up their timings a whole lot more effectively, right? They, unfortunately for Butterfly, he gets revealed trying to yoink away some of these stacks, but he was going for the Blink Dagger first. The Mars ended up going the Yule Scepter and thought, you know what, I want to have a Blink Dagger at pretty much the exact same time as Mars does. Mars now is only about 50 gold away, Sven about 500 gold away. So it's only going to be about a 30-second difference between the two of them getting it, and it just makes for a so much more effective power spike if you've got 2 surprise Blink Daggers coming out at the exact same time.
See, yeah, that actually makes a lot of sense. Think about that.
Still diving onto solo.
Yeah.
So back it up eventually, but no cooldown. Alright.
He's okay, though. I mean, this is a bit low to be, Dark Lord. Gotta be careful, because the rest of Yellow Submarine They're hanging around. This is not a healthy lifesteal.
Could it be bait, though? Right next to the rest of his boys. He's got enough pretty much for the Radiance. I think he's can bring it out to him now, so that's going to be effective against the TA. And the Sven, but refraction break as well.
Are they going to smoke? Maybe head towards the triangle?
They could Roche as well if they really wanted to. Just get bot lane pushed in. Do they have Deso yet? No, still 550 gold away on a race, so... Looks like they want to enable him to farm, while also not being too far away, just in case he does get jumped on with how aggressive he's pushing. I mean, they're fighting right underneath 2 wards right now, and here we go, that's the initial jump. It's just going to catch a Terrorblade, though, and Taris will happily give up his life, especially considering Rue yoinks the kill, as opposed to Butterfly, who had to use the God Strength to be able to secure that one.
Oh, stops the TP there from Gyro as well. So Gyro's going to be farmed by the Sven. And the Ghost Ship will land right on top of Ascador. And it'll be a 2-for-1 in that situation. You didn't see there, but we had Butterfly running towards this ancient camp here. Found a Gyro TPing. He was like, I'll take that. And just stunned it.
Yeah, Solo just wasn't on the high ground. Would have been able to get away if he was, but... He was a little bit more focused on joining the rest of the boys for that attempt to follow up onto the rest of Yellow's Submarine. Wasn't successful, though. Finally have... Well, about to say we finally have Desolator. Yeah, okay, he's got it coming out to him now. I was thinking maybe he wants to hold for the BKB just in case, but this is certainly the time to push your advantage. They've got aggressive wards, they've got the potential for one-shots across the map. They're getting some great D wards off from Rue as well. They do still have the glyph, though,
top tower
that
is
they
under
can use
attack.
to at least stop this siege creep wave from pushing in. It seemed like they're opting to use it just yet, though. Warpine Raider helping out the cause a little bit. He'll be able to tank up a ton of those tower hits, and it forces the use of the multi-shot there. But still going to have a full creep wave hitting into this tier 2 top, and with Roshan coming top in just about 3.5 minutes, you've got to make a difficult decision here on 9 Pandas. Do you full-on commit to Roche while it's down at the bottom? And if you do, I kind of feel like you have to do it now before you lose too much of your map.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
So, I mean, yeah, the Roshan is up. Don't look like they're planning on going at it just yet, just scouting out with the Smoke of Deceit.
Seems like they all have different ideas of what they actually want to do.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Just lost a tower for free.
Has fallen.
They have, yeah. Just hanging around here, trying to scout out, and in return of that, they lose the tier 2. So they at least need something out of this. So are they going to go Roshan
Is under attack.
and at least make it worth it for trading that tier 2 tower for hanging around here?
One of them seems to want to, but Solo's like, look, I'm really not going to help you take Roche. At least let me be on the top side, deal with this lane a little bit, make our moves a little bit less obvious. But yeah, I mean, they've just spent the last minute doing effectively nothing on 9 Pandas. No kills, no towers, no Roshan, no nothing.
Dire's
Yeah, a
top
little bit of
tower
misplay
is under
there.
attack.
For 9 Pandas, as meanwhile, Yellow Submarines are just farming up. Level 20 on Butterfly at the moment. Has himself an Orchid now, opting to go that Bloodthorn. I mean, could actually potentially kill Dark Lord here. He's actually not going a Halberd, but instead going for a Sanjin Yasha, as Butterfly just absolutely cleans house. Takes down Gyrocopter in a mere second.
He's got to keep on moving forward, wanting to make the most out of that God Strength, especially while he's got the BKB and the Orchid available as well at his disposal. Could just look to backdoor the tier 1 if he really wanted to, but looks like he wants the creep wave first.
Oh no, they found Ascador again.
Being very cheeky right now.
Xbox and Torrent, goodbye Enchantress. Did try and attempt to sproink away, but the tidal wave actually affected that and stopped her from doing so.
And Taurus has the vessel. Okay. I mean, it's good against the Ench, it's good against the TA as well. He's prior to those BKBs coming out, but
Radiant's middle
TA
tower
is pretty
under
close.
attack.
About, what, 2,000 gold away from being able to finish hers.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Step lively now. Your admiral is on board.
Looks like they are setting up at top to be able to contest against this eventual
Radiant are
Roshan
scanning.
attempt. Of course, they don't have a tower to play around with, but they do have the outpost. Everyone really rallying around this sort of area. Just Solo remains on the bottom side of the map. He's got the TP, though, to be able to join in with the rest of the boys.
Yields onto Puck with the arena and the spear. That is... Although the Never Swap is not enough. Not the Never Swap, the Sunder. How did I get that wrong? I mean, the stun comes out now. The buyback there from Terrorblade. Attempting to come back to the fight. Have stunned up the Sven. Sven now in trouble. Getting force-staffed away, very close to death. Will fall, but so will Solo. Dark Lord now on the aggressive, attempting to chase a Raze. A Raze will fall too. 2 cores down here on Yellow Submarine.
2 buybacks, though, by 9 Pandas, and I don't know if they've got it in them to be able to take this Roshan. You know, they need that full lineup. They need that guarantee. I think they just want to be able to get out on the map once again and start recovering some of this net worth disadvantage that they've left themselves at. You were talking about the potential for the Halberd coming through on Dark Lord. He's got the Sanj picked up, and he's actually going the Sanj and Yasha. Alright. Would have liked the Halberd, but I mean, it isn't anywhere near as good as it used to be ever since the change with the BKB. The order that you used it in affected if you were actually disarmed or not. Now BKB is just complete saving grace.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
What does Kiyotaka buy here in order to stop this from happening, the shields? Is he going to go a Lincoln Sphere? Looks like he is. He's also just realizing the fact that, hey, their lockdown still kind of sucks outside of the Mars, right? He got picked off there with the Yule Scepter into the Spear, into the follow-up damage, but you know, he's like, well, Boots of Travel, I'm just going to keep them defending as opposed to making any sort of aggressive happen to ours. If they're not taking objectives, if they're not getting Roshan, I guess they still think that they've got the tools to be able to win this one. Certainly a bit of a different build, though, from the Puck, right? Like, nothing too out of the ordinary from the Witchblade and the Blink Dagger, but a Chiron Sanj, a Falcon Blade, still holding on to a Fairy's Trinket at 27 minutes in, and then straight into the Lincolns. You know, we're not seeing anything like the Maelstrom that we were seeing before. We're not seeing a little bit of that extra lockdown. We're not seeing a Yule Scepter against a lot of these silences.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Basically resigning himself to his fate that he is going to get caught. They've itemized very aggressively to be able to catch out this Puck, so you may as well just try and beef up that status resistance and make yourself as tanky as possible. It was a good Sunder.
The Agnim shot too.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it was a good Sunder by Antares previously, but just the amount of damage that you've got with a TA and a God Strength Sven hitting you is not enough to protect yourself.
So they've got themselves the Aegis on Yellow Submarine, placing it upon Erase here with the Aegis on TA. So what's next for them now? I mean, they can start to comb around the outside of 9 Panda's base and start to claim the outskirts. They've still got a tier 2 tower left to take on the mid lane. Meanwhile, on the bottom lane, there's still a tier 1 tower outstanding. So still quite a few outside objectives to be getting. We've got Dark Lord and Albuquerque just pushing out this bottom wave, so someone is going to have to respond to this. Meanwhile, though, did find Gyrocopter with the arena and the spear, just TPs away.
We'll get the instant D-ward off, though, from Kiyotaka, holding onto the gem, bringing himself up to level 18, and now he's going into a little bit more of that AoE damage output with the phase shift, just buffing himself up. I personally want them to be able to play around at least the tier 1 tower on the bottom side. I think it just makes it a much easier avenue to be able to invade into the 9 Pandas Ancient Camps area, whether it be, you know, this triangle or on the very right-hand side. Yeah, this is a team that really does rely on getting some of those Aghanim shards for themselves. Of course, Kiyotaka just got one previously from the Tormentor. Lifestealer still yet to pick his up, and that's going to be very much a requirement when you're going up against the likes of, you know, a Mars and a
They've
Sven.
just pinged. They've pinged the Puck. They've used the Puck. able to dodge the spear with the phase shift, just needs to blink away. Will be able to not avoid the sharpshooter, actually, but able to get away nonetheless with the illusory orb. So, valiant attempt from Yara Submarines, but it wasn't enough. Hot on the fingers. The attacker is with the phase shift.
Just a little bit late on the use of that spear there. Got to make sure it's already basically inside the puck as she comes down from that Yule Scepter. Going to be the case though. How long left on the Aegis? Still 3 minutes. They haven't really gotten too much map control. They haven't extended their net worth lead. They got a dieback, I guess, on the gyrocopter, but that's in a way a positive for him. He wants to be respawning just that little bit quicker. So I like the fact that they finally decided to come a little bit more towards this mid lane. Push it out, try and get a big pick off, but it's only on the Sven.
Well, yeah, they got the pork on the top.
Oh, wow.
With the silence. As meanwhile... No, I didn't see that either. He just blinked on the puck with a Bloodthorn and just destroyed her. I mean, there's nothing else you can do as a puck because you've got no dispel at all. And you're going for this Lincoln Sphere, and now just easily taking out the gyro. He's going to be brought back there with a tidal wave, but not a care in the world, Butterfly.
God's Strength is over. I think they just want to get away. Let Erase be the one on the front lines. He's got the Aegis. He's got still his BKB to be able to use if necessary, and it's still a 5v2 situation. So yeah, just let him take the front lines. Looks like they might choose to back off completely. But yeah, this is what happens when you don't go like a Yule Scepter on the puck, right? It means you are vulnerable to those things like the Orchid coming through. Of course, it was a Bloodthorn even, not even just an Orchid.
Oh, puck TPing close to where Erase is. Oh, just blinking as the Dream Call came out and misses the Dream Call too. It's really not going well for Kiyotaka right now at the moment.
3, 4, and 4 right now. Yeah, they're falling a fair way behind Butterfly, aren't they? In terms of the overall net worth, in terms of the impact. You have to say that he's probably done the most damage so far this game. Obviously, TA certainly keeping up, but Sven's already level 25, just 32 minutes in. So
really?
Lots of solo pickoffs, yeah. He is playing a monster game. Remember we were saying earlier that this is ban material when you're going up against Yellow Submarine. The man knows how to play a mean Sven.
50% more God Strength damage. Wow.
Looking fancy there, Mars. What's that little hair thing? Is that like a Roman thing? You're a what did they call you? A Greekaboo? Is that a Greek like thing? The Legionnaire's headdress or whatever it is?
Let me have a look. Let me. Where's Mars? Let me zoom in a little bit.
Can we have a look at Mars again, please?
It looks very good. What is Gyro's face?
He's surprised at how far behind they are right now, that's all.
Oh my god. I think Gyrocopter needs a reskin. Actually, no, Morphling needs a reskin, actually. Morphling is the he looks like Pixel H2O. He looks
Sven.
like he was
Sven. What?
Looks like he was doing a pug face.
What the hell?
Yeah,
is
not
happening?
able to get him. Stormhammer on cooldown. Actually slowing him with the Echo Saber. Not able to get it. BKB will be committed. The TP will get him out. Trying to get some solo pickoffs every now and again. I mean, they weren't able to utilize this Aegis though, Danog. It's kind of unfortunate here for Yara Submarines. So this Aegis is going to expire.
I mean, they got the tier 2, right? That's the thing. They got tier 2 mid. Sure, bottom is still kind of there. Tier 3 tower mid is also pretty...
Oh, smoke broken? Erase? BKB TP. Oh, I think they're going to want to bash her. I think they're going to want to bash her on Dark Lord. They're actually going to maybe perhaps turn this around. Mars is on his way.
Can you?
There's the spear and the arena. Going to try and attempt to take down the Conquer. Stormhammer's there. Nice under there from Antares. Kunkka's still alive. Now they'll attempt to turn it around on 9 Panthers this time. The turnaround. Antares stays alive at 30 HP. And they find the tier 1 tower. Very close skirmishes between both teams.
Lots of big cooldowns being expended as well. BKBs, Metamorphosis, the Sunder as well. I think obviously you would have loved to pick off at least one of those cores there if you were 9 Pandas, but not going to be the case. And yeah, they're really just doubling down on wanting to kill this puck. It's Scythe of Vice coming through next, I believe, for Pessimist here on his Mars. You'll see. No, he actually doesn't see yet. He hasn't purchased any of the components for the Lincoln Sphere, so really good presence of mind for Kiyotaka, reading the way that the Yellow Submarine boys are playing. They're kind of predicting that this is the overall strategy. I am priority number 1.
Well, here they come, smoked up again. Arena off cooldown in 15 seconds, but an amplified damage rune on the Sven. He is ready with the God Strength, and in he comes with the Stormhammer and the Bloodform. That is Puck instantaneously dead. Spearing Solo into the trees. The Bushwhack is there. The meld damage is huge against Solo. Solo's gonna fall. Ascador will sprink away from the grasp of Dark Lord, but he wants to pursue this further. He does not want to let his teammate's death go to waste. With the buyback from Kiyotaka, the Puck is indeed back. Attempting now to take down the Enchantress, and they will do so indeed. They want this momentum, they want more. They'll try and attempt to take down Rue. Rue getting very low here, and they will do so indeed. Getting a double kill, but only on supports. The buyback from Kiyotaka, was it worth it?
Yeah, that feels much more impactful than a kill on a couple of supports. Yeah, it brings them up to level 20, so that's going to be nice, but you are still just a fair ways behind what the net worth is on the Sven. Even the TA now is really starting to make her presence known. The difference between the two is just way too noticeable. Looking to go into that Arcane Blink once again. Looks like it's a bit of a favorite of these guys.
Yeah, the tooltip really needs reworking on that Arcane Blink. It doesn't even tell you that it reduces the cooldown. It just says... It just blinks, that's it. It's so bad. It really needs some work. Well, if you hover over it... after teleportation, you restore 200 health and 100 mana. That's it. That's all it says about the Arcane Blink. 25 plus intelligence. Nothing about reduced cooldowns.
To be fair, it only has a 7-second cooldown, and regular Blink has 15, so maybe that's just it.
Boo. Needs to change. Not good enough, that.
Classic carry players never buy a Blink Dagger. Just give me a battle.
I actually, for that matter,
where are my stacks? Where's my wards, guys?
Oh, I had to buy a Blink on Faceless Void last night.
What the? What sort of situation was that?
Oh, it was like... Time Walk wasn't... remember that PA that I told you about that had 2 Rapiers and a Revenant's Brooch?
Ah, yes. My Vision of Hell, yes.
Yeah, I had to get a better range to blink onto the PA because she was just staying in the back lines like a sniper.
How did you even see her? Is the better question. She's just in blur
you could see her when she fires her daggers, so I just guessed where she was.
Oh, here we go. Looks like a 5-on-5 just about to come about. Ninja gear being used by Erase, perhaps for a little bit of information on the back lines. That's a pretty good trap.
I mean, Kiyotaka's not here right now. Okay, finally. Kiyotaka's come about. Oh, in comes. Oh, that's a big God Strength instantly taking down the Terrorblade. Now attempting to chase Solo. Solo dead too. Both the supports down. As now they've hexed up their Dark Lord. The arena's out along with the spear as well. Dark Lord not able to get off his damage here. Attempted to heal up, but found by Erase there with the meld damage. That was insane. 3 down, 4 down. Only the Puck remaining. I mean, Solo has brought back for this. Solo may die. As look at that. In comes the Harpoon. Solo just dies. And it's only Kiyotaka who remains, who will escape with the Illusory Orb.
Yeah, luckily for him, he's probably the best one at least doing something while the rest of his team is dead. Shoving out all these lanes, making sure they don't lose too much map control, but Roshan is ripe for the taking up at the top side of the map, and they should be able to get it very comfortably. One more creep wave probably pushing in, and then look to move on to the rest of the boys. Might be able to rely on, well, TA's dead for the next minute.
I don't know about you, Danog, but I have to say, Pessimist during that fight, MVP. Hexing up the Lifestealer, then committing the arena and also spearing him to the point where TA was actually protected by the arena. I was actually able to get off the meld damage.
I'm really, yeah. It's a scary situation to be in, right? Because you really need this Lifestealer to get the AC and get the Basher. But at that point, like, are you going to be 9-slotted on the Sven? Are you going to be 9-slotted on the TA? Like, they don't need too much more to be able to be completely maxed out, right? So I don't know if you can afford to just wait that long. You've even got the Enchantress dishing out a good amount of damage now, right? She's got the Sproik, she's level 18, she's very survivable, and she's even got an Enchanted Quiver to play around with as well. And a Dragonlance just freshly purchased.
Oh no. Gotta watch out how much damage Ascador does now then on the Enchantress with the Impetus.
Did a decent amount in that last fight as well.
We do have a Lincoln Sphere and an Aeon Disc now on Kiyotaka though. So, not going to be dying as per usual. That's what happened.
Waiting for the Nullifier to get queued up as soon as they see it. Probably, I would say, TA. Looking to purchase that one.
And Dark Lord's got an Aviana's Feather now, so 25% evasion against Sven. But I mean, the Bloodthorn does go through evasion and will always get True Strike.
And TA does have an MKB.
And TA does have an MKB, yeah, there is that.
It's not easy by any stretch of the imagination. I wonder what you even do on Lifestealer. What do you choose at level 25? Do you go this extra Feast, Lifesteal, and damage just because of how beefy this Sven is getting? I feel like you might need it just to make sure that you can try and man-fight against him.
It's difficult. If you're getting disabled more than you're actually able to output your damage, then it's the Rage. If you're not getting disabled as much, but it's more that you need to sustain against the physical damage being outputted, then you go the Lifesteal. The Feast
I feel like
Lifesteal.
now he's able to do the damage, right? Because Puck's level 25, so Kiyotaka's going to have that Dream Coil that goes through the BKB. So that's going to be very impactful, because that's the big thing that I honestly noticed. He did, like, Dark Lord did about 3,000 damage in the last fight, relative to, hold on, Sven chasing down Kiyotaka. Sven did like 9k, so,
oh my gosh.
You know, the big difference is just being able to catch people and actually right-click them, and I just don't feel like Dark Lord has had that capability to do that.
Oh, I mean, speaking of that, he's just been silenced up. Oh no! Disaster strikes! He is dead! Down for 90! Oh no! Oh, what you gonna do? As now the Satanic coming out there, Butterfly healing back up. They've hexed up the Kunkka. Kunkka is going to fall. And the Aegis bringing Sven back alive. They have lost themselves 2 cores on the side of 9 Pandas. There's now Butterfly attempting to siege this high ground. Lincoln Sphere is not enough, Danog.
Yeah. It's not indeed. I think they tried to use the Sunder there, but it was a little bit too early, so he didn't actually change the HP pool of the Lifestealer at all. I honestly thought he was going to be a whole lot more survivable because he had an additional 15 armor from finishing up the AC, but it just wasn't enough.
Oh, they caught Solo. Solo speared back. I mean, not into the racks. So Solo's fine for now. They did force out the glyph. This melee rack's definitely going to fall here. Coming down.
Just trying to clear out those creeps and honestly
oh, nice Dream Coil. Uh-oh. Silence. Silence on the Puck. Puck's been hexed up and Puck is being taken out. Down to 120. The buyback from Albaca. He wants to try and at least find something here. Is the TA going to escape? No. The Torrent Storm will help clear down the Templar Assassin. But in comes the Kraken, the Beast. Look at that Butterfly clearing up house. Double kill. With the cleave, finds both Kunkka and the Gyrocopter.
Yeah, Kiyotaka just got enough to be able to make that buyback happen, but it's when the fight was already over. So that's one dieback already expended. You know that there's no Kunkka for the next little bit. Means that your fight's a whole lot more free. Dream Coil is basically the only thing that you can afford to play around now, and still no level 25 for the Lifestealer, still no Basher. It's quite a challenge to try and just get in and right-click anyone in a lot of these engagements. Even just the lack of a gyrocopter means that there's not too much that's burning through the TA refractions. She's level 25, so you've got 14 of those instances, I believe. 13.
I think if they had a Lotus Orb, it would really help out, but unfortunately the supports of not being able to get one. And Terrorblade is really trying. He's got a Lotus Orb in his quick buy right now, but it does not have enough gold to purchase it.
It's not like any of those components are really going to help him in the meantime, right? You're not lacking in armor. You're not lacking in... I don't think regen really is the equation, right? You want a little bit more HP, if anything, but there's just nothing that you can do right now to be able to provide that for the rest of your team. Maybe like a drums or something like that, just to buff up the lifestealer a little bit further? I don't know.
I think like maybe Antares, instead of going the Lotus Orb, he could go Wind Waker. To use up the Dark Lord.
As soon as they see that, though, you are guaranteed buying a Nullifier, though, because you're already going into the Aeon Disc on the puck, and if you see a Wind Waker, that's just even more emphasis to be able to say, you know, screw these guys and their saves.
To be honest, they are 6-slotted, though. I mean, Sven has more items than I can... Actually, no, I'm not going to say that. That would make me sound dumb. I was going to say more items than I can count, and it's less than 10.
Counting on your fingers. He's just dropped his phase boots to the juggle. Doesn't even need them.
But my point is, he has a lot of items. I mean, what's he just sold now? He's going a Daedalus?
Yeah.
Really?
Just selling the phase boots first. Maximizing that reliable gold, so he still does have the buyback as a worst case scenario.
I am terrified to see how much damage he does.
He went the rage on Dark Lord. Okay. He feels like he needs it just to be able to right click a little bit further.
Radiant are scanning.
I don't think they've ever been the one to make the jump happen instantly on 9 characters.
Oh, they've got the Hex! Uh-oh, Puck! Thank gosh for the Aeon Disc, but key attacker is still dead! Down for 120! The arena comes out, it only catches Solo here, but they're trying to lay into Dark Lord right now. He's going to infest a creep. He does not have himself. The rage is down on cooldown for 7 seconds. He's been stunned up. Silence! Nowhere to run. The Sunder is there! The Sunder is going to try and lay the damage. It's a butterfly, but he's still going to be found. He's dead. Taken down. 100 seconds dead. 2 cores gone. As they find themselves the 3rd core, make that 3. GG is called. And game 1 will be going here to yellow Submarines.
Radiant.
Damn. Another MVP performance coming out from Butterfly on the old Sven, I think? Or are you willing to give it to Pessimist on that one? I mean, 2-2 and 21 is a pretty good score, especially with how much he was able to control the puck in a game which... You know, it was not easy to be able to get on top of that slippery little fairy dragon.
Yeah, it was. He did very, very well here on the Mars, especially with the hexes and the arenas. But of course, we have ourselves Butterfly as well, who did a superb job playing the carry and doing what he does best, absolutely destroying people on the Sven. Because we've seen it in. I can't remember. We saw it yesterday. Where he played Sven, I think, and he's
played it like 4 times and crushed every time.
He did, yeah. So it's a very difficult to say the least because Mars gave these opportunities out for Sven, but eventually when it came to the late game, Sven was the MVP because he was dealing all of this damage. But of course,
I feel like Butterfly was making his own opportunities as well. Like, how many times did we see him just get a solo pick-off on, like, 1 or 2 people, willingly pop a God Strength because he knows he's got the skill to be able to pull off that sort of play. It didn't work like once, but it didn't really matter because they already had the map controlled in their favor. There was a lane of racks down, there was, you know, they had Roshan already picked up for themselves. So, yeah, it was just a really solid overall performance once again, and the young guns have, you know, a bit of a hot streak, Epi. Do you think they'll be able to continue it in Game 2?
I mean, it was quite even. I mean, we said the same thing about Nipulse, and it turns out that Nipulse lost 2-1. I have learned from my mistakes. I'm not going to do the same thing again. I feel like 9 Pandas are still a pretty strong team. They have the chance to turn it around. It was just the fact that Obviously, of course, Yellow Submarine, they got way too overboard with their heroes. I think their heroes worked very, very well, particularly the Mars and the Sven. Maybe perhaps if the bans be a little bit different, then 9 Pandas can get a victory and make it an equalization. But between the strength of both teams, it's pretty even. So I have no idea whether Yellow Submarine can win this or not. But if they do, then big GZs to them, as they will go on to go to the grand finals, and we get more exciting games of Dota.
Yes, we do indeed. But before we get to those grand finals, we got to get game number 2, which will be with us after a short break. So be back in about 5 or so minutes. See you there.
Hello everybody, welcome back to the Elite League of the Eastern European Closed Qualifiers with myself and Danog. We just had ourselves game 1 out of the best of 3 if you are just currently joining at the moment. It was indeed Yellow Submarine who are able to take game 1 out of this best of 3 against 9 Pandas in this upper bracket. So now we're going for a game 2, and I am unsure who is going to win game 2 because I feel like both of these teams are quite strong. I feel like maybe perhaps 9 Pandas just got a little bit outdrafted here and Sven went way too overboard. I mean, Kiyotaka, for example, he had to buy Lincoln Sphere and a Aeon Disc just to counteract this, and they still lost. So I feel like it could go either way. How about you, Danog?
Yeah, I'm kind of on the same board as you. I'm a little surprised that the Sven hasn't been banned. The only thing that I can think of is that 9 Pandas are probably going to try and snatch it for themselves. I don't see a Sven being picked up with the first overall pick of the draft. It's not in the days where, you know, you can flex it to a support if it doesn't work out. Probably going to see something more along the lines of, yep, this with the Mars. I thought the Pessimist played a incredibly good game on the Mars. He was up there as a potential MVP, just because I feel like he gave the alley-oop there for Butterfly to get the slam dunk. But a DK is a pretty good one to be able to get going back the other way, right? It felt like 9 Pandas almost never had a time where they were able to play the game at their tempo. They were always responding to something that Yellow Submarine was doing, which is honestly really surprising because you were playing with both a Sven and a TA. Very greedy draft, but they just let them do it, you know? We just need to highlight that full minute that they spent smoking and walking back and forth in the bottom lane. All the while they were losing a tower and losing... No, they weren't losing Roshan, but they just lost a tower completely for free when Roshan was open. So it was perplexing for sure, but DK does make things a whole lot simpler for you.
Yeah. I think we were speaking about how DK is kind of like you were saying when someone new comes into Dota, you're like, what hero should I give them? It's like, oh, give them DK. DK is quite easy to play. But when you get a pro onto DK, you can definitely be assured that they're going to play it 100% well, considering it's kind of, I don't want to say basic hero, but kind of learning basic. The ropes. Okay, we'll say basic. Okay.
I have mid-pro player friends of mine that say, I hate this hero. I hate DK and I hate DP because they're just, you don't really do anything. Like, it's so... Not passive, but, you know, there's just no... It's not that there's no skill required, it's just that it doesn't have the same skill ceiling as a lot of these other heroes that, you know, you play a mid player, you play mid because you want to be flashy, and DK is a lot of things, but flashy is not one of them. It's effective, though.
Yeah. What hero do you hate, though, Danog? What's a hero that you hate?
Night Stalker. Like, playing against or as?
Against.
Night Stalker.
Really?
The bane of every support is a Night Stalker. Or a good Meepo. Or a good Enchantress / Chen.
I hate Wind Ranger.
100%. Nah, most Wind Rangers are terrible. So, like, I don't mind it. There's ways to counter it.
Oh, it's so annoying, especially with the invisibility wind run. And then they're just shooting and you can't see them. It's so annoying.
Just buy dust, forehead.
I do by choice. He still runs away. It's like 522 movement speed. And you're, oh god, it's so annoying.
You reckon the Pandas want to push here? You reckon that might be the MO that Solo laid down the law to them and said, hey, we want to play on their side of the map. We don't want to give them a second to breathe. Let's just go the old Pugna along with the Dragon Knight.
It does seem like that's the case, doesn't it? Because they went themselves Lifestealer, and I mean Conquer. I mean, I think they can pick themselves Conquer again.
They can,
although they do have Dragon Knight.
An amazing start with the Conquer as well. So,
exactly. Like what did he get? Like an Agnims and
Blade Mail at 15 minutes with a wand and phase boots.
Yeah, that was pretty crazy.
Mm-hmm.
So if they wanted some like early push, I think they could do that again. It's just the fact that they had the Yellow Submarine. They had themselves Sven and Templar Assassin. So maybe perhaps now they're just switching it up, saying if we switch it around and make our lineups very early pressured, and maybe perhaps get a hard carry on Dark Lords that we can just play as 4, then maybe perhaps we can make something out of this. So the Yellow Submarine, they are thinking about this now after seeing 2 heroes, which are going to be in your face very early on. They actually picked themselves up Marana, surprisingly. How do you feel about this hero?
I mean, it's going to be very hard to walk into something like a Pugna and a DK, but at least with the Marana, you can arrow the siege creep, which is a nice way to be able to slow down some of these pushes. Because you know it's generally going to come around that like 5.5, 6, 10.5 minute timings. So I think that's probably the main strategy. Also, they just want a way to be able to assist with getting onto the back lines, finding one of these heroes like the Pugna, which can be so effective if left unchecked. And yeah, Marana with the Moonlight Shadow is one of those, definitely. The classic Antares Skyreth Mage coming through, though.
Yeah, another hero which is very annoying quite early on, especially with the concussive shots, quite a harasser. I mean, especially the Skywrath mate, not the Skywrath mate, that's who I'm bloody talking about. The Pugna as well. So both Skywrath and Pugna, they're both heroes on the side lanes, which are very, very good at harassing you on lane and making sure that you win this lane. Funnily enough, they do go Naga Siren, so this is going to take some time for the Naga to get up to speed with the spiking items that she needs in order to have that effect and push early. So does need around about 20 minutes, but in return, Yellow Submarine, what is this? They pit themselves Medusa? They have definitely got to pit themselves a good mid now in order to give Medusa some time, because we spoke about this before, I think yesterday, Danog, that this Medusa, it's not like the Medusa in the past where they made that change to the mana shield. Like, she needs a lot more mana in order to sustain, and if Naga Siren is going to go something like a Diffusal Blade, which works really well with her and her illusions, then it is going to melt the Medusa. I mean, of course, if you do use the Stone Gaze, you can delete the illusions, but still, it's with this early potential that 9 Pandas have, it's kind of scary. So I'm really intrigued to see what Yellow Submarine will pick up for their last pick.
It's a little bit more unorthodox as well, but DK Pugna Skywrath can get a lot of kills happening as well, right? It's not enough that you can just have like a Dragon Tail into the Mystic Flare. You can combine that together with a Decrepify as well if you really wanted to just ensure that someone's going to get blown the hell up. Ancient Seal as well, of course, off the back of everything. Even just for the laning stage, right? Ancient Seal plus the Riptide could be quite nice, but probably not going to be laning together. It's probably going to be a Pugna 5 played by Solo. But still, I feel like, you know, there's lots of combinations that I'm seeing here for 9 Pandas that could end up working very well. And we still don't know exactly where the DK is going, right? 9 Pandas have picked this first up, and they've still got flex going into the last overall pick of the draft. So, like you said, they're going to need someone that's very active, that's able to make plays early on. That's why 9 Pandas go ahead and ban out both the Pango and the Conquer, 2 of the heroes that are pretty damn good at doing so. Feels to me like an Ember Spirit game. But then you just run DK mid and DK crushes Ember.
Yeah. But I do have to say, though, if we get ourselves Butterfly, who gets a Butterfly, and a Milner on Medusa, and it goes late game, then it can definitely crush the Naga Siren here. 100%. I feel. Sure. I mean, especially with the counter initiation of Stone Gaze, if they do decide to set up with Song of the Siren or something like that, then it's going to be intriguing. So I haven't seen this carry lineup matchup in forever. It's been, I think, it's a very long time. It's rare for Naga to come out in these situations. It's rare for the Medusa. But they pick themselves up something early here, Danog. They get themselves the Keeper of the Light. We've seen this have great impact at the early stage. It's going to absolutely nuke the Naga Siren illusion, something that they need to clear. This is the answer to that. So hopefully this will provide Yellow Submarine with enough time for the Medusa to get up to speed and start joining in the fights.
Yeah, it's a delayer, for sure. Like, you know, you're going to obviously deal with the Naga illusions, like you said. You're going to be slowing down the DK plus Pugna push as well. Right now, they only have one form of catch, realistically, in the Dragon Knight, so that's where I'd be looking for this last overall pick from 9 Pandas. Do they indeed themselves go the Ember Spirit? Just have Searing Chains combination with the Mystic Flare that you could potentially look to go towards. You know, it's another form of catch for that Keeper of the Light. An Arc Warden instead.
Oh my god! Okay, so they went fast, and now this is kind of... I don't know how to feel about this. I thought this was going to be a little bit fast-paced. I mean, yes, Arc Warden can dominate the mid lane, but this looks a little bit greedy. What do you think?
It does look a little bit greedy, especially, like, they're on the Dire side, and Dire Arc Wardens tend to prefer going a few more points into the magnetic field, just because you get, like, additional bonuses for free, just by being the... I don't even know what it's called, like, the regular version is, like, the buffed up, and then there's the Tempest version, which is your Tempest double, but it's just good. Magnetic field better on Dire, so I feel like if you go down that route, though, it's kind of greedy, but... yeah, I guess they can make it work. It's something else that really does excel at pushing as well, so maybe that's just the mentality that they're thinking of.
Maybe they saw the Medusa and thought, oh boy, if we go late, we're screwed. So we need a we need something late as well. So they've got Arc Warden. So we've got so we've got Arc Warden who's gonna try and do some stuff early, and then Naga Siren is gonna take the lead where Arc Warden can like get the hell out of there and go jungle. And then once like Naga has like no effect, then Arc comes back in and is like, boys, I'm 6-slotted, I can do some crap now, and start dishing on this Medusa. But we'll see. This is an interesting game nonetheless. This is game 2 coming in, ladies and gentlemen. Yellow Submarine are currently 1-0 up on these upper brackets. So if 9 Pandas do lose this second game, they are still in the closed qualifiers, and we will be seeing them tomorrow, but fight in the lower bracket. But interesting game nonetheless. This is actually pretty exciting to see some greedy stuff here, like a mix of early and late. This is quite interesting.
Completely. And, you know, what also I'm seeing is that in the pre-game, I got to see that Kiyotaki, his last Arc Warden game, granted it was a pub, 22-0-14, so the man clearly knows how to play a little bit of the old Arc Warden.
I feel like they can do it though as well, because if you look at their supports, 9 Pandas, I would rate their supports much higher than I see on Yellow Submarines. Like Mirana and Rubik, like combine them together and try and kill someone, it's a little bit weird. I mean, maybe perhaps if Rubik steals something with spell steal, but these are kind of
ensnare or Dragon Tail and have like an Aether Lens. You know, like, there's no reliable way for either of these heroes to get kills. Like, I think Pessimist needs to play perfect. Like, perfect spears, perfect arenas. It's just a lot to put on the back of one guy.
I mean, he did it last game. So probably team captain's like, you know, if you can do it game 1, you can do it again.
Solo.
And speaking of, you know, the side of Yellow Submarine, they get themselves first blood there, taking down Solo. And it actually goes to the Mirana here, so I don't know what Mirana's calling in on the courier. Maybe perhaps she's just got to sell some extra gold.
Just plenty of regen to be able to lane against a Skyreth Mage and a DK who are already given a little bit of the business over to Mr. Butterfly. Of course, you can very easily look to turn that back onto Antares. I think that's who you're going to be putting the majority of the focus on if you're Asdecor. Plenty of individual stats. Universal Hero, 0 armor on the Skywrath Mage. He's going to be the main target, so I'm expecting to see Antares play a little bit more towards the right-hand side of this lane. Force Asdecor to go past the DK in order to get to him.
Yeah, when you're on an aggressive lane like this, oh my gosh, I think Asdecor may die here. Oh, Fairy Fire. When you're on an aggressive lane like this, you definitely need Arcane Boots on this Medusa. You cannot go Power Tread to Rash. You're going to be dove underneath this tower time and time again. You need a backup plan. You need this Magic Wand. You need the Arcane Boots in case they do that, because many players now, they know how to play against this Medusa early on. And if she has no mana, like so, then she hurt. I mean, look at that. No mana and already losing all of that HP.
Especially the case when, again, it's an Antares Skyreth Mage. He knows how to position himself. He knows how to, you know, just bait you into a bit of a false sense of security. Even just getting a couple of free right-clicks in onto the Marana probably shouldn't be happening. Marana's got the same attack range as the Skyreth Mage does, and has the stronger right-click damage as well. So I'm a little surprised that Antares has been able to get a few of these free right-clicks in.
I'm just looking at the mid lane, and I'm thinking about a level 6 scenario here. So Kiyotaka when he gets himself the clone, I'm thinking that he's going to be able to kill the Kothel easily here, but I'm kind of got mixed thoughts if some rotations happen, especially with the Solar Bind, because obviously, of course, Arc Warden, he can't dispel that, but the clone, I think, will definitely be able to obtain the kill on Kothel. I'm just trying to figure, he can heal himself with the Illuminate, but I think Kiyotaka has enough damage to take him out with a clone. I'm just thinking, like, what's the level 6 scenario here? Is Arc the more advantaged one here?
I think you might need to be just a little bit less greedy, as you normally would be. Just like 1 point in the blinding line, just to, you know, prevent that sort of situation, get a bit of a blind, push them further away from you. Because right now, Kiyotaka's relying heavily on that Spark Wraith. You know, it's got 1 second less on the activation when you're playing on the Dire side for your regular Arc Warden, so it's very spammable, it's very reliable, there's no way for someone, even like a Kothel, to be able to get out of it. That movement speed doesn't mean much of anything as a cheeky use of the glyph there to be able to stop Keeper of the Light from securing another one of those creep waves. Very, very nicely done, just keeping it in a real safe spot so that Kiyotaka gets off to this nice start. He's going an Urn, actually, on the Arc Warden, so clearly wanting to get a little bit more active.
Yeah, looks like he's going to be quite passive on the bottom lane for this Mirana and Medusa lineup. They really can't do anything other than just to make sure that Butterfly is able to farm up here and keep spamming out that Mystic Snake. That's all they can do. Top lane wise, I'm not really sure what Rubik can do either, other than maybe perhaps set up with a Telekinesis and a Spear.
Antares, he's getting gone on a little bit here as the core, but
maybe a kill? Maybe a kill?
Maybe.
Oh, Fairy Fire, one more physical attack. Oh, not able to get it.
Ran out of leap charges as well. It's actually Rubik on the top side that ends up dying, although will it result in a return kill. God's Rebuke up in one.
Oh, gets it.
There you go.
Very nice. Yep. Spear, spear, spear. No, dead. Been taken out by the physical attack. Maybe if he didn't spear, he would have survived that.
Solo just denying himself, yeah. What's that free mana coming back his way? Might be wanting to give a free bottle refill over to Kiyotaka, who he's going to get one from the Skywrath Mage as well. So really just looking to put a lot of eggs into this Arc Warden basket, make sure that the Keeper of the Light isn't going to be able to delay the push that is eventually going to be coming around the DK and the Pugna. There we go, second TP coming in. And handily, you're also going to have both supports in the mid lane around the time that you've got this full mana pool, around the time that you've got this Urn of Shadows available as well. And around the time that the Siege Creep gets here. He was able to get most of the stack though, should be able to finish it off now.
I think a race could die here. I mean, level 6 is about to be attained on Kiyotaka for the Tempest double. Has to be careful, because Antares is sitting right behind here.
He knows though, he was next to the Watcher, so he's got that little bit of a vision of him. Nice job playing over towards the left-hand side of the lane. That Sentry is just out of range of the Azure.
Just out of range, yeah.
Top side, is Dark Lord going to be okay? See if they get in range of the Telekinesis. Not quite.
Oh, they want to go for King. They've just pinged the Medusa. DK coming around the back. Albacar. Go in for Dragon Tail, yeah. I mean, where's the Medusa though? Not the Medusa, Skywrath. Here he comes. Concussive shot is in range, but he's not going to actually cast it. Yeah, we'll be fine.
Just dropping the Iron Branch as well to get the instant usage out of the Mango. Not wanting to wait the full 6 seconds for the old backpack cooldown to come through. Risky place to be farming though, inside of these neutral camps. I suppose he does have the Arcane Boots and the Wand available to use if he does need. Not wanting to drop any of the items before he uses the boots. Thought he was a man of efficiency.
Oh, this may be a dead Mirana. No. Leap and TP. Completely fine, actually.
How are these towers looking? No points yet in the magnetic field. A little bit of extra attack damage, attack range not being taken advantage of by Kiyotaka just yet. Must be realizing that Erase is very close by. I mean, the downside is that he's getting a lot of last hits. He's keeping up somewhat in net worth. He is still 1,000 behind. But he is 2 full levels behind the Arc Warden, so he really doesn't have the capability to make a lot of plays across the map. He's getting almost no usage out of this Urn of Shadows right now. And even when he gets level 6, like, where is he actually able to go? I guess topside, and that's why they're looking to put a bit of attention up there on 9 Pandas.
They are slowing him down with the Arcane Flux. He's going to try and attempt to spear them back, but will fall by the hand of Solo. Maybe perhaps they can go for more. Tempest Double is spawned out, slowed down by the Flux, and the Wraith is not going to get the kill. No, it will. Yeah, we'll get it with the Urn. Trying to attempt to go for the Mirana right now, but meanwhile on the bottom lane, DK getting a, looks like the kill with help from the Skyref Mage on the Medusa.
This just feels so much more like the 9 Pandas that I know.
Raze wants to go for Kiyotaka. Maybe perhaps they're going to go for a kill here. But maybe perhaps the Sacred Arrow too. Mars coming in does not. Has the arena maybe perhaps catch. Nice silence there from Antares. Still wants to go for this. Arc Warden nonetheless will be able to get the kill as Ribbit comes in with the Fade Bolt. Classic support. I'm just going to Fade Bolt your kill. And they'll get Solo there as well, but in return gets a Never Blast to the low ground and takes down Astakor.
Very nicely done by Solo. Making sure to get that turnaround, and he's keeping himself nice and healthy. Very important for Pugna to be part of a lot of those kills. He wants to make sure he's getting into that life drain nice and early. He wants to make sure that he's keeping his DK, on the front lines, perfectly ready to go at all stages of the game. Just another 10 seconds until you've got that Elder Dragon form up once again, so I want to see if he just opts to use it straight away, and then, it'll be up by the time that the next creep wave is here, which looks like that is the case. Might even be Pugna TPing down to the bottom side. Never mind, he's going top. He wants blood.
Yeah, they get a very easy kill there onto the Mars. Rotation there from Kiyotaka, playing it early on here with the Arc Warden. Opting to go for the Brown Boots and Midas next now, to try and increase that net worth now on the Arc Warden. He's got himself the early item, which is the Spirit Vessel. He can start to try and get a farming item now.
I'm not sure Spirit Vessel is that great this game, though, for the Arc Warden, right? Like, yeah, it's a lot of extra damage, but the percent damage, not the greatest against the Medusa. Mars, I suppose, is the most ideal one, but then you've got 3 or 2 int heroes and a Mirana that you're having to be concerned about, so they've certainly have been better games for it. Antares, is he going to be okay?
He looks alright at the moment. Oh, actually, no, dead. Dead. Solar Bind. Very balanced ability.
He needed that badly on a race to be able to, come back a little bit in this game. Still down by 1k relative to everyone else. As Solo actually is going to come on forward. Might put himself in harm's way here once he reveals himself in the lane. I wonder if Alberca will be enough to be able to scare him off, though.
Oh, the Mirana definitely dead there. Dragon Tail stopping her in place during the life drain. Array's now trying to escape. Solo hot on Kotl's trail, but the movement speed will be able to outrun the Pugna. Oh no, never mind. We got a concussive shot here and a silence. The damage too much there from the Mystic Flare for the Kotl to handle. Obtains the kill there. A race will fall. Meanwhile, though, Arena being committed here on the top lane. Spear is going to miss, however, and Dark Lord is completely fine. We'll just walk out of that arena, no problem.
Go straight back to farming the small camp, sure, why not? Just does it right in the face. There's Solo, yep. Pugna just on tower taking duty right now, without a care in the world, just standing up on the high ground, next to the tower, maximum range, not even taking any sorts of tower hits, and this is what I'm expecting to continue. Just play on the front foot, take away those towers, make it a whole lot more difficult for Medusa to be able to pick up that farm. If there's fewer camps, and Butterfly isn't able to be anywhere near as effective, and it just means that the Naga Siren can start to take over. Move on a little bit further forward and start spawning your illusions from there. It means you get so much more uptime.
How are both the carries doing at the moment in regards to last hits and denies? Medusa not doing as well as the Naga Siren, which is expected, as Naga is the much better farmer here at the moment, especially with the mirror images, able to farm at a much faster pace compared to the Medusa. Early levels with the split shot, so not able to farm camps as fast.
Middle tower has fallen.
They will smoke up
Most
as
damage
4
done.
though here on yellow submarines. Trying to find a target. It's going to
this
break
would
on
be a big
Kiyotaka here. They've got themselves the arena and the spear. That is instantaneously going to be a kill down to Kiyotaka. Very nice pick off from yellow submarines.
Very greedy place to be just running around as well. They haven't really done their due diligence with dewarding. They have no vision up of their own. Sure, they just took a tier 1 tower, but it was a very risky place for him to put his life there. So that's 2 deaths so far for the Arc Warden. Even Solo, who was in a decent position, wasn't able to save him. Oddly enough, not going for the Diffusal Blade on Dark Lord. It's just gone this pretty standard Naga Siren build. Manta into the Orchid. Might opt to go for the Diffusal after that, but might also think that at that point you really start needing some solid stats of your own so that you're not just this big glass cannon.
Oh, okay. Well, meanwhile, though, Erase. Oh, can you stun? No, the Dragon Tail just off! The projectile was coming for Kotl, but it just missed, and the Kotl TP'd away. That was so close. Oh,
Deep dive by
interestingly,
Alberca.
Tower is under
yeah,
attack.
I'll perk it.
Deuce's here. Don't have the
Yes.
arena for another 15 seconds. Just TPing in here, and the smoke was popped.
Radiant
Pessimist to
are
try and
scanning.
stop a lot of this aggression from happening. I'm hesitant to drop the old Nether Blast onto the tower to finish it off. He realizes that there might be a fight that's about to break out, so can't be draining his mana too much. Come on, just do it solo. Yeah, that's right.
Radiant's top
You know
tower
you
has
wanted to.
fallen.
I mean, arena is ready now if they want to try something here on yellow submarine. So they don't have themselves the Moonlight Shadow. It's on cooldown, but it's coming back in 15 seconds. So not a long wait for that if they want to try and find something.
There's a lot of teamwork required just for all 3 cores to farm one set of like ancient area camps. It's not the most ideal situation to be in when you're needing to force this many heroes in just to farm the smallest amount safely. Like, that was a smoke that pretty much didn't do anything, right? And I guess it was popped a little bit early because that Blink Dagger that was just bought up by
Dire's
Pessimist,
top tower is
they
under
didn't have it
attack.
at the time. So if they waited just 30 seconds, that could have been a very different story. Maybe they get another kill onto this Arc Warden, who still does not have the Midas, so slowing that one down would mean quite a lot. It's not going to be the case.
And I can see the Butterfly is indeed going for a Disperser, but after that, a Maelstrom. So getting that magical chain attack against the illusions of Dark Lord.
Sure. I was considering maybe going something like... I feel like they're very single target focused, so I really wouldn't hate seeing him go an early-ish
Radiant's
Aghanim
bottom
shard.
tower is under attack.
I'm actually catching a amplified damage rune. I don't know if that was a race that was meant to get that,
Dire
but
are scanning.
I guess it helps with the God's Rebuke.
Could this be their first tower?
Dire's top tower is under
Got,
attack.
I would say, stronger team fight right now on the Yellow Submarine side. It's been all pickoffs that Nine Pandas have been able to get their small victories so far. And they're fighting right
Blink
underneath this vision here.
Yeah, Blink Dagger's ready on Albica.
It's also ready on Pessimist, though, who's forced to TP down to the bottom side of the map. So, you know, a bunch of TPs being forced up top for no actual fight. Generally is a win for the team that's on the offensive. But
We've
not
got
if that's going to
ourselves
be
a
happening.
Midas.
Yep. Well, that's Kiyotaka gets a free minus off the back of it.
Radiant's bottom
There it
tower
is, Midas
under
gameplay.
attack.
Can just look to go
Now
into
it's
the
just
jungle as well.
it's a sit back and wait now, Danog. We're not going to be seeing any action for about 20 minutes.
You love to see it.
I really don't love to see it.
I mean, I'm just wondering, like, what they could opt to get. I think they could be looking to make some plays. You don't buy an Orchid on a Naga Siren if you're not looking to get active, right? Like, Dark Lord is a better player than that. He's not just going to follow some cookie-cutter template. And Erase is actually the one that might get jumped on here. You've got the Blink Dagger up, and yeah, there we go.
Yeah, that's a lot of damage with the Mystic Flare. That will be Erase gone. And we've got Mars ensnared in his own arena. And that is 2 kills for 9 Pandas here. So, as you can see, even especially with some of these early heroes and an Arc Warden, they're making it work here. And they've got themselves an 8k net worth advantage at 18 minutes, which is pretty nice.
Turns out taking towers early is good. You know, just DK Pugna, they're damn good at what they do. And, you know, Solo probably has highest tower damage done overall this game so far. He's been really good with a lot of his movements. He's 7, 3, and 1. He's always giving his life, but gets like 1 or 2 in exchange. That's the perfect way that you want to play a support.
Radiant are scanning.
And meanwhile, Erase is really suffering here, having the same net worth as the Pugna support.
Let's not call him a support, he's a Chad.
I mean, he's not having a fun time, though, is he, on Erase?
No.
Cottle, same net worth.
Radiant are scanning.
And we've just got a BKB on DK.
Oh, he's going to walk up next to Kiyotaka here, actually.
Radiant's bottom tower
This could be good. This could help his net worth. I mean, speared into the tree, and they don't even need the Sacred Arrow. They've got enough damage to nuke him out. Okay, there we go. Increase the net worth slightly now. Oh, is that? Uh-oh, this is not a place to TP. They've just seen where Cottle is. Oh no, silenced up. And there's the ensnare and the Mystic Flare. That is goodbye, Cottle. Yeah, that was not the place to TP. And now Dark Lord attempting to use the Song of the Siren. We'll just TP out of there, along with the Skywrath as well. And they don't find anything. Cottle just TP'd to his death, pretty much.
Dire structures are fortified.
It's the issue that we were talking about during the draft, right? We were like, okay, so they've got these heroes, they need someone else that's going to allow Medusa to stand and fight, or they need someone that's going to enable this Sacred Arrow to hit and Mirana to be useful for a lot of these ganks around the map. Just 4 kills in 20 minutes doesn't really feel like what you're wanting out of Mirana gameplay, right? You're wanting to play off the back of a reliable stun or a reliable route that sets up for your damage combinations, and as of right now, I'm just not really feeling it from Aztekor. Not really his fault, but there's just no heroes for him to play with. Gotta be careful of going too close to Dark Lord as well. I mean, he's still got that Orchid.
Yeah. He's about to be completing a Heart very soon. So we could see an eventuality where 9 Pandas, they get themselves the Roshan and they siege high ground at about 25, 26 minutes, which, I mean, Naga is on the correct timings with these spikings right now. He's having a great game, 13k net worth, 2k ahead of the Medusa right now. Medusa's still struggling to try and obtain a disperser here, about 1,500 gold back, and will then want to go for a Millennium afterwards, so still nothing to defeat this Naga Siren at the moment.
Dire's top tower is under
Yeah, I mean, it feels kind of necessary, but also, you know how I feel about Medusas that don't buy, like, any stat items, right? And this is kind of it. You know, you've got less than 500 HP at the moment, just 1,500 mana right now, and, I mean, with a Disperser plus a Mjolnir, that's not adding anything to it. So I feel like
I think they want to go for Naga, but 9 Pandas are coming in. Dragon Tail's there with the silence and the ensnare. That is goodbye, Mirana.
Oh,
and Rue. Oh, TP away. Yeah, we'll survive that Mystic Flare.
It should be a free Roche, though.
Yeah,
Hero
definitely.
Dead, TPing away. Honestly, a little bit sooner than I was expecting, as I think they smoked accidentally inside the pit, so they used it onto the Naga Siren, but it should be pretty damn quick. Look at the increased attack damage as well as attack speed whenever that magnetic field is used, so You said 26 minutes, I believe, on the high ground push. Might be even sooner than that with the hard. Just about 600 gold away after Roshan goes down.
Oh, they give the Aegis to Kiyotaka. Okay, that's intriguing.
Must feel like it's going to be pretty hard for Dark Lord to die, I guess.
I guess they feel like Naga is unkillable at this rate, and if you get a heart on her, then don't really need the Aegis, possibly.
Like, even if... I'm trying to think of the ideal situation as another death goes through onto Aztecor. Like, you get a... Is he dead? Yes, he is.
Yeah.
Blink Spear into Arena, into full Cold Blast. Can you even walk forward on the Medusa? It's the other thing. Like, I feel like they need their magic damage as opposed to the Medusa's damage to be able to take out this Naga Sign. Like, she doesn't have the... even the Maelstrom yet, let alone the Mjolnir.
Oh no, Erase is dead again. Oh. So unfortunate. I mean, safe to say that now he does have a BKB. So that's not going to happen again now. He can start to farm as he pleases since he has the BKB.
I don't know. I feel like if Naga catches you, you're still dead. As, well, speaking of the Naga, she's still killing a Mars, who is a whole lot tankier than a poor Keeper of the Light. And no Arena, either.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
They think they can... oh my gosh, they may have found Medusa here as well. May need to use Stone Gaze, slowly losing that mana. Oh, the
Reaching call at territory.
Yeah, they don't have any detection, thank God.
But yeah, like, I still think if you literally landed every single spell, you might still struggle to kill the Naga Siren. It would need to be, like, with her completely isolated away from the rest of the team. Because you've still got a Solar Crest, you've still got a Glimmer Cape, you've still got the Life Drain on the Pugna to be able to help you out, you've still got stuns coming the other way from Alberca.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Alberca's a little bit isolated away from the rest of the boys, though. Instantly blinking back as soon as someone reveals on the lane. Could it be another one of those instances where it's just like, well, we need to wait for them to stuff up a high ground push?
Oh,
go a little bit.
Oh, maybe a kill for Medusa. Uh-oh. Already used the Manta style. Can't purge the silence. Not good. Medusa dead. Medusa definitely dead. No, still alive. Stone Gaze comes out, but may fall here from the proc damage of the Arc Warden. No!
Oh, the
still
chakra.
alive. Erase saves the Medusa with thanks to the chakra magic. That was very close, but in return, they've lost one, lost two here on Yellow Submarines. Very, very close call there.
And what, they didn't even kill a Skywrath Mage, I think, was who they were going on. Probably one of the squishier heroes that you've got on the Nine Pandas roster at this stage, and yeah, it is certainly looking rough for old mate Medusa. The no stats issue is not going to resolve itself anytime soon.
Well, Medusa, this is a little bit oh no! I think you might be dead. Need to activate that disperser. You've already activated, still silenced. Dangerous stuff. This is very dangerous for Butterfly. My lord, he is living life on the edge, but he is really forcing them to use a lot of things.
The downside is that you're still losing the tower, which I think was the actual main objective. Any sort of hero kill is a bonus, but, you know, tier 2 tower gone, still a minute and a bit left on that Aegis. You've got a siege creep hitting into the top tier 2 tower, which I imagine all the boys are just going to start hitting into as well. Just use the Naga illusions if you want to cut the lane a little bit, as they do.
Yeah, we have a 96% win probability right now for Nine Pandas too.
That 4% is a spear, I think, inside the base to a tier 4 tower. That's the only saving grace for them right now.
Oh, Ascador has been found, is able to void the Mystic Flare, though Alberca has to activate that BKB. Arena comes out, it's caught solo there, and a TP comes out from Alberca, able to get away during the BKB usage. Solo will fall. They'll take down that killing spree. At least they find something there. So a little bit of extra gold for the couple.
enabling him to buy a 4-staff very soon.
BKB being popped by the DK as well is pretty significant. So
they may meet DK here actually. I mean, they don't have themselves arena. They scouted it out. They see Kiyotaka here actually.
Aegis just expires. If they can find Kiyotaka, that'd be huge. No arena.
Gleipnir there. Uh-oh. Mars in trouble. Doesn't have himself anything like a BKB. They're trying to 4-staff him back. He may be in some trouble. I mean, King taking the front. Butterfly. He's okay for the time being.
Can he afford
He has himself the Manta. Yeah, he's okay. Alright, now we've got BKB on Mars. There it is. Manta style used. Butterfly still fine. He's opting to go for that Maelstrom now. But we do have a Butterfly. Not the player Butterfly. We do have a Butterfly on Naga side. So
Butterfly.
Evasion.
Yeah, we'll be hitting into the Butterfly.
Yeah. Oh no. Ascador.
So,
He has been found, stunned up, and he is dead. Locked in place there by the Gleipnir. And Rue. This is not a place you want to be, Rue. Rue, you're not even going to get the Wisdom Rune. Oh, no.
Just out of
Not
arm's reach.
I mean, to be honest, though, we've got
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
we've got Pessimist pushing the top wave. We've got Medusa with Illusions pushing the mid wave. So it's looking alright at the moment, but it looks to be like they will definitely be going middle at this rate. Maybe perhaps siege the high ground. No, they're still content with just trying to take over the rest of the map.
I mean, they've got really good vision covering the top side of the map, right? So, you know, one on the quote-unquote safest part of the map for anyone on Yellow Submarine to be, which ironically is deep in 9 Panda's territory, and then 3 blocking any sort of avenue outside of the base. So they have one quick sweep down to the bottom side, place a ward there. Luckily, it is covered by a sentry, so if someone does move there to farm, they should be able to deward it. They just want to find a quick pick-off. They want to enable themselves to get inside the base somehow. No one defending that mid lane is kind of sus, though, so they probably know that they're looking to try and make a play.
Yeah, hiding around here on the high ground. I don't know. I think it'd be better if you just stay on the high ground, to be honest, and just wait out the Aegis, because Roshan's coming back in about 30 seconds. Just let King take everything. Oh, wow, okay, Arena coming forward. They've catched themselves solo. The Song of the Siren comes out there. It's going to have a big effect on the rest of Yellow Submarines. What can they do with this? Song of the Siren coming out now. Trying to take down the Rubik in the backlines there. The Mystic Flare comes out. That is Rubik dead. Meanwhile,
King's
there's a lot
almost
of mana being lost here on Butterfly. Butterfly almost dead here. Going to use the Disperse and get away with the Stone Gaze also. Will just be able to get that buyback from Rubik here. And Dark Lord is perfectly healthy to continue sieging this.
Not sure if he wants to, though, without that Song of the Siren available. That's the big get out of jail free card. There, it was kind of used to set up for a lot of follow-up kills, but you just need a little bit more. I feel like he really needs the Aghanim Scepter soon-ish on the Naga Siren, right?
Well, we've got a Diffusal Blade now on the Naga, finally committed to buying that extra mana burn. It's on the way.
He's going to need to move those slippers of agility out, though. They're just keeping them pinned in their base.
Yeah, so Butterfly can attempt to farm up here. Wants to go a BKB next, so I know you're not going to like this, Danog, but look at what Butterfly wants to go. Still no stat items. Well, I mean, Manta style, that's it.
He did have an axe queued up briefly, so I was like, okay, there's something. And at least you get, you know, the 10 strength from the BKB. That's something.
Yeah. I guess so, yeah. I mean, Pessimist is still doing a very nice job with pushing the waves. Got to be careful of this DK, though, because he's right behind. Oh, nice blink. Moving in the right direction here in the trees. The Ogre Axe. Not able to find him. TP's out. Good stuff there from the Mars. Just making sure to keep these rotations up. Make some space here for the Medusa. Try and farm up. This game is going to get prolonged. We may be up for another 50-minute game, but they do have Roshan to take now on the side of 9 Panthers.
Yeah, and it's got the Roche banner as well, so, I mean, you've already got so many issues with Arc Warden pushing waves in, with Naga Siren pushing waves in. Now you're going to have those those ultra creeps also sieging part of your base. You could very easily just put the banner between like tier 1 and tier 2 on the bottom lane and be perfectly happy with it. And damage though, that'll be a nice little tool to have at your disposal.
Well, I mean, this is the real key attacker that just TP'd in here. But Pessimist not aware of that. They did not have the vision. Medusa still pushing this wave. Oh, actually going for the Roshan banner. Can they get the Roshan banner top? Yep, free gold for Medusa. 200 gold. That was cheeky.
So much weaker.
Kiyotaka, definitely dead. Yeah, they take down the Arc Warden, but Aegis bringing them back. The Song of the Siren possibly ready if they do want to commit this. The arena will come out there, skewering Solo into that arena. Indeed, they find the Mirana. BKB has to be activated here onto the Cottle. They have to get themselves back. The Stone Gaze coming out, giving the extra movement speed there to Medusa, but Medusa has been caught here by Song of the Siren. This could be big because Medusa does not have the buyback.
Doesn't have the boys either, they TP'd away.
Slowly getting taken out. Goodbye, Medusa. Goodbye, Cottle. This looks to be a high ground siege right now.
It's always the danger with trying to go onto someone right next to a TP spot, right? Everyone was there to TP to be able to reinforce Kiyotaka. Sure, you lose the Aegis, but not much beyond that. And he's actually found the Mars as well, on point with the Spear again to slow him down a little bit, but he doesn't have the Blink Dagger to be able to get away, and he's constantly having damage pumped into him, so he can't blink.
Yeah, we don't have the buyback either on Medusa, opting to go for that BKB as fast as possible. But only needed the recipe, but because of buying the Mithril Hammer and the Ogre Axe, not enough for the buyback. So it may look like here that 9 Pandas, they're going to be able to get themselves Mega Creeps, unless they're going for the Tier 4s, which now they've decided they have doing, but GG is called. Game 2 will be going to 9 Pandas. We thought here potentially that we could be meeting loads of 2-0s, but each and every series has gone 3 games, and this is the 3rd series that is going to be going 3 games. As 9 Pandas get themselves game 2, we will now be going here for a final game.
Yes, we will indeed, and that was a lot more comprehensive, right? Like, this is the 9 Pandas that I think a lot of people were expecting to see coming into that one. Was Game 1 an aberration, or was it a little bit of just the picks weren't so hot from Yellow Submarine? Really wasn't sold on the Keeper of the Light, really wasn't sold on the Rubik Mirana support duo, especially considering the other cores that they had to be able to make plays with. I think, yeah, Pessimist just had to do way too much that game. He didn't play badly at all. He did the most that he could possibly do with the tools at his disposal. He was trying to delay the game out a little bit. Just wasn't enough. It was just way too strong from 9 Pandas. Too strong in the early game, too strong in the pick-off game, too strong in the teamfight game once Dark Lord decided to join in. So there's not too much that you can do against that, unfortunately.
Yeah, if you compare the supports as well between both teams, Mirana and Rubik versus Skyraf and Pugna. Like, what did you see in the difference between those two? Obviously, you saw Skyraf Mage being able to actually use a combination of the Ensnare from Naga Siren and the Mystic Flare in order to get really quick succession kills. And then we saw Solo, who was able to actually heal up his team, replenish his team with mana, and also push the towers. What did Rubik and Mirana provide? I'm not shooting down the players that played it. I'm just saying I don't think these heroes together were very good, and it was very hard to get off anything like an arrow and synergize that with a spear. As you said, it was Pessimist who was trying ever so hard here to try and prolong the game, but they just couldn't with the supports that they had. So I feel like this was a major draft issue on their side. I feel like they will need to definitely improve it, because I feel like if they did have better supports, that they could have prolonged that game much better, and maybe perhaps they would have been in a different position in that game too.
Yeah, they were just lacking in damage, kills, tower damage, all sorts of things. It kind of felt like the only thing that they were able to do was run away at one stage, right? Mirana with the 3 leaps and a mech, Rubik with a 4-staff. And, you know, combined between them, they did 14k damage. Solo did that on his own as hero damage, plus an additional 6.5 tower damage as a Pugna, as a position 5 Pugna, with, I think, the highest kill involvement in the game. So, you know, that's the difference between these level of supports. I think Pugna is able to do a lot on his own, but Rubik and Mirana absolutely cannot. So I think you've just, like you mentioned, it was a bit of a draft issue. So they've got the skill to be able to do it, Yellow Submarine. We know it. They've shown it in various different series, and this one included. We'll have to see if they're able to pull out game number 3. But we'll have to wait until after a break for the final game of the night. So 5 to 10 minutes away. Take a quick break, get a drink, and we'll see you shortly.
Hello everybody, welcome back to the Elite League. We're coming in for one final game for you today. This is our final series, the final best of 3, the final game. Currently we are at a 1-1 equalization between 9 Pandas and Yellow Submarines. Yellow Submarines were able to take a kind of late game 1, but 9 Pandas were able to pick up a quick succession game at game 2. With the picks that they had, felt like Yellow Submarines, they had a little bit of a draft issue within game 2. Hopefully they can improve it in game 3, where we'll get a much more even match. But let's get into it. How are you feeling so far about this series, Dunog? Do you think 9 Pandas are going to take it? Or do you think Yellow Submarines have the opportunity to come back here?
It's going to heavily depend on the draft for mine. Like, Yellow Submarine, they have the first pick overall. I feel like if they're not going to go ahead and pick it, they can't let the DK through. They're either picking it first or they're banning it first. Alright, it's gone. Timbersaw's still left in the pool, though, and I feel like that's certainly first pick potential. I was considering, like, ban the Timber, pick the DK as an option, just because it's going to be one of the things that actually can deal with the DK relatively early on, but clearly that's not the route that they want to go down. So let's see what avenue is remaining. What's left? I mean, they could start with a Mars again, but I don't know if I feel that strongly about picking a Mars when Timber's in the pool, especially when you can then defend it with another ban after fact. Now, there we go.
Okay, so they'll pick Timbersaw. It's not in the ban pool, and they get the first pick, so there it is. Very nice hero indeed, though there are ways to counteract it, and 9 Pandas have shown us that they do have the ability to do just that. So they pick themselves up the Mars. 9 Pandas here. Albuquerque will be on the Mars.
I think it's fine. Like, I know I just said that I really didn't like the Mars into the Timbersaw, but Albuquerque also plays an excellent Mars, so I think he's going to be able to make it work. If it was me in their shoes, I probably would have gone for something like a gyrocopter, just because you don't know if it's going to be a position 1 or a position 4 that you're playing it with. I still think they could potentially go down that route on 9 Pandas. They showed that Solo was capable of playing it. I'm sure Antares is super comfortable playing the gyro as well in that position 4 role, so we will have to wait and see. Crystal Maiden's available and they're going to pick it, aren't they? It's going to happen, Epi. Too much CM.
Don't jinx it. Don't jinx it.
I don't need to jinx it. It's going to happen. I looked at Solo's freaking avatar in this game, and it is the Warcraft 3 Crystal Maiden avatar, Jaina Proudmoore. So, it's an inevitability.
What time is it over there, by the way?
It is 4:35 a.m.
Oh my
and I am
God.
wide awake.
You poor soul.
You know what? I signed up for this, so it's all on me. And you know the worst part is that after I cast, it still takes me like another hour and a half to fall asleep because my brain is in like active mode. So it's not like I'll even be able to pass out. No, it's going to be quite annoying. But well, they're getting rid of the Luna, which I think is a very smart play by Yellow Submarine. Again, one of those position 1s that we were saying does do quite well against the Timbersaw in lane. You really want to slow him down in any way possible, right? Force him to go into the reactive armor as opposed to being able to just go full out damage, because Timber is one of those like positive feedback loop heroes. You do well in the lane, which means you are the dominant hero on the map, which means you take towers and it just snowballs further and further from there.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, let's see what Yellow Submarines pick up for their second and third pick. After 9 Pandas. Oh, you guessed it. Oh, you jinxed it, Dano. He's got Crystal Maiden on 9 Pandas now.
It's called a prediction.
Alright, let's see what Yellow Submarines pick up for this now. So, Crystal Maiden, it's kind of been a 50-50 between the teams that have picked it here. It's been quite common in these qualifiers as of this moment. On the laning stage, it's been impactful, but during the late game, there's been some areas where it's been a bit not nice, and then there's other areas where it actually has been quite impactful. I can't remember what game it was, but I think I remember you telling me about it was the point where I don't know if it was Butterfly playing the Luna and they were up against it at the time with Yellow Submarine. Can't remember if it was
against
that game. Yeah, they were against the CM, and they kept on getting frostbitten, so they couldn't move or do any attacks. I think you were mentioning that yesterday.
I was indeed. Sorry, I'm just having a quick look on some stats sites at what the actual win rate of this Rubik hero is so far in the Eastern European qualifiers, because it's not that good, I would have to say. Like, it really feels like the hero has not had a lot of success. Let's have a quick look.
Yeah, I don't think we've seen one game won with Rubik yet. I'm sure of it.
It has been played the third most times with 12, and it has a 33% win rate, so it's won 4 games out of 12.
Oh dear.
Yeah. CM has been the most picked hero, 56% win rate.
Knew it.
9 pandas turn.
Sven has won 7 out of 8 as well, so it's pretty high.
Hey, they've got a functionally early working hero here on the support. They picked themselves up Pugna on yellow Submarine. So Timbersaw and Pugna lane is gonna be hella aggressive for whatever carry they pick. But they're more than happy to pick up Arc Warden again on the side of 9 pandas. They thought it was very impactful. They're gonna play it again on Kiyotaka. And they pick up the techies with the Crystal Maiden as well. So 2 strong supports on 9 pandas.
This Storm Spirit, give me a Storm Spirit right now. I really want to see Storm against with a Pugna alongside you, with the ability to get in onto the back lines, with the ability to get inside of that magnetic field and catch out the Arc Warden. I think it'd be an amazing pick. Could also just choose to do the Puck, which might be, just as good. And we know that Puck has been definitely one of the standout heroes. What's Puck's win rate? 57%, so not terrible.
Radiant team.
It's above 50. It's a number I can live with. They're actually going for the Faceless Void. Okay.
Alright. Yeah, it's fine. I just wanted something that had the dive potential. I just thought, when you've got a Pugna, it's just too good to pass up. But maybe Pugna's going to be playing alongside the Timbersaw for a little bit of that mana regeneration.
10 seconds remaining.
So they pick the Faceless Void first over their mid lane, which means they want to pick themselves something on the mid, which could be heavily countered. But what's a mid laner which is being picked often by not only Yellow Submarine, but maybe perhaps other teams as well? I'm trying to think. I'm just trying to think of mids that have been commonly picked by other teams, especially Yellow Submarine as well, but something that could be heavily countered by a carry here, because they picked themselves up Faceless Void, and I remember you saying that Puck is good against Faceless Void unless you get
goes
credit.
both ways. Yeah, it goes both ways, right? Like, one's good against the other.
Yeah, they banned
versa.
Puck. Yeah. Puck's banned now.
Yeah, I really wanted to see it in that phase. I'm not sure if Faceless Void would have necessarily been the pick overall to be able to go for, but I guess they just wanted to be able to ban out... I was about to say ban out some of the main counters to the Void, but Gyro is a Timbersaw counter, so clearly just relying quite heavily on Pessimist to be able to get it done. He's been performing pretty much all throughout these qualifiers, not too many poor games from him, so I can understand the confidence in being able to play behind him. Really taking their time with this reserve time, though.
Radiant team pick.
Okay. Yep. Just another strong laner, something that can lock down that Faceless Void for a little bit longer. Something that plays a little bit more active as well, relative to the Arc Warden, which I think you need that balance there. Obviously, they didn't have that in the last draft with the Naga Siren being picked up, but I think it's fine. I was about to ask, is there anything stopping them from Nagaring? And I guess the Timbersaw is the main one.
Nagaring. That's a word for sure. Magnus gets picked up, though. Last pick here, so they have themselves a great control hero. So that would mean that Timbersaw is mid or Magnus?
It's flex, right? Like, if this Arc Warden is indeed mid, I would have to say Timbersaw is probably the competing mid. If they pick something that's more like spirit oriented, because I still feel like they are lacking a little bit of control on 9 pandas. They've got some, but BKB really makes it a whole lot more unreliable, like the Frostbite, the Blast Off. So do you want something that's able to get that instant stun combination, that instant root, that instant even a silence would be pretty decent against the Faceless Void if he's not able to pick up, you know, a BKB early on for himself. Magnus crushes like a Void Spirit, for example.
I'm gonna big think about this Bloodseeker. Okay.
Alright, yeah. Pretty good. Skewer, Time Walk, Timber Chain, all sucks against the Bloodseeker, so I can see it working. It's the same downside that I was talking about before when we saw Ramses play as Bloodseeker, though, right? Like, if you get aggressive against the Bloodseeker, he has issues, because he really can't do too much of anything until he's, other than Rupture, of course, until he's got, like, those first 3 key items that he needs for himself. He needs the Maelstrom, and he needs the BKB. And Boots, I guess you could count in that as well, before he's able to truly get active and be part of a lot of these team fights. Without BKB, you're just food for this Timbersaw a lot of the time, so it's not even like he's free from getting locked down either. I mean, you've got a Faceless Void, you've got a Magnus with the RP, you even got a Skewer back if you're out of position too many times. So I'm expecting a real passive game out of Dark Lord, and I'm expecting Asdecor to be playing alongside Erase on his Timbersaw. So it is going to be a mid-Timber, and I'm really wanting to see a whole lot of aggressive plays happen from this mid-Timber.
I think both of the carries scale quite well within this game. Obviously, of course, Faceless Void, he's a Faceless Void. He's definitely going to scale late game. I mean, have you seen a Faceless Void late game? It's crazy. But Bloodseeker, we don't usually see it that often, but I particularly like his shard that he can pick up, where he can deal a certain amount of pure damage per hit and then heal back from that. So hitting someone of the likes of Timbersaw, for example, is going to be very effective down the late game. That shard is going to scale incredibly well.
The thing is, though, it doesn't really scale anymore, right? It used to be 2%, then they reduced it to 1.8%. Now it's just a flat 30 damage with every hit. So against something like a Timbersaw, yeah, nowhere near as effective as what it used to be. Still nice, still pure damage, still good, but yeah, against a Timber, who's going to be a beefy boy, against a Magnus, who's going to be a beefy boy, doesn't feel too great.
All right, yeah, I take back my comment now. The shard sucks. I generally thought it was still 2%. I didn't think I really paid attention to the patches for Bloodseeker because no one played him. So
hold on,
I was looking at things like Lone Druid and stuff like that.
Checking Epidemnos win rate with the Bloodseeker. Oh, that's why it's 30% lately. Just been picking up the shy. It's like, why am I not strong? Oh, it's easy to miss. There's so many different little changes that the Frog puts out for us. Hopefully more soon. Hint, hint. We need it. We need it bad. At least after the qualifiers, you know. We'll have a period of, what, a week, maybe 2, without any tournaments.
No, they'll just put it in mid-tournament like usual.
I don't mind. Do it right now.
No, okay, that'll be more chaotic. The players would be a bit peed off, but for us,
they're all in the same situation, so they don't have a right to be annoyed about anything. It's not like one team is under new rules and the other gets to keep all of their strats.
Okay, yeah, so it's a raise here on the Timbersaw mid. So we've got ourselves Magnus off lane. Of course, on Pessimist. Forgot how to pronounce that name then for a second.
It's alright. I don't expect you to understand foreign languages.
No, it wasn't even that. I have it noted down on how to pronounce pessimist. I just forgot how to pronounce pessimist in English.
How to say pessimist when you read it.
Yeah. That's how bad my my.
Thank you. That gives me a lot of confidence, Epi, in my casting partner.
I don't think my workplace would be too happy either, because my job role has analyst in it, and I'm not very good at reading things.
Uh-oh.
So keep that on the touch.
Well, Panda. Yeah, don't worry. I won't rat you out to HR. It's fine.
Funnily enough, they probably question that big HR team.
All right, G-try. Hopefully both teams do. Got any favorites in this one?
mean, I definitely did like Kiyotaka's Arc Warden in Game 2, actually when he picked it. But the Timbersaw and the Magnus coming out, the control of the heroes with the Horn Toss and Skewer, along with the Timbersaw as well, I definitely like the Timbersaw.
I like the Timber as well. I think it's...
I definitely feel like a yellow Submarine enjoyer here right now because of they have counter initiation. Like if they initiate with Chrono, they have an RP. If they initiate with RP, they have a Chrono. If they initiate on Timbersaw with the Rupture, then you've got some ability to actually save the Timbersaw with either an RP or a Chrono. So they have multiple things that they can use, whereas 9 Pandas, I think the only thing that they're relying on here to control the momentum of the fight is the arena. So it always feels like the Mars is responsible for most of the team fights all of the time. So much pressure on the shoulders of these Mars players.
I think the other thing that's pretty significant as well is they make a bit of a jump actually down here onto Butterfly, and Alberca and Antares get the first blood on the back of the Mars. Another great start by Alberca. One thing that I did want to point out as well is that you have to consider, like, what is the source of a lot of the damage coming out? Most of it, you would have to say, is physical. Obviously, you know, there is going to be some magic components in there with the CM, with the techies, and, you know, to a lesser extent, the Flux and the Spark Race from the Arc Warden. But even something like the Decrepify into the heal really does save whoever gets ruptured on, right? As long as they just stand in place and can get healed up, they are probably going to live through a lot of it.
Yeah. I wonder how much rupture damage does though if Timbersaw activates his reactive armor, the the Agnums.
Oh yeah, true.
That was a Frostbite and Crystal Nova with the insane movement speed right now from the Bloodseeker. 470 he had, and he does. Oh, okay, he has boots. He has boots. I thought he didn't have boots there. I was like, I can see why they nerfed the shard now because that movement speed is a bit nuts. Do you remember when Thirst used to also include attack speed as well?
Oh, I remember. I remember that Bloodseeker patch. It was not fun.
I mean, to be honest though, ever since they've swapped it to Blood Rage, a Bloodseeker can just get to what, like level 7, level 8, max Blood Rage with a Maelstrom and just farm up, like really good.
Speaking of Bloodseeker, he's being body blocked underneath the tower right now. Nice little play once again by Pessimist.
I don't know if you've ever noticed this as well. I'm going to speak a little bit about a cosmetic. Butterflies, speaking of butterflies, actually should be skewered into the tower. It's actually going to attempt to turn around onto Albuquerque, but he's okay. His headpiece, it's a very old headpiece, obviously. It's been around for quite a while, but it still has, like, the cosmetic change of the old Faceless Void skin. So if you have a look at his mouth on the Faceless Void headpiece, it's it's actually to do with the old Faceless Void model because it has that black line down it.
Feels more like a headless Void than a faceless Void with that skin. Like, what's going on? Once again, though, I guess it feels like whoever Antares pairs with in the off lane just ends up getting a crazy amount of farm and a crazy amount of kills, right? Like, it's like the... Honestly, what is it with Eastern Europe and the top teams and just having really good pos 4s? Save is incredibly good as well. Mira, top notch.
They're crazies. Yeah, I mean, look at this. He just bought himself 2 Observer Wards. And that Sentry took out one of them. Wasn't expecting that. But they may have found Rubik top again with the slow of the Crystal Nova. Just about survives. Wow. Has the Skewer ready, but stopped the Skewer with thanks to the Frostbite there from Solo. So is not able to get off the Skewer and loses quite a lot of HP there on the maps.
Pretty good game for the CM, actually, now that I think about it, right? Like, you're going up against...
Initiation on Kiyotaka as well. Was able to survive the onslaught there from the clone of Arc Warden. And just holds his ground, throws in a Chakram, and gets the kill with the Whirling Death. He's actually put 3 points into Whirling Death.
Not exactly many trades to be able to make plays around, as it's actually a 1-for-1 trade this time. And it's going to be Asdecor getting the kill before he ends up going down, so that's some valuable experience going his way. can be very important just to remember getting up to that level 6, just so that he can look to be playing around Erase as much as possible. But yeah, the Frostbite really good against all 3 of the cores right now on Yellow Submarine, just holding them in place. And, you know, they don't exactly have the... I guess Void has pretty good punish for you, but you know, the Magnus certainly not quite as much. It's a lot more predictable.
Yeah, this Magnus is... usually it's the Magnus that does the bullying, but it's turned out to be the other way around. Right? He's had to buy 2 Wraith Bands here, and meanwhile, blast off there onto Timber on the mid lane. He's still able to survive through it all, surprisingly. Oh, wait. Oh, that's the Timber Chain away. Uh-oh, 2 Spark Wraiths are coming for his butt. He's gone. Explodes underneath his tier 2. They get the kill.
It's another good combination, right? Frostbite into the Spark Wraiths guarantees that they're going to hit. Even the slightly slower, higher damaging one that the Tempest Double will be launching out. So, you know what? I've been a hater for the Crystal Maiden. This game, very good.
Oh, they're going to stop the TP there of Rubik as well with the Frostbite. Ruptured, nowhere to run. Ru is dead. Another kill for the Bloodseeker.
Yoinking away some farm here. Would be pretty sick if they were able to steal all of this away just as a couple of supports get into those early level 6s for themselves. If Solo had a freezing field, I guarantee he would be launching that one down between the 2. Come on, cue it.
Quite a lot of gold. Uh-oh. Oh, he missed his Timber Chain. 2 supports are coming around. Blast Off is on cooldown because he used that to farm the creeps. But they're still dealing a lot of magical damage. Oh, wowee! Erase has to be careful. Oh, Spark Race is going to kill him. Oh, no, he just dodged it. Timber Chain. Now they're going for the real Kiyotaka with a rotation in from Magnus here, as they will find the kill. And meanwhile, a solo kill onto the Faceless Void bottom. Did commit the spear, and the Arena found the kill.
There aren't too many players in the world that are worth first picking the Mars for, but Alperca is completely one of them. Like, he is crushing the Faceless Void in this lane. Absolutely dominating him. Just 1,700 ahead, 4-0-0. Solo killing him, landing the expert Arena Spear combinations. Like, man, it's real good. 2 level advantage as well.
Oh, another Rupture again onto Rubik. Rubik dead. Again.
And they're desperately trying to get this farm. Come on, drop the freezing field. You know you want to. There we go, Solo. He actually needs to cancel it.
There's the RP and the Chakram as well. That should be enough to take down the Bloodseeker. It is indeed. Kiyotaka, along with Antares, coming forward. They find the kill onto the Pugners. Still trying to attempt to take down this big ancient camp. Oh no, this might be a kill on Erase. No, the infused raindrops actually save him. Going to attempt to TP out of there. He gets out fine.
Yeah, that was one of the shortest freezing fields I've ever seen voluntarily.
Uh-oh. Magnus. That's a free kill. Skewers in.
It's worth it. Double bounty rune for Solo. So
he doesn't have a TP though.
Team will be very happy about that.
Oh wow, he's actually dodged Kiyotaka. But where's he go? Is he...
They see him. They see him above the tier 2 tower. He's just farming, sure. It's always the strat, right? Take the enemy team to where they don't want to be. You always want to be putting pressure on the enemy team. So if you can just be where, you know, pressure doesn't really matter, you know, away from your towers, you're pretty happy about that. So he's going to get away with not only, you know, leading on a little bit of a wild goose chase, but farming as well.
I wonder if Erase will go a Eternal Shroud here. I feel like it'd be really good for him. Kiyotaka, telekinesing the right one. And oh my god, that was a big nuke damage right there. That was was that stolen proximity mine to Kiyotaka or not? Because the blast off.
Yes, it was.
Ascador got the kill. Yeah, I wondered because that was way too much nuke damage for a level 3 Never Blast.
Mm-hmm.
I thought I heard a bomb go off.
Pugner's just that strong. Yeah, I have to wonder as well, because with the Eternal Shroud, What are you thinking? Just because of like the techies damage coming through from the Arc Warden? Because it's not really going to help too much with the Rupture, right? That's pure damage.
At this moment in time, like Arc is also going to go a Maelstrom here, and the main source of damage to take down this Timber is going to be magical. And as we see, just Pugna gets taken out by magical. And because of the techies with the proximity mines, that obviously reduces magical resistance if it does land on the Timber. So he's definitely going to need some magic resistance in order to defend himself against, you know, these shenanigans of techies and Arc Warden.
Yep, completely agree. I think it's important as well just to build up some of that magic resist so that, you know, like I mentioned, there is that always the potential for a decrep life drain save onto the Timber if he gets gone on. So, you know, if you've got magic resistance as well to be able to, you know, just assist with that, it's going to be a big plus. You know what? He's going to say screw it to an Eternal Shroud and just straight into the BKB. I like it, you know, just... He's playing a mid-Timber Saw. He needs to get in amongst it, he needs to pop the BKB, he needs to find a quick pick-off, and set up a lot of chaos to enable this this Magnus and Faceless Void to be the ones that make the plays. Just, what, 200 gold away on the Mag from being able to pick up his Blink Dagger, and, well, that'll certainly result in...
TP away. Oh, gets the TP cancel! Uh-oh! That's a Faceless Void dead!
Oh.
With thanks to the proximity mine placed there, or else I definitely think he could have turned that around a little bit with a Chrono if the rest of his team were behind him. Which they are, kind of. They're going to go for the CM as they take down the Crystal Maiden instantaneously. As Magnus all coming in from the back lines. All this is a good RP there. Is going to connect onto 2 with, look at that, the Chakram as well. That's Antares being taken out along with the Bloodseeker 2. Albaca also found only Kiyotaka remaining, and Erase is going to TP out. He is indeed.
A little surprised, to be honest.
There by Ascador. Ascador is going to sacrifice himself here in order to save Magnus. No, he's fine actually as well. Going to life drain the one of the creeps here on the lane. That was quite nice play there from Yellow Submarines. They're able to find themselves 3. I don't know, no, 4. They found themselves 4 in that fight.
Yeah, I'm quite surprised as well that the Timber TP'd out. I feel like they had the tools to be able to kill that Arc Warden. It was a little bit deep of a commitment coming through from Kiyotaka. Maybe they were fighting next to their own Nether Ward as well. I'm not sure. Surely,
I do feel like BKB now actually looking at Timber Saw is a good choice here, because if he went Eternal Shroud, then obviously, of course, you've still got the Spirit Vessel, which is going to do lots of damage here to the Timber Saw. So you can dispel it.
You're basically worrying about like no
Everything.
damage except for Rupture if you go BKB, right?
Yeah.
Like that's it. It just gives you complete free reign in all of these fights.
Oh, they want Faceless Void. They're scouting him out.
Still has the Chrono though, so they need to be on point with some of these initiations coming through. Solo might very well be.
Oh no, he's okay.
Radiant are scanning.
Already that stack taken out there. He's having to be careful of Solo with the level 4 Frostbite. Dangerous stuff. Well, there's 4 grouped up. Those are a lot of proximity mines in the river.
Yeah, probably don't want to walk into those if you're
oh my.
playing on Yellow Submarine. They've got the RP, excuse me, coming up in just a couple of seconds, and the Chronosphere available. Smoke on the Rubik, ready to go. So I wonder if it's just a matter of, you know, quickly yoink this one away and then go for that big team play. Might still need Butterfly to just continue on farming. Well, I think I'll go the full play.
Proximity mine just revealed them.
Yep, stolen proxy.
Oh,
that's... Yep.
It's only onto the CM though. In return, the arena comes out. They'll find the kill there onto the Magnus. But
great
Chrono. Chrono is going to connect there onto 2. Chakram as well. That will find Kiyotaka, maybe perhaps along with Dark Lord as well. Slowed down heavily there by the time dilation. They find themselves 4. As maybe perhaps they want to go for an Artes right now.
Tucker Enjoyers, where you at? What's the ultra kill? Oh, it's just a little bit too far away from him. Where was the support? Come on, Rude. Needs to get the telekinesis off, but a great Chronosphere coming through from Butterfly there to be able to catch on to... I mean, I guess we could call that 3. Sorry, I was just watching Butterfly walk into those proxy mines. And another. Yeah, you can count it as 3 if you catch the Tempest double in it as well. That's just still so much of their damage output, right? But still doesn't result in any objective actually being taken. Kills are great, but you got to be able to move freely onto the enemy side of the map.
Radiant's middle tower
Oh, this
under
is clever
attack.
as well. I'm just watching a race right now. He wants to make sure that he's all the way back in the base before he gets that BKB completed, because he knew the Timbersaw had vision on him at the time. So now he's still kept that a little bit further hidden. They don't know that they're going to be able to make this sort of play happen once again. Well, now they will, because he showed up to be able to kill Solo once again, so...
Yeah.
Radiant's
What is
middle
that going to
tower
result
is
in?
under attack.
Arena up in 2 seconds. Blink Dagger available for Alberca. Can they go for an aggressive play of their own? Probably not. But I really want to see them take more advantage of the fact that Aztekor is off to a pretty solid start as this Pugner. Like, 5.4k net worth compared to, like, you know, 6.7-ish on both the Faceless Void and the Arc Warden. He's blown out of control. 8, 4, and 7.
Yeah, we got Dark Lord here, still trying to obtain a BKB here. I mean, once he gets that, then maybe perhaps they can turn the momentum of the fight, because Erase is just doing so much here with his spells. It is absolutely nuts. The Whirling Death and the Chakram.
This tower's got to die. Come on. Like, especially now that you know that the Spear's on cooldown as well, there really shouldn't be too much stopping Aztekor from just getting one more Nether Blast in onto this tower and opening up the map a whole lot more for Yellow Submarine to be able to play
Dire's
around.
middle tower has fallen.
All the arrows and marks being drawn on the bottom side of the map. Maybe just considering, you know what, push out one more wave. Make sure that we're not having to worry about that. Play around bottom in 2 minutes. There's the potential for us to go inside the Roche Pit. So let's just look to take away the enemy's tier 1 tower and fight as close as possible to our outpost. Oh, a shield rune as well, as if they needed anything else to make that Timbersaw even tankier. BKB freshly picked up. Kaya.
Yeah, don't Timber Chain up there, Erase. Don't Timber... you may die. Ooh. Okay, Arena committed? I think they tried to get the Magnus, but he blinked out of there.
There's not really any reason for them to go into that area, though, to be fair, with the where all the proximity mines are set up. There's no tier 1 tower to be playing around with. Ooh, he's still gonna do it.
Careful, Erase.
Should be fine.
Level 13 Timbersaw compared to level 10 Arc Warden.
Mm-hmm.
Being
Who has the
out-leveled
Midas.
by Aztekor as well.
Mm-hmm. I keep telling you, Pugner's a Chad. Get it into your skull, Effie.
Well, and Rubik. Rubik's level 11 as well.
Yeah, whatever.
Okay, so it looks like now 9 Pandas have kind of settled down. It's like, look, guys, we're starting to lose the fights here. Let's get some BKBs or something like that first. Get some items and then go back in.
I mean, you finally got it on
Mars
Dark Lord,
looking to
right?
Get a BKB. We've got what? Sorry.
Dark Lord finally gets his own BKB, so he can actually fight into the Timbersaw as well, which previously he wasn't able to do.
I wonder if he ruptures the Timbersaw in the next upcoming fight. I would highly recommend
You have to.
that.
Yeah. There's no other option. Like, everyone else you can... I mean, I was about to say you can freely, you know, just right-click them, but you're gonna get chronoed, you're gonna get RP'd. Like, they've got so much team fight right now on Yellow Submarine. I think... What do you need to rely on? Like, you don't have a BKB yet on Butterfly, so if I'm Pandas, do I consider calling a move onto the Tormentor to just try and get lucky and get my my techies his reactive taser? Or do I do the opposite and just take the fight to you in preparation for it? They would love to be able to get a quick pick-off, but I don't think Timbersaw is quick pick-offable.
Well, let's see. Oh, he's moving away and grouping up with his team. That's not what they want. They really wanted a pick-off here. Maybe perhaps the next best thing is Faceless Void. I think they may have seen him.
That'd be better.
They've just seen Vision of Timber, though, underneath this tier 2. They can't see...
away.
Oh, now they've
Void's
seen
away.
Faceless.
Delta.
Oh, the Arena. Oh, it's caught him. He was just about to chrono, then the silence. Is he able to get out of it? No. Silenced up. They get the pick off. Okay.
Oh.
In return, they've got a Rupture as well. They've actually just committed that on Azteco.
Which Timber will be incredibly happy about. They want to just go in. It's only on to Solo.
Dark Lord is out of there.
Mm-hmm. They'll be able to get a Wisdom Rune for their troubles as well. So Erase now, he'll be at level 15. Extra little bit of stat loss from the Whirling Death. Feels great against the Mars in particular. And they're just full on pushing forward. They know they're lacking a lot of these big cooldowns. They didn't use the Chronosphere, but there go the proximity mines, just revealing absolutely everything about that movement. And they're going to be forced to back off, but at least they're able to clear this one out for now.
Yeah,
I'd be looking
for key attacker again.
I'd be looking to play a little bit more. I understand why they're there, because they know they've got plenty of vision on the Panda side of the map, so if they're not in their own jungle, they have to be inside of the Ancient Camp area, but it's just good move on both of their parts, right? Recognizing where the easiest to kill high value core is farming, but techies as well, just having the perfect setup there to be able to protect that.
Maybe perhaps we'll see Pessimist go for a kill here on techies.
Radiant's top tower.
Torres is just hanging around here right now. Okay, never mind, he's sleeping out. He's fine. Uh-oh, King. Oh, Butterfly. Did just meet Mars briefly there, but Mars was like, nah, mate. I'm out of here.
Can't do it solo.
Guardian Greaves now for the techies too, so they'll have some sustain now in the upcoming team fight. Starting to get some items now, which will help them in the next team fight.
Mm-hmm. What is Greaves actually removing, though? I guess Whirling Death? That's about it.
Just heals them, I guess.
and Decrep removes that if it's on you, but I doubt Techies is going to be in a situation where you're the one getting targeted by the Decrep. Erase, they might be about to walk into him just as he pops the Invis rune as well. They see him.
Oh, they do. There's the Yules.
They just want to bail.
Spear's there.
Good steal as well.
Submarine are going to head forward. That time dilation doesn't reach. They use the arena defensively. They don't want to fight. They're out of here. 9 Pandas. They want more time before they start to fight.
Just to protect Solo, they do that, which I'm a little surprised about. And now you've got all 5 heroes here on Yellow Submarine on the bottom side of the map, with Roshan still down here for a minute and a half, and Taurus doing his best to try and set up a little bit of a safety net, so at least they can't smoke engage onto them, but I don't think that's their goal. Their goal is just to be able to take this big objective and start pushing into some additional towers.
Yeah, they're just going to take the road.
Antares?
Antares? What's he doing? What's he
Antares?
doing? Oh, wait, he got cancelled? The blast-off got cancelled. What cancelled it?
I don't know. Did he get bashed midair? I didn't see.
I don't know. What?
Oh, he got shockwaved, I think. He got shockwaved midair.
What? Oh, what the hell? I mean, he wouldn't have got it anyway, because the Roshan was about 1 HP. But
sure.
Still, it was funny. Okay, Rubik's got a blink now, so he can steal Frostbite with you.
and Arena, that's pretty important.
Oh, okay, Arena, yeah. At the moment, I haven't seen a stolen Arena yet. I don't think.
Yeah, there was one.
Was there?
Yeah, inside the jungle, next to the left side of the high ground Cliffwood Radiant.
No, I can't tell anymore, to be honest. But I
it wasn't a green
was
arena.
To be honest.
Yeah. And a greener.
Yeah, great minds think alike. So you know this. I can't differentiate between 2 arenas. If Mars is in it and I hear arena and I only see one, I think it's.
Yeah, but what's your excuse? I'm red-green colorblind, so even if it was green, I wouldn't be able to tell.
Oh, that sounds like a you problem.
It is a me problem. It's not as debilitating as a lot of people think it is.
I think Dota would help with that. It would be part of the colorblind scheme or whatever. So if it was green,
I don't use it though.
Blue, I don't know.
Oh, trying to get a quick pick off there was Pessimist as they're finally grouping up, pushing as a team with the power of the Aegis, with the power of course, Giga Chad Pugner, helping him out with the Nether Blasts. No, blast him. Blast him, Aztec. Who cares
Octarine
about?
Core now for Timber as well, and we've got Guardian Greaves on Pugna.
Call him by his full name.
Pugna Chad?
Giga Chad.
Is that it? Oh, Giga Chad Pugna, okay.
Oh,
Sorry,
they
I
don't have a
said
Faceless Void with them. This would be a big deal, but they might find the pick-off instead.
Oh my god, did you see how much damage that Whirling Death did? Wait, how do I check how much damage that was? Can you check the death summary for me? Because my game...
Yeah, of course. It did 463, but it was at the exact same time that he used the Timber Chain and the Chakram, and he got hit by a Fate Bolt and everything.
Yeah, right, got it. It did look like he got deleted in that.
No, he did. It was all within 1 second that all happened.
Yeah, it feels like Nine Pandas, they understand that this is the equalization game. They want to, you know, have less work to deal with within the qualifying for the group stages of the Elite League. So they are really making sure that they don't mess up here. They are playing this as safe as they possibly can here. And not just throwing fights away here. I think they're just waiting for the perfect opportunity right now. I don't know what Dark Lord's getting. Looks like he's getting a Sanjin Yasha, his next item here.
Alright, stick
Maybe that's
with
going
me.
to help with the bashes.
Rupture into Spear Bank and get a refresher and do it again.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Maybe.
While they're pushing high ground, why not? These are tactical towers that they're giving up. They're just wanting them to go high ground and throw.
Yeah. It seems like that's the case right now. They don't really want to initiate here yet. The Dark Lord.
I don't think enough people
into...
buy this on Timber, by the way. No one enough people go Blink Dagger on Timbersaw just because they think, oh, I'm a Timbersaw, I've got plenty of meow ways to get onto the backline, right? Now you can do it and still have the damage to be able to kill the likes of, you know, the CN, the techies. And, you know, maybe you can save the BKB a little bit longer.
Yeah, I think it's quite an underrated item on Timbersaw. So if you want to really get on top of someone and confirm that, because obviously, of course, you've got to latch onto a tree, haven't you? And got to aim your Chakram at the same time. Whereas if you're on a blink, you can obviously just jump right on top of them. My point exact. Oh well, that's not how you do it, but you know,
he's got haste.
Yeah.
He's got an arcane rune as well.
Yeah,
not enough.
Oh my god! Wait, that 2.3 second cooldown on Timber Chain.
Yep.
Wow.
With Octarine as well, certainly helps.
Okay, the arcane's gone now.
It's only 3 seconds. Only 3.
Oh, only 3 seconds. That 0.7, really big deal. Wait, okay, they've come out the base. 9 Pandas.
Aegis expires.
Aegis
Timber
expires.
nowhere
They
near.
slipped up. Albica ready with the blink. Arena comes out. The BKB coming out just in the nick of time though for Butterfly. He's holding his ground. He has been ruptured up. As he does have himself
Really?
the Chronosphere. He's actually going to pull himself back here. Magnus with the BKB coming forward. Wants to try and find an RP. Who's he going to get? He actually uses the Horn Toss there to cancel the freezing field. Chrono will come out.
Bloodseeker.
The Timbersaw, but he's got himself the Bloodseeker. Dark Lord slowly falling. The Blink ready with the RP still. He still has this RP. Is he going to commit it here? Blink
Can now.
off cooldown. He isn't able to get it.
No, he
really
didn't
wants
cast
this
it.
Dark Lord is trying to run, but in comes through with the Blink and the Frostbite, able to lock in place the Bloodseeker. They lose 4 here on the side of a 9 Pandas.
Didn't end up casting that RP, so they've still got it. Cancelled it at the very last second. But that's the avenue that they wanted to be able to push in. Still a minute dead on the Bloodseeker. They would have seen as well that he very recently picked up that completed Sanjin Yasha, so they should know that he doesn't have the buyback available. Is it going to be enough to enable them to go up onto that high ground, though? They are not necessarily the most cooldown-reliant team, but it's so risky. They know a lot's on the line to be able to punch their ticket to the grand final.
Yeah, their win probability has just increased from 80% to 90% now on the side of Yellow Submarines, so game says it's looking a lot harder for 9 Pandas to win. But we can't fully trust it, because in Game 3 of TI, when Gaming Gladiators had 95%, Team Spirit
Blah,
were
blah,
able
blah.
to turn that around. So as long as it's 95% or below, there is always going to be a chance.
Honestly, I always think it should be 99-1. There is always a chance to come back. People have made monumental throws before. 100% is never a factor. Unless the entire team is DC'd, then it's 100%.
Fair enough. I'll accept that. 100. There is a chance that it does say 100% though, isn't it?
Yes, there is.
There is a few cases where I've seen that.
Very close to a Scythe of Vice as well on the Timber, as if you needed any more control. Like, he's already got the BKB to live through everything but the Rupture.
Oh, Dark Lord!
Speaking
BKB,
of...
committed, gonna try and lay into Aztecore now, is attempting to TP away. The TP's cancelled on both Magnus and Aztecore. 7 wicked spree kill streak is down. The skewer there, though, will not be enough to take down Dark Lord, as Dark Lord gets himself a double kill. That is what you needed. On this
that was the
Bloodseeker.
Rupture.
That is going to severely help. Look at that gold that he's got. He got more gold on
Erase? Erase? He's gone in.
Oh. Okay, they get solo. He got more gold from Pugner than he did Magnus.
I told you, he's a Giga Chat.
Fair enough. Note taken.
Yeah, he ended up killing himself as well with the rupture damage, unfortunately, when he went for that big skewer. I think he did like 700 in half a second, so...
Ouch.
Yeah, not the greatest. Probably a big reason why he's got that Lincoln Sphere queued up next. I had a quick look as to, is anyone else going for it, and is that not even needing the Chronosphere? I think it is, so that's a pretty big kill to be able to claim.
And now they've got Scythe of Vice as well on Erase. So he can do some nasty stuff.
Yep, Scythe on Erase, Lincoln Sphere coming next on the Magnus. It's a little bit of time until he's going to be able to get it. And Skadi coming up next for Faceless Void as well. So, lots of pretty useful items here. I think Void just wants to be just that little bit tankier so he's not getting burst 100-0. He knows he's got the boys that are going to be able to save him, right? Rubik with the Glimmer Cape, with the Telekinesis, with the Pugner, with the Life Drain as well. The boys have got him.
Radiant's middle tower
Yeah, the
is
boys.
under attack.
So they're just going to take the Roshan here. No contest from 9 Pandas. They'll just defend the high ground here.
Scanning.
And Yellow Submarines, they'll get themselves the Roshan here. No contest. Looks like they'll give it to the Faceless Void. Got the Roshan banner as well.
Yeah.
Can't forget that.
Where are they going to pop it down? Right in front of the tier 2 probably would be a safe place. Got to put it somewhere. Just get that pressure out on the map as quickly as you can.
Who has it? Is it Rubik?
Pugner.
Pugner.
Not interested, it seems, in dealing with it. They might be able to get some D wards off though, and is this the last ward that they've got outside the base? I think it is. So map completely dark right now for 9 Pandas to be able to make plays around, and that is not the situation that you want to be in, considering all the different avenues of initiation that it feels like Yellow Submarine have. Chrono, RP, Blink Hex with a BKB on a Timbersaw who is dishing out crazy amounts of damage in a race. Really putting through another incredibly solid performance once again.
And now wants to go the overwhelming blink as well, if he wasn't even overwhelming enough. And oh my gosh, I've just seen the mines placed in the base.
That's a way to throw.
Watch out.
Alberca's got the shard as well, so he could potentially get 2 people back into that.
He isn't called Techie's Demolition Squad for nothing. That is a lot of mines.
Oh yeah.
Silenced up. Oh, Rupture placed onto Faceless Void. The blast off is there. Where's the follow-up damage? Hex as well. Arena comes out. That's enough to take down the Faceless Void. But now they've already utilized the Arena and the Rupture.
Yeah.
They're just going to jump forward as Butterfly wants to try and find a Chrono here. He's going to look into the trees and find a Crystal Maiden or Hex. Oh, Crystal Maiden is indeed down.
Buyback is available though. Oh, another Hex coming out. The
Stolen.
Arena and an RP onto 3! As maybe perhaps the Chrono comes out. Yep, there it is. Goodbye Antares, goodbye Kiyotaka, and goodbye Dark Lord. No buyback available there. Now it definitely looks to be GG as they attempt to clean up right now. As
They're
Mason
diving
Boyd's
into
getting back
mines.
into HP.
Mines!
But the mines! The mines! The mines take him out. Erase as well. Boom, boom, boom.
Oh, just
He has
going a
to
little
get
bit
back.
too deep into Techie's territory. They've still got all the boys needed to be able to take out these towers, though. It's just a Mars, and he doesn't have Arena for another 40 seconds, so all Alberca can do is try and make some of these other lanes look a little bit better, but should still be able to get 2 lanes of racks off the back of this. Getting a little bit too confident, a little bit excited at being able to take out what I still do believe are the favourites of this tournament in 9 Pandas, bump them down to the lower bracket. Pessimist cancelled his TP, so doesn't have a way to get out if they do eventually engage in onto them, but they don't have the glyphs, so with the Pugna helping out, they should absolutely be able to take out these racks in time.
Yeah, I don't know if they'll take down the bottom set of racks, because Techies and Arc Warden are indeed spawning back. Yeah, they're getting the hell out of there, but do they have Arena? Yeah, they do.
They do, but it would just be an Arc Warden. He doesn't have enough. He needs that BKB so badly.
Techies Midas.
Okay.
I mean, do what you got to do if you want to make it go late game.
Sure. I think what else he could have possibly gotten with that.
He's going Octarine Core to reduce the time of mines so he can get more mines.
Mm-hmm. Wouldn't have minded a
He
scythe
just needs
as
level
well.
18 for 750 damage on the mines then. Oh, imagine if he got to the level 25 talent. 0.8 seconds proximity mines activation delay. They'd go off in a snap.
I think we both know that that's not the level 25 talent that a Techies takes. A true Techies player, a true DJ goes to 252 damage.
No, that's griefing, that is.
Exactly. Techies player.
Major griefer.
Dire are scanning.
We smoke up with the ninja gear from Butterfly. They perhaps try and go in for a set. He's on his own. You got to be careful, Butterfly. Don't want to hop into some proximity mines like you did last time. Oh my gosh, it does a lot of damage.
Yeah, I mean, other than
X. Solo dead. Solo dead for sure. No, Solo's still alive. Okay. I mean, gonna be pursued here by Butterfly and Erase. Oh my gosh, still alive. How? Okay, there we go. The overwhelming blinks takes down the Crystal Maiden. Down for 50 seconds. Just the support. It's okay. It's okay. Just the CM at 38 minutes.
it's all about the spear back. I don't think you're going to make a similar mistake again on Yellow Submarine, diving deep into the base. Yeah. It's all about the spear back. Oh, you gotta find Alberca right now, and he does it.
Spirit to bombs! Oh, bomb! Kaboom! Faceless Void down! 90 seconds, but Tiposaur's coming in. He's hexed up. The RP is there. It will be able to take down Antares along with Alberca. There's only 2 remaining here on the side of 9 Pandas.
Honestly, the one they're happiest about being dead is the Techies, because he just can't set up those freaking mines so quickly again. But by the time Faceless Void's there, they'll be right back up. You know it. So you might need to just like preemptively pop the BKB, is like have your finger on it. So who have they found? Bloodseeker. He doesn't have BKB.
Yeah, he's still able to get away, but Magnus is back, and the Hex. Oh no!
He
Solo
just
dies
came back.
again. He just came back. Leave the man alone.
I mean, that's another strategy, right? Just let Pugna do the sieging. There's no Techies, there's no Mars, there's no BKB on the Bloodseeker. Why not just let Pugna do it?
Yeah, I mean, it's a very slow process, but I mean, it does the job.
Found the Arc Warden, Tempest double.
Oh my gosh.
And, I mean, Pugna doesn't give a damn about Magnetic Field as well. It's still going to be able to do the damage through it.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
You've still got 10 seconds where you can invade into this. Got plenty of cast range as well. With the Psychic Headband, with the Aether Lens. Is someone holding onto a telescope? I don't think so. Do they all have ninja gears except for the Pugna? That's disgusting. Everyone has their own smoke.
So, I've just seen Butterfly draw on the map that they want to go around the top side.
Where they don't have mines, probably set up.
Yeah, where they don't
probably.
have mines.
But you never know.
I mean, Butterfly's here, ready with the Chrono. Sees Vision there of Dark Lord trying to push out the wave. They're actually smoking up themselves, not going to reveal themselves here. So that smoke's going to break on Torres.
They found Alberca.
They have Alberca in trouble, being hexed up. He is deleted, down for 80. That's some trouble. Chrono comes out as well.
Found
onto
him.
Dark Lord. Dark Lord, I don't think he's going to be able to survive through it all. Down for 95.
That's GG.
Only 3 remaining. Definitely GG now as they go on to Kiyotaka. As GG is called, yeah. Not winning that one. Game 3 will be going to Yellow Submarines, ladies and gentlemen, which means that Yellow Submarines will be going to the grand finals of these qualifiers, which means they will push 9 Pandas down to the lower brackets.
Damn. You asked me at the start of these qualifiers, that is not the result I would have been expecting. I like Yellow Submarine, I like the underdogs, but certainly making it all the way through the grand finals is unexpected so far, and they even have a chance to be able to take the W and win it all. We saw, I believe, on the bottom side of the bracket, it was 1 win able to get the 2-0 over Liga team as well. So we've got our top 3 in the tournament. So Yellow Submarine waiting in the grand finals in a best of 5, but their opponent will be decided tomorrow between 9 Pandas and 1 win in a best of 3 still. So that'll be exciting. Still some really strong teams left in the tournament. Could the ultimate underdog do it again and meet their predecessors in team spirit at the actual Elite League tournament itself?
We've had an absolute mad crack of a time today with Dota 2. We originally thought that some of these series were going to go 2-0, but it turns out every series went 3 games. And unfortunately for Danog, I think it's 5 a.m. over there, right?
5:30.
Oh, that hurts. but yeah, let's have a look at the bracket now as it stands. Obviously, of course, Yellow Submarine, the game that we just watched versus 9 Pandas, they are through to the grand finals where they will go head to head with either 9 Pandas again or 1 win to see who gets to qualify. But I think a nice little thing that also happens for anyone that qualifies runner-up. Obviously, of course, they will not qualify to the Elite League, but they will get to take home a small prize pool.
Yeah, weird number, 5,714 is exact. I don't know how you split that 5 or 6 ways, including the coach and the org and all that sort of thing. Give me an extra couple of bucks, but I've had a great time. It may be late, but I'm going to be dreaming of Dota all night. And for you guys that are still wide awake who aren't in the horrible time zone of Australia, there is more Dota going on throughout the other channels, right? Make sure you click follow on this one, whether you're watching on YouTube or Twitch. And as you can see there, B, C, D, and E all going on at various times during the day. So there's always going to be some Dota action ready for you. I believe at the moment it is the C stream that has Dota Live with some SA closed qualifiers going on. And then the one after that, I think is still on the C stream actually, is the MENA qualifiers. So stick on those until, of course, you come back to Epi and my glorious faces for the final day of the Eastern European qualifiers at I want to say, is it 1300? Yes, 1300 CET, which is 11 p.m. my time that I will be starting that best of 3 and best of 5. A guaranteed 8 games if today was anything to go by. So we will see how that all ends up. But any last words for the day, Epi?
Cracking Dota, cracking games. I think around about 6 of them were pretty entertaining. Some of them were just really quick because we know we only had around about 30 minutes game, so those were kind of like stompy. But other than that, I've had a lot of fun, and I'm looking forward to the grand finals that we get to cast, because these 3 teams, obviously, of course, with that being 1 win, Yellow Submarine, and 9 Pandas, they have shown some cracking performance throughout the qualifiers at the moment, and I'm excited to see who qualifies and gets to go into the group stages. So I guess we'll see you then.
Mm-hmm. See you guys tomorrow, and thank you very much for watching. We will see you in, God, how many hours' time? Just check Liquipedia. Everyone loves Liquipedia. It's always accurate, at least for the first series of the day. And then the second series will follow soon after that. So it's been a pleasure. Thank you again, and we will see you guys tomorrow. Peace.